Synopsis: Su Jiaming saved Gu Chengli twice, first, by carrying him out of a raging fire, and second, by donating her bone marrow to cure his leukemia. Yet, in return, he vowed, "I will make your life worse than death." Gu Chengli was convinced that she had killed his beloved, harboring a deep hatred for the son she bore who suffered from autism, and resenting her for occupying the position of Mrs. Gu. It wasn't until she jumped from an immense height that he realized the love of his life had always been her. Given a second chance at life, she changed her name and appearance, drawing countless admirers around her. Meanwhile, Gu Chengli knelt before her, in front of everyone, and kissed the instep of her foot, which had lost 2 toes. Chapter 1: You killed her, both lives lost. The night was drenched in torrential rain. Jiang Yuxi lay dead before Su Jiaming's eyes. Rainwater washed away the blood-soaked body of Jiang Yuxi, staining the ground a deep crimson. A sleek black Bentley came to a halt as Gu Chengli rushed over, gripping Su Jiaming's neck with fierce intensity. "You killed her." "No, it wasn't me. By the time I arrived, Jiang Yuxi was already gone." "Stop your lies. You've always harbored a deep-seated hatred for her." "Jiang Yuxi was the one who requested to meet me. When I got there, she was already lying on the ground." But Gu Chengli did not believe her. His deep-set eyes radiated a piercing hostility. "Su Jiaming, I will ensure your life becomes worse than death. In honor of Yuxi's spirit." Despair washed over Su Jiaming as she gazed at the handsome man before her. She was Gu Chengli's wife, yet she had never entered his heart. He loved his childhood sweetheart, Jiang Yuxi, and had given her none of his affections. For years prior, when Gu Chengli was diagnosed with leukemia, Su Jiaming discovered that her blood type and bone marrow were a perfect match to save him. The Gu family negotiated with her, yet she asked for nothing but to marry him. Su Jiaming achieved her desire of becoming Mrs. Gu, and Gu Chengli's illness was subsequently cured. With a resounding slap, Gu Chengli's hand struck her, causing blood to seep from the corner of her mouth as she fell to the ground. "Yuxi told me yesterday that she was pregnant. You took action today." Gu Chengli exuded an icy aura. "Su Jiaming, blood debts must be repaid in blood." She looked up at him in shock. How could you? How could you let her have your child? What about me? What about Gu Shui?" Gu Shui was her son with Gu Chengli. Due to the excessive blood transfusions given to Gu Chengli, her body had become unsuitable for pregnancy, and carrying a child would pose a grave threat to her life. Yet, through unimaginable hardship, she bore Gu Shui. She had hoped Gu Chengli would show compassion towards her, but he saw her as someone who used their child to bind him, which is why he had never embraced Gu Shui over the years. The father-son bond grew distant, leading Gu Shui to develop autism. You're not fit to even hold Yuxi's shoes." Gu Chengli's thin lips moved, the words cruel and cutting. "Someone. Throw her in prison." "Yes, President Gu." 2 bodyguards dragged Su Jiaming away, while Gu Chengli knelt beside Jiang Yuxi, carefully wiping the rainwater from her face with a handkerchief, closing her partly open eyes. He then gently cradled her in his arms, as if she were a precious treasure. The scene pierced Su Jiaming's heart, leaving it cold and lifeless. She had loved him for so many years. What had it all meant? Unbeknownst to anyone, a pair of eyes in the alley silently watched the unfolding events, filled with malicious delight. She had framed Su Jiaming for killing Jiang Yuxi, thus, Gu Chengli would belong to her. For she was Jiang Yuxi's twin sister, with a face identical to hers. In the women's prison, the guard shoved Su Jiaming into a cell and lazily said, "You all, be nice to the newcomer." Su Jiaming raised her head, staring at the women surrounding her. "Don't come near me." She fought against her fear. "What do you want from me?" "The boss ordered us to treat you well." "Of course, well listen," the leader said, flexing her fingers. "What a delicate little face you have, TSK, TSK." Su Jiaming turned to flee, but the prison door was securely locked. All she could do was scream for help. "Shout all you want, nobody will come to save you, no matter how hoarse you get." She feigned calmness, saying, "Do you know who I am? I'm Mrs. Gu." Even if Gu Chengli hated her, he wouldn't allow these women to lay a finger on her. He was always strong-willed and domineering. If he wished to punish her, it would be him who would do it personally. Ha 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 ha. To her surprise, they all burst into laughter. "Mrs. Gu, huh? Today, we're taking that title from you."
Chapter 2. I am guilty. I deserve to die. Two women, one on each side, pressed her to the ground, while others surrounded her, mercilessly raining blows upon her. Su Jiameng found herself utterly immobilized, pain radiating through her entire being. She tightly shut her eyes and curled her body, having underestimated Gu Qingli's loathing for her. Yet, in her haze of consciousness, the name that escaped her lips was still that of Gu Chengli. Chengli, Su Jiameng loved him so deeply, a love that spanned an entire youth, a decade. However, Gu Chengli had shattered her heart into 1,000 pieces. 3 days later, at the cemetery, Gu Chengli personally interred Jiang Yuxi's ashes and erected a tombstone. A profound sorrow lingered in his deep-set eyes. I will avenge you, Yuxi. Turning his head, Gu Chengli glanced at the side, where Jiang Yunru stood. She bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yuxi. Sister is gone. And we are all heartbroken, Jiang Yunru said. We must ensure the murderer pays for this. She deliberately leaned closer to Gu Chengli, only to be subtly brushed aside by him. He understood that they were two distinct individuals. Gu Chengli's expression hardened as he queried, Has Su Jiameng confessed? Bring her here, he commanded. Georgie, taken aback, complied. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. Jiang Yunru fanned the flames beside him. Just sentence her to death and execute her quietly to avoid prolonged troubles. Gu Chengli shot her a sharp, disdainful glance. Jiyu Zong. Jiang Yunru stammered. I am merely seeking justice for my sister. He replied coolly, You bear a striking resemblance to Yuxi. In Gu Chengli's presence. He preferred not to have too many voices chiming in. Were it not for Jiang Yunru's likeness to Yuxi, he would have ordered her removal long ago. Moreover, he felt inexplicably possessive over how Su Jiameng would be dealt with. It was his prerogative. And no one else had the right to meddle. An hour later, Su Jiameng appeared handcuffed. Due to a high fever, her complexion was ashen, and her strength had all but evaporated. Jiyu Chengli stood rigidly before the tombstone. Seizing her wrist, Kneel, she bit her lip. What if I refuse? I have my ways. Gu Chengli kicked her knee, forcing her head down, compelling her to kneel. He squatted beside her, gripping her hair. Su Jiameng. Do you confess? Will you submit? Gu Chengli cruelly curled his lips. Do you think that by stubbornly refusing to confess, I will be powerless against you? Saying this, he grasped her chin. Do you believe that I won't make the entire Su family pay for Yuxi's death? Su Jiameng looked at him in horror. Gu Chengli, you cannot do this. Afraid? Then confess. She trembled uncontrollably. You have such a cruel heart. After all we've shared as husband and wife, can you not show a shred of compassion? Husband and wife, how did you climb into my bed and forget? I swear, that drug was not administered by me. I have no time for your nonsense. Gu Chengli's veins throbbed at his temples. Before Yuxi's tombstone, bow your head and confess. Su Jiameng gazed at the man before her, his heart as cold and ruthless as ice. Loving him had exhausted her. Jiyu Chengli, the one who loved you most is me. The one who saved your life is me. The one who bore your children is still me. You disdain those who love you and cherish those who do not. One day, you will regret treating me this way. With her forehead striking the cold marble, she uttered, I am guilty. I deserve to die. Chapter 3. From now on, you have no mother. Wonderful. Sister can finally rest in peace. Jiang Yunru immediately kicked Su Jiameng hard. You murderer. She pressed Su Jiameng's head against the tombstone, again and again, until blood began to flow from her forehead. Jiyu Chengli observed the scene with cold detachment. Su Jiameng clenched her teeth, refusing to yield. While Jiang Yunru screamed, Madwoman, Gu Zong, save me. Her cries reminded Gu Chengli of Jiang Yuxi. Surely, when Su Jiameng killed her that night, she must have called for help in a similar manner. Jiyu Chengli seized her jaw with one hand and yanked her hair back with the other. Su Jiameng's face was smeared with blood. Can even Jiang Yunru earn your pity? She is Yuxi's sister. I am your lawful wife. What are you even worth? Gu Chengli elegantly wiped the blood from his hands. Tossing a handkerchief at her face, his words devoid of warmth. Su Jiameng, you are more malicious than I ever imagined. She closed her eyes, allowing her tears to flow freely. In truth, Gu Chengli, you have loved the wrong person. The one who carried you from the fire as a child was me, not Jiang Yuxi. He scoffed. Do you think I would believe you? Yuxi is dead. And now you seek to claim her merits. Such torment was worse than a swift death. She had nothing left, only a heart filled with love for him, yet it was battered and bruised. Nearly beyond healing, I will torment you piece by piece, Gu Chengli vowed, making you experience every form of torture this world has to offer. Su Jiameng looked into his eyes, recalling how, amidst the flames, he had hoarsely yet tenderly declared, "You saved me. I will take you as my wife." Later, she had saved him with her own blood and married him. Twice she had saved his life, only to meet this fate. If there is a next life, Gu Chengli, Su Jiameng held on to her last shred of consciousness. I must never encounter you again. Her vision darkened, and she fell into unconsciousness. Gu family residence. Ji Chengli entered the living room and immediately spotted a small, cowering figure in the corner. He adjusted his tie, his expression icy. "Come here." Ji Xiuqi, clutching an old toy, walked slowly to him, presenting a drawing. The drawing depicted a family of 3 holding hands, with the words "Mommy loves Daddy" written below. Ji Chengli found it utterly ironic, tearing it in half with a flick of his wrist. "From now on, you have no mother." Ji Xiuqi's innocent eyes widened in panic and fear. His autism rendered him taciturn, but under Su Jiameng's devoted care, he had shown improvement. Now, Gu Chengli's words shattered his world. "How could I have such a worthless son?" Gu Chengli crossed his legs. "Or perhaps you are the child of Su Jiameng and some other man." His eyes narrowed, a flash of anger crossing his face. Ji Xiuqi took 2 steps back. Only 4 years old, his entire world revolved around his mother. His father was fierce and unloving. With a thud, Gu Xiuqi knelt. After being diagnosed with autism, he had not uttered a single word, yet now he spoke 3 words. "I want mommy." Chapter 4. This marriage I will end. If Su Jiameng could hear this, she would surely be overwhelmed with joy. Her child was intelligent, merely lacking sufficient love, and she had been striving to provide it. Yet Gu Chengli was consumed with rage. He kicked the coffee table over. "I said, you will have no mother from now on." Gu Xiuqi's face turned pale in an instant, his small body trembling, his lips slowly turning purple, his breath halting. "Young master," the butler gasped in horror. In the courtroom, Su Jiameng, clad in prison garb, appeared under the watchful eyes of 2 guards. She stood in the defendant's seat. In the plaintiff's seat, Gu Chengli sat with an air of aristocratic aloofness, thick files before him. He couldn't be bothered to glance her way. "Jiameng, I am your defense attorney, Lu Yunchen," he approached with determination. "I will clear your name. I believe you did not commit murder." Lu Yunchen was Su Jiameng's college classmate. He was from the law department, while she was from architecture. They had forged a deep friendship at a freshman gathering. Su Jiameng forced a smile. "Thank you, Senior Lu, but I do not need a defense." "Why? You cannot resign yourself to this fate. Only in this way will Gu Chengli cease his anger," Lu Yunchen shouted. "What about Xiaoqi? He is only 4. What will happen to him without you?" "You are mistaken. He needs his mother." Lu Yunchen looked at her. "Xiaoqi is currently in the intensive care unit. He has been diagnosed with a heart condition. The Gu family plans to abandon him." The color drained from Su Jiameng's face as she trembled. "Xiaoqi only has you. For his sake, you cannot confess." "How could he have a heart condition? How long has it been since I left him?" Su Jiameng's heart ached. He was only 4. It is said he was frightened, and his heart could not bear it. Lu Yunchen's gaze was resolute. "So, for Xiaoqi's sake, you must escape prison." Su Jiameng reignited her will to survive. She frantically rushed toward the formidable man in the plaintiff's seat. "Gu Chengli, you must save Xiaoqi. He is your son, your blood. How can you abandon him?" Unbeknownst to her, she found strength as the 2 guards struggled to restrain her, allowing her to lunge toward Gu Chengli. "Please, Xiaoqi must not come to harm. He is the child I bore with my life." Gu Chengli looked at her with cold indifference. "Are you certain Xiaoqi is my son, not Lu Yunchen's?" Su Jiameng was taken aback. "How could you doubt Xiaoqi? Lu Yunchen is deeply enamored with you. Even if you are sentenced to death, he defends you. Such devotion is rare. You have not been unfaithful. We are innocent." Hadat Su Jiameng. "Even if Gu Xiuqi is my son, he is still a worthless child, both autistic and suffering from a heart condition. He is a disgrace to the Gu family. Clearly, anything that comes from you is not worth having." Gu Chengli's words pierced her heart like a dagger. He despised her, including their own son. Despair overcame her. If you do not want Xiaoqi, then give him back to me. Want him? Yes. Fine. Gu Chengli's gaze turned icy. Divorce. The child belongs to you. Su Jiaming's eyes glistened with unshed tears. A decade of devotion culminated in a mere divorce decree. Her sacrifices were of little consequence to him. Very well, Su Jiaming responded. Gu Chengli, I will initiate the divorce. He swiftly hurled the divorce agreement at her. Sign it. Affix your thumbprint. Free me from this. Seizing the moment, she countered with demands. Otherwise, I shall not divorce you, and you will be powerless against me. When Gu Chengli and Su Jiaming wed, they had secretly signed an agreement stipulating that Gu Chengli could never divorce her. Chapter 5. Stronger than you, the mistress ascendant, for he required her blood type and bone marrow. This was the condition he had to honor. Gu Chengli grasped her chin. Su Jiaming, you are indeed ruthless. I am not as ruthless as you, Gu Chengli, she retorted. Su Jiaming raised the cold handcuffs, declaring, let the divorce proceed. From henceforth, we shall have no ties, and I shall no longer love you, at the hospital. Outside the intensive care unit, she pleaded with the doctor. May I go in? I am the child's mother. I wish to see him. The doctor scrutinized her. You are Gu Xiui's mother. I have never encountered a parent so irresponsible. Your child is gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death, and you remain indifferent. I am so sorry. Su Jiaming apologized humbly. It will not happen again. I will always be by his side. Xiaoqi was her lifeblood. For the rest of her days, she only wished to live with him. Please settle the medical fees first. The doctor handed her the bill. A total of 800,000, plus subsequent surgical costs. You will need to prepare 2 million. In a flurry, Su Jiaming rushed to pay. However, your card balance is insufficient, the staff at the window informed her. Moreover, you have not made any payments since his admission. What? Gu Chengli has not contributed a single cent for medical expenses? He even froze my bank card. What am I to do? Use my card. Lu Yunshan appeared out of nowhere, offering help. Su Jiaming did not accept. Gu Chengli suspected her of being involved with Lu Yunshan. If she accepted this money, she could only imagine how Gu Chengli would retaliate against Lu Yunshan. His law firm was just starting out. With a promising future, she could not drag him down. You have already helped me enough, Su Jiaming declined. I will find another way. She turned and dashed out of the hospital. The Gu family would not care for Xiaoqi's life or death. So, the Su family must assist this grandson. At the Su family home. What? You need money? Su Hongming's face hardened immediately upon hearing this. When you were Mrs. Gu, you brought no benefits to the Su family. Now that you're divorced, you come seeking my help. Father, Xiaoqi has a heart condition and needs surgery. He is your grandson. He is still a grandson of the Gu family. Why should they not save him? Su Jiaming felt an icy chill seep into her bones. She had tasted the bitterness of cold indifference. Her stepmother, Lin Jin, while indulging in bird's nest soup, chuckled. I heard that Gu Xiui's condition was brought on by fear. What kind of child did you give birth to, with both autism and a heart condition? Unable to endure any longer, Su Jiaming snatched the bird's nest and splashed it onto Lin Jin's face. No matter what. I am still better than you. A mistress who climbed to power. Lin Jin shrieked, flustered. Who are you calling a mistress? Hongming, control your daughter. Su Jiaming. Su Hongming bellowed. Have you lost your mind? Very well. Su Jiaming snapped back. Lin Jin, your day of reckoning will come. Her father's infidelity led her mother to leave in heartbreak, vanishing without a trace. Su Jiaming had lacked familial love since childhood. Thus, she was determined not to let Gu Xiui endure a similar upbringing. Yet despite her efforts, she found herself in such dire straits. Was she to watch helplessly as Xiaoqi was taken from her? No. Su Jiaming retrieved a long-hidden business card and dialed the number. I need money. Tonight at Nightshade Bar, Chapter 6. I only sell wine. Not My Body. Nightshade was the largest bar in Haiqing, a gathering place for the affluent, filled with revelry and excess. Aunt Cui, the madam, observed the woman before her while smoking a cigarette. Su Jiaming, it is Ida. Have you come to your senses? Yes, I need money. Aunt Cui smiled. The first time I saw you, I thought you had the looks that wealthy men adore, pure face and alluring figure. If you are willing, wealth will rain down upon you. I only sell wine, Aunt Cui. Su Jiaming replied firmly, not my body, nor will I serve as an escort. As she gazed at the sheer camisole. Memories of Shaoqi in the intensive care unit flooded her mind. She donned it, carrying the wine, going from room to promote her sales. In her childhood, Su Jiameng was a princess, cherished by her parents, and the Su Corporation ranked among the top 10 in Haicheng. However, following her parents' divorce, her mother fled, and her father remarried. She became a burden to the Su family. Since then, she often retreated to the mountaintop to breathe in the wind, where a mischievous Gu Chengli had once accidentally ignited the dry grass. As the flames roared, she heard cries for help and rushed in to rescue him. Disregarding her own safety, she remembered how, even with singed hair and a sooty face, Gu Chengli's handsome features still shone through. Some people, with just a glance, could imprint themselves upon one's heart for a lifetime. The next time Su Jiameng saw him, he was accompanied by Jiang Yusi, whom she believed to be his savior. Just as she thought their fates had ended, Gu Chengli's sudden leukemia rekindled her hope. "Sir, pardon my intrusion." Su Jiameng approached the sofa. "This is French air-freighted wine. May I ask if you require any?" Several lecherous men cast lascivious gazes her way. "When did Nightshade acquire a new girl?" "She resembles my first love. I hope she isn't still a student. Nice figure. Aunt Chui must have struck gold with this one." Su Jiameng pretended not to hear. "Gentlemen, do you need red wine?" "Yes." A diminutive man nodded. "I'll take everything you have." Overjoyed, she thought of the hefty commission she would earn. However, "But you must accompany me tonight." The small man reached for her hand, insisting, "You will serve us all." Su Jiameng was taken aback. "I'm sorry, I only sell wine. What are you pretending for? All the women here are of a certain type. Do you think I'm offering too little?" "I can add more." Rising, she declared, "If you don't want the wine, I'll take my leave." "Hey, stop." Before she could take 2 steps, several men quickly surrounded her. "You will sell this wine. I want this woman." The small man smirked, reaching for her skirt. "In Nightshade, there's no woman I can't conquer. Help." "No." At that moment, Gu Chengli happened to pass by, pausing in his tracks. He had come for business, but thought he heard Su Jiameng's voice. "Mr. Gu." George pointed towards the VIP room. "That woman seems to be your wife." Chapter 7. "Are you that desperate for a man?" Su Jiameng fought fiercely, desperately shielding herself. She had only ever been with Gu Chengli and had never allowed anyone else to touch her. "Let me go," she shouted. "If you continue, I will call the police." "Help!" Laughter erupted from the group. "Call the police? Go ahead. You have quite the temper for a filthy woman." Hands reached for her, tearing at her clothing. Amid the chaos, Su Jiameng grasped a wine bottle, swinging it at the nearest man with all her might. Crash! The bottle shattered, and blood gushed from her head. "Damn it!" the small man bellowed, kicking her in the abdomen. Su Jiameng curled up in pain. Just as she braced for a brutal beating, the door swung open and steady. Rapid footsteps echoed. "All of you, get out." Su Jiameng thought she might be hallucinating. How could she hear Gu Chengli's voice? Why did she still love him so? Truly, she was hopeless. Gu Chengli stood tall, his features sharp and imposing. George silently mourned for the small man. His time was up. Gu Chengli strode forward, not even glancing at the small man, seizing him by the throat and twisting, flinging him out the door. His commanding presence exuded an air of danger, and the others, trembling, fled. "Su Jiameng, is this how low you've sunk?" Hearing those words, she looked up, stunned. "It really is you." Disappointed, Gu Chengli gazed down at her, scrutinizing her attire. "I never realized you were so promiscuous." "No, I'm not." But the pain in her abdomen intensified, waves of contraction coursing through her body as cold sweat dripped from her forehead. "Do you not know what Nightshade is? Are you that desperate for a man? Can you not survive a single day without one?" Su Jiameng strained to sit up. "I need money, Gu Chengli. Could you lend me 2 million? Dream on. Shaoqi is your son. Can you truly bear to watch him die before your eyes?" She bit her lip, tasting blood. "Gu Chengli, even a tiger does not eat its young." "Is he even mine?" Su Jiameng, "I think it's time for a paternity test." This statement is profoundly insulting to her. However, she remains unfazed, clutching at his pant leg as if she glimpsed a glimmer of hope after the identification. "If you ascertain that Shaoqi is indeed your son, you would be willing to save him, wouldn't you?" Gu Chengli, a man whose wealth rivals nations, presides over the Gu Group, which encompasses real estate, luxury hotels, large shopping malls, and numerous other ventures. He is a prodigy in business, having transformed the company into a premier enterprise within just 5 years. 2 million. He could earn that in the blink of an eye. Su Jiameng, my lineage is of noble descent. Gu Chengli leaned down, lifting her chin, and it is only upon encountering you that such an ineffectual son was born. Ultimately, this is all your fault. I have heard that Xiaoqi's heart condition was induced by fright. What kind of terror did he endure while I was imprisoned? Was he bullied? I merely informed him that he would no longer have a mother. Su Jiameng's eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Chengli. How cruel you are. Xiaoqi's autism is a consequence of you, and his heart ailment was also instigated by your actions. Cruel? He scoffed, the corners of his lips curling into a chilling smile. You should have anticipated retribution when you took the lives of UC and her unborn child. As his words settled, Gu Chengli raised his hand and tore away Su Jiameng's strap, exposing her alabaster skin. Chapter 8. This is a notice of critical condition. Gu Chengli, what are you doing? You had best not defy me. He callously hurled her onto the sofa and pressed himself over her. Su Jiameng's hands were pinned above her head, forcing her to lean closer to him. Look, Gu Chengli remarked, your body is remarkably honest. Su Jiameng, if you desire a man, simply say so. I am your husband. Did you not yearn to lie in my embrace day and night? No. I feel so unwell. Su Jiameng felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. The kick from the frail boy was unbearably heavy. Throughout, Gu Chengli maintained the upper hand, gripping her jaw and covering her mouth, unwilling to hear a single sound escape her lips. In truth, he had only ever touched Su Jiameng the night he spent with UC. He had been intoxicated, and the next day, he recalled nothing. Gu Chengli loved Jiang Yuxi deeply. He did not wish to hastily claim her body, hoping to reserve that for their wedding night. However, in a state of inebriation, he lost his restraint, leading to his profound regret. He had not drunk again nor sought Jiang Yuxi again until she revealed her pregnancy. How elated he had been then, to have a child with the woman he adored most, only to have it snuffed out by Su Jiameng the very next day. Yuxi and the child perished. You and your child should meet the same fate. Su Jiameng, this is what you must endure. An overwhelming agony engulfed Su Jiameng, blood surging in her throat, yet she bore it stoically. Afterward, Gu Chengli indifferently adjusted his collar. Have you achieved what you desired? The response was the blood that spurted from Su Jiameng's mouth, staining his shirt crimson. It hurts. It hurts so much. She was drenched in cold sweat. Gu Chengli, am I dying? Yet she could not afford to die. She still needed to save Xiaoqi. A dark red stream of blood slowly trickled down. Starkly visible against the sofa, she closed her eyes, remaining utterly still. Hey, Su Jiameng. In that moment, a wave of panic surged within Gu Chengli. His voice, typically magnetic, now quivered. He had always wished for her demise. But if she truly died? Gu Chengli scooped Su Jiameng into his arms and dashed outside. Call an ambulance. Quickly, she felt weightless in his embrace. Having lost so much weight, he remembered when she had married him, a radiant and youthful flower. Outside the operating room, this is a notice of critical condition. Please sign here. The doctor inquired, who is she to you? It dawned on him suddenly. For the past 4 years, Su Jiameng had diligently fulfilled her role as Mrs. Gu. Stripped of that identity, she was left with nothing. What kind of husband are you? Had you arrived even a minute later, her life would have been forfeit. What is wrong with her? She is experiencing severe hemorrhaging and requires surgery. The doctor stated, she will likely find it difficult to conceive again. Brace yourself for that. With that, the doctor turned to prepare for the surgery. She cannot die. Gu Chengli gritted his teeth, each word laden with determination. Without my consent. Su Jiameng cannot die. We will do our utmost to save her. Gu Chengli's hands clenched tightly. Her life belongs to me. If she must perish, it should be at my hands, not on the operating table. Save her. At any cost, I must save her. Suddenly, he was gripped by fear, a profound dread of losing her. President Gu, Jiang Yunru appeared before him in a white dress, gentle and pure. You are here. I have been searching for you. You see, she emphasized. I am Yunro. Ji Chungli's throat tightened as he looked at George. Arrange for a paternity test between myself and Gu Xiui. Yes, President Gu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunru lowered her head, her eyes flickering with malice. Chapter 9. You're infertile. A paternity test, is it? Then let us use this identification to ensure Su Jiaming's complete and utter ruin. President Gu must belong solely to her. She intends to claim the position of Mrs. Gu. When she lifted her gaze again, Jiang Yunru's expression had softened. President Gu. He glanced at her. Jiang Yunru. Yes, it is I. You finally remember my name. Though she sought to exploit her sister Jiang Yuxi's visage to ensnare Gu Chengli, she also longed to escape from beneath Yuxi's shadow. Ji Chengli raised his hand, gently brushing her cheek. You resemble her so closely. Should I treat you as you see? President Gu. Call me Chengli. He stated, from now on, I permit you to call me that. Jiang Yunru shyly nestled into his embrace. Very well, Chengli. I wish to remain by your side, always and forever. On the operating table, Su Jiaming lay in slumber. Immersed in an exceedingly long dream, she sat cross-legged atop a mountain. Behind her in the reeds, a boy with sharp features gazed at her back. It was Gu Chengli. He tossed a stone beside her, capturing her attention. Hey, what is your name? I do not wish to tell you. However, I would like to know you and be your friend. Ha ha ha, Gu Chengli laughed. Though quite childish, you truly resemble a fairy. He took her on adventures to catch crickets, chase butterflies, and weave rings from grass. Those were their happiest, carefree days. Here, wear this ring. You are to be my wife, little fairy. Gu Chengli proclaimed. You are not to remove it. With just a grass ring, you wish to marry me. When I grow up, I will replace it with a diamond, the largest, shiniest, and most expensive one. Laughter echoed across the hillside. 2 days later, Su Jiaming opened her eyes. Her consciousness gradually returned, and she struggled to rise from the hospital bed. Xiaoqi, I must see Xiaoqi. A scornful voice drifted from the doorway. Even a bastard child is so concerned. Do you truly hope to bind Chengli with a child, Jiang Yunru? Su Jiaming regarded her warily. What are you doing here? Every time she beheld Jiang Yunru's face, a mirror image of Jiang Yuxi's. Su Jiaming felt a wave of discomfort. I came to see you, and to share some good news, Jiang Yunru declared. I will soon replace you as MRS GU and take my sister's place in Chengli's heart, becoming his most beloved. On what grounds? Simply because of your face? Yes, Jiang Yunru nodded, and also because I can bear children, true children belonging to Gu Chengli. As for you, you shall forever be left with a bastard. Perhaps, in a fit of rage, Chengli might even cast aside that bastard. Fury coursed through Su Jiaming, causing her to tremble. What nonsense are you spouting? You are unaware, are you? Jiang Yunru laughed triumphantly. You have had your ovaries removed. You are infertile. Who would want a hen that cannot lay eggs? She gasped in shock, clutching her abdomen. To her dismay, she realized she had lost the ability to be a mother entirely. Jiang Yunru laughed heartily. Su Jiaming, I am the ultimate victor. I will not allow Gu Xiui to remain with you. You both should die. What do you intend to do to Xiaoqi? You cannot harm him. He cannot be Gu Chengli's biological son. Do you understand? Chapter 10. Urgent need for blood. Jiang Yunru's face twisted with malice. Su Jiaming looked at this venomous woman and summoned all her strength to leap from the hospital bed. A mother's fierce instinct. She must protect Xiaoqi. Su Jiaming seized Jiang Yunru by the collar, delivering 2 sharp slaps. If you dare to lay a finger on Xiaoqi, I will haunt you even in death. You're as pathetic in life as you are in death. What could you possibly do to me? Su Jiaming shouted, her eyes reddening. Xiaoqi is but a child. Jiang Yunru smirked disdainfully. I intend to make him a thorn in Gu Chengli's side, a splinter in his flesh. As for you, I could deal with you without breaking a sweat. You dare? Jiang Yunru, you dare. Just wait and see. Ha 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 ha. Her piercing laughter provoked Su Jiaming, who, feeling cornered, focused solely on protecting Gu Xiui, now found herself threatened by Jiang Yunru. She grasped Jiang Yunru's throat. If you dare to harm Xiaoqi, I will kill you right now. If you die, Xiaoqi will no longer be in danger. Despite the needle marks on the back of her hand from the four, her strength was astonishing, and soon Jiang Yunru struggled to breathe. Madwoman, you, release me. Cough, cough. Jiang Yunru struggled desperately, flailing her limbs. Su Jiameng, let go. Release me. Yet, Su Jiameng remained indifferent to her pleas, tightening her grip further. Having just awakened, Jiang Yunru lacked the strength, but she fought valiantly, managing to pry her hand free. In response, Su Jiameng swiftly seized a nearby fruit knife and plunged it into Jiang Yunru's body. Just then, Gu Chengli pushed the door open and witnessed the scene unfold. His pupils constricted. Yunru, Chengli, save me. Jiang Yunru appeared pitiful. I am dying, am I to perish? Gazing upon her visage was akin to witnessing Jiang Yuxi crying for help. Su Jiameng, Gu Chengli strode forward. Killing Yuxi was not enough. Do you seek to take Yunru's life as well? With a fierce motion, he flung Su Jiameng aside, her body falling to the ground like a kite with severed strings. Chengli, it hurts so much. Jiang Yunru collapsed into his embrace. Why does Su Jiameng harbor such hatred for me? She has already caused my sister's demise, and now she seeks my life as well. I will take you to see a doctor immediately. You will be fine. Jiang Yunru clung to his neck, feigning innocence against his chest, yet her eyes darted towards Su Jiameng, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. Chengli, if I die, will that mean? Do not utter such words. He must protect Yuxi's sister. He must cherish the face that resembles Yuxi's. Gu Chengli held Jiang Yunru tightly as he departed, his gaze icy. Su Jiameng, await your reckoning. This woman is indeed a viper. How foolish was he to have felt any sympathy for her. She is utterly undeserving. Su Jiameng closed her eyes, letting her tears flow. She braced herself against the ground, struggling to her feet as she made her way toward the intensive care unit, only to be intercepted by Gu Chengli at the operating room door. He regarded her with a chilling stare. You had better pray that Yunru is unharmed. What I should truly pray for is that our child remains safe. Su Jiameng replied, if Shaoqi dies, Gu Chengli, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. At that moment, a doctor appeared, his expression grave, due to the depth of the wound. Jiang Yunru urgently requires a blood transfusion. However, there is not enough stock in the blood bank. Does anyone share her blood type? Chapter 11. This green hat dares to rest upon my head. Gu Chengli inquired, what is her blood type? Good. Just as Gu Chengli prepared to head to the blood draw room, a nurse from the intensive care unit rushed over. Su Jiameng, come with me quickly. What is it? A tightness gripped her heart. Has something happened to Shaoqi? Yes. Gu Xiuxi has suffered a sudden heart attack. He needs a blood transfusion for rescue, but he has a rare blood type. And our hospital's stock is insufficient. Su Jiameng's complexion drained of color as she turned to Gu Chengli. His blood could save Shaoqi, but he now needed to donate blood for Jiang Yunru. Gu Chengli, Shaoqi is your flesh and blood, Su Jiameng pleaded. Save Shaoqi first. He is just a child. I beg you. Give him some blood. He cast her a cold glance, striding away. Ji Chengli. Su Jiameng fell to her knees, grasping at his pant leg. Shaoqi is our only son. I will never bear another child. I cannot live without Shaoqi, he asked coolly. Then what of Yunru? Would you rather save Jiang Yuxi's sister than your own son? Su Jiameng's eyes were bloodshot, her hair disheveled, pleading in despair. Yet Gu Chengli kicked her away. Yunru's life is paramount. No. At that moment, George arrived, his expression serious. Mr. Gu, the results of the paternity test have come in. Give it to me. Gu Chengli took it, swiftly tearing it open, his gaze fixating on the line of text. According to medical assessment, the two individuals are not biologically related. A surge of furious energy enveloped him, akin to a Shura emerging from the depths of hell. Su Jiameng perceived his demeanor and realized something, snatching the test report from him. No, this cannot be true. She shook her head insistently. Shaoqi is your child. It cannot be false. Gu Chengli seized her by the hair. Very well, Su Jiameng, you are truly remarkable. This green hat dares to rest upon my head. Shaoqi is indeed your child. Before she could finish her sentence, pain shot through her scalp as if it were being brutally torn away. I have long suspected you and Lu Yunzhen. Ji Chengli's heated breath fell upon her face. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. Su Jiameng had thought she would no longer feel pain, but once again, it was heart-wrenching. You may doubt anything, but you should never question Shaoqi's lineage, nor my love for you. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. This test must have been erroneous. Are you questioning George's competence? A flash of realization struck Su Jiaming and she exclaimed, I understand now. It was Jiang Yunru. She must have tampered with the paternity test. No wonder she rushed to say those words upon awakening. She had clearly plotted this in advance. Gu Chengli scoffed. Are you determined to smear the Jiang sisters with any mud you can find? You ought to trust me, Su Jiaming. The greatest mistake I made was allowing you to give birth to Gu Xiuxi. He forcefully pushed her away, his shoe trampling over her fingers. That wretched child can await death. How foolish was he to have wavered earlier, contemplating saving Gu Xiuxi first. Now it seems he has truly lost his mind. Su Jiaming cried out in anguish. Gu Chengli, his retreating figure was resolute. And Su Jiaming hesitated, glancing at the nurse. Is it possible to draw my blood? I am also of the rare blood type. Chapter 12 Let her serve you. She nearly forgot that she too possessed a rare blood type. The nurse's expression turned sympathetic. You have just undergone surgery. You're in such a weakened state. Draw it. Su Jiaming insisted. Whatever amount can be drawn will suffice, as long as it can save Xiaoqi. Yet, her body was in tatters, not fit for survival much longer. The quality of her blood was not ideal, but she could hardly concern herself with such matters. Having a blood source was already a blessing. Very well, follow me. The long, thick needle pierced her vein, and Su Jiaming immediately felt a wave of dizziness. Yet, satisfaction filled her heart. With this blood, Xiaoqi would be saved. A smile slowly graced Su Jiaming's lips. She knew her life was nearing its end. Years ago, to save Gu Chengli, who suffered from leukemia, she had taken numerous medications under the doctor's guidance, enduring adverse reactions that the doctor warned would shorten her lifespan by 30 years. She found it worthwhile. Unexpectedly, she had conceived Gu Xiuxi. The doctor had advised her to terminate the pregnancy, stating that the fetus would absorb too much of her nutrients. Su Jiaming could not bring herself to comply. The thought of this being her and Gu Chengli's child drove her to fight for its life. During her confinement, Gu Chengli was absent day and night, not sparing her a glance, and was even photographed by paparazzi shopping and vacationing with Jiang Yusi. Su Jiaming was heartbroken, succumbing to postpartum depression. Amidst all these trials, Su Jiaming would not live past 26. With Jiang Yusi's death, another Jiang Yunru emerged. In Gu Chengli's eyes, she had never once been granted a moment of affection. As dawn approached, the operating room door swung open. Xiaoqi, Su Jiaming rushed forward. On the hospital bed, Gu Xiuxi lay surrounded by tubes, blood streaking across his tender face, breaking Su Jiaming's heart into pieces. Hearing his mother's voice, Gu Xiuxi slowly opened his eyes, offering her a faint smile. Xiaoqi, you must be strong and live on. I will always be by your side, never leaving you, Su Jiaming urged. Recover quickly, do not be afraid. Mother shall shield you from all storms. Gu Xiuxi nodded. The nurse interjected. Step aside, he needs to be taken to intensive care immediately. She stood aside, and Gu Xiuxi reached out his small hand. Giving hers a gentle squeeze, he said, Want mommy, not daddy. Xiaoqi spoke, yet each word pierced her heart like a dagger. Mrs. Gu, George's voice called from behind. Please come with me. Su Jiaming forced a bitter smile. Assistant George. You should change your address. I have grown accustomed to it. It is difficult to change at once. Ji Chengli will punish you for this. Do not let my mistakes affect you. Sympathy flickered in George's eyes. Su Jiaming pushed open the ward door, only to find Jiang Yunru nestled in Gu Chengli's embrace as he gently fed her water. How tender, a treatment Su Jiaming could scarcely dream of. Chengli, Jiang Yunru pressed closer into his embrace. I am frightened. Fear not, I am here, Jiang Yunru asked sweetly. Will she stab me again with the knife? She would not dare. Ji Chengli raised his gaze coldly. Su Jiaming, kneel. Su Jiaming remained unmoving. Why should I kneel? Apologize to Yunru. You nearly killed her. Wailing, Jiang Yunru cried. My sister died at her hands, and she roams free. Now she seeks my life. She is terrifying. Chengli, you must protect me. I shall have her serve you. How does that sound? Chapter 13 Investigating Jiang Yusi's Cause of Death. Su Jiaming gazed at him in disbelief. What did you just say? You should have Yunru serve you like a servant. What you owe Yusi, you shall repay to Yunru. Su Jiaming pointed at Jiang Yunru. Is it simply because of her face that you have transferred all your affections to her? Just how deeply does he love Jiang Yusi? To cherish even a substitute so dearly, indeed, Gu Chengli declared, I shall never love you, regardless of whom I love. Jiang Yunru stifled a chuckle behind her hand, relishing in the realization of her desires. Come here, Gu Chengli commanded, instructing someone to fetch a warm towel to wipe Yunru's hands. I won't go. Do you wish for that wretched child to perish? Xiaoqi was Su Jiaming's Achilles heel, leaving her no choice but to comply. Like the most menial of servants, she flitted about Jiang Yunru, attending to her every whim. On several occasions, Su Jiaming's vision blurred, yet she resolutely persevered. When Jiang Yunru wished to rise from her bed, she dutifully assisted her in donning her shoes. When Jiang Yunru desired a meal, she ensured that the utensils were placed in her hands. The water could not be too hot, and the air conditioning had to be set to a comfortable temperature. The moment Jiang Yunru furrowed her brow, Gu Chengli would respond with a swift kick or punch. Only after Jiang Yunru succumbed to slumber could Su Jiaming find a moment's respite. Upon seeing her, Gu Xiaoqi extended his arms. She promptly embraced him, whispering, Xiaoqi, be good. You've lost weight. Liu Yunshin regarded her intently. Jiaming, divorce him and take Xiaoqi away from Haiqing. It is your best option. I cannot sign the papers just yet. Xiaoqi requires a substantial sum for his surgery. Once the funds arrive, I shall proceed with the divorce. I understand your steadfastness. Su Jiaming gently adjusted the blanket covering Gu Xiaoqi, her voice barely above a whisper. Senior, we should refrain from meeting again. Why? Liu Yunshin inquired. You currently have no support, and you wish to drive me away? I do not want to burden you. All of this is of my own volition. Liu Yunshin produced a stack of documents from his briefcase. In recent days, I have been investigating the cause of Jiang Yusi's death. I must find evidence to prove your innocence and unearth the true murderer. Su Jiaming felt a warmth in her eyes, hastily blinking to stave off tears. Where do we even begin? When I arrived, I only saw Jiang Yusi lying motionless on the ground. I did not notice anyone else. To keep a secret, one must not act as long as I persist in my investigation. I am bound to uncover something. Her voice trembled. Senior, I cannot repay such great kindness. Liu Yunshin lightly patted her shoulder. It is all my choice. Do not feel pressured. Just then, the hospital room door was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. Bang! Gu Xiaoqi jumped in fright. Xiaoqi, Su Jiaming immediately embraced him, soothingly whispering, It's all right. No need to be afraid. She looked up to see the figure at the doorway. It's father. Gu Xiaoqi trembled even more violently. You truly are reckless, Gu Chengli said, his lips curling into a faint smile. His eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. Su Jiaming, is your lover here to visit this illegitimate child? Liu Yunshin bellowed. What are you saying, Gu Chengli? Lawyer Liu, he replied coldly, raising an eyebrow. My family matters do not concern you. Leave, senior, you should go. Su Jiaming's eyes pleaded, please, do not provoke Gu Chengli on my account. Jiaming, you truly should not entrust your heart to such a cruel man. Liu Yunshin strode away, and Gu Chengli tilted her chin upward. What a seductress, can't go a day without a man. Chapter 14. For your salvation, I sacrificed 30 years of my life. Su Jiaming's pallor deepened as she gently tugged at his sleeve. Xiaoqi is here. Let us speak outside, shall we? She did not wish for Xiaoqi to witness the quarrel between his parents, fearing it would exacerbate his condition. All you can talk about is that illegitimate child. Su Jiaming, do you not realize he is on the brink of death? He will not die. With autism and a heart condition, he is utterly useless. How long can he possibly endure? Gu Chengli stated cruelly. Su Jiaming, this is the price of your betrayal. The son you bore is a waste, yet she smiled, a faint light of amusement gracing her porcelain features, inciting Gu Chengli's fury further. What are you laughing at? One day, you will realize how ludicrous your actions are. Indeed, for I may not live to see that day. In the past, Su Jiaming had no fear of death. For her, it was a release. Yet now, with Xiaoqi left unprotected, she dared not perish. If Xiaoqi had a secure home and found a trustworthy person, Su Jiaming would willingly end her own life. Gu Chengli scoffed. Your calamity will haunt generations. You, Su Jiaming, are remarkably fortunate. She gazed at him with her clear, bright eyes. Ali, Ji Yuqingli's pupils constricted. She rarely addressed him in such a manner and despised such familiarity. If I were to die, would you shed a single tear for me? Su Jiameng asked. I would only require one drop. He suddenly yanked her forward, causing Su Jiameng to stumble, nearly dragged along by him. Ji Yuxioqi's eyes widened. However, Su Jiameng broke her promise, for Gu Chengli had thrown her into the basement of the Gu estate. Standing at the door, he deftly locked it. Su Jiameng, everything you have done is enough for me to take your life. But for now, I have no desire to see you dead. I wish to play a different game. She looked at him with terror. What do you intend to do? I will torment you bit by bit. Gu Chengli raised his chin slightly, making you wish for death yet unable to escape, stripping you of your most cherished possessions. Whatever you desire, I shall ensure it remains out of reach. Su Jiameng approached the bars, her expression forlorn. In truth, I do not care how you choose to treat me, Ji Yuqingli. I have but one request. Treat Xiaoqi well. He is truly your child. The paternity test proves otherwise. If you are a ghost, I shall summon a priest to suppress you, he said coldly, ensuring you remain trapped in the depths of hell for all eternity. Gu Chengli turned away, the light casting a long shadow behind him. Do you know, Gu Chengli, I sacrificed 30 years of my life to save you. I truly do not have long to live. I am nearing death. During these 4 years of marriage, I believed it would be my final moments of happiness. Yet it has turned into a nightmarish descent into an abyss. You cannot abuse my affection for you in such a manner. Gu Chengli's tall figure lingered at the doorway, faint yet imposing. On the day you die, I shall celebrate with firecrackers throughout Haicheng. Chapter 15. Staying by your side in place of my sister. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Darkness, dampness, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped her, accompanied by the incessant squeaks of rats and cockroaches scuttling about unperturbed. Su Jiameng lost track of when she would be freed. She would perish. But not in this place, nor at this moment. On the first day, she relied on the water trickling down the wall to sustain her, yet it was so filthy that it caused her to vomit and suffer from diarrhea. On the second day, she pondered when she might escape. The third and fourth days, Su Jiameng even found herself staring at the squeaking rats, swallowing hard. In the opulent living room of the estate, Jiang Yunru held a platter of fruit. Settling beside Gu Chengli, I just sliced these, Chengli. Do give them a taste. She pinched a grape and offered it to his lips. Ji Yuqingli opened his mouth and swallowed, accepting her overture without resistance. With Jiang Yusi gone, he mourned the loss of his true love, yet found solace in Yunru's presence, comforting his lonely heart. Your wounds are still fresh. Let the servants handle these matters, Gu Chengli said indifferently. Everyone here is at your beck and call. Jiang Yunru was more charming than Jiang Yusi, skilled in vulnerability and capturing a man's heart. She chuckled softly, taking up a strawberry. Chengli, will you listen to me as well? Gu Chengli turned his head to face her. I will take good care of you. Chengli, allow me to remain by your side in place of my sister. Jiang Yunru bit one end of the strawberry, guiding the other toward his mouth. Simultaneously, her hand ventured lower. Ji Yuqingli did not push her away, emboldening Jiang Yunru to become increasingly audacious. Suddenly, a loud cough resonated from the foyer. Jiang Yunru halted, vexed, wondering who was interrupting her plans. However, upon recognizing the visitor, her demeanor shifted to one of deference. Second young master Ji Yujinghe stepped inside. You may leave. Gu Chengli gestured, straightening up. What brings you here? Gu Jinghe, Gu Chengli's younger brother, bore striking features and a trim figure. Due to his frail health as a child, their father had sent him to the military for rigorous training, resulting in a well-built physique. Unlike Gu Chengli's languid aristocracy, he exuded a heroic spirit. Your brother has quite the knack for resolving matters, Gu Jinghe remarked, glancing at Jiang Yunru's departing figure, as he quickly found a substitute for Jiang Yusi to alleviate his longing. She is Yusi's sister. So, are you planning to transfer your affections to her? Gu Chengli tugged at his tie. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. Very well. Ji Yujinghe surveyed the room. Where is your wife? You are looking for her. Gu Chengli replied coldly. What is it? Where is she? I must see her. This matter requires her input. Speak with me first. Gu Jinghe crossed his arms, his gaze heavy. She knows the whereabouts of Xinu. I need to extract the location of Xinu from her. Gu Chengli pressed his lips together. She and Shen Xinyo have been close friends for years. She is undoubtedly aware, but she will not divulge. For years of marriage, although he resented her for marrying him and obstructing his union with Yusi, rendering him indifferent to her, he understood Su Jiaming's discretion. Ji Yujinghe was infatuated with Shen Xinyo, for she was the first woman to sleep with him, capture it on film, and then vanish without a trace. The esteemed second young master Gu had been so foolishly taken advantage of, and to be unable to find someone to hold accountable was nothing short of laughable. Chapter 16. It appears she has breathed her last at the ends of the earth. Gu Jinghe was determined to search for Shen Xinyo, even if it meant digging through the earth's core. After all these years, have you still not let go? Gu Chengli pressed his fingers against the bridge of his nose. She has never contacted the old lady? I inquired with Grandma, and she mentioned there had been no word. Shen Xinyo. It was as if she had evaporated from the mortal realm. What if you find her? The old lady dotes on her. Do not think of laying a finger on her. The reason Shen Xinyo dares to be so audacious is that she has the protection of the Gu family matriarch. That year, when the old lady went to the temple to pay her respects, just after finishing her prayers, she heard a loud wail of a baby from outside. Following the sound, she discovered a female infant, swaddled tightly, crying hoarsely. Around the infant's neck was a jade pendant, inscribed with the character Shen on its reverse side. The Gu matriarch believed this was fate, thus she adopted the child, naming her Shen Xinyo, and raised her by her side. Shen Xinyo grew up in the Gu family estate alongside Gu Chengli and Gu Jinghe, cherished by the old lady, while Gu father and mother had no objections, as she posed no threat to the division of the Gu family's wealth, merely an extra pair of chopsticks and mouths at the dining table. During the years Gu Jinghe was in the military, Shen Xinyo accompanied him. While she could not be moved, she remained beneath their watchful eyes. Ji Yujinghe inquired, "Where exactly is my sister-in-law?" Gu Chengli rose, striding forward. "Follow me to a corner." There was a small, curled-up figure. "She is over there." Ji Yuchengli gestured casually, his tone indifferent, indicating she still had a breath left. The commotion made Su Jiaming tremble slightly, yet she remained stilled. Ji Yujinghe approached swiftly. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." He reached out to check for her breath, and his entire being jolted. It seems she has breathed her last. How could this be? This woman is remarkably resilient. Gu Chengli maintained a composed demeanor, extending his foot to give her a gentle kick. "Su Jiaming, rise." He kicked her again forcefully. "Do not feign death. I will not allow you to die. Even the king of hell would not take you." Su Jiaming's body lay limp, as if a heap of flesh, awaiting slaughter. Ji Yuchengli focused intently. She turned over, and through her haze, her eyes opened a narrow slit. Gu Chengli. All she could see was his tightly pressed thin lips. It is said that men with thin lips are the most heartless. He has indeed been utterly indifferent to her, without a doubt. Su Jiaming yearned to lift her hand to caress his face. She thought, before dying, she must imprint Gu Chengli's visage in her memory, even if it meant forgetting it after drinking Mengpo soup. In such a manner, in her next life, she could steer clear of him and never encounter him again. When Gu Chengli once called her little fairy, his eyes brimmed with affection and love, a memory she cherished to this day. Regrettably, she could no longer discern the depths of that sentiment in his gaze. Gu. Before she could finish her words, Su Jiaming's eyes fluttered shut. Her hand fell heavily, but before it could touch the ground, Gu Chengli grasped it. In a moment of clarity, he recalled her saying she had forfeited 30 years of her life, that she would not live long. Chapter 17. Hurry to the hospital. Brother, why are you still dawdling? Gu Jinghe urged rapidly. We must take her to the hospital. Gu Chengli bent down, effortlessly lifting Su Jiaming into his arms. She felt weightless, like a feather. With a delicate chin and prominent collarbones, half-conscious, Su Jiaming felt her stomach churn as Gu Chengli moved briskly, causing her discomfort. She heard him shout, "Bring something to eat. Why are you standing there?" Shortly after, warm porridge was poured into her mouth. This was what she had longed for in the basement. However, at that moment, Su Jiaming could not swallow. Her throat constricted, and she immediately vomited it back. "Su Jiaming, do you wish to die? It won't be that easy. Eat." The porridge was forced back into her mouth. She vomited all over Gu Chengli. Within the rice porridge were small black pieces. densely packed, resembling insects. Ji Chungli's face turned ashen. He had a phobia of dirt and could hardly tolerate such filth. Before he could discern what those black objects were, Su Jiaming began to cough up blood. Gouts of blood flowed from her mouth, staining her clothes, the carpet. Blood splattered onto Gu Qingli's face, adding a touch of ghastly allure. He regarded the black chunks, gently probing them with his fingertip, suddenly realizing, this is leather. The half-eaten high heels in the basement were not gnawed by rats, but devoured by Su Jiaming. She was so starved that she resorted to eating her shoes, before Gu Chengli could respond. Su Jiaming spoke first. That moment, she appeared remarkably alert, her eyes bright, her speech fluid, as if experiencing a momentary revival. Her bloodied hand trembled as it reached up to touch his cold face. I know you hate me, despise my marriage to you, preventing you from marrying Jiang Yuxi. But I truly love you, so much, so deeply. You think I loved you for just 4 years. No, it has been over 10 years. I gave birth to Shaoqi to bear witness to our love, to be the fruit of our marriage. But I have failed, unable to provide Shaoqi with a healthy body. This must be karma. Perhaps it is fate unfulfilled. Heaven allowed Jiang Yuxi to rescue you from the lakeside. It was to redeem me, to steer me away from you. Yet, I still resolutely became your companion. Su Jiaming smiled, radiant and bright, reminiscent of fleeting fireworks. However, from the night he spent at Jiang Yuxi's apartment, from the moment he swept the food off the dining table, from the instant he discarded the suit she had touched, the light in Su Jiaming's eyes extinguished. He had extinguished it himself. Outside the emergency room, the doctor queried, "What happened?" "She has just undergone surgery. Her wounds have yet to heal, and now she is experiencing gastric bleeding. Moreover, she has lost 600 milliliters of blood. Is this to say she is living too long? I want to know how much longer she can survive." Ji Qingli inquired, "Is it not more than a few years?" "Under such circumstances, she might not survive this year. Not survive this year." Gu Chengli's form swayed violently. How could this be? Su Jiaming must live until the day he allows her to perish. Chapter 18. Shaoqi looks exactly like you did as a child, the nurse's sharp, panicked voice pierced through the heavy door. "Cardiac arrest. Quick, bring in the defibrillator. The patient's will to survive is weak." Gu Chengli pushed past the doctor and rushed inside, bending down to whisper fiercely in Su Jiaming's ear. "You better wake up, otherwise, Gu Xiuqi will immediately come down to accompany you." Yet it was futile. The cacophony of medical devices continued to beep incessantly. Life hung by a thread. Ji Chengli panicked, quickly altering his tone. "Su Jiaming, if you wake up, I will find the best specialists to treat Shaoqi, and we will not divorce." Heartbeat restored. Immediate surgery. Gu Qingli had no choice but to step outside. There, Gu Jinghe was fixated on his phone. "We need to release a statement. The Gu family's young mistress is in the late stages of stomach cancer and will not survive the year." No sooner had he spoken than his phone was seized. Ji Chengli raised his hand and slammed it down. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could she possibly have stomach cancer? This must not happen again. Spare her." Gu Chengli's eyes were shrouded in darkness. Who would spare him? Su Jiaming destroyed my marriage, killed Yuxi, bore an illegitimate child. I will never forgive her in this lifetime. Divorce? No, that will not happen. After all, he could no longer marry Yuxi, so let him remain entangled with Su Jiaming for eternity. That child is the product of Su Jiaming and Lu Yunshan. Impossible, Gu Jinghe replied. Grandma once said, "Shaoqi looks almost identical to you as a child." Gu Chengli was taken aback. Indeed, appearances do not lie. However, the paternity test was handled entirely by George. How could there be an error? Shaoqi has a heart condition, and Grandma was so anxious that she directly transferred a large sum to the Su family to treat him. Ji Jinghe furrowed his brow. Where is Shaoqi now? He could not recall the ward number of Gu Xiuqi. Just then, a small hand tugged at Gu Chengli's pant leg. Looking down, he saw Gu Xiuqi barefoot, clutching an old toy, looking timid. Seeing this face, Gu Chengli suddenly understood. Shaoqi resembles him so closely. The paternal genes, how could he have been so foolish? Gu Chengli reached out, gently stroking Gu Xiuqi's head. Ji Xiuqi was taken aback, frozen in place. Moments later, Gu Chengli lifted him into his arms. This was the first time he held his son. Ji Xiuqi was astonished. His father's embrace was warmer and sturdier than he had imagined. He blinked, unable to believe what was happening, closed his eyes and reopened them. Oh, father is still here. This is not a dream. Xiaoqi. Gu Chengli's gaze softened with rare tenderness. I will heal you. He then turned to Gu Jinghe. Investigate the paternity test and inform me of the results as soon as possible. Understood, brother. Meanwhile, the news of Su Jiaming's critical condition spread throughout the entire Haicheng. Once, everyone envied her for marrying into the Gu family, rising to prominence. Yet wealth and glory are ultimately fleeting. When life is at stake, what use are money and power? In the Su family, Su Hongming expressed his concerns. Jiaming, if she dies, then she dies. You have more than one daughter. Lin Jin commented, once she is gone, the 50 million given by the Gu family will be ours to claim entirely. Chapter 19. The hidden hand. It turns out, when the Gu matriarch learned of Gu Xiuqi's heart condition, she contacted the Su family and directly transferred 50 million for treatment. However, Lin Jin embezzled the entire sum, giving not a cent. Xiaojin. Su Hongming rubbed his hands together. I think we should still give Jiameng 2 million. After all, Xiaoqi is my grandson too. What, have you grown soft-hearted? I am concerned that if Gu Jia pursues the origins of the sum of money, we shall be doomed. Lin Jin chuckled. Rest assured. Since I dare to swallow it, I am fully confident. Old Lady Gu, being advanced in years, rarely ventures out, devoting her time to vegetarianism and prayer. As for President Gu, he has shown no interest in Su Jiameng at all. No one will pay heed to this 50 million, Su Hongming sighed. But I cannot bear to stand idly by in the face of death. After all, there remains a father-daughter bond, yet within the Su family. Lin Jin holds the reins of financial authority, being astute and calculating. Prior to marrying Su Hongming, she served as the financial director of Su's company. After the third party ascended, Lin Jin took charge of every penny within both the company and the household, to the extent that even Su Hongming now must regard her countenance. Seeing that Lin Jin did not relent, Su Hongming could only ponder other solutions. At Gu's villa, Gu Chengli stood in the living room, still carrying the scent of hospital disinfectant. He looked at George. The paternity test was managed solely by you, yet it has gone so terribly awry. Gu Chengli kicked out in frustration. Had it not been for a narrow escape, this assessment would have blinded me, endangering Xiaoqi. It is the fault of my subordinate. They deserve punishment. I have already dispatched someone to investigate the matter thoroughly. Ji Yuqingli's gaze flickered. Once the shadowy hand behind this is revealed, I shall show no mercy. Please, President Gu, exercise your discernment and spare my subordinate's reputation. George, being Gu Chengli's loyal confidant, would never deliberately in a corner on the second floor. Jiang Yunru's heart raced as she overheard the conversation. How could Gu Chengli have discerned so swiftly that the assessment was false? This situation was proving exceedingly troublesome. She needed to act quickly to prevent any implications leading back to her. Gu Chengli settled onto the sofa, loosening the top button of his shirt, his expression dark and brooding. Jiang Yunru placed her hand on his shoulder. After a long day, allow me to massage you. Ji Yuqingli closed his eyes to rest. Yet visions of Su Jiaming spitting blood flashed through his mind. This woman had committed so many heinous acts. Why did he still find himself thinking of her? Not even wishing her demise. Surely, he had not yet tormented her enough, causing him to soften. He pondered. A delicate hand glided across his chest and slowly descended. Yunru. Gu Chengli opened his eyes, grasping her wandering hand. With feigned innocence, she replied, I merely wished to massage your legs. I am in that position. The view before her was utterly revealing. Not only that, Jiang Yunru deliberately swayed, her slender fingers kneading his legs, casting a glance his way before looking up and smiling at him. She understood that her greatest asset was her resemblance to Jiang Yusi. Men, after all, are creatures who think with such matters. Chapter 20. I will not divorce. Jiang Yunru thought that by taking the initiative, she could become his woman. Chengli, how do you find my skills? Are they comfortable? She provocatively inquired, asking if his legs were still sore. The straps of her top were nearly slipping off. Jiang Yunru exerted all her charm, believing she was on the verge of success, her hand reaching toward Gu Chengli's belt. However, her wrist was swiftly brushed aside. Yusi would never act in such a manner. Ji Yuqingli rose. you're not her. After all, Chengli, watching him walk away, Jiang Yunru gritted her teeth in frustration. When she had eliminated Jiang Yusi and framed Su Jiameng, everything had gone so smoothly, aligning perfectly with time, place, and circumstance. Why then was she now encountering such obstacles? It seemed she must take more drastic measures against Su Jiameng. In the hospital, Su Jiameng awoke, staring at the ceiling, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. She had nearly come to regard the hospital as her home. Visiting every few days, turning her head, she was startled. Xiaoqi, Gu Xiaoyi sat obediently in a chair, his clear eyes fixed on her, then breaking into a smile. "Mama," he called out. Su Jiameng was both surprised and delighted. "Xiaoqi. You called me what?" "Mama, Mama." Gu Xiaoyi repeated. "Xiaoqi, you are speaking now?" "Yes, Mama." Due to prolonged silence, Gu Xiaoyi's ability to speak had regressed significantly, necessitating patient re-education. However, Su Jiameng remained confident that she could nurture her son into a normal child. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she gently caressed Xiaoqi's cheek. "I have waited so long for you to call me Mama." Gu Xiaoyi turned, pointing toward the door. "Daddy." "What? Gu Chengli is outside." Su Jiameng's heart tightened. Her fear of Gu Chengli was etched deep within her bones. Love and fear coexisted within her. A high-end psychologist from Switzerland had conducted a session with Xiaoqi the previous day. Gu Chengli entered the room, his demeanor slightly more tranquil as he stated that Xiaoqi's autism could be treated with long-term therapy. Su Jiameng found the Gu Chengli before her to be a stranger. He still bore an air of coldness, yet it had diminished somewhat. "You found a psychologist for Xiaoqi?" she asked incredulously. "Did you not believe that Xiaoqi is your son? The paternity test has been tampered with." "Gu Jinghe is already investigating." Su Jiameng's voice caught in her throat. "I have long insisted this, yet you did not believe. Gu Chengli, I have never deceived you or feigned affection. But what of him?" Gu Chengli approached her. "Yet you took the life of my most beloved Yusid. I did not kill her. I saw it with my own eyes, convinced that she had murdered Jiang Yusi. He incarcerated her, threatening Xiaoqi with a life devoid of a mother, coercing her into divorce, and forcing blood donations to Jiang Yunru. He drove the knife deeper into her already wounded heart. Time and again, enough, it no longer matters." Su Jiameng felt as though her heart had turned to ash. "When shall we visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce?" Gu Chengli's magnetic voice resonated. Su Jiameng. "I will not divorce." Chapter 21. Not surviving past 26. Not divorcing. Su Jiameng gazed at him, astonished, her fingers instinctively tightening around the bedsheets. Did he devise yet another scheme to torment her? She was exhausted, deeply wounded, longing only to escape him and find relief. A sharp pain shot through her chin as Gu Chengli gripped it. "Su Jiameng, the more you wish to do something, the more I shall prevent you from doing it. Do you understand?" He was determined to oppose her desires. "You proposed the divorce. I regret it." Gu Chengli replied impassively. "I intend for you to occupy the position of Mrs. Gu, yet enjoy none of the privileges that accompany it." Strike at the heart to kill. Su Jiameng's numb heart began to throb painfully once more. "Did you not love me very much?" He smirked, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Thus let you love what you cannot possess, allowing you to witness how well I treat Yunru. Jiang Yunru is not Jiang Yusi. She is merely a substitute." Gu Chengli was unperturbed. "A substitute is still a substitute. I shall keep her by my side. To irritate you, you will watch as I treat her with utmost kindness." Su Jiameng discerned the cruelty lurking within his gaze. "You do not wish to let me go." Her voice was hoarse. "Do you intend to humiliate me in this manner? This is what you must endure. Tio, divorce me. You wish to seek refuge in Lu Yunshen's embrace." His fingers dug in, nails leaving red marks upon her cheek. "He will not scorn you as a second-hand item." Su Jiameng's eyes reddened, his words cutting her anew. He called her a second-hand item, yet once, he tenderly referred to her as a little fairy. The torment of the spirit runs far deeper than that of the body. Biting her lip, Su Jiameng retorted, "Jiang Yunru is a substitute. Is she not a second-hand item as well?" Fury flashed through Gu Chengli's eyes. He raised his hand, poised to strike. Su Jiameng closed her eyes, yet the slap never came. She heard Xiaoqi's voice. "Grandmother." Hearing her grandson call her, old Lady Gu was overjoyed. "Good boy. Did you just call me?" "Grandmother." "Grandmother." Gu Xiaoyi approached her, taking her hand. Ah, Chengli, Jiameng. Did you hear? Shaoqi called me. Old Lady Gu dabbed at her eyes. I have awaited this day for far too long, were it not for her limited mobility. She would have embraced Gu Xiaoyi tightly. The old lady affectionately stroked Gu Xiaoyi's head, inquiring, "How is Shaoqi's condition?" "Good." Old Lady Gu nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "When I entered, I saw you raising your hand. What were you intending to do?" Just then, Gu Chengli's hand fell upon Su Jiameng's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Su Jiameng stood frozen. She could hardly recall the last time Gu Chengli had taken the initiative to embrace her like this. His arms were as warm and broad as ever, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. Su Jiameng had just awakened, complaining of pain. Gu Chengli, without batting an eye, concocted a lie. "I shall comfort her." Indeed, since giving birth to Shaoqi, her health had not been the same. A woman giving birth traverses the gates of hell. You ought to tend to her more. Even the usually indifferent old lady Gu recognized that Su Jiameng had suffered physically after childbirth. Yet Gu Chengli had never cared. No1 knew that she would not survive past 26. Chapter 22, Striving for Both Children. In her final moments of life, Su Jiameng still received not a shred of his affection. Old Lady Gu, recalling something, inquired, "What was the reason for Jiameng's hospitalization this time?" "Gastric issues." Gu Chengli replied, "It's nothing serious. No need for you to worry, grandmother." "That is good. You must treat Jiameng well. Do not let that Jiang woman appear again." Old Lady Gu advised, "Once Jiameng's health improves, strive to have another child, ensuring both a son and a daughter." Agreed. Su Jiameng forced a smile, playing along with Gu Chengli's charade. He offered her no opportunity to speak. As soon as she contemplated speaking, his piercing gaze swept over her, as if intent on devouring her alive. Before departing, Old Lady Gu explicitly declared, "Chengli, Meng Meng has saved your life and has also ensured the continuation of the Gu family's lineage. You cannot betray her. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not spare you. You understand." The nurse who entered to change Su Jiameng's dressings couldn't help but feel envious upon hearing those words. What a blessing it was to marry into a wealthy family. To bear a child in one fell swoop, with elders backing you up and a husband who cares. Surely, one must have saved the galaxy in a past life to enjoy such opulence. In truth, each person's life is like drinking water. Only they know whether it is cold or warm. Half a month later, Su Jiameng was discharged from the hospital, and Gu Xiaoqi was also released. His heart condition had gradually stabilized. As long as he avoided strenuous activities and shocks, there would be no immediate issues. The greatest challenge lay in finding a suitable heart. Once a healthy heart was transplanted, Gu Xiaoqi would be able to live like any normal child. The Gu family had utilized numerous resources and connections, scouring the world for an appropriate heart. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqi was taken to live with Old Lady Gu. Hoping for the Buddha's blessing, the car halted in the garden. As Su Jiameng stepped out, she spotted Jiang Yunru approaching with a charming smile. Chengli, that deliberately sweetened voice was one no man could resist. She leaped into Gu Chengli's embrace, exclaiming, "I specially cooked chicken soup for you. Look, my hands are all red from the heat." Su Jiameng walked straight into the villa, ignoring her as though she were invisible. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Chengli murmured something that left Jiang Yunru blushing. "Oh, you are so annoying." The thought of having to live in such an environment in the days to come made Su Jiameng feel nauseous. Indeed, Gu Chengli had achieved his goal of provoking her. In the dining room, a lavish spread awaited. Gu Chengli sat at the head of the table, while Jiang Yunru fussed over him, ladling soup and serving dishes with enthusiasm. As Su Jiameng approached and pulled out a chair, she heard him say, "Who allowed you to sit?" The butler and servants were taken aback. "You are not worthy to dine at this table." Gu Chengli cast her a frosty glance, as if she believed herself to be Mrs. Su Jiameng clenched her fists, thinking, "Fine, if that is how it is." She would not eat. She turned to leave. "Stop." He was determined not to let her go, commanding, "Serve me and Yunru." She remained still. "Are you deaf?" Gu Chengli barked. "Come here." She complied, serving Jiang Yunru some loofah and a bowl of soup. Just as Jiang Yunru reached out to take it, Su Jiameng suddenly let go. The scalding soup splattered onto Jiang Yunru, who shrieked, "Su Jiameng, You vile woman, it was your own clumsiness that caused it. You did that on purpose, Jiang Yunru accused. On purpose? Su Jiameng smiled. Lifting the bowl brimming with chicken soup, preparing to douse her again, Jiang Yunru, now this is intentional. Chapter 23, my face must not be disfigured. The chicken soup drenched Jiang Yunru, reddening her skin. Su Jiameng felt a sense of satisfaction watching this scene unfold. Did they truly believe she was a soft target? Jiang Yunru resembled a drenched chicken, looking utterly disheveled and greasy, through her tears. She cried, Chengli, she's bullying me. Gu Chengli had naturally witnessed the entire episode. He grabbed a bowl and hurled it at Su Jiameng. The bowl struck her forehead, slicing the skin, causing blood to flow profusely. What are you trying to do? Gu Chengli rose in anger, his fury palpable. Do you intend to revolt? Su Jiameng stared at him. Do you remember the paternity test? I can assure you, it was Jiang Yunru who tampered with it. You are talking nonsense. Jiang Yunru immediately retorted. Chengli, not only is she bullying me, but she's also framing me. How could I possibly do such a thing? Do you dare to swear? Su Jiameng challenged. Do you dare claim you didn't switch the results? If you did, may lightning strike you, and may you descend to the 18th level of hell, suffering a miserable fate. Jiang Yunru certainly wouldn't dare to make such a vow. But she was adept at playing the victim. Leaning into Gu Chengli, she pouted. Chengli, she must be trying to drive me away from you. She cannot tolerate my presence, just as she cannot tolerate her sister. She attacked me, failing to kill me, and now she's slandering me. As she spoke, she managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. Jiu Chengli frowned. This matter is under investigation. A conclusion will be reached. Then I suppose I should take my leave. Jiang Yunru continued to feign misery, purposely moving toward the exit. Chengli, I'm sorry, but I cannot take your sister's place. Gu Chengli reached out to pull her back. Yunru, Jiang Yunru, sobbing, passed by Su Jiameng, and forcefully bumped her shoulder against her. Little did she know, Su Jiameng had anticipated this move and avoided her advance just in time. Jiang Yunru missed her target and, due to inertia, lost her balance, stumbling forward and accidentally kicking Su Jiameng's foot. She tripped and fell hard, landing among the shards of porcelain scattered on the floor. Those shards had been the remnants of the bowl Gu Chengli had thrown at Su Jiameng's head earlier, which had not yet been cleaned up. Jiang Yunru tumbled onto the shards, a long gash slicing across her face from ear to chin, measuring a good 5 to 6 centimeters, for a woman. Her face is of utmost importance. Moreover, Jiang Yunru bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yusi. My face must not be disfigured, Jiang Yunru wailed. Seeing this, Gu Chengli rushed over. Yunru, Chengli, please save my face. I don't want to be disfigured, Jiang Yunru cried, leaning against him. You also wish to see my flawless face, don't you? Su Jiameng smiled. What a fitting retribution. Suddenly, she felt that the minor injury on her forehead was inconsequential. Yuri still smiling, Jiang Yunru pointed at her. It's you who caused me to fall. Su Jiameng shrugged. Am I to blame? I stood right there, not moving at all. It was you who deliberately extended your foot to trip me. What an outrageous accusation. Just as Su Jiameng was about to explain, she met Gu Chengli's cold gaze. Su Jiameng, which foot tripped Yunru? He inquired. Chapter 24. Chengli wants me to chop off your foot. Her heart sank. Gu Chengli did not believe her. After all, in their years of marriage, had he ever trusted her? All he brought her was profound hurt. Her heart, once filled with love for him, could no longer be warmed. I did not. Su Jiameng shook her head. Jiu Chengli, you were present. I did not move at all. She slipped on her own. How could you blame me for that? Jiang Yunru, weeping, chimed in. Chengli, it was her. She wants me disfigured because she hates my sister and loathes my face. She must wish to mar my beauty so that you no longer love me. Jiang Yusi was Gu Chengli's heart's desire. Indeed, as soon as her name surfaced, Gu Chengli's aura turned even colder. I said it wasn't me. Jiu Chengli, why do you only listen to Jiang Yunru's side of the story? The dining room has surveillance. You can review the footage before condemning me. Yet he only believed Jiang Yunru's words. Every time she cried, he was filled with sympathy, while the blood on Su Jiameng's forehead seemed to vanish into thin air. It was as though she were merely a stand-in for Jiang Yusi, undeserving of his affection, overshadowed by the woman he cherished more than his own wife of 4 years. As her vision blurred, Su Jiameng bit her lip to steel herself. Fine, Gu Chengli, if you believe it was my foot, then let it be so. Gu Chengli settled Jiang Yunru into a chair and strode toward her. His eyes were sharp as blades. I will not allow you to harm Yunru even the slightest. Is that so? Su Jiameng gazed at him, cursing inwardly, but I wish for her demise as she poses a threat to Shaoqi. With a heart as venomous as a snake, slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Chengli's palm struck her cheek. This was the second time he had hit her. The first time had been the night Jiang Yuxi died. The second was now, due to Jiang Yunru's disfigurement. The force of the slap was so intense that Su Jiameng's ears rang, rendering her momentarily deaf. She could only see Jiang Yunru's lips moving. Yet all she heard was silence. After a while, she could barely make out a few words. Knife, chop it off. Knife, chop what off? Soon, Su Jiameng saw Gu Xiaoqi handing a knife to Jiang Yunru. His tone was laced with chilling cruelty. Yunru, you take action. An eye for an eye. A glint of triumph flashed in Jiang Yunru's eyes as she gripped the knife's handle and approached her. What do you want? Su Jiameng retreated step by step, her eyes filled with sheer terror. No, please don't. You deliberately tripped me and caused my disfigurement. Chengli wants me to chop off your foot. This is what you deserve. Su Jiameng turned and fled. Jiu Chengli's voice rang out. Stop her. Desperately, Su Jiameng tried to escape, yet her single effort was no match for the bodyguards. Hold her down. Gu Chengli commanded, ensuring she could not move, allowing Yunru to strike. Yes, President Gu. The bodyguards mercilessly restrained Su Jiameng's arms and legs. She was utterly immobilized, like meat on a chopping block, at Jiang Yunru's mercy. Gu Chengli, you cannot treat me this way. I am your wife. She cried out. We swore before the priest to be together for life. Chapter 25. No hospital visits allowed in a daze. Scenes from their wedding day flashed before her eyes. Regardless of poverty or wealth, health or illness, they had vowed to face life together. She swore to the priest that she would love him forever. This declaration pierced deeper than a knife into her flesh. Jiang Yunru had already approached with a sinister grin. Such a splendid opportunity. She could not help but unleash her fury. Ideally, she wished for Su Jiameng to become disabled for the rest of her life. Confined to a wheelchair, Su Jiameng was permitted by Chengli, so do not blame me. Jiang Yunru deliberately remarked. You should not target me. Su Jiameng struggled violently. Why? Why must you sever my feet? Just because Chengli loves me a little more. What gives you the right? Jiang Yunru tightened her grip on the knife, signaling the bodyguards to hold her down firmly, then raised her hand high, forcefully bringing the blade down towards Su Jiameng's foot. It was utterly exhilarating. Her face could heal, could be restored, but Su Jiameng's severed foot would result in a lifetime of disability. Su Jiameng looked helplessly at the descending knife. Just as it was about to meet her ankle, Gu Chengli suddenly exclaimed, Stop, I will do it. He snatched the knife from Jiang Yunru's hand, not wanting to soil her hands. Jiang Yunru felt both joy and surprise. In truth, she had wanted to do it herself, for the thrill it would bring. Since Chengli has said so, then let him have it. After all, Su Jiameng could not escape. Gu Chengli lifted his gaze slightly. Are you afraid? Yes, Su Jiameng replied. Gu Chengli, for an unfounded accusation, you would ruin my foot. The knife struck down. It was swift and decisive. Blood splattered all over Gu Chengli. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, Su Jiameng felt a wave of pain, breaking out into a sweat, yet she bore it silently, not uttering a single cry. The pain nearly made her faint, yet her consciousness remained remarkably clear, watching the severed toes lying on the floor. Gu Chengli was so cruel. In that instant, Su Jiameng wondered whether the boy she had loved, the one who played with her atop the mountain years ago, was the same as the ruthless Gu Chengli before her. Had the person she loved long since died within her heart? Not send her to the hospital. Gu Chengli's voice was cold. Just get some hemostatic medicine, as long as she doesn't die. Su Jiameng collapsed heavily onto the ground, watching the blood flow continuously, along with the 2 severed toes. Gu Chengli approached, his polished shoes halting right before her eyes. This is your punishment. If Yunru's face bears scars, I will surely carve 10 cuts onto your face. He took Jiang Yunru to the hospital to tend to her face, showing not the slightest concern for Su Jiameng. She lay on the ground, struggling to move, reaching out to retrieve the 2 severed toes, but just as she was about to touch them, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. It was unclear how long it had been in her days. Su Jiameng heard someone calling her. Chapter 26. The severed toes can be reattached. Madam, please wake up. Su Jiameng struggled to open her eyes. The day had already brightened, and she thought, has she slept so long that it was already the next day? Thank goodness, you are finally safe. By her bedside, Butler Zhao sighed in relief. I secretly used the best hemostatic medicine for you, and consulted the doctor on how to treat the wounds. Fortunately, there was no infection. Su Jiameng turned her head. Zhao Bo, if Gu Chengli finds out. The butler cautiously pulled out a stack of tissues from his pocket. He unfolded them layer by layer, and inside lay Su Jiameng's severed toes. Madam, I kept your severed toes safe. I did not throw them away, the butler said. Quickly take them to the hospital and see a doctor. Perhaps they can be reattached. I cleaned them thoroughly. Su Jiameng stared blankly at the severed toes, tears welling in her eyes. Butler Zhao was once Gu Chengli's trusted aide, a loyal subordinate of the Gu family, but after Su Jiameng married in, she treated him with great courtesy, never acting like the mistress. Once, when Zhao Bo's daughter was in a car accident and desperately needed money, Su Jiameng unhesitatingly gave him her personal savings. Zhao Bo remembered this kindness. Severed toes can still be reattached. She murmured, can a heart that has died come back to life? Madam, the urgent matter is for you to go to the hospital. Seeing the anxious expression on Zhao Bo's face, Su Jiameng shook her head. There's no time. No, madam, it's possible. I preserved them very well. After 6 hours, they can no longer be reattached, she said. In this lifetime, I will be missing 2 toes. Su Jiameng struggled to sit up, slowly unwrapping the bandage from her foot. Staring directly at the wound, this was severed by Gu Chengli himself. He had also severed all her feelings. Truly, do not love him any longer, nor harbor any illusions. He is no longer the passionate youth of yesteryear. He is the cold-hearted and ruthless Gu Chengli who wishes for her demise, who seeks to torment her piece by piece. The butler's tears streamed down suddenly. Madam, what are we to do? It's nothing. She maintained a calm demeanor, putting on her shoes, concealing everything from sight. However, she could no longer wear those beautiful sandals or slippers. For the rest of her life, she would have to wrap her toes in the tips of her shoes, hiding them from view. Su Jiameng rewrapped the bandage, taking the severed toes. Zhao Bo, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Yes, I will have the kitchen prepare something right away. Good, she replied. Where is Gu Chengli? Gu. He has gone shopping with Miss Jiang. Su Jiameng responded with an expressionless, oh, what else could she do? Life must go on. She could not die yet. Shaoqi still needed his mother, sitting before the vanity. Su Jiameng opened the long-sealed makeup box. She had once been the beauty of Haiqing, the flower of the architecture department, with an oval face, clear and bright eyes, a delicate nose, and naturally rosy lips. Had she not encountered Gu Chengli, with her beauty and talent, marrying a man of equal standing who truly loved her would have been effortless. The greatest sorrow in a woman's life is to love the wrong person. To marry the wrong person. Their eyes met. A flicker of astonishment passed through Gu Chengli's deep gaze. Chapter 27. Shen Xinyo returns to Haiqing. Su Jiameng wore a water-blue long dress, her waist slender, skin fair, the hem swaying gently with her movements. She had studied dance, her posture upright and graceful, with a long neck. Alas, she could no longer dance. Even walking could no longer be like a normal person. Gu Chengli's gaze fell upon her feet, watching her awkwardly grip the railing, cautiously descending the stairs step by step, and a strange thought flashed through his mind. He wanted to rush forward and carry her down the stairs. Chengli, look at her, Jiang Yunru said. Does this outfit look good on me today? You didn't even take a good look. How perfunctory. I picked out every piece with you. They all look splendid. Jiang Yunru smiled, wrapping her arms around his neck. Then you accompany me to change clothes. Su Jiameng endured the pain from her severed toes, walking toward the dining room, treating the two as if they were air. Where are you going? Gu Chengli,'s voice came from behind. Eat. Does eating require such elaborate dressing up? He coldly asked. Are you going to meet Lu Yunshin? Gu Chengli scoffed, truly resilient in spirit despite physical limitations. She bit her lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood, yet she straightened her back and walked forward. What should and shouldn't be done? You know in your heart. Gu Chengli warned. Do not give me any leverage against you. Su Jiameng halted her steps. She turned to look at him. Gu Chengli, you might as well kill me. If I die, it will all be over. What else can you do to me? Dig me up and desecrate my corpse? Or throw me to the dogs? If it were not for her desire to see Shaoqi recover, Su Jiameng would have long since collapsed under this living hell. Currently, Shaoqi was by the side of old Madame Gu. And with her protection, she felt somewhat reassured. No matter how Jiang Yunru behaved, she could not extend her hands into the old madame's territory, and Gu Chengli dared not disrespect her. Her close friend Shen Xinyo had grown up before the old madame, and even Gu Jinghe, in a frenzy, could only search for Xinyo everywhere, not daring to resort to any harsh measures or utter any harsh words. Moreover, Su Jiameng had also lost hope in Gu Chengli. In this vast world, she had nothing worth cherishing. Architectural design company, Su Jiameng pushed open the door to the office. Over the years, she had not neglected her career. After graduating from the architecture department, she joined the largest design firm in Haiqing, and through her solid professional skills, had gradually risen to the position of design director. The Haiqing Grand Theater was her design, having won a National Gold Award. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, Su Jiameng heard a sound that resembled a mouse squeaking. She was startled. Squeak. No, this wasn't a mouse. It was the secret signal between her and Shen Xinyo. Su Jiameng quickly stood up, following the sound as it led her forward. Until she arrived at the ladies' restroom, the noise ceased. A woman dressed in cleaning attire suddenly turned and winked at her. Meng Meng, what are you doing here? Su Jiameng looked at her, quickly covering her mouth. Xinyo, how are you here? Chapter 28. Run, but where to escape? Shen Xinyo removed her hat, revealing her long, glossy hair. I specifically came to see you. To see me? Yes. Meng Meng, how's your health? What did the doctor say? Can it be treated? Although Shen Xinyo wore cleaning work clothes, her small, exquisite face was dazzling. Looking back to the past, Su Jiameng and Shen Xinyo were the most beautiful women in Haiqing, both renowned for their looks. Now, one was married and in torment, the other was wandering the ends of the earth, homeless. She had not told anyone about her fate of not living past 26. Xinyo couldn't possibly know. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Until nightfall, he finally got his wish. Su Jiameng was exquisite with a slender waist and long legs. He desired to possess her completely. Lu Yunshin must also wish to enter in such a manner. Right? Gu Chengli grasped her neck, forcing her to meet his gaze. Unfortunately, he could only fantasize, while I could take action. Don't say anything. Don't you find it more exhilarating? Humiliation, domination, manipulation. Gu Chengli turned her over repeatedly, only ceasing in the early hours of the morning. Afterwards, he leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette. Su Jiameng propped herself up to head to the bathroom, each step leaving her weak and unsteady, the pain from her severed finger unbearable. Gu Chengli's eyes were fixed on her silhouette. Why was this woman's essence always far sweeter than he had imagined? Damn, it seemed he could not resist. The thought of her severed finger stirred a wave of agitation within him. He stubbed out his cigarette and began rummaging for ointment. When Su Jiameng emerged from the shower, he pressed her back onto the bed. What is it? She asked. Haven't you had enough? If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have had to wash again. Shut up. Gu Chengli sat at the edge of the bed, roughly opening the ointment and applying it to her severed finger. The ointment was cold, but the moment it touched her wound, Su Jiameng gasped in pain. She gazed at Gu Chengli's focused profile. It is often said that a serious man is the most handsome, and Gu Chengli was always strikingly handsome. He possessed an extraordinary visage, with strong features and deep-set eyes, especially now that he was shirtless, revealing his muscles. As she watched, tears welled in Su Jiameng's eyes. That year, at the mountain top, I got a thorn stuck in my hand, long and thin, but I couldn't pull it out. I cried incessantly. Su Jiameng reminisced. Gu Chengli, you were just like now. Seriously pulling out that thorn. At first, you laughed at me, saying I was too delicate for crying over such a small injury, but seeing me cry continuously, you panicked and began to comfort me, even making silly faces to make me smile. Gu Qingli's movements paused. How do you know about that? His gaze turned icy. Who told you? Su Jiameng smiled. Jiang Yusi told me. Are you satisfied? Gu Chengli replied coldly. Yusi is kind-hearted and polite to everyone. It is only natural for her to share such things with you. From now on, do not mention it again. All right, I won't bring it up again. Su Jiameng turned her head, rubbing her face against the pillow, soaking up her tears. And oh more. The boy she had once longed for was ultimately lost to her. She closed her eyes, preparing to sleep. But soon after, she heard a knock at the door, followed by the butler's voice. Mr. Gu, madam, something has happened. Chapter 32. Su Hongming imprisoned. Su Jiameng jolted awake. Ji Yuchengli opened the door. What is going on in such a rush? The Su family is in turmoil. Su Jiameng sprang from the bed, not even bothering to put on her shoes as she rushed to the door. Zhao Bo, what do you mean? What happened to my family? Madam, I'm not entirely sure of the details. Su Jiameng stood frozen for a moment, and then, in a frenzy, she ran outside. Prepare the car. I need to see my father. Just today, her father had given her pocket money. Just today he had apologized and opened his heart to her. How could he suddenly face such calamity? Would every hard-earned joy be swiftly stripped away from her? In the prison visitation room, Su Hongming, handcuffed, sat behind the glass, picking up the receiver. Su Jiameng sat outside, her eyes red. Dad, what on earth happened? She asked. Wasn't everything all right today? We had our disagreements, but how could you end up in jail? Seeing her father aged by more than a decade overnight, Su Jiameng felt a mix of sorrow and helplessness. Lin Jin had been the mistress who climbed to power, previously working in finance at the Su Corporation. After marrying Su Hongming, she had taken control of all the company's assets. Su Jiameng had always thought Lin Jin was merely assisting her father, never realizing that her father had been sidelined. I want to implicate you, Su Hongming said. Jiameng, I've wronged you these years, and now I have no face to seek your help. Everything is Lin Jin's fault. As a financial officer, she forged statements and evaded taxes. She must bear the consequences. I will find a way. Don't worry. After saying that, Su Hongming put down the receiver, waved goodbye, and smiled before being taken away by the guard. Su Jiameng sat in despondency until Gu Chengli appeared behind her. She suddenly stood up, gripping his sleeve. You can help me. You wield so much power. Gu Chengli, please save my father. He looked at her indifferently. Why should I save your father? I can be your servant. I am willing to do anything. Are you worth 10 billion? How could I possibly come up with such an amount? Yet Gu Chengli could. Give up. I won't help you. He laughed, but his eyes were filled with cruelty. It seems the debt for the death of Yusi can now be settled. Su Jiameng looked at him in fear. What do you intend to do? I watched Yusi die before my eyes. You should watch your father die before you did. An eye for an eye. No. Gu Chengli enunciated each word clearly. I will ensure that Su Hongming is treated well in prison. Chapter 33. Meng Meng. Where are your toes? No, you can't. Gu Chengli, come at me if you must, but don't harm my father. I beg you. Su Jiameng's heart-wrenching cries fell on Gu Chengli's ears, yet they brought him a strange satisfaction. He could seize her weakness, inflicting unbearable pain while leaving her desperate for release. Ji Yuchengli turned to leave, but Su Jiameng clutched at his pant leg. Let go. Spare my father. Gu Chengli, you can unleash your anger on me. He ruthlessly kicked her in the chest. Get lost. Su Jiameng was sent sprawling, but disregarding the pain, she scrambled to his feet. Gu Chengli, I no longer have a mother. You can't take my father from me too. I don't want to become an orphan. Only now did she realize that her father loved her, but had been unable to express it due to his circumstances. Having suffered so much, she had just begun to understand a father's love, only to face the prospect of losing it forever. Su Jiameng could not accept this. You made me lose Yusi forever. I will ensure you lose Su Hongming forever. I did not kill Jiang Yusi. I didn't. Su Jiameng shouted. When I arrived, she had already breathed her last. Gu Chengli's eyes turned crimson, as if bloodthirsty. You were the only one there. Could it be that Yusi took her own life? I don't know. I was framed. Lu Yunshin is investigating. He will clear my name. Unexpectedly, Su Jiameng's words only further enraged Gu Chengli. You dare mention Lu Yunchen. You will never be with him. Gu Chengli seized Su Jiameng by the shoulders. Dragging her out of the prison and tossing her into the car, she pounded on the window in despair. Dad, Dad. Su Jiameng was terrified. This was her last moment with Su Hongming. She cried until her voice was hoarse. Her eyes dry and painful, curling up in the passenger seat. The car stopped in the garden. We've arrived, Gu Chengli said. Su Jiameng, stop playing dead. She looked up at him. Can I exchange my life for my father's? He gripped her chin tightly. Have you forgotten? Your life has never been yours to command. It belongs to me. Su Jiameng's eyes were filled with despair. Gu Chengli, is it not enough that you have ruined my life? Must you also destroy my last connection to family? Suddenly, she burst into laughter. I truly am cursed. Twice I risked my life to save you. This heart of stone. Her laughter was haunting. In the next moment. Su Jiameng lunged forward, biting down on Gu Chengli's shoulder. Her sharp teeth pierced the skin, and she tasted the metallic tang of blood. Su Jiameng, Gu Chengli bellowed. Let go. She seemed intent on tearing flesh from him, refusing to relent despite his blows, until the bodyguards arrived and forcibly pulled her away. Su Jiameng, bloodied, collapsed onto the cold tile floor. Gu Chengli, I hate you. I will always hate you. On Gu Chengli's arm, 2 clear rows of bite marks were visible, deep enough to see bone. Shen Xinyo helped her up, anxiously asking, Are you hurt? No. Shen Xinyo looked down, gasping, Meng Meng, where are your toes? Where her toes should have been. Her pinky and ring toes were missing, a gruesome sight. How could you be missing toes? Who did this? Shen Xinyo exclaimed, I'll go take revenge for you. Chapter 34. Sudden myocardial infarction. Sudden death. Su Jiameng leaned against her. Xinyo. I have nothing left. I am worthless. You still have me, and Shao Qi. If one day I die, you must help me take care of Shao Qi. Nonsense. Shen Xinyo replied, You will live well, for 100 years. Su Jiameng managed a tragic smile. A long life is a curse to me. Living like this is worse than dying early. She felt like a lifeless puppet. Thinking of her father, Su Jiameng struggled to rise. Kneeling straight before Gu Chengli, I will do whatever you ask. I will obey your commands and endure your humiliation and beatings, she said. Ali, spare my father. Please save him. Ali. Back then, she loved calling him that. She even asked, Ali, why does your name have the character for separation? Gu Chengli looked at her coldly. You wishful thinker. Shen Xinyo furiously pointed at him. Gu Chengli, do you even have a heart? Meng Meng is your wife, who saved your life, and yet you have the audacity to sever her toes and wish for her father's demise. Shen Xinyo, what right do you have to condemn me? You are no human, you are a beast. Shen Xinyo's words were abruptly cut off as Gu Jinghe swiftly stepped forward and covered her mouth. You wish to die, he said. How dare you insult my elder brother? Gu Chengli is notoriously known as the cold-faced Yama. In Haiqing, everyone must show him respect. You are no better, Shen Xinyo retorted. You brothers are heartless and ruthless. Retribution will eventually come. Gu Jinghe shouted, Shut up. If you keep on, I won't be able to protect you before my brother. Amidst the chaos, Su Jiameng staggered to her feet and approached the bodyguard, swiftly drawing a military knife from her waist. Madam, Meng Meng, she placed the blade against her own neck. Gu Chengli, if you do not wish to see me die before your eyes, then release my father. He scoffed. Do you think I care about your life? You are nothing but a worthless existence. Even if I am worthless, I have saved your life with my blood and have borne you a child. Su Jiameng spoke, pressing the knife harder against her neck. Blood soon trickled down from the slender, deep wound, starkly visible. Gu Chengli's gaze darkened. I just want to save my father. I do not wish to become an orphan. Su Jiameng's eyes glistened with tears. Is that such a simple wish? Why must he be so cruel? Meng Meng, do not do anything foolish, Shen Xinyo exclaimed anxiously, her voice trembling. As long as you are alive, there is hope. No, Xinyo, I have lost all hope. Gu Chengli coldly regarded her. How dare she threaten him? Very well, indeed. Watching the blood slowly seep from her neck, he found himself wavering. Su Jiameng cannot die. She cannot take her own life, Gu Chengli thought. It must be because he had not tormented her enough that he felt soft-hearted. Just as he was about to speak, Su Jiaming's phone rang. "Hello, is this Miss Su? Your father, Su Hongming, has suffered a myocardial infarction in prison and has passed away." Chapter 35. Find a crematorium to burn him. The knife clattered to the ground. Su Jiaming felt the world spin around her. What? Father? Dead? She was so close to convincing Gu Chengli to save her father. Why couldn't he wait just a little longer for her? In the morgue, the frigid temperature sent chills through her bones as she gazed at the corpse covered in a white sheet. She could hardly believe that their last meeting had truly been their final farewell. Now, they were separated by life and death. Dad, Dad. Su Jiaming reached out, pulling down the white cloth. Why did you leave me like this? Su Hongming's lips were purple, slightly parted, his eyes not entirely closed. She knelt down with a thud. Once you leave, I become a child without parents. Why couldn't you hold on a little longer? I would have come to rescue you soon. Su Jiaming trembled as she reached out to close Su Hongming's eyes, but those eyes would not close. They remained open in death. She collapsed onto Su Hongming's body, crying out loud. This was her final moment of crying in her father's embrace. Gu Chengli stood behind her, touching a corpse. Do you not feel it brings bad luck? This is my father, Su Jiaming. I had not even laid a hand on him, and he died of his own accord. This cannot be blamed on me. His brow furrowed slightly. It is all the will of fate. Perhaps this is the retribution for your role in Yuxi's death. Then it should be my retribution. Not my father's. Enough. Gu Chengli commanded. Find a crematorium to burn him. At least there will be a handful of ashes remaining. He forcibly pulled Su Jiaming up, gripping her waist tightly, signaling to those nearby. Immediately, someone stepped forward, covering the corpse with the white cloth and wheeling it away. Dad, Dad. Su Jiaming shrieked madly. No. Do not leave me. Dad, calm down. Su Hongming is already dead. Gu Chengli, let go. I want my father. I need my father. Su Jiaming craved love so desperately. Throughout her life, she had never experienced the warmth of affection. Now, she could only watch as Su Hongming drifted away, his image existing solely in her memory, never to be seen again. Dad, Su Jiaming wept bitterly, her voice nearly hoarse, as if she were shedding all the tears she had accumulated in her life. Gu Chengli held her, listening to her frenzied cries, a flicker of compassion stirring within him. Would he truly feel compassion for Su Jiaming? As she gasped for breath, on the verge of fainting, Gu Chengli coldly stated, if you continue to cry, I will feed Su Hongming's ashes to the dogs. You do not have the ability to do that. You have tormented me, abused me. I accept that. It is my own doing for insisting on marrying you. But why must my family suffer because of me? I truly regret it, Gu Chengli. Regretting loving you for so many years, regretting giving birth to Xiaoqi, who has become my greatest worry, making me afraid to even wish for death. Su Jiaming shook Gu Chengli violently, her mind teetering on the brink of collapse. He grasped her wrist. Wake up, but Su Jiaming laughed hysterically, tears flowing freely. Through her blurred vision, she seemed to see someone standing at the door. Mom. Chapter 36. Mother. Whom I have not seen in 10 years. Gu Chengli, hearing her call for mom, assumed she had lost her mind and was hallucinating. Yet Su Jiaming suddenly fell silent, gazing intently at the doorway. No longer crying or making a fuss. Mom, that is my mother, she murmured. I see my mother. Gu Chengli, am I going insane? The mother who had disappeared without a trace after their divorce, how could she possibly appear in this morgue? Gu Chengli followed her gaze. Upon meeting the eyes of Gu Chengli and Su Jiaming, the elegant woman was startled and turned to leave. Su Jiaming shouted, stop, and chased after her. The woman, seeing Su Jiaming pursuing her, quickened her pace, even breaking into a run. Just as the woman was about to escape, Su Jiaming's voice rang out. Mom, father is dead. Did you come specifically to see him? What about me? Have you abandoned me? The woman paused. You see me, yet you do not wish to come forward and acknowledge me? I am your daughter, born after 10 months of pregnancy. All these years, have you never thought of me? I have missed you dearly, Mom. I have not seen you for 10 years. I thought you would never return. The woman slowly turned to face her, looking at her daughter, now grown. Ming Ming, Mom. Su Jiaming sprinted forward. It was indeed her mother, the one she had longed for day and night. Duan Ming gazed at her grown daughter, choking back tears. Meng Meng, you have suffered so much over the years, when she was still Mrs. Su. Su Jiameng lived as a pampered heiress, without worries. Was this truly her precious daughter? Su Jiameng bore visible signs of trauma, bloodstains on her neck, a slight limp, red-rimmed eyes, and a pale complexion. Why did you abandon me? Su Jiameng questioned. When you divorced, why didn't you take me with you? How could you be so cruel? Mom, if you had taken me, I would not have ended up like this. Meng, there were reasons beyond my control. We could have relied on each other. I would have worked and earned money to support you. Please do not leave me. Duan Min wiped her tears. It is I who has wronged you. Su Jiameng clutched her hand tightly. My father is gone. You are all I have left. Mom, you abandoned me once. You cannot do so again today. Take me away, please. I can no longer bear this. If you had the chance to start anew, would you still abandon me? I'm sorry. Duan Min slowly pried Su Jiameng's fingers apart. Su Jiameng felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Staring at her in disbelief, Duan Min resolutely turned to leave. Su Jiameng's heart ached terribly, as if a gaping hole had formed within her, empty and unfillable. No. Mom, take me with you. Want to leave? You are mine in life, and mine in death. Chapter 37. Jiang Yusi. You framed me for her murder. He intended to keep Su Jiameng by his side, to humiliate her for a lifetime. This time, Su Jiameng did not resist. She was obedient, like a lifeless doll, doing whatever Gu Chengli commanded. The family doctor bandaged the wound on her neck, and she felt no pain, merely sitting quietly. Her demeanor was far more concerning than her previous hysterics. Su Jiameng gazed out the window. In a single day, I lost my father and was abandoned a second time by my mother. Yet not only did she not save me, but she also pushed me deeper into despair. She said she had a new husband and daughter. What about me? Su Jiameng asked. What am I? Am I no longer her daughter? She laughed and cried, eventually softly singing a familiar tune. In this world, only mothers are good. Children with mothers are like treasures. Embraced in their mother's arms, she had forgotten what it felt like to be held by her mother. When Su Jiameng next awoke, it was dusk. The setting sun streamed in, casting light on the carpet. The surroundings eerily silent, only the sound of the wind could be heard. She sat up from the sofa, lost in thought. Waking up in the evening felt as if she had been cast aside by the entire world. Oh no, she had indeed been abandoned by the world. Awake, Jiang Yunru approached, sneering. What a pity. I thought you would join your useless father in the underworld. Su Jiameng cast a cold glance at her. Is this the look you are giving me? Be careful, or I might just gouge out your eyes. Jiang Yunru was basking in her current favor, as Gu Chengli dotes on her and has even bestowed upon her a black card. Look, she boasted, this is the card Chengli gave me. Unlimited spending. That time, if your father had 10 billion, he could have been released from prison and avoided that heart attack. This card can certainly spend 10 billion. Can't it? What Su Jiameng yearned for, Jiang Yunru obtained effortlessly. She kept waving the black card in front of her. Disappear from my sight, Su Jiameng warned, or I want to be polite. Oh, you dare to speak to me like that? Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, Su Jiameng snatched the black card, broke it in half, and threw it back at Jiang Yunru's face. With an imposing demeanor, she declared, You better not provoke me. Know your place and behave yourself. Those with nothing to lose fear nothing. I have nothing left, so when the time comes, I'll fight you to the bitter end and see who suffers more. Jiang Yunru was taken aback. You dare? I dare anything. Do you believe I will send you to meet the king of hell? Crazy woman. Su Jiameng gritted her teeth. I know you switched the paternity test. Su Jiameng cursed herself for not having a recording pen in hand. Otherwise, she could expose Jiang Yunru's true colors. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Jiang Yunru, could it be that you murdered your sister Jiang Yusi and framed me? Chapter 38. Viciously beating Jiang Yunru. The more Su Jiameng pondered, the more convinced she became that Jiang Yunru had the strongest motive to kill. With Jiang Yusi dead, Jiang Yunru could obtain everything she desired. She was the greatest beneficiary. Feel free to guess. Boldly speculate. After all, it's all mere conjecture without evidence. Su Jiameng, mark my words, within a month, I will ensure you are expelled from the Gu Manor. Su Jiameng chuckled. You lack the capability to do so. Do you think you are Jiang Yusi? Does Gu Chengli love you to the point of madness? Those words struck a nerve with Jiang Yunru. Of course Chengli loves me. He spent a fortune on scar cream for me. Look, my face has improved significantly, Jiang Yunru boasted. Chengli even said he would take care of me for a lifetime. The more one lacks something, the more they tend to flaunt it. Jiang Yunru, filled with rage and humiliation, raised her hand to slap Su Jiameng. I'll smash that mouth of yours. Su Jiameng leaned back to evade, simultaneously grabbing Jiang Yunru's wrist and delivering a swift, precise slap. It landed perfectly. Jiang Yunru, having failed to steal the chicken, ended up losing the rice. She screamed. You actually dared to hit me. I hit you. Yes, I'll take you on. I'll go find Chengli and have him make the decision. Another slap from Su Jiameng. He's not home. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Someone, come quickly, help me. Where's everyone? Jiang Yunru cried out desperately, but no one came to her aid, for she had always bullied the servants in the manor. And now that she was in trouble, they remained silent. Besides, Butler Zhao stood firmly on Su Jiameng's side. Let us see who will come to your rescue, Su Jiameng proclaimed. I am the lady of this house. The Gu matriarch, Jiang Yunru, you are merely a substitute for Jiang Yusi. What right do you have to act so arrogantly? The pent-up fury within her erupted at this moment. She was determined to teach Jiang Yunru a proper lesson today. Just then, a servant carrying a basin of murky water passed by, startled by the scene before her. Su Jiameng seized Jiang Yunru by the hair and approached. Madam, that water is used to wash the rags. You, put the water down. Please, madam. I said put it down. Get out. The servant complied immediately. And the next second, Su Jiameng pressed Jiang Yunru's head into the basin of filthy water. Glub glub. After about 10 seconds, she pulled Jiang Yunru's head up. Jiang Yunru gasped. You, glub glub. Before she could finish her sentence, she was thrust back into the dirty water. This continued for 5 or 6 rounds until Jiang Yunru had no strength left to resist. Having swallowed a bellyful of mop water, her hair and body soaked and utterly humiliated, only then did Su Jiameng release her grip. Listen well, Jiang Yunru, I have nothing left, so I fear nothing. I will unearth your true identity. Find the evidence of you switching the paternity test, and the proof of your murder of Jiang Yusi. Jiang Yunru, in a frenzy, retorted, You are talking nonsense, as she attempted to continue. The sight of Su Jiameng's determined gaze made her shrink back in fear, rendering her silent. At this moment, Su Jiameng's eyes were fierce and resolute, radiating an aura reminiscent of Gu Chengli. What is done is being observed by heaven. Su Jiameng fixed her gaze upon her. Just wait. Jiang Yunru felt both fear and anger. As she looked up, she suddenly spotted a distinguished man entering through the door. Chapter 39. Kneeling until dawn, her eyes darted, and a plan formed in her mind. Jiang Yunru hurriedly approached Su Jiameng and knelt before her with a thud. Madam Gu, I know you can't stand me, that you look down on me, but I only wish to be by Chengli's side. He has lost his sister and is in great pain. I want to accompany him and help him through this difficult time. I do not covet your position. Please do not misunderstand. As long as I can be near him, I would be content. Seeing Jiang Yunru's sudden change in attitude, Su Jiameng felt perplexed. What is this now? Madam Gu, please do not drive me away, Jiang Yunru pleaded, tears streaming down her face. I can serve you. Attend to your needs. What play are you putting on? Jiang Yunru continued to cry, her tears making her appear pitiful. Just then, Gu Chengli entered, his expression darkening at the chaotic scene, water everywhere, and hearing Jiang Yunru's sobs. Su Jiameng, he exclaimed, you are bullying Yunru again. Gu Chengli strode forward, placing his hand on Su Jiameng's shoulder and pulling her back forcefully. Overpowered, Su Jiameng stumbled and fell to the ground. Woo-woo, Chengli. Jiang Yunru looked up at him, feigning innocence. Please don't blame her. It's my fault for not making her happy. What has she done to you? She hit me and pressed my head into dirty mop water. Gu Chengli's gaze turned icy as he glared at Su Jiameng. You have some nerve. It was me, and what of it? Su Jiameng replied blankly. If you have the ability, then kill me. After all, I have nothing to lose. Yet as she looked into Gu Chengli's eyes, she wondered how they had ended up in such a pitiful state. I know you seek death, but I will not allow you to die. Gu Chengli kicked the nearby basin away, directing his ire at Su Jiameng. Go kneel outside. Kneel until dawn, Su Jiameng protested. I want to go. 1T go. He smirked. Do you not wish to visit Shaoqi at the old residence? Shaoqi. This was Su Jiaming's sole weakness and hoped. Ji Chengli, are you going to strip me of my right to visit Shaoqi as well? Kneel for one night, and I will take you. Su Jiaming gritted her teeth and had no choice but to comply. Before leaving, she spoke each word deliberately. Gu Chengli, have you ever considered that this substitute in your arms wishes to harm your son and is the true murderer of Jiang Yusi? His eyes narrowed with gravity. Jiang Yunru murdered her own twin sister, Chengli. How could that be? My sister and I have always been close. We are blood sisters. How could I ever harm her? Jiang Yunru immediately cried out in protest. Su Jiaming is slandering me. Gu Chengli, whose wavering thoughts had just solidified, now became resolute once more. Su Jiaming knelt straight at the entrance of the villa. Initially, her knees ached, but soon they grew numb. Losing all sensation, Butler Zhao wanted to bring her some water and food, but she gently shook her head in refusal. Ji Chengli was in a foul mood, and if Zhao helped her, it would only anger him further. She did not wish to involve others. However, the heavens had other plans. Around 10 o'clock that night, a sudden storm erupted, pouring down rain in torrents. Ji Chengli stood at the second-floor window, watching the defiant figure kneeling in the downpour. Chapter 40. Running a high fever in the heavy rain, Su Jiaming remained on her knees. The rain drenched her completely, and the downpour was so intense that she could barely open her eyes. How long had she been kneeling? Gu Chengli spoke softly. Has she not begged for mercy? No, the butler hesitated. I wanted to bring her water and food, but she refused. Ji Chengli, with his hands in his trouser pockets, pressed his lips tightly together. She certainly has spirit. The butler, having followed Gu Chengli for many years, knew his thoughts well and tentatively suggested, Mr. Gu, how about I go persuade Madame to apologize to you, to admit her fault and let this matter rest. If she truly kneels in the rain all night, her health cannot withstand it. Ji Chengli did not respond, nor did he lift his gaze, but the butler understood. He had tacitly agreed. Su Jiaming stared blankly ahead, her entire being numb. Scenes from her past flashed through her mind like a slideshow. How had her life come to this? Reflecting back, it all began when she married Gu Chengli. And the nightmare of married life unfolded. Admit my fault, Su Jiaming murmured. What have I done wrong, madam? With a fierce swipe, she cast aside the umbrella and shouted towards the window of the second floor. My greatest mistake was marrying Gu Chengli. This life as Mrs. Gu is a torment beyond endurance. The housekeeper shuddered in fear. No, madam, please do not provoke Mr. any further. It will not bode well for you. However, Su Jiaming braced herself against the ground, swaying as she stood, pointing at the window. Without me, Gu Chengli, how could your leukemia have been treated? On the very next day after our marriage, you ran off to accompany Jiang Yusi, entirely disregarding my feelings. I donated my bone marrow to you, lying in the hospital, swallowing countless pills and enduring multiple injections. When that thick needle pierced my body, where were you? Gu Chengli, did you utter a single word of comfort? All these years, your heart has only belonged to Jiang Yusi. Now that she is gone, you dote on her sister instead. What am I to you? She threw her head back in laughter, raindrops cascading from the tips of her hair, resembling a madwoman. I truly wish to die. Death would bring an end to it all. As the last word escaped her lips, Su Jiaming's swaying form collapsed to the ground. The housekeeper was horrified. Madam. Su Jiaming fainted, and upon feeling her forehead, the housekeeper trembled. This is bad. The madam has a high fever. Amidst the rain, Gu Chengli rushed out. The servant trailing behind struggled to keep up, holding an umbrella for him. But soon the rain had drenched his shirt. Ji Chengli bent down and lifted Su Jiaming into his arms. What are you waiting for? He shouted. Call the family doctor. The housekeeper complied immediately. Ji Chengli carried Su Jiaming, kicked open the master bedroom door, and laid her on the large bed. Su Jiaming, burning with fever, was in a daze, oblivious to her surroundings, her consciousness muddled. She muttered incoherently, Dad, just hold on a little longer. I will be there to save you soon. Wait for me. Just a bit longer, okay? Don't leave. Mom, don't abandon me. I am your daughter too. Chapter 41. Ollie, it hurts so much. Why are you so heartless? Abandoning me twice. There's no dad anymore, nor a mom. Am I just an unnecessary person in this world? As she spoke, she suddenly cried out, Ollie, Ollie, it hurts. Su Jiaming's hand reached out into the air, as if grasping for something of great importance, like a lifeline. Chengli instinctively extended his hand, and she immediately grasped it tightly. Unbeknownst to him, his voice softened. Where does it hurt? As she said this, Chengli genuinely placed his palm over her heart, gently massaging. It wouldn't hurt like this anymore. He was exceedingly gentle. Su Jiaming instinctively burrowed into his embrace. Ollie, will you hold me? It's been so long since you last held me. Observing the small woman who nestled into him, Chengli's brows softened. He gently patted her back. Yes, I am here. Chengli reached out again to feel her forehead. It was still burning hot. He took out a thermometer to find her fever had risen to 40 degrees. Where's the doctor? He impatiently shouted towards the doorway. Coming, coming. The family doctor, carrying a medical kit, was dragged to the bedside by the housekeeper, barely catching his breath before Chengli ordered. Quick, find a way to bring down her fever. Yes, yes, Mr. Gu. After administering an antipyretic injection, prescribing medication, and starting in 4, they toiled through most of the night. As dawn approached and the rain ceased, Su Jiaming still had not awakened. Her fever had only slightly diminished, remaining over 38 degrees. Mr. Gu, I am not quite sure. Incompetent fool, get someone else. The housekeeper nodded. Yes, I will find a new doctor at once. Su Jiaming's face was flushed crimson. Compared to her incessant ramblings through the night, she now lay quiet as if lifeless. Chengli had kept her company through the night, his eyes bloodshot from fatigue. He suddenly reflected, had he been too cruel to her? Over the years of marriage, he had neglected her, refusing to touch her. Fixated solely on being with Jiang Yusi, even caught by the media, his mindset had been that as long as Su Jiaming remained docile, he would not trouble her. But what about her? She had drugged him and climbed onto him in his stupor, resulting in her pregnancy with Gu Xiuqi. This was the inception of Chengli's disdain for Su Jiaming. Later, she even killed Jiang Yusi, provoking his wrath to its peak. The master bedroom was eerily silent as Chengli's hand gradually reached towards Su Jiaming's neck. I have thought 1,000 times of ending your life, he said, but I cannot allow Xiaoqi to grow up without a mother. Now, I find myself feeling pity and compassion for you. Chengli hated her. He should hate her for usurping the position of MRS GU from Jiang Yusi and for killing Jiang Yusi. Why do I feel sympathy for her? His grip on Su Jiaming's neck tightened incrementally. Perhaps sensing the constriction of her breath, Su Jiaming's lashes fluttered. Ollie. Chapter 42. I have uncovered the cause of Jiang Yusi's death. This utterance abruptly revived Chengli's reason. The entrance. The housekeeper was ushering in the newly arrived doctor. Mr. Gu, are you leaving? The housekeeper inquired. Chengli, with a cold expression, threw down 3 words. Cure her. He descended the stairs. Daylight had broken. The air, fresh after the rain, enveloped him as he stood in the garden, lighting a cigarette, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the spot where Su Jiaming had knelt the previous night. Let me in. I have something of utmost importance. Lu Yunchen stood outside the iron gate, his features striking. I must see Gu Chengli. Those who study law are typically polite, yet at this moment, Lu Yunchen had lost his composure. He was too anxious. Clutching the documents in his hand, Lu Yunchen pushed past the security. Where's Gu Chengli? Let him come out to see me. Mr. Gu holds a status that cannot be approached so casually. Get lost. It's early morning. Don't shout here. Several security personnel surrounded him, forcing Lu Yunchen out. Can't you at least inform someone? I genuinely have an urgent matter, Lu Yunchen queried, worry etching his features. What about her health? What has happened to Jiaming? Mrs. Gu has had a high fever all night. We've even changed doctors to see if we can treat her. Why did she develop such a high fever? Did she catch a cold? Lu Yunchen was pushed back repeatedly. Just then, Chengli's authoritative voice rang out. Hold on. The guards froze in their tracks. Sensing the moment, Lu Yunchen seized the opportunity to dash through the iron gate. Chengli. Where is Jiaming? As a lawyer, Lu Yunchen was well-read and exuded an air of scholarly elegance, while Chengli emitted an aura of decisive authority. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Yunchen. Does Su Jiaming fancy such pretty boys? What do you want with her? Gu Chungli's hand was shoved deep into his trouser pocket, his patience wearing thin. Have you tormented her again? Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed a fever for no reason. Let us discuss the matter at hand. If there's nothing important, then leave. Lu Yunshin raised the documents high. These past days, I've been working day and night, investigating, running between the police station and the court. Finally, I have uncovered clues regarding Jiang Yuxi's cause of death. Gu Chungli's expression immediately turned solemn. The cause of Yuxi's death? Yes. I have always believed that Jiameng could never commit such a cruel act. She wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. Lu Yunshin had promised Su Jiameng that he would do everything in his power to uncover the truth about Jiang Yuxi's death and clear her name. Through relentless efforts, Lu Yunshin had finally grasped a crucial piece of evidence. Gu Chengli snatched the document bag from Lu Yunshin's hands, swiftly tearing it open. Even his long fingers trembled slightly. This is the surveillance footage from the 2 main roads at the time of Jiang Yuxi's death, clearly marked with timestamps. I have printed it all out, Lu Yunshin affirmed. Chapter 43. The murder charges against Su Jiameng are rescinded. Gu Chengli pressed his lips tightly. The location where Yuxi died is a blind spot for the cameras. However, she would have passed through these 2 roads, and Jiameng would have as well. Gu Chengli continued to sift through the documents at an increasing pace. 9:30 p.m., Jiang Yuxi arrived by taxi. Subsequently walking to the scene of the incident. 9:53 p.m., Su Jiameng also arrived by taxi. Similarly walking, there was a full 23 minutes difference between them. The surveillance captured it all clearly. Lu Yunshin pointed to the autopsy report. According to the coroner's assessment, Jiang Yuxi's time of death was around 9:40 p.m., yet Jiameng only arrived at 9:53. The timelines do not match. Gu Chengli's brows knitted tightly, a palpable aura of hostility radiating from him. Lu Yunshin's analysis was coherent. This all indicates that by the time Jiameng encountered Jiang Yuxi, she had already been murdered. She is innocent. The true culprit is still at large. Gu Chengli flipped through the documents with increasing urgency. The rustling of the pages echoed in the air. Finally, he clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips turning white. The evidence is right before your eyes, and you still don't believe it? Lu Yunshin questioned. All this time, you have blamed Jiameng for Jiang Yuxi's death. In truth, she did nothing. She is innocent. Gu Chengli hurled the documents aside. Countless white sheets fluttered down from the air. Impossible. This cannot be true. Gu Chengli retorted. At the scene, there was only Su Jiameng. If it wasn't her, then who else could it be? However, the time of her arrival does not align with Jiang Yuxi's time of death. Gu Chengli distinctly remembers that scene. When I arrived at the scene, she was squatting beside Yuxi, still gripping the hilt of the knife. She might have intended to check Jiang Yuxi's injuries or to save her. Not to kill her, Lu Yunshin argued passionately. It's you who refuses to believe, deceiving yourself. Gu Chengli's fists were tightly clenched, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Had he always wronged Su Jiameng? Had his hatred been misdirected? This was tantamount to slapping Gu Chengli in the face. He, who operated from a position of power, how could he commit such a gross error? Jiameng was framed. The true murderer roams free. Lu Yunshin said, Gu Chengli, if you truly wish to avenge Jiang Yuxi, you must exert all your strength to seek the real culprit. Gu Chengli pressed his lips together, his face a mask of grim determination. Lu Yunshin looked at him. I have already contacted the court and the police department to withdraw the murder charges against Jiameng, restoring her innocence. You do think about her. It was she who insisted on marrying you back then because she loved you. Lu Yunshin shouted, otherwise, how could it be your turn? I will do everything in my power to protect her. You're dreaming. Gu Chengli's gaze was cold. She is my wife. Even in death, she remains my missus. Gu, if you still regard her as your wife, then you should treat her well. But, Gu Chengli, what have you done to her? You know it best. What had Gu Chengli done? He had thrown her into prison. Allowing the inmates to beat her mercilessly, he made her kneel before Jiang Yuxi's tombstone, confessing her mistakes. He had locked her in a dark room. He had severed her toes. Each act was a thorn embedded in Gu Chengli's heart. What had he done to Su Jiameng? Such beastly cruelty. Chapter 44 Gu Chengli, has your mind gone awry? If it weren't for Lu Yunshin's relentless pursuit of the truth, Gu Chengli would have continued to wrong Su Jiameng. She would bear the label of a murderer for life, enduring his overwhelming hatred. Where is Jiameng? Lu Yunshin asked. I want to see her. I want to share this good news with her. Do you think I would allow you to see her? Lu Yunshin angrily retorted. Gu Chengli, this is her freedom and right. Do you intend to interfere? I will tell her. Ji Chengli turned away. You may leave now. Lu Yunshin was about to rush forward when security quickly surrounded him, isolating him. Furthermore, Gu Chengli's voice echoed softly. I will also launch an investigation into the cause of Yuxi's death. I will uncover the truth. That was the woman he loved most, the one who had saved him from the flames. He would not allow Jiang Yuxi to die without clarity, to depart with unclosed eyes. Behind the garden's bushes, Jiang Yunru's face was ashen. She had just settled the paternity test matter, clearing herself of any connection, thinking she could rest easy. But how? The death of her sister was brought back to light. This Lu Yunshin truly meddles too much. What to do? Jiang Yunru panicked. If any clues were uncovered, she would be utterly finished. Murder must be repaid with death. In the master bedroom, Su Jiameng awoke, her head feeling as if it might split open, groggy and disoriented. Her nose was blocked, her voice altered. Madam, it's time for your medication. The butler handed her the pills. After a night, your fever has finally subsided. Su Jiameng swallowed the pills with water, leaning against the headboard. It was noisy outside. She asked, Uncle Zhao, what happened? Never mind. Su Jiameng coughed, her appearance haggard. She seemed utterly devoid of energy, lifeless. The sound of shoes hitting the floor echoed, and without looking, she knew Gu Chengli had arrived. Ji Chengli waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. He approached the bed, silently observing her. Are you thinking of how to torment me again? Su Jiameng asked. Just say it did. As soon as she finished speaking, a large hand rested on her forehead. Su Jiameng froze. What was Gu Chengli doing? Was he genuinely concerned about her well-being, about whether her fever had subsided? His palm was broad and warm, bearing the sensation she had once deeply adored. Is there anywhere else you feel unwell? Gu Chengli asked indifferently. She looked at him. Are you caring for me? It's just the normal symptoms of a cold. I want to die. Su Jiameng replied. Getting drenched in the rain, falling ill is quite normal. However, her illness seemed to be improving, yet Gu Chengli appeared gravely unwell. How could he be so kind to her? Su Jiameng glanced out the window. The sun wasn't rising in the west today. Gu Chengli bent down, picked up the porridge beside her, gently blowing on it. Eat something and you'll recover faster. He tested the temperature before bringing it to Su Jiameng's lips. She was somewhat taken aback. You can't possibly be ill. Have you lost your mind? She asked. Gu Chengli, can you be normal? Su Jiameng could tolerate the violent and capricious Gu Chengli, the cold and ruthless Gu Chengli, but this version of him existed only in her memories. Chapter 45. Let me take you to see Shaoqi. Shall I? Her hand moved to her thigh, fiercely pinching herself. Ouch. This is the real world, not a dream. Time to eat. Ji Chengli's expression darkened. Stop dawdling. Su Jiameng stared at him, suddenly smiling. This is you. I see you must be feverish. When I speak nicely to you, you're not used to it and insist on being scolded. She continued to smile. Because, Gu Chengli, you could never treat me well. He hated her. Hated that she took Jiang Yuxi's place as Mrs. Gu. Hated that she bore Gu Xiaoqi. Watching Su Jiameng's self-deprecating and desolate smile, Gu Chengli felt a sharp pang in his chest, a suffocating pain spreading through his limbs. If he had truly wronged her, if Yuxi was not killed by her, then how despairing and desolate had she been these days? A bowl of millet porridge was fed to Su Jiameng by Gu Chengli. Bite by bite, after eating, her strength returned a bit, and her complexion regained some color. Yet, her expression still bore a hint of gloom. Ji Chengli frowned. Why do you look so lifeless? The fever has subsided. Before he could speak, she slowly blinked her lashes. Oh, I remember. You must have felt something when Jiang Yuxi died. Ji Chengli silently gazed at her. This moment, the pain in his heart surged like a tide. Aren't you going to the company? Su Jiameng asked. It's already past 9. He parted his lips slightly. No, I'm staying home to accompany you. Su Jiameng looked at him in shock and disbelief. After waking up, how could he be acting so unusually? She felt uncomfortable. Fidgeting with the blanket, Su Jiameng said, I don't need company. For so many years, I've managed on my OW and I in the future. I will still be alone. Gu Chengli bent down, leaning in closer to her at such a close distance. Their noses almost touched. Su Jiameng looked up, gazing into Gu Chengli's deep eyes. How could this man be so handsome? From the first glance, she had known he was striking, his features exquisitely carved, his profile distinct. You seem despondent. Ji Yuchengli supported himself on either side of her. Su Jiameng, what can I do to revive even a little of your spirit? She wanted to make a request, but hesitated. Su Jiameng was too afraid, fearing it would be a futile endeavor, a fleeting dream. She had crashed against Gu Chengli's stubborn wall too many times, each time leaving her battered and bruised. Even if she were to be foolish, she should have some reservations. Just let me be alone for a while. In the end, Su Jiameng said, I have no demands. The fear and trepidation in her eyes pierced Gu Chengli. She was afraid of him. They had once been a couple, yet now they coexisted in such a way. Ji Yuchengli raised his hand, ruffling her hair. You must miss Shaoqi very much. Let me take you to the old residence to see him. Shall I? Su Jiameng's eyes lit up in an instant. Really? A glimmer of hope sparked within her. Indeed, Shaoqi was her only attachment, her final hope. She had no father or mother, utterly alone. Ji Yuchengli suddenly thought, if Shaoqi were gone, Su Jiameng would surely go mad. Absolutely. Ji Yuchengli swallowed hard. After seeing Shaoqi, you will feel better. Right. I'm sick now. I might infect him. Su Jiameng felt conflicted. But I miss him so much. Chapter 46. I shouldn't have fallen for a man from the Gu family. Although she knew Gu Xiaoqi was safe and sound by the old lady's side, a mother's heart aches for her child. Su Jiameng still longed for her son. Just seeing him would bring her immense joy. No worries, Gu Chengli said. Let us go to Su Jiameng immediately leaped out of bed, no longer the lifeless figure from before. Seeing her vibrant self, Gu Chengli's lips curled into a faint smile. The Gu family ancestral home. The antique decorations, rockeries, and flowing water exuded an enchanting ambience, showcasing the grandeur of a wealthy family. Sitting in the living room, the servants brought tea. Young master, young mistress, the old lady is in the Buddhist hall. Please wait a moment. Where is Shaoqi? Su Jiameng asked anxiously, eager to see her son. Is he in the Buddhist hall too? Yes. Young master Shaoqi has been chanting scriptures with the old lady these days. The old lady said it helps cultivate a calm mind, which is beneficial for the heart. Su Jiameng nodded. Meng. Shen Xinyo dashed down the stairs. Why did you suddenly come today? I came to see Shaoqi. Rest assured, Grandma carries him with her every day, and I will also play with him. He has become much more cheerful lately, and his condition is stable. Su Jiameng smiled, saying, with you and Grandma looking after Shaoqi, I can rest easy. Shen Xinyo nodded, but suddenly her eyes brimmed with tears. Shaoqi is the bloodline of the Gu family. No matter what, he will have a good life. But Meng, what about you? The Su family is bankrupt, and uncle. The mere thought of the hardship Su Jiameng has endured fills Shen Xinyo with immense sorrow. These trials are simply beyond what an ordinary person can bear. Over the years, Shen Xinyo has been the most aware of how Su Jiameng has persevered after marrying into the Gu family. Love unfulfilled, heart-wrenching pain. Shen Xinyo worries for her. She fears for Shen Xinyo as well. This is the essence of true friendship, mutual empathy and support. Shen Xinyo is also suffering. Life is a torment. Meng, Shen Xinyo sighed. Our greatest mistake was falling in love with the men of the Gu family. The men of the Gu family are like poison. A mere touch leads to addiction. Breaking free is a formidable challenge. Had Su Jiameng not married Gu Chengli, perhaps she could have been with Lu Yunxin or found an ordinary husband to lead a simple, happy life. As for Shen Xinyo, with her status as an adopted daughter of the Gu family, Grandmother Gu would undoubtedly arrange a good marriage for her. Yet, one loves Gu Chengli, while the other loves Gu Jinghe. Gu Chengli, with his leg crossed and arms folded, sat opposite them. He was unaware of the gossip exchanged between the two women, but their expressions suggested they were speaking ill of him. Ji Yuchengli's face darkened. Brother, Gu Jinghe approached and sat beside him. You asked me to investigate the paternity test. There's a result. Speak. The hospital indeed provided a genuine paternity test, confirming that you and Shaoqi are biological father and son. However, due to a mix-up, The authentic test remains at the hospital, while the false one was taken by your assistant, George. Gu Chengli furrowed his brow. George made a mistake. Chapter 47. Father is a devil. Mother is a fairy. It appears that someone forged a paternity test and deliberately had George take it. Yes, Gu Jinghe nodded, but this person left no trace, making it impossible to track. Ji Yuchengli's expression darkened. Who could want to sever the bond between him and Xiaoqi? Fortunately, a major mishap was averted. Otherwise, harming the Gu family's bloodline would surely grieve grandmother. Ji Yujinghe raised an eyebrow. Xiaoqi looks so much like you. There was no need for a test. It's superfluous. Ji Yuchengli pressed his fingers to his temples. That time, blinded by anger, he failed to consider the bigger picture, allowing someone to exploit the situation. Thankfully, Gu Jinghe's timely reminder snapped him back to reality. The rhythmic sound of footsteps approached, and soon, Grandmother Gu appeared before everyone, leaning on her cane with one hand and holding Gu Xiuyi's hand with the other. She smiled. Mom. Gu Xiuyi's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Jiameng. He broke free from grandmother's grasp and rushed towards Su Jiameng. Xiaoqiu eyed. Su Jiameng embraced him tightly, kissing his forehead. Are you happy living here? And then, Gu Xiuyi's autism is still quite severe, allowing him to only speak a word or two. However, his complexion is rosy, his cheeks chubby, and the melancholy and fear in his eyes are gradually fading. It seems, Xiaoqi's condition is steadily improving. You must be good and stay with Grandma and your godmother Xinyo here, Su Jiameng said earnestly. They will protect you. They are the ones you can trust the most. Gu Xiuyi pointed at her, saying, Mom. This meant he missed his mother and wanted her. I will visit you often. Su Jiameng understood her son's unspoken words, smiling gently. Mom has always missed you, every single day. Although I am busy with work and cannot be with you, I will never forget you. Ji Yuxiui nodded. Okay. Seeing her son gradually becoming like a normal child fills Su Jiameng with joy. She lifted her gaze and caught Gu Qingli's cold, aloof expression, his lips pressed tightly together. Su Jiameng saw through his thoughts. Xiaoqi, not only did Mom come, but Dad is also here, she said, stroking her son's head. Go say hello to Dad. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiuyi shook his head. Xiaoqi, that's your father. He still shook his head. Having witnessed Gu Chengli's fierce demeanor too many times, Gu Xiuyi instinctively fears his father. In his heart, his father is a devil, while his mother is an angel, a fairy. She cannot fathom why such a beautiful and gentle fairy would marry a devil. Look, you are not close to the child at all. Xiaoqi is much more affectionate towards Meng Meng. Grandmother suddenly interjected. Chengli, Xiaoqi is weak and withdrawn. As a father, you must take the initiative to be closer to him and dissolve the barriers he feels towards you. Grandmother Gu tapped his knee with her cane. Now go. There was no choice. Grandmother's words must be heeded. Ji Yuchengli stood up. The moment he did, Gu Xiuyi shrank back fearfully into Su Jiameng's embrace. Clinging tightly to her arm, Chapter 48, a heart pierced by 1,000 arrows. Just get used to it, don't be afraid. That is your father. Su Jiameng softly reassured him. Dad won't hurt you. Dad will hold you and lift you up. Gu Xiuyi shook his head. No, he will. Trust your mother. Ji Yuchengli approached, lowering his gaze to his son. He is indeed a negligent father, even though the son, born of Su Jiameng, serves to tether him and secure Madame Gu's position. He is still his flesh and blood. The child is innocent. Only now does Gu Chengli awaken to this reality. Xiaoqi. Gu Chengli opened his arms. You remember when I held you last time? Gu Xiuyi hesitated for a moment, but nodded. He certainly remembers. That was the first time his father embraced him. Though Dad's embrace lacks Mom's fragrance and softness, it is powerful and solid. Then, shall I hold you again? Gu Chengli tentatively asked, his tone akin to a negotiation, devoid of his usual commanding demeanor. Su Jiameng added. Yes, Xiaoqi, let Dad hold you. He will hold you often in the future. Ji Yuxiui looked at her, slowly blinking. She had raised their son alone, and with just a glance, she could read Gu Xiuyi's true feelings. Gu Xiuyi gradually stood up from her embrace. He then looked up with his clear, bright eyes at Gu Chengli. Ji Yuchengli knelt down on one knee, gently lifting Gu Xiuyi into his arms. Xiaoqi, Daddy's here. Beside them, Xinyo captured this moment with her camera. For the first time, a harmonious scene of the three of them unfolded. Suddenly, Gu Shui pointed at Su Jiaming and said, "Mom." Gu Chengli did not comprehend and looked at her. "What is he saying?" Su Jiaming hesitated. Gu Chengli pressed on. "What is Shao-Chi pointing at you for? His implication is, you should hold me too." As soon as Su Jiaming finished speaking, Gu Shui nodded. "Hold." He wished for his father to embrace him and his mother as well. Yu Chengli held Gu Shui tightly while using his free hand to encircle Su Jiaming's slender waist. Yu Shui displayed a rare smile, clapping his hands joyfully. Yay! Su Jiaming, however, found her eyes brimming with tears. Even when Gu Chengli had tormented her the most, she had not shed a single tear, yet now as he held her, he shattered all her defenses. Su Jiaming can endure all suffering but cannot withstand a hint of Gu Chengli's tenderness. Good. Grandmother Gu chuckled with satisfaction. Jinghe, your elder brother has a wife and child. You should step up your game. I know, Grandma. Xiaya is a daughter of a prominent family, sensible and well-suited for you. Shen Xinyo lowered her head, pretending not to hear. Even if her heart felt like it had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, she would simply get used to it. Upon entering her office, she noticed a bouquet of flowers and a ginseng on her desk. Who brought these? Su Jiaming inquired of her secretary. Were they for me? Yes, Director Su. The lady who sent these claimed to be your mother. Upon hearing this, she laughed. Oh, I have a mother after all. Chapter 49. Daring to date men behind my back. What is Duan Min thinking? The bankruptcy of the Su family, the sudden death of Su Hongming from a heart attack in prison, and Lin Jin's flight abroad with embezzled funds are now common knowledge in Haicheng. Su Jiaming is now alone, without family or background. Moreover, the creditors of the Su family come to her demanding money every few days. If it weren't for her status as Madame Gu, she would surely be drained dry by the creditors. Su Jiaming tossed the ginseng into the trash. Just as she was about to dispose of the bouquet, she noticed the handwritten card atop it. Hongming, may you rest in peace. This was meant for her father. Su Jiaming halted her actions, taking it instead, intending to bring it to the cemetery over the weekend. A knock sounded at the door, and the secretary entered again. Director Su, your takeout has arrived. I didn't order any takeout, but it has your name on it. Su Jiaming was puzzled as she accepted the takeout, discovering it contained fruits, her favorites. Her phone chimed. Gu Chengli had sent a message. Eat more fruit. It's good for your health. She blinked, feeling somewhat bewildered. The person who had been so cold and indifferent to her in the past suddenly began to show concern. What happened? A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. There's no good intention. Su Jiaming tossed the fruits into the trash as well. She began to work, only getting up at noon to head to the restaurant across the street for lunch. A serving of rice topped with sauce, a glass of juice. Thank you. Su Jiaming was preparing to pay when suddenly another person appeared beside her. A serving of rice topped with sauce and a cup of coffee. I'll take care of the bill. She turned her head and smiled with delight. Yunshin, long time no see. Yunshin locked eyes with her and said, I've been coming to this restaurant every day just to see you. I heard you had a high fever. How are you now? Are you better? Su Jiaming nodded. I have recovered. The two of them took a seat by the window. She looked downcast. What if one day I can no longer stay strong? What should I do? That will never happen. Everything is gradually getting better. Gradually getting better. Su Jiaming repeated those 4 words, as if convinced of their truth. I have found out that Jiang Yuxi's death has nothing to do with you. I submitted evidence to the police and also provided a copy to Gu Chengli. Yunshin gazed at her. You are innocent now. Su Jiaming was taken aback. When did this happen? Why was I unaware? You were feverish and in a deep sleep at that time. I visited Gu's private residence and spoke with Gu Chengli. She suddenly understood. No wonder after her fever subsided, Gu Chengli's attitude towards her changed drastically, transforming from a bloodthirsty demon into a suave gentleman. So he finally learned that he had wronged her. Thank you so much, Senior, Su Jiaming said with some excitement. If it weren't for you, I would have had to bear the accusation of murder for the rest of my life. This is just the first step. I will continue to investigate until I find the real murderer. All right. Is there anything I can do to help? Lu Yunshin sighed, his tone filled with compassion and concern. Jiaming, you only need to live happily. Chapter 50. Do you think you are so sentimental? Su Jiaming's hand trembled, spilling the juice. She turned her head and saw Gu Chengli standing beside her, one hand in his trousers pocket. His brows and eyes filled with fury. Before she could speak, he seized her hand and pulled her close. Su Jiaming, you are my Mrs. Gu. Have you forgotten that identity? I merely happened to run into Senior Yunshin. Lu Yunshin stood up. Mr. Gu, Jiameng and I are classmates and friends. It's quite normal for us to share a meal together. Gu Chengli coldly fixed his gaze on him. Don't think that just because you uncovered the cause of UC's death, you can act recklessly in front of me. Lu Yunshin, if your law firm wishes to continue existing, keep your distance from Su Jiameng. Why don't you let her go if you distrust her so much? Let her go, Gu Chengli scoffed. Do you want to let this pair of star-crossed lovers be together? Not a chance. Gu Chengli, Su Jiameng shouted. We have been innocent for all these years. Don't slander me. Her wrist ached as Gu Chengli's grip was strong enough to crush her bones. Let us go. Gu Chengli dragged her out, striding forward on the roadside. A red Ferrari was parked quietly. Ji Chengli opened the car door and unceremoniously tossed Su Jiameng inside. Gu Chengli grasped her chin. You really have some nerve. I bought you imported fruits, and you dare to throw them in the trash, yet you're here sharing a meal with Lu Yunshin. I said it was just a coincidence. Anyone can see Lu Yunshin's feelings for you. He warned, you are not allowed to see him again. He is my senior. What right do you have to stop me? In court, he defended me. Now he has also cleared my name. And what about you, Gu Chengli? Besides tormenting me, what else have you done? You almost let Jiang Yusi die without a trace, but she never had the thought of murder. Moreover, before Jiang Yusi's body was even cold, you were already flirting with her twin sister. Do you think you are so sentimental? Gu Chengli's temple throbbed. Shut your mouth. I refuse to. Su Jiameng, it seems I have indulged you too much. She laughed mockingly. Indulged? Gu Chengli, search your conscience. When have you ever indulged me? All you've done is bully, humiliate, and oppress me. I would like to treat you well, but do you deserve it? Gu Chengli's eyes turned crimson. I fed you porridge. Took you to see Shaoqi, bought you fruit, and you. Is this how you repay me? Su Jiameng bit her lip and looked at him, simply stating, Gu Chengli, I saved your life. He was rendered speechless. Yes. Su Jiameng donated her bone marrow to save him. I regret it now. I want nothing. Absolutely nothing. Gu Chengli, divorce me now. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to handle the formalities. He was enraged, his temple pulsing. Su Jiameng, say that again. We're getting a divorce. I don't care about being Mrs. Gu. If you say it one more time, I absolutely want to choose to marry. Su Jiameng's words were cut short as Gu Chengli suddenly bent down and kissed her lips. Chapter 51. You dare to bite me. He bit and devoured, violently claiming her mouth. Su Jiameng pounded his chest with her fists. Gu Chengli, you. Let go. The more she tried to speak, the more ferociously he kissed her. His breath enveloped her completely. Su Jiameng, furious, bit him. Soon, the metallic taste of blood filled their mouths. Yet Gu Chengli did not let her go, directly gripping the back of her head, entangling with her relentlessly. Until Su Jiameng could barely breathe, Gu Chengli finally released her, sharp teeth and keen lips. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You actually dared to bite me. He was bleeding. While she remained unscathed, Su Jiameng's lips were reddened from his kisses, stained with blood. Ji Chengli, if you continue to kiss me indiscriminately like this, next time I will definitely bite harder. Only I can kiss you. From body to soul, you belong to me. Su Jiameng found him utterly unreasonable. Beneath his handsome exterior lay a dark heart. How had she ever fallen for him? Now, she was love-stricken and battered, wanting to give up. Yet he forcefully claimed her, repeatedly reminding her that she was Mrs. Gu. Gu Chengli, when will you understand that what I desire is not the position of Mrs. Gu, but that sunny youth atop the mountain? Su Jiameng opened the car door and stepped out. Ji Chengli sat in the driver's seat, watching her figure fade from view, and slammed his fist violently against the steering wheel. This woman, unappreciative, just threw it away? What does it matter? She doesn't care. Within 2 minutes, however, she received a delivery. It was still an expensive selection of imported fruits. This bunch of grapes cost over 1,000, apples 200 each. Just as Su Jiameng was about to throw them away, her phone rang. If you dare throw it away again, I won't be polite, Gu Chengli said. Eat it. Gu Chengli, you're insane, Su Jiameng shouted at her phone before hanging up. She still threw it away. Who's afraid of whom? Sorry, you cannot enter without an appointment. Miss, this young lady. The door suddenly opened, and Jiang Yunru appeared. The secretary reported. Director Su, she insisted on barging in. I couldn't stop her. Just a random dog barging in. Su Jiameng glanced at her coldly, telling the security to throw her out. Understood, Director Su. Yet Jiang Yunru shook off the secretary's hand, turned around, and locked the office door. Su Jiameng. You have quite the capability to clear your name of murdering my sister. Jiang Yusi did not die by my hand. You were the only one present at the scene. Su Jiameng looked at her. The innocent are always clear. And I am unafraid of anything, but you. Don't you have nightmares at night? Don't you dream of Jiang Yusi's bloody figure standing by your bed? Jiang Yunru screamed. Stop saying that. I didn't do anything. I will confess. Confessing can lead to leniency. Perhaps you could be sentenced to life or a suspended death sentence. If the police gather evidence and formally arrest you, it would be immediate execution. Chapter 52. Tell Chengli it was you who drove me to this. Jiang Yunru trembled in fear. Seeing her so frightened, Su Jiameng became even more convinced that Jiang Yunru was the murderer. She needed to inform Lu Yunshin and the police to thoroughly investigate Jiang Yunru. She was a prime suspect. You stop threatening me, Jiang Yunru said. Chengli relies on me now. He will protect me. If you're here to show off, the door is over there. You can leave it. Su Jiameng. Her indifferent attitude infuriated Jiang Yunru. If you dare speak to me like that, I will make you pay. Su Jiameng couldn't be bothered with her. Jiang Yunru was merely Jiang Yusi's substitute. How much interest could Gu Chengli have, still prancing around in front of her, utterly clueless, if it weren't for her face? Gu Chengli probably wouldn't tolerate her. She picked up the phone to call security, but Jiang Yunru suddenly rushed in front of her, holding a bottle. Do you know what this is? Not interested to know. This is pesticide. Jiang Yunru revealed a maniacal smile. If I drink this and then call Chengli, saying it was you who drove me to this. Ha 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 ha. Su Jiameng's pupils constricted. She immediately reached out to snatch the pesticide bottle, but Jiang Yunru was quicker, uncapping it and drinking it down. Jiang Yunru, you lunatic. Su Jiameng rushed forward, grabbing Jiang Yunru by the neck, her hand probing into her throat, trying desperately to extract the poison, but it was futile. Jiang Yunru merely retched, her laughter growing increasingly deranged, rather than face the revelation that she was the murderer of Jiang Yusi, destined for an unmarked grave. She preferred to take this perilous gamble now. Someone, call for an ambulance, Su Jiameng shouted, forcefully pulling Jiang Yunru towards the exit. Jiang Yunru could not perish in such a manner, if she were to die. It must be under the label of a murderer, the ambulance wailed as it approached. The hospital, in the ward, Jiang Yunru was remarkably fortunate. Medical assistance was timely, and with swift gastric lavage and intravenous fluids, her life was preserved. She lay weakly upon the hospital bed, her face pale and glistening with tears. Chengli. I am here, do not fear, it is all right now. I almost could not see you again. Jiang Yunru leaned against him. Chengli, I think, perhaps I should not exist in this world. Do not utter such foolishness. Jiang Yunru began to weep. Chengli, perhaps I should not resemble my sister so closely, compelling others to wish for my demise, but it is not something I can control. If both my sister and I were to perish, how lonely you would be. Su Jiameng observed Jiang Yunru's performance indifferently. It was truly a pity she was not vying for an Oscar, yet, curiously enough, Gu Chengli was captivated by her act, his cold gaze turned towards her. Su Jiameng, she chose to take her own life, consuming the poison herself. How is that my responsibility? Woo-woo. Chengli, Jiang Yunru said. Yes, it was I who drank it. Su Jiameng did not coerce me. But, before she could finish, tears cascaded anew. Chengli embraced her, gently patting her back, whispering words of comfort. I should not look so much like my sister. The last time she stabbed me, how did I not die? And when she slashed my face, how did I not become utterly disfigured? Twice she failed, and I believe Su Jiameng was unwilling to accept that, hence her third attempt. Chapter 53. This is not the first time you've struck me. Jiang Yunru spoke. She observed Gu Chengli's expression closely. Indeed, upon her mention of the third attempt, he visibly fumed. She seized the opportunity. Su Jiameng caused my sister's demise and now seeks to do the same to me. She intends to eliminate me entirely. With those words, Jiang Yunru tugged at Gu Qingli's sleeve. Quickly, alert the authorities. We must apprehend this murderer. She cannot be allowed to roam free. However, this time, Gu Qingli did not acquiesce to her wishes. You need to rest well. He rose. I will speak with Su Jiameng. Chengli, do not let her deceive you. She succeeded in killing my sister, yet has failed thrice to take my life. Gu Chengli grasped Su Jiameng and exited the ward. He slammed her against the wall, his hand bracing beside her ear. What do you truly desire? Are you not the one who is mistaken? Su Jiameng gazed at him defiantly. Gu Chengli, what is it that you truly want? Why do you target Yanru time and again? Must I sever your other foot for you to be at peace? The cruel words spilled from his lips, and she wondered how she could have fallen for a demon. Gu Qingli, I can no longer dance. She tilted her head back. It was you who destroyed my right to stand upon the stage. Next, do you wish for me to spend my life confined to a wheelchair? If you were just a bit more obedient, this would not have happened. Gu Chengli warned, do not harm Yunru. She is my bottom line. Then I am nothing. Is that it? She laughed despondently. Very well. I confess. I despise Jiang Yunru. I genuinely wish for her death. Su Jiameng cast aside all pretense. She needed to voice this anger, to provoke Gu Chengli, with love extinguished. Let hatred blaze even brighter. She, an orphan, had nothing left but her life to oppose him. You are indeed a woman with a heart as venomous as a viper. Gu Chengli glared at her. Even if you did not kill Yusi, I fear you are still entangled in this matter. How dare you malign me? Gu Chengli gripped her chin. Was it not true that when you arrived, Yusi still drew breath? Did she not plead for help from you, only for you to stand idly by? Offering no assistance? Is that not so? He speculated about the events of that day, unaware that each word was a dagger to Su Jiameng's heart, slicing painfully into her soul. Ji Chengli raised his hand high. Strike me. Go on. Su Jiameng defiantly lifted her chin. After all, this is not the first time you have struck me. I have endured your slaps multiple times. Gu Chengli's hand trembled slightly, but did not descend. Chapter 54. Jiang Yusi is not dead. Aside from slapping me, what else can you do? Gu Chengli, your so-called gentlemanly demeanor, your aristocratic airs, consist solely of repeatedly striking women, especially when I am your wife. Because you deserve it. Then strike me, Su Jiameng screamed. Go on, hit me. Gu Chengli's hand hovered in the air, shaking uncontrollably. Do not force my hand. His throat constricted. Su Jiameng, do not push me. In that moment, Gu Chengli's palm could have descended without hesitation. Yet he hesitated. Su Jiameng's stubborn, unyielding gaze pierced him. Just as they reached an impasse, George rushed in, sweating profusely. Gu, sir, there's been an incident. Gu Chengli swiftly lowered his hand, turning to him. Speak, sir. Someone spotted Miss Jiang Yusi in the outskirts of Haicheng. What? Jiang Yusi? The one who supposedly died before Su Jiameng's eyes. Both Gu Chengli and Su Jiameng froze, questioning their own ears. George continued. A photo was taken, albeit a blurry side profile. However, anyone familiar with Miss Jiang Yusi should recognize her. As he spoke, George produced his phone. Ji Chengli snatched it away, fixating on the pixelated image. It was indeed a side profile, captured in a secluded village. A woman turned towards the camera, her hair in a ponytail. Dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, looking fresh and pure, despite the blurriness, Gu Chengli recognized her immediately. This was the Jiang Yusi he yearned for day and night. Where was she seen? Gu Chengli's voice trembled with excitement, confusion, and disbelief. Tell me the address, George replied. I've dispatched someone to investigate, sir. You'll be notified as soon as we have information. I cannot wait, Gu Chengli declared. I must find this woman, in this world. The person most resembling Jiang Yusi was none other than Jiang Yunru. Yet, Jiang Yunru could not compare to the woman in the photo. There was only one possibility. This was Jiang Yusi. She was alive. Where's the location in the photo? Gu Chengli pressed. Prepare the vehicle. I am leaving now. Yes, sir, George responded, casting a discreet glance at Su Jiameng. Jiang Yunru had already caused this lady much suffering. Ji Chengli hurriedly moved to depart. Yet, his sleeve was grasped by a small hand. If she is not Jiang Yuxi, then tell me, who is this woman? Who? But you were the one who buried her. Gu Chengli's tone was possessive, declarative, regardless of whether she is Jiang Yuxi or another woman. I will have her. Su Jiameng stood rooted in place, watching him walk away. For reasons unknown, her left eye twitched, a foreboding sensation rising from the depths of her heart. It seemed, this time, Gu Chengli would truly distance himself from her. Never to belong to her again, not even a fraction. Chapter 55. Let us eliminate her together. George, Su Jiameng managed to voice, do you think Jiang Yuxi is truly alive? Madam, I cannot be certain, but this individual resembles Jiang Yuxi even more than Jiang Yunru, more than the twin sister. Then there is only one possibility. It must be her. Do you consider it a good thing if Jiang Yuxi is alive? George hesitated for a moment. For Gu Chengli, it is indeed a good thing. But for you, because this would completely clear my murder suspicion, and Jiang Yuxi would identify the true culprit, Su Jiameng asserted. Everything will come to an end, and everything will have a new beginning. George gazed at her, silent and sympathetic. This Mrs. Gu, though bearing a title, lived a life lesser than that of a servant. Now, she had become an orphan. Without parents, unable to protect her own flesh and blood, relegated to the care of old Madame Gu. Furthermore, Su Jiameng suddenly smiled. Gu Chengli loves Jiang Yuxi. The one he has always cherished is her. He will be so very happy. How wonderful that he has his beloved, and Jiang Yunru can take her leave. A substitute who has wielded power for so long has finally reached her curtain call. With that, Su Jiameng turned and pushed open the ward door. Her sudden movement caught Jiang Yunru off guard, their gazes colliding. "So you have been eavesdropping all along." Su Jiameng smirked. "Perfect. I need not waste my breath repeating myself." Jiang Yunru gritted her teeth. Su Jiameng, her legs weakened, and she stumbled backward, falling to the ground. It is all over, completely finished. How could Jiang Yuxi possibly be alive? She was clearly, unequivocally confirmed to have breathed her last. No, this cannot be true. Jiang Yunru was unwilling to accept such a reality. That was not Jiang Yuxi. It couldn't be her. It must be someone else. Even though Su Jiameng was heartbroken, she had to ruthlessly suppress Jiang Yunru's momentum. Chengli would never abandon me like this. Let us wait and see. A fierce glint flickered in Jiang Yunru's eyes. Su Jiameng, are you still mocking me? Do you really think your life will be any better? I have already succumbed to this extent. What more is there to fear? She shrugged indifferently. I have nothing left to lose, except this very life. Jiang Yunru was both flustered and terrified, her mind in disarray. What should I do? Her plan could not fail like this. She must win over Gu Chengli. She must become Mrs. Gu. Wait, Su Jiameng, Jiang Yunru suddenly exclaimed. Shall we join forces? Join forces, yes. Regardless of whether that woman is Jiang Yuxi or someone else. We will eliminate her together. I promise. From now on, I will not make things difficult for you, and I will speak well of you in front of Chengli. Su Jiameng shook her head. I will not conspire with you. Jiang Yunru shouted. Don't push your luck. Chapter 56. You want to murder me, I just want to eliminate you. Su Jiameng smiled charmingly. I simply cannot stand your arrogant demeanor. Gu Chengli does not love Jiang Yunru and has never glanced her way. Jiang Yunru merely took advantage of a fleeting opportunity, exploiting that face. Su Jiameng held her in disdain. Even if I leave Chengli, I will still be the second young lady of the Jiang family. Jiang Yunru retorted, but what about you, Su Jiameng? I have plenty of ways to ensure your demise. Su Jiameng left a harsh remark, turning to walk away. She did not want to spare another glance at Jiang Yunru. Filthy, however, unexpectedly, as she turned, Jiang Yunru suddenly lunged at her. Su Jiameng, I will fight you to the end. Jiang Yunru seized her neck from behind, descending into a frenzied state. Su Jiameng, caught off guard, was overpowered and fell helplessly to the ground. Her neck firmly gripped by Jiang Yunru's arm, she immediately sought to free herself, attempting to pry Jiang Yunru's hand away. Loosen, loosen, die, Jiang Yunru declared. I will kill you first, and then that woman, leaving only me by Chengli's side. Ha 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 ha. Su Jiameng's fingers, strained from struggle, turned pale and then a shade of purple. Jiang Yunru, this madwoman. At this moment, Su Jiameng was certain that Jiang Yuxi was slain by Jiang Yunru for Gu Chengli. She was capable of anything. She was nothing short of a female demon. Terrifying. Su Jiameng's nails dug into Jiang Yunru's arm, feeling as though they might break, yet Jiang Yunru did not relent. Her vision began to blur. If this continued, within 10 seconds, she would lose consciousness and then be killed by Jiang Yunru, and Jiang Yunru could easily concoct a story to cover up her death. No, this cannot happen. In a moment of desperation, Su Jiameng kicked at the nearby table, sending the kettle, cups, and other items crashing to the ground with a loud clatter. She hooked her toes, even toppling the table. Bang! The door swung open, and Su Jiameng glimpsed numerous pairs of feet. The head nurse happened to lead a group of nurses into the room. Jiang Yunru was forced to release her grip. The moment Su Jiameng regained her freedom, she scrambled to her feet. Gasping for air, You attempted murder. Su Jiameng pointed at her. Jiang Yunru, you nearly succeeded. Ah? What are you talking about? Wasn't it you who fell just now, and I helped you up? Jiang Yunru replied with a smile, bending down to pick up the fallen items. I truly apologize, nurse, for causing you trouble. Jiang Yunru acted as if nothing had happened. I will reimburse you for these. It is all my friend's fault for being so careless. She approached the head nurse and slipped her a red envelope. The head nurse immediately understood. This is a hospital, a public space. One should exercise caution. Very well, we shall take our leave and continue our rounds. Jiang Yunru's smile, in Su Jiameng's eyes, was utterly venomous. Jiang Yunru, you will reap what you sow. Su Jiameng hurriedly departed. To associate with such a serpent-hearted woman is to invite calamity. Chapter 57. Is that person Jiang Yuxi? Haijang, suburbs. A dozen black Benz cars were parked at the entrance of this small village, a striking sight indeed. At the forefront, in a Maybach, Gu Chengli emerged, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Mr. Gu, the bodyguard said. It is in this location that someone captured a photograph of a woman resembling Miss Jiang Yuxi. Seal off all entrances and exits of the village, and search every household. Yes, dig through the very earth if necessary. But find her for me. With Gu Chengli's command, dozens of bodyguards immediately dispersed into the village. He lowered his head, studying the photograph intently. That was his Yuxi, the one who saved him from the flames, the one who accompanied him throughout his childhood. He had thought he would never see her again, separated by the veil of death. Yet now, there was a possibility of reunion. Gu Chengli suppressed the excitement within him, striding forward into the village, when a bodyguard's voice called out from behind. Madam, why are you here? Su Jiameng, what is her purpose? Su Jiameng gazed at the tall figure ahead. That was the man she had loved for many years. Gu Chengli, whom she adored to the point of heartbreak, who had banged his head against the wall in despair. I mean no harm. Su Jiameng's voice floated softly. I merely wish to ascertain whether that person is Jiang Yuxi. You are not needed here, but I did not kill her. If she is found, I want her to prove my innocence at the first opportunity. This reason was irrefutable. She sought clarity. He sought his beloved. How absurd. A villager inquired. Who are you? What do you want with this woman? She is Gu Chengli's wife. Yet now, they are both searching for the woman he loves. Have you seen her? Gu Chengli displayed the photograph to the villager. She is the most important person to me. I must find her. I saw someone resembling her this morning. Over there. The villager pointed in a direction. Gu Chengli immediately rushed over, from dawn to dusk, and into the silent depths of night. Nothing. He stood by the car, his aura menacing, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, its glow flickering ominously. He took a harsh drag. A bunch of useless fools. All bodyguards promptly knelt on one knee. We are incompetent. Continue searching. Gu Chengli issued commands, scouring the surrounding hills and villages. He demanded they find her. Yes, Mr. Gu. If you do not find Yuxi, are you not pleased? He raised an eyebrow, turning toward her. She shook her head. I wish more than anyone to find her, just for your precious innocence. Gu Chengli narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. And after proving your innocence. Then what? Su Jiameng despised Yuxi, did she not? Why this sudden change in attitude? Afterwards, life returned to normal. Su Jiameng calmly stated. The life before Jiang Yuxi did not die. How did Su Jiameng live before Jiang Yuxi's death? Chapter 58. You should return to the Jiang family alone in an empty room. The media captured intimate photographs of Gu Chengli and Jiang Yuxi, and she had to feign a smile before the reporters. Explaining for him, Jiang Yuxi would never deign to flaunt her superiority before Su Jiaming as Jiang Yunru did. To her, Su Jiaming was merely a nominal Mrs. Gu, and one day, she would have the chance to eliminate her. Furthermore, it would be at Gu Chengli's own hand. Ji Chengli warned, "You best not have concocted any new schemes." "How could I dare?" She replied, "That is your beloved Jiang Yuxi. For her, you would harm me without a second thought." The evening breeze was cool. She could finally let go. After loving Gu Chengli for so many years, it was truly enough. One ought to be foolish, but there should be a limit. Upon returning to the Gu residence, Jiang Yunru immediately approached. "Chengli, I missed you." Jiang Yunru clung to him pitifully. "The hospital was so quiet and dark, and you weren't there with me. I felt a bit afraid." She slammed the door shut in frustration. How long could Gu Chengli endure Jiang Yunru's green tea act? "Chengli, butler, prepare the car." Zhao Bo immediately responded. "Yes, Mr. Gu." He wished fervently for Jiang Yunru to leave quickly, sparing them from her rampant arrogance. Not a single servant dared to attend to her. Jiang Yunru had more to say, but Gu Chengli pulled away from her, maintaining his distance. Jiang Yunru incredulously asked, "Chengli, are you sending me away? You and Su Jiaming should not reside together. It invites trouble." But Gu Chengli interrupted her. "It is decided." The butler immediately added, "Miss Yunru, the car is ready. Please follow me." To be rid of this calamity was a welcome relief. Jiang Yunru had more to express, yet Gu Chengli had already ascended the stairs. She stomped her foot in frustration. After finally killing Jiang Yuxi and gaining Gu Chengli's favor, was she to let it all go to waste? How could that wretched woman, Jiang Yuxi, be so fortunate? She refused to believe her sister was still alive. It had to be a lie. Approaching the car door, Jiang Yunru gazed at the butler and suddenly smiled. "Zhao Bo, you have been a part of this household for quite some time. Henceforth, I kindly ask for your guidance." "That is my duty," he replied. "Should there be any developments, I would appreciate it if you could keep me informed." Jiang Yunru discreetly offered him a bank card. Zhao Bo declined, saying, "It is time to get in the car, Miss Yunru." "You don't want it?" Jiang Yunru was taken aback. There was $1 million inside. How many years would it take to earn such a sum? Some things hold greater value than money. Jiang Yunru did not expect the butler to be so resolute. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Bo gently urged her, "Get in the car." On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Su Jiaming emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe and immediately spotted the man standing by the window. Chapter 59, "What are you thinking?" She walked towards the walk-in closet, stopped. Ji Chengli's voice rang out, "Come here." Su Jiaming pretended not to hear and continued walking. "Are you deaf?" He flicked the ash from his cigarette. "I told you to come over." Gu Chengli had already smoked 2 cigarettes here, and his mood grew increasingly agitated. "What do you want?" Su Jiaming asked. "If you have something to say, just say it." Ji Chengli turned around, his piercing gaze fixating on her fair neck. "Take it off." "What?" She was stunned, doubting her hearing. Ji Chengli's patience had worn thin. He strode over to her and yanked her bathrobe away. "Gu Chengli, what are you doing? What on earth is wrong with you?" Su Jiaming's strength was no match for him. In a matter of moments, the bathrobe lay on the floor, revealing her flawless, pale figure to Gu Chengli's eyes. "Your body is quite alluring," he smirked. "Irresistible." Su Jiaming trembled slightly, covering herself, bending down to retrieve her robe, but suddenly felt herself lifted. Ji Chengli tossed her onto the bed. Dazed, she barely had time to rise before he was upon her. His large hand tightened around her waist. "Dressing like this and coming out. Are you trying to seduce someone?" "I clearly wore." "Su Jiaming, since you married me, you must endure my demands." Gu Chengli whispered in her ear, "This is your duty as my wife." Su Jiaming bit her lip. "If this is a duty, then have I ever enjoyed the rights of being your wife? In this household, I am treated worse than a servant. You still wish for rights. Your marriage, obtained through deceit, deserves such treatment." Gu Chengli relentlessly tormented her, engaging in the most depraved acts while maintaining an air of calm. He even tightened his grip around her neck. "Without you, I could have married Yuxi, making her my wife." "Su Jiaming, you have taken everything from Yuxi. If she had been by my side, she would not have perished." Su Jiaming turned her head, burying her face in the pillow, allowing her tears to flow freely. Absorbed by the fabric, Chengli seemed to possess boundless energy. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that he finally relented. He rolled off the bed, snatched up his clothes, and tossed them at her face. "You serve merely as an outlet for my frustrations." Su Jiameng slowly closed her eyes. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Once he was done, he disregarded her. Chengli's brutality and vigor left her with a sore back, even turning over sent waves of pain through her legs. In the dim moonlight, Su Jiameng glimpsed her imperfect toes, unaware that her heart was even more fractured. At the Gu Corporation, in the spacious and bright presidential office on the top floor, Gu Chengli sat in an executive chair, his handsome features shadowed by a serious expression. "Mr. Gu," George said, lowering his head, "we are still actively searching for Miss Jiang Yusi. Yes, we will spare no effort." Jiang Yusi held significant meaning for Gu Chengli. With a stern face, he suddenly inquired, "Where is Su Jiameng?" George was caught off guard. "Ah, are you unable to comprehend human speech?" Gu Chengli's voice was icy. "Mr. Gu," George stammered, "the madam should be at work at this hour." Chapter 60. The one and only crown in the world. Gu Chengli had never cared about Su Jiameng's schedule. Why was he inquiring now? George was unprepared. "Should I?" Gu Chengli narrowed his eyes. "Your reports are becoming increasingly ambiguous. Mr. Gu, I will confirm the madam's current whereabouts immediately." Gu Chengli scoffed. "No need. Why should he concern himself with her actions?" George found himself in a quandary. Should he still determine the madam's whereabouts? Gu Chengli's recent thoughts were utterly inscrutable. "By the way, Mr. Gu," George produced an invitation. "This evening at the Haicheng Grand Hotel, there will be a jewelry gala, and you are invited to attend. Decline it, I will not go." George was about to nod in agreement when he heard Gu Chengli ask, "Wait, a jewelry gala?" "Yes, Mr. Gu. This event exclusively invites the elite of Haicheng, and attendance is strictly limited. Exceptional high-end jewelry will be showcased. If you find something you fancy, you may purchase it directly." George handed over a catalog of the exhibited jewelry. Gu Chengli flipped through it, his eyes immediately drawn to the pièce d'argistance. It was a crown adorned with gemstones and diamonds, once worn by a princess in medieval Europe, worth a fortune. At its center lay the largest ruby in the world. The crown was regal and breathtaking. Gu Chengli's fingers lightly brushed the catalog. The young boy declared, "Don't forget, I truly will come to marry you. You think you can marry me with a grass ring?" The girl laughed. "It won't be that easy. Then use a real ring in exchange. Is that all?" The boy pondered for a moment. "How about I buy you a crown? The kind a princess wears. The most beautiful and expensive in the world." "All right." The girl nodded eagerly. "I will wear the crown, don a wedding dress, and marry you, becoming your princess." However, Jiang Yusi, who had so fervently declared her desire to be his princess, remained oblivious to whether she would ever have the chance to wear that crown. If Yusi were alive, he would undoubtedly place the crown upon her head himself. If Yusi truly had perished, then the woman who appeared in the small village was not her. What use was this crown if bought? "Mr. Gu, this is the centerpiece of the exhibition," George remarked. "The only one of its kind in the world. Do you need it?" Gu Chengli's voice was heavy as he uttered 4 words. "It must be mine. It cannot fall into someone else's hands." A dull ache throbbed at his temples as he pressed his hand against them. The fire on the mountaintop had caused him to inhale too much smoke. Leaving his memory somewhat jumbled upon waking, Jiang Yusi had stayed by his side, caring for him until he regained his health. Gu Chengli had once asked Jiang Yusi if she was the little girl who had carried him out. Jiang Yusi had affirmed, and when he inquired whether she minded that he could not recall her appearance, only some words spoken and deeds done, she had replied that she did not mind. From that moment on, Gu Chengli had firmly believed that Jiang Yusi was his one true love, yet he never truly trusted her. He thought Jiang Yusi had shared these things with Su Jiameng, which was why Su Jiameng was aware of them. Chapter 61. Accompany me to attend. Jiang Yusi was indeed the little girl from the mountaintop, the one who had saved him from the fire. What was Su Jiameng to him? After some thought, Gu Chengli picked up his phone and dialed a familiar number. "Hello?" Su Jiameng's voice came through. "What do you need?" "This evening. Accompany me to a gala." "Do you think you have a choice? You can have Jiang Yunru accompany you." Su Jiaming stared at the hung-up phone, utterly bewildered. Ji Chengli had never liked bringing her to public events. He would rather go alone than take her as his companion. What had gotten into him today? Let him be. Whatever he said went. She could not oppose him. Su Jiaming returned to her work at 5 in the afternoon. As Su Jiaming exited the company, she spotted a Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside. Its license plate strikingly familiar. The rear window was partially lowered, revealing Gu Chengli's handsome profile. Was he here to pick her up from work? She was taken aback. What are you dawdling for? Gu Chengli observed her and said with a slight smirk. Hurry up. Su Jiaming lowered her head as she got into the car. How did you end up here? We have a gala to attend tonight. Don't you remember? But it's still early, Su Jiaming replied. Isn't it starting at 8? Gu Chengli scrutinized her. Is this how you plan to show up? Do you want to embarrass me? Only then did she realize that formal evening events required elegant attire. And she did not possess a single gown suitable for such an occasion. Ji Chengli had never arranged for her to have one, as he had never intended to take her along. Why was he making an exception today? A sense of unease settled within Su Jiaming. At the high-end bespoke store, the manager personally welcomed them. Mr. Gu, welcome. How may I assist you today? He gently nudged Su Jiaming forward. Make her up. The manager knew Gu Chengli was the store's premier VIP, but he had never seen Su Jiaming before. Ji Chengli had always brought Jiang Yuxi here to shop. How ironic. My identity is of no importance. Su Jiaming replied coolly, my surname is Su. She no longer wished to identify herself as Mrs. Gu. She was simply herself. The manager, perceptive and astute, quickly nodded. Understood. Miss Su, we just received a batch of limited editions this morning that I believe will suit you perfectly. Su Jiaming followed the store manager to the fitting room, while Gu Chengli waited in the VIP lounge. He casually flipped through a magazine until the sound of high heels striking the floor caught his attention. A glimpse of a skirt swayed before him, prompting Gu Chengli to look up, with a figure that was both voluptuous and alluring. Her hair casually cascading down her back added a touch of languor to her stunning beauty. She stood there, allowing his gaze to roam over her repeatedly. Mr. Gu, Miss Su is truly a natural beauty, possessing an exquisite figure and fair skin. With just a touch of adornment, she becomes utterly enchanting. The store manager praised incessantly. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Gu Chengli's eyes slowly drifted downward, resting upon her feet adorned with pointed high heels. The manager promptly inquired, Mr. Gu, are you satisfied yet? Gu Chengli merely waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. Understood. Please call me if you need anything. Su Jiaming stood rooted to the spot, watching as Gu Chengli approached her with determined strides. Instinctively, she retreated a couple of steps. What are you doing? Are these shoes comfortable? Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon her, and she smiled sweetly. Very comfortable. With 2 toes missing, these pointed heels don't pinch at all. Ji Chengli's eyes darkened. The only downside is that I can't wear sandals anymore. Su Jiaming remarked. They look dreadful and might frighten others. Ji Chengli halted before her, compelled to admit that at this moment, Su Jiaming was breathtaking, akin to an elusive fairy in the depths of night. He wrapped his arm around her waist. This ensemble suits you perfectly. He felt himself nearly entranced. As long as you're pleased, Su Jiaming replied, her expression rather indifferent. This is my first visit to this store. Do you like it? The service is quite good. You frequent here often, I presume? Yes. Gu Chengli nodded. Yuxi enjoys their designs. He spoke candidly, and a pang of pain shot through Su Jiaming's heart. Yet, she had grown accustomed to such pangs. They were hardly significant. Then you brought me here. How upset would Jiang Yuxi be to find out? Su Jiaming suggested. Perhaps I should skip this banquet, though she could not decipher his thoughts. An unsettling feeling lingered within her. Ji Chengli would not be so kind without reason. You must attend, he insisted, gazing into her eyes as he chuckled softly. I want you to witness a sky-high auction. With that, Gu Chengli steered her away, heading directly to the Haiqing Grand Hotel. Even before 8 o'clock, a multitude of luxury cars crowded the hotel entrance, the fresh red carpet unfurled before them. Security personnel with earpieces maintained order. As soon as Gu Chungli's car came to a halt, a throng of reporters quickly surrounded them, capturing every moment with fervent flashes. The brilliance of the lights was blinding, and Su Jiameng felt ill at ease in such a setting. Mr. Gu, do you have any jewelry in mind that you wish to purchase at tonight's banquet? Who will you gift it to? Is it for Mrs. Gu? What are your thoughts on Miss Jiang Yuxi's demise? Bodyguards escorted them, blocking the reporters to ensure Gu Chengli and Su Jiameng entered the hotel unimpeded, arriving at the opulent banquet hall on the top floor. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a scene of extravagant revelry, where the scent of perfume mingled with the glimmer of lights and the clinking of glasses. The moment Gu Chengli appeared, many approached him to offer toasts and engage in conversation. After all, he was the ruler of Haicheng, who wouldn't he wish to curry favor? Su Jiameng felt out of place. It was her first time accompanying Gu Chengli, and many gazes were cast upon her filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Who was she? Was she the new flame of Mr. Gu since Jiang Yuxi's passing? It was said that the elusive Mr. Gu was quite pitiful. Unbeknownst to them, Su Jiameng was indeed Mrs. Gu. The people of Haicheng only knew that after Gu Chengli overcame his leukemia, he had quietly registered his marriage. Since then, this Mr. Gu had seemingly vanished from existence. Gradually, they came to understand that Mr. Gu was merely a title without substance, a name devoid of presence. I'm going to the restroom. Su Jiameng fabricated an excuse. Please let go of me. The best was yet to come. He would ensure she witnessed it all, allowing her to do as she pleased for now. Su Jiameng slipped away from the crowd. Seeking a secluded corner where she could gather her thoughts in solitude, she paused momentarily, then continued reaching for desserts, pretending not to hear. With a fork in hand, she took a bite of the dessert. It was excessively sweet, overwhelming her senses, yet she kept indulging. N's eyes brimmed with tears. I'm your mother, Meng Meng. How could you speak to me in such a tone, for the first time? After your divorce, you flew away without a care for me. I was hurt and angry, yet I chose to forgive you. On the day of Dad's death, I begged you to take me with you. And you abandoned me once more. From that moment on, I understood that in this world, I only had myself. Meng Meng, I have my reasons. Indeed, you have a new family. Why would you need a burden like me? And gazed at her. Though I cannot take you away, I will help you with whatever you need. Meng Meng, do not hesitate to ask me for anything. I don't need it. Thank you. Su Jiameng could no longer bear to eat. Her gaze lowered as she set the dessert aside. Turning to leave, she appeared a different person from moments ago. What's this? I was just chatting with a friend. I haven't gone to look yet. Su Jiameng witnessed the scene, unaware of the tumult of emotions within her. The maternal love she yearned for was effortlessly bestowed upon Angela. Life was indeed unfair. Angela chuckled lightly. Mom, I have someone in mind. Who is it? Let me guess. Mommy, Angela teased. Don't tease me. And nodded. All right. Our Angela is so beautiful and talented. She must be the center of attention. That special someone of yours will undoubtedly fall for you. Angela beamed with pride. Knowing her Mingxi would be captivated by her, she loved Mingxi wholeheartedly and would marry no one else. The mother and daughter exchanged light-hearted banter as they prepared to leave. Only then did Angela notice Su Jiameng, curiously asking, Mommy, it seemed like you were speaking with her just now. Who is she? N's expression turned tense, anxiously watching Su Jiameng, fearful she might say something detrimental to her. If her new family discovered she was still concerned about her ex-husband's daughter, the consequences would be dire. Su Jiameng smiled faintly. Who I am is not important. Miss Angela, your dress is lovely. Thank you. Su Jiameng turned to leave. No one noticed the crystalline tear that glistened at the corner of her eye. Why should there be a hierarchy in motherhood? Because she lacked a father and a prestigious background. Must she endure such humiliation? N's affectionate demeanor towards Angela, her warm expression, was something Su Jiameng could only dream of. Why did she consistently seek her out in private? Hoping for her forgiveness, professing a desire to assist her, yet publicly distanced herself, pretending not to recognize her. What was the purpose? She retreated into the restroom, leaning against the wall, her head tilted back, exposing her graceful neck, fair skin, and the perfect contour of her collarbone, complemented by the gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Unbeknownst to her, she was a living portrait of beauty at that moment, yet she was engulfed in endless sorrow. The dual betrayal of love and kinship had left Su Jiaming utterly shattered. She raised her hand, gently brushing away the tear that had slipped from her eye. What was there to cry about? What warranted her tears? Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a tissue appeared before her. Girls' tears are like pearls. A man's clear voice resonated. They should not be shed frivolously. Su Jiaming was taken aback, looking up to see a man standing before her, dressed in a white suit with a bow tie. His long fingers resembled those of a prince from a fairy tale. "Thank you," she replied. "It's unnecessary." "Why?" "Because I'm not crying." The man chuckled. "All right, if you say you haven't cried, then you haven't." Su Jiaming felt a bit embarrassed, standing upright, avoiding his gaze. "I truly haven't cried." "Yes, I believe you." Her heart fluttered. It had been so long since she had heard those words, for no one had ever believed her. "Hello, I am Hua Mingxi." The man extended his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Hua Mingxi's eyes sparkled with a unique light. The moment he laid eyes on the woman in the corner, he was entranced. Was she a fairy? She resembled a painting, captivating him entirely. "Hello, I am Su Jiaming." She grasped his hand. "A pleasure," Hua Mingxi exclaimed in delight. "What a beautiful name, Jiaming. A dreamlike rendezvous." Su Jiaming laughed, her eyes curving into crescents. "How do you know? When my parents named me, they intended just that." "Beautiful moments are like dreams, enchanting and intoxicating," Hua Mingxi remarked. "A beauty deserves a beautiful name. You certainly have a way with words." Su Jiaming regarded him, feeling as though it had been ages since someone had praised her so. The last time someone complimented her name was 10 years ago, atop a high mountain. The sensation of love at first sight was simply too wondrous. Hua Mingxi, disregarding the decorum of a gentleman, was solely intent on acquiring her contact information for future encounters. Su Jiaming found herself in a quandary. Being married, she felt it imperative to maintain a prudent distance from other men. Moreover, Chengli was notoriously domineering and possessive. Should he discover her acquaintance with Hua Mingxi, he might resort to unpredictable and outrageous behavior. "Mr. Hua, just as she began to speak, her phone rang. Su Jiaming had no choice but to answer. "Hello? Why are you taking so long in the restroom?" Chengli's displeased voice came through. "Su Jiaming, don't pull any tricks on me. Get over here." "All right, just a moment. Hurry up." Apologetically, Su Jiaming smiled at Hua Mingxi. "I'm sorry, I must leave, Jiaming, until fate brings us together again." After speaking, she lifted her skirt and hurried away. He had never felt such a stirring in his heart for any woman before. No matter the cost, he was determined to win her over. "Jiaming." Hua Mingxi cupped his hands around his mouth, calling out, "Please give me a chance, would you? Just one, to pursue you, care for you, and cherish you." But Su Jiaming hastily departed. Fortunately, Chengli was not present. Otherwise, she would surely be subjected to accusations of infidelity and fickleness. Yet, she had done nothing wrong. Upon returning to Chengli's side, her wrist was immediately grasped. "From now on, stay by my side. Not a step away, understood?" Chengli was perpetually surrounded by numerous admirers, each vying for his favor. The glances cast upon her were filled with disdain, yet tinged with envy. Even as a mistress, being Gu's mistress was a dream for countless women. The announcer's voice echoed through the venue. "Esteemed guests, the exquisite jewelry on display at tonight's gala is now available for your viewing pleasure. If any pieces catch your eye, we encourage you to make a purchase." Su Jiaming felt little interest. She was somewhat hungry, and her feet ached from the prolonged wearing of high heels. "Let us go," she said, but Chengli encircled her waist, insisting, "Let us see if there's anything you fancy." Su Jiaming was taken aback. "Something I fancy? Do you actually intend to buy it for me?" Chapter 66. The crown, a dream of every woman present. The jewelry on display was priced in the millions. Would Chengli truly spend such an amount on her? Before she could ponder further, Chengli led her to the exhibition hall. Each piece of jewelry was encased in transparent glass, shimmering and dazzling. Among the crowd, the most admired piece was a crown once worn by a princess of medieval European royalty. Su Jiaming halted before the crown, utterly captivated, adorned with over 100 gems of various sizes. It was a sight to behold. As she gazed, a sudden pain pierced her eyes. This was the very crown promised to her by that young man, the vows still echoing in her ears. The person before her was no longer the same. Is it beautiful? Do you want it? Chengli leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "This crown is the dream of every woman here." Jiameng felt momentarily disoriented. Responding instinctively, "I want it." She became even more dazed. "Are you about to fulfill your promise?" "Yes," Chengli affirmed. "I intend to fulfill the promise I made to Yusi. I once vowed to her that I would place the most beautiful crown in the world upon her head." His words struck Su Jiaming like a thunderbolt, awakening her. "Oh, so it's for Jiang Yusi. It had nothing to do with her. I once promised Yusi that I would keep the most exquisite crown for her. Regardless of whether she is still in this world," Chengli declared, his gaze profound. Su Jiaming forced a smile. "Then by all means, buy it. Nothing is more sorrowful than a heart that has died." Even a gentle breath now brought her pain. The crown, love, marriage, all were irrelevant to her. Heartbroken, Su Jiameng couldn't help but extend her hand to lightly trace the crown's silhouette through the glass. "No wonder you brought me to this gala," Su Jiameng murmured. "It was to let me witness your extravagant gesture for Jiang Yusi." "Indeed," Chengli scoffed coldly. "I want you to see that this crown will ultimately belong to me." And to Yusi. One dream after another shattered before her eyes, leaving her feeling desolate. She pressed a hand to her chest, believing she had grown numb to the pain. "Wow, how beautiful." Suddenly, Angela approached, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mommy, look, this is the crown worn by a princess." Duanmin nodded. "Yes, it's perfect for my little princess. Priced at 380 million. Angela chimed. "Daddy loves me. He'll definitely buy it for me." She too desired it. No woman could resist bending the knee to this crown. Su Jiaming turned her head towards Chengli. "You have another competitor." Chengli was unfazed, and what of it? He dismissed the notion entirely. "Mingxi Gij." Suddenly, Angela exclaimed with even greater enthusiasm. "You finally arrived. I've been looking for you everywhere." Chapter 67. Fair competition. Who will win? Mingxi approached. Angela immediately attempted to take his arm, but Mingxi sidestepped her. "Angela, this is a public setting. Please be mindful of the impression you make. We've known each other for years. Uncle Hua has personally stated he wants me to be a part of the Hua family." "What are you still worried about?" Mingxi had always regarded Angela as a sister, yet both families had persistently sought to unite them. Mingxi was aware of her feelings for him, but alas, he felt nothing in return. Mingxi pursued love, yearning for that instant spark. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful," he acknowledged. "Suitable for someone." A candidate immediately sprang to mind. "Suitable for me, right?" Angela laughed. "Mingxi Gij. Will you buy it? Buy it? Will you give it to me?" Mingxi lifted his gaze, meeting Su Jiameng's eyes directly. Su Jiameng was taken aback. What was he about to say? "For my fairy," Mingxi declared. "She is the one truly deserving and most fitting for this crown." He had already envisioned Su Jiameng wearing the crown, radiantly stunning. Su Jiameng sighed in relief internally. Thankfully, Mingxi had not directly uttered her name. Yet, unease gnawed at her. Mingxi's unwavering gaze upon her, along with his declaration of "my fairy," implied he intended to gift it to her. Angela interjected. "Fairy? Mingxi Gij. Who is she? Are you buying it for her? Won't you give it to me?" "No, this crown can only belong to my fairy." Su Jiameng kept her head lowered. She hadn't anticipated that the Mingxi she had just encountered in the restroom was the object of Angela's affections. What a melodramatic twist of fate. Suddenly, Chengli's voice cut through the tension. "I shall purchase this crown." Mingxi turned to him. "Mr. Gu, young Master Hua," Chengli replied. "Are you trying to compete with me for this item?" "Mr. Gu, if it were anything else, I would surely concede," embracing the spirit of camaraderie. "However, today, this crown holds immense significance for me. I have never longed for anything as much as this, to gift it to the one I cherish most. It is of great importance to me as well." Mingxi smiled. "Then Mr. Gu, let us engage in fair competition and see who shall obtain it." "Mingxi Gij, you wish to gift it to the one you love?" Angela exclaimed. "Then what about me? What am I to you?" Her eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. Duan Min immediately comforted her. "Darling, do not cry. There may be some misunderstanding. He said it himself. Angela stamped her foot. Who is that woman? Where is she? What does she have that I lack? Angela, in tears, turned and stormed away. Duan Min promptly followed. Sweetheart, don't be angry. Observing this farcical scene, Su Jiameng remained silent. Chapter 68. Are you very interested in my companion? She was at a loss for words, uncertain of what to say. If Hu Mingxi truly intended to buy the crown for her, it would create quite the scandal. Just then, someone nearby inquired, Mr. Gu, do you intend to gift this crown to Miss Su? Given your apparent fondness for it, Gu Chengli merely raised an eyebrow. His expression seemed to imply acquiescence. Instantly, praises erupted. Miss Su is as beautiful as a celestial being, deserving of this crown, gems paired with beauty. Mr. Gu, you truly are extravagant. Purchasing it tonight will surely create a sensation throughout the entire city. Miss Su Jiameng had not heard herself addressed in such a manner for quite some time. Unexpectedly, distancing herself from the title of Mrs. Gu, she found herself receiving more attention. Miss Su, Wu Mingxi's voice suddenly rang out. What is your relationship with Mr. Gu? Su Jiameng looked up, meeting Wu Mingxi's gaze, which bore surprise, confusion, and disbelief. Had his fairy entangled herself in an ambiguous relationship with this Mr. Gu? This is my companion, Gu Chengli asserted, pulling Su Jiameng closer. Young Master Hua, do you have any objections? I am addressing Miss Su. Not Mr. Gu. Who am I? Aren't you the one who knows me best? Su Jiameng retorted. You may be my husband, yet everyone present misinterprets me as your mistress. Ji Chengli, you truly excel at humiliating me. This is a consequence you must bear. Her sharp retort was indeed a rarity. Ji Chengli felt a surge of anger, yet refrained from expressing it. Su Jiameng, I declare you to be whatever I say you are. I can elevate you to the esteemed position of Mrs. Gu, adored by all, or reduce you to a scorned clandestine lover, or even a mere mistress. She bit her lip, the soft flesh within, after a moment. Su Jiameng raised her head. Young Master Hua, I have known President Gu for a long time. Our relationship is profound, though we rarely make public appearances. She could not bear to lie to Hu Mingxi. Yet revealing the truth was equally impossible. So, you are his? Hu Mingxi could hardly believe it. The word lover stuck in his throat. How could his ethereal goddess be such a shameless woman? Young Master Hua and Miss Angela are truly a perfect match. Su Jiameng remarked with a smile, a pairing of talent and beauty, a union destined by the heavens. A daughter of a wealthy family and a young master from an affluent lineage, what a match. And she, all her love and hatred in this life, belonged to Gu Chengli. Hu Mingxi gazed at her in disappointment, the fervent love in his eyes slowly extinguishing. Miss Su, Hu Mingxi looked at her. Do you harbor some unspoken burden? He still could not accept that his infatuation, his fairy, could possess such flawed morals. Surely, there must be another reason. Gu Chengli's voice was cold. Young Master Hua, are you quite taken with my companion? She is merely your companion attending the soiree, is she not? She is, moreover, my woman. Gu Chengli lifted her chin, brushing gently against her lips, deliberately allowing Hu Mingxi a clear view. Su Jiameng felt uncomfortable, wanting to evade, yet he firmly grasped the back of her head. Little did they know, this action by Gu Chengli rekindled the spark in Hu Mingxi's eyes. You are forcing her, Hu Mingxi exclaimed in surprise. Her body language and expression are clearly resisting you. Chapter 69. I came here for the crown. Gu Chengli was taken aback, anger flickering in his dark eyes, before he could unleash his wrath. The host's voice suddenly rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, the first piece of jewelry at tonight's gala has already received a bid. Let us congratulate Miss Angela, who has become the owner of this crown. What? Angela purchased the crown. Hu Mingxi and Gu Chengli simultaneously made their way to the transaction table. Su Jiameng was yanked by Gu Chengli's hand, compelled to follow quickly. Hold on. Hu Mingxi pushed through the crowd. I wish to purchase this crown as well. The guests who had just congratulated Angela were momentarily stunned. The Hu family's young master and Angela were on the verge of engagement, their families interlinked for generations. How could he suddenly compete for the same crown? Duan Min quickly interjected. Young Master Hua, you intend to buy it as an engagement gift for Angela, correct? She repeatedly gestured, hoping the situation wouldn't spiral out of control. Who knew? No, my intention is to give it to her. Hua Mingxi's finger pointed directly at Su Jiameng. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Isn't she President Gu's companion? Huh? Gu Chengli's thin lips parted, letting out a cold laugh. Tonight, I am here for the crown. He was determined. He aimed to acquire it as a token for Jiang Yuxi, allowing Su Jiameng to witness his affections, to provoke and humiliate her. How could he allow another to snatch it first? A crown. 3 individuals vying for it. The drama was about to unfold. The host, observing the situation, promptly announced, Miss Angela has already purchased the crown for 380 million. However, no contract has been signed yet. So, the highest bidder wins. Hua Mingxi shouted his price. I bid 400 million, 500 million. Gu Chengli immediately raised the bid by another 100 million. At this rate, the crown's price would surely exceed 1 billion. Shattering the auction records in Haiqing, although Angela was a wealthy heiress, she couldn't afford such extravagant spending, and the final decision lay with her father. She was powerless to make a choice. You're being unreasonable. Angela protested. One should respect the order of bids. I was the first to offer. Mingxi, how could you treat me this way? And to buy it for this seductress? Angela glared at Su Jiameng with disdain. Where did this woman come from, daring to steal her Mingxi away? I'd bid 600 million. Hua Mingxi looked at Gu Chengli, speaking slowly. He wished to present it to his fairy, the one who captured his heart at first sight. No amount of money was too great. Su Jiameng subtly shook her head at Hua Mingxi, signaling him to refrain from raising the bid further. It's not worth it. Moreover, it would only make Gu Chengli perceive Hua Mingxi as a thorn in his side. Gu Chengli was ruthless and wielded immense wealth and power in Haiqing. Those he set his sights on would not meet a favorable end. Unfortunately, Hua Mingxi was resolute in his decision. Young Master Hua, even if you buy it for me, I will not accept it. In desperation, Su Jiameng finally said, Please, stop. She looked at him with a near-pleading expression. Jiameng, aren't you giving me a chance? I am not worthy. Su Jiameng replied, Consider it my plea, will you? Angela's face twisted in anger. The Mingxi she adored, showered with warmth and care by this woman, she had never received such treatment. Mommy, Angela cried, who is she to steal my Mingxi away? Chapter 70. The deal at 1 billion Duan Min was also frantic, urging, Young Master Hua, whether you buy it for Su Jiameng or President Gu does, it is all the same. Don't waste your money and hurt Angela's feelings in the process. Only Su Jiameng knew that Gu Chengli's intention in acquiring the crown was to provoke her, the thing she cherished most. He intended to give to another woman, even if that woman had already declared her demise. Yet it was still worth his unrepentant sacrifice. 1 billion. Gu Chengli declared, I will take it. The host inquired, 1 billion, is there a bid higher than 1 billion? Hua Mingxi was about to raise his bid when Su Jiameng shook her head repeatedly, her eyes pleading and helpless. His heart softened in that instant. 1 billion for the first time, 1 billion for the second time, 1 billion, sold. The host shouted excitedly, Congratulations to President Gu for becoming the buyer of this illustrious crown. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, congratulations ringing out. The gazes of the women toward President Gu were filled with greed, while their looks at Su Jiameng were laced with jealousy and disdain. Duan Min breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not Hua Mingxi who purchased it, or else how heartbroken Angela would be. Yet, how could Hua Mingxi have feelings for Su Jiameng? They had not known each other prior. The host, donning white gloves, carefully retrieved the crown from the safe, presenting it with both hands before Gu Chengli. Each diamond sparkled brilliantly. Gu Chengli accepted it, his fingertip brushing across the central ruby. Truly beautiful. He even cast a glance at Hua Mingxi. Compete with him? No way. Su Jiameng gazed at the crown within arm's reach, fully aware it could never grace her head, for her young man had long perished in that inferno. The Gu Chengli beside her was no longer her Gu Chengli. Gu Chengli's lips curled slightly. Good. His purpose for this visit had been achieved. Gu Chengli wrapped an arm around Su Jiameng's waist and, under the gaze of the public, strode away with the crown. Mingxi, look, that woman is utterly promiscuous, emerging from who knows which nightclub to sell herself. Angela approached Hua Mingxi, warning him not to be captivated by her beguiling appearance. Angela, do not speak of her in such a manner. President Gu is already married. She is not Mrs. Gu, so what kind of woman do you claim she is? Hua Mingxi, however, insisted, there must be more to this story. She is a victim of circumstance. After all, he had finally encountered his true love, his love at first sight. He believed in his own judgment. Angela clenched her fists. How could I possibly lose to her? I want to accept it. Since his fairy had departed, he felt no reason to remain. Huimingxi turned to leave. Angela immediately grasped his arm. No, you must comfort me. I am to be your future Mrs. Hua, and everyone knows this. Angela, I regard you merely as a sister. Huimingxi shrugged off her hand. And I hope you understand, if I do not marry you, no one can force me. He resolutely walked away without casting another glance at Angela. Duanmin watched her daughter suffer defeat, feeling pained. Furthermore, the young master she adored had feelings for Su Jiameng. Chapter 71. Do you still wish for other men? When two daughters vie against each other. What is she to do? Both hands are tied. Angela cried. Mommy, I will not let Su Jiameng off the hook. I will make her pay. Angela. Mommy, you must help me. Duanmin hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. Angela, Mommy will always stand by your side. In the Gu family's villa, the living room, Ji Chengli sat dominantly on the sofa, legs crossed, while Su Jiameng stood beside him, her complexion slightly pale. The crown, purchased for 1 billion, rested on the coffee table. If only you had been willing to invest that 1 billion to solve the funding crisis of the Su Corporation, my father wouldn't have ended up in prison. Nor would he have suffered a heart attack, Su Jiameng spoke softly, yet you ultimately did not take such action. 1 billion could save a life, salvage the entire Su Corporation. Yet Gu Chengli used this money to buy a crown. A token for Jiang Yuxi, merely to win her favor. Those who are favored indeed possess a certain audacity. Even in death, they can enjoy such treatment. Why should I save Su Hongming? Gu Chengli retorted. Su Jiameng, you should bear the utmost suffering this world has to offer, all alone. She tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, the moment you mentioned taking me to the banquet, I sensed something amiss. As expected, Gu Chengli, you have never failed to torment and hurt me. That crown was rightfully hers. It was promised to her by Gu Chengli. Now, she can only gaze at it without the slightest opportunity to touch it. In the art of seducing men, Su Jiameng, you have also never let me down. Gu Chengli fixed his gaze upon her, first at lawyer Lu Yunxin, then at young master Huimingxi. What remarkable skills you possess. I did not. Lu Yunxin is my senior, and Huimingxi, I do not know him. I merely encountered him by chance in the restroom today. She had done nothing. Not acquainted. Then why would he be willing to spend billions on a crown specifically to gift it to you? Gu Chengli suddenly rose, violently kicking the chair aside. The chair flew across the room, its leg colliding with Su Jiameng's calf. She felt a sharp pain, as if her bones were shattered. Looking down, she saw her calf had swiftly bruised and swollen, a testament to the severity of the pain. Yet, Su Jiameng gritted her teeth and remained silent. You desire other men. Gu Chengli gripped her neck, pressing her against the sofa, his knee pinning her legs down. Su Jiameng, I will not let you go for the rest of your life. You must remain by my side. Even in death, it must be at my hands. His eyes were bloodshot. The thought of the profound affection in Huimingxi's gaze made him wish to obliterate her. Is tormenting me a source of pleasure for you? Su Jiameng gazed at him calmly. You find satisfaction in this, do you not? She had long grown accustomed to such treatment. It was Gu Chengli's tender care that caught her off guard. Yes, Gu Chengli gritted his teeth. I want to see you in unbearable pain. Wishing for death, Su Jiameng asked. Really? Her eyes were so clear, as if peering into Gu Chengli's very soul. Chapter 72. Gu Chengli. You are pathetic. Does he truly find pleasure in this? No, he does not. Each time he hurt Su Jiameng, he only grew more agitated. The fury within him found no release, only intensifying his anger. Why is that? And Su Jiameng saw through him. Gu Chengli, in a fit of rage, tightened his grip around her. Truly, he would never admit it. Then good. Su Jiameng raised her hand to grasp his wrist. If you recklessly humiliate and wound me without achieving any emotional release, how pathetic that would be. Ji Chengli, I am pitiful in your grasp, yet I believe you are equally pitiable. You loathe me, detest me, attributing all your grievances to me, claiming it is my fault. I accept that. She slightly rose, tilting her head. Since it is my fault, your anger and self-harm only serve to punish yourself with my mistakes. Gu Chengli, regardless of whether it is I or others. Hope that in your remaining years, you do not punish yourself for the errors of others. Her fair hand contrasted sharply against his bronze skin. You believe everything is my fault. I accept that. Su Jiameng gazed at him, so please, spare yourself and me. Keeping me by your side only increases your suffering. Ji Yu Chengli narrowed his eyes. Do you think that by saying this, I will truly let you go? No, I hope you release yourself. Spare me the theatrics. Gu Chengli coldly scoffed. First Lu Yunxin, then Hua Ming 11. Do you now believe you have found a better refuge and wish to escape me? I have given all my love to you. How can I love another? Even if it were someone like Shin Xinyo, fleeing, to escape for even a day is a victory, let me tell you. Su Jiameng, outsiders think you are merely a woman played by Gu Chengli, tainted and impure. No matter how much Hua Mingxi likes you, he would never allow you to enter his home. You might as well abandon that hope. At that time, how Su Jiameng had yearned to wear a wedding dress and marry the man she loved most. It was her heart's desire. Who knew that married life would mark the beginning of her hellish existence? Your deep affection, Gu Chengli sneered. I never valued it. Your existence is merely a tool for my venting. He raised his hand and tore off her gown from the moment she donned this attire. Gu Chengli had longed to completely rip it away. Now, it was finally happening. Su Jiameng had grown accustomed to his brutality. She had no right to refuse. Only her eyes felt dry and sore. She blinked, turning her gaze toward the entrance of the living room. In a daze, it seemed as though someone stood at the door. Was her vision too blurred, or was she hallucinating? Gu Chengli loomed over her, his hands beginning to roam downward. Su Jiameng closed her eyes and reopened them. It was no illusion. There truly was someone at the door. That person was Jiang Yusi, Chengli. A voice, filled with shock and grievance, resonated, familiar enough to send Gu Chengli's heart into a frenzy. This voice belonged to Jiang Yusi. He turned to look toward the entrance. Chapter 73. Is it a person or a ghost? Jiang Yusi appeared in a white dress, radiating purity, her innocent and unblemished demeanor capable of mesmerizing men. Gu. Mr. Gu. The housekeeper trembled as he appeared, his face pale. I do not know if this is a person or a ghost. Jiang Yusi effortlessly walked from the entrance into the living room. No one dared to stop her. Everyone in the Gu residence recognized her and knew well that Jiang Yusi had long passed away. Why would a deceased person suddenly appear at night? Is this a vengeful spirit? The housekeeper dared not approach, nearly fainting from fear. Chengli, do you no longer love me? Do you not want me anymore? As Jiang Yusi spoke, tears began to fall. You see me, yet you do not come to embrace me. She pointed at Su Jiameng. You must not touch her. I do not like you touching her. Ji Yu Chengli could hardly fathom what his eyes beheld. Here she stood before him, and it was her, not someone else, not a mere lookalike. It was Jiang Yusi, the woman he cherished above all. Yusi. Gu Chengli rose, slowly making his way toward her. You are Yusi? Chengli, do you no longer recognize me? Gu Chengli felt as though he were dreaming. He slowly reached out his hand until it brushed against Jiang Yusi's garment, confirming her existence before pulling her into his embrace. Yusi. It is you. Gu Chengli held her tightly. I thought you. Jiang Yusi nestled against him. Chengli, I am not dead. Are you not overjoyed? Yes, he replied. Yusi, ever since I saw you in that village on the outskirts, I have been longing for your return. Su Jiameng watched the scene, silently rising from the sofa. She pitifully clutched her torn evening gown, attempting to shield herself. While they were lost in their passionate reunion, she was left desolate and ignored. It was the housekeeper who handed her a garment. Madam, you can make do with this. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Alas, who would have thought that Miss Yusi actually still lives? This exceeded everyone's expectations. Gu Chengli, having regained his beloved, felt emotions that words could not express. Time and again, he told Jiang Yusi, from now on, I will protect you and will not allow anyone to harm you. Jiang Yusi clung to him, tears streaming down her face. Chengli, I miss you so much. I am so afraid. I do not know how I have managed these past few days without you. Jiang Yusi confessed. Without you, I cannot survive. Yet, the thought of living to see you again kept me going. No. Gu Chengli replied, Yusi, your continued existence is the greatest gift bestowed upon me. Jiang Yusi held tightly onto his strong waist, their bodies entwined. Reunited after a long separation, Su Jiaming adjusted her coat and stood. Jiang Yuxi. Jiang Yuxi was startled, looking up at her and retreating repeatedly. You frightened her, Gu Chengli said. Su Jiaming, do not come any closer. Chapter 74. It was not Su Jiaming who killed me with no other choice. She halted in front of the sofa. Jiang Yuxi clutched Gu Chengli's hand tightly. I am scared. Do not fear. Gu Chengli reassured her. I am here. No one can harm you. Su Jiaming looked at their intertwined hands. Her husband grasped another woman's hand. Filled with such genuine love, she felt like a complete joke. Jiang Yuxi trembled incessantly. Yuxi, just speak freely. I am here. Ji Chengli looked at her, eager to uncover the truth. Chengli. Jiang Yuxi's eyes reddened, her innocent features resembling a delicate flower swaying in the wind. Did Su Jiaming kill you? Gu Chengli inquired, or was it someone else? Those 5 words, finally spoken from her lips, were the dream Su Jiaming had long awaited. Ji Chengli, did you hear that? Su Jiaming chuckled softly. It was not I who killed Jiang Yuxi. She has cleared me of suspicion. He need not harbor hatred toward her. She had neither laid a hand on her nor harbored thoughts of killing Jiang Yuxi. Jiang Yuxi's own words were the most compelling evidence. This day had been long awaited by Su Jiaming. Gu Chengli's expression darkened. Yuxi, if it was not Su Jiaming, then who truly wished to harm you? Do you know who the murderer is? Speak, and I shall avenge you. Jiang Yuxi shook her head, expressing her uncertainty about the identity of the assailant. What? Jiang Yuxi recounted. That night, the rain fell heavily. I had arranged to meet Su Jiaming, intending to reveal to her that I was pregnant with your child. Hoping she would accept me and not harm my baby, I arrived at the meeting place ahead of the scheduled time. Then, suddenly, someone rushed towards me, covering my mouth from behind and shrouding me in a sack. In quick succession, that person wielded a knife and stabbed me multiple times, blood pouring forth, until I swiftly lost consciousness. The assailant uttered not a word, kicking me twice in a fit of rage before fleeing into the distance. My last moment of awareness was the sound of rain pouring down. Gu Chengli pressed for more details. What happened next? Jiang Yuxi replied. After that, I was completely unaware. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself in a cold place. It was chilling and eerie. The morgue, Jiang Yuxi nodded. It must be. I was terrified, believing the assailant had discarded me in the morgue, intending to incinerate me completely, leaving no evidence behind. I thought to myself how fortunate I was to awaken. Thus, I dared not make a sound, pulling the corpse from the adjacent bed to my own, covering it with a white cloth. And, despite the pain from my wounds, I quietly escaped. It turns out, the chain of events unfolded in this manner. When the morgue attendants came to retrieve the body, they failed to notice Jiang Yuxi was missing. The staff merely followed the numbered tags to collect the bodies, without verifying whether the individual was indeed Jiang Yuxi, directly taking it for cremation and subsequently handing the ashes to Gu Chengli. Chapter 75. The child is gone. Yuxi, you have suffered. Gu Chengli gazed at her with compassion. It is my failure to protect you. I truly believed I would never see you again. He gently wiped the tears from her eyes. Why have you appeared in the village again? Jiang Yuxi lifted her shirt, revealing several ugly scars across her abdomen. The medical conditions in the village are limited, and my injuries went untreated for too long, leading to inflammation and decay. The doctor did his utmost, but this was the best he could do. Each scar measured about the length of a finger, unevenly distributed across her abdomen. Ji Chengli, suppressing his heartache, roughly counted, there were at least 5 or 6. This indicated that the assailant had mercilessly stabbed Jiang Yuxi 5 or 6 times. Each stab was potentially fatal. Thankfully, Jiang Yuxi was blessed with resilience and survived. Yuxi, I came to the village a few days ago looking for you. Why did I not see you? I had no idea you were here. I stayed at the clinic for a little over half a month, initially intending to find a way to contact you, but then I suddenly heard the doctor mention a large group of people had arrived, brandishing my photograph and inquiring everywhere, urging me to hide. I thought the assailant had come for me, so I hurriedly fled down the mountain path behind the clinic. Ji Chengli's fingers gently traced her wounds. Yuxi, from now on, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Yes, I know that with you here, I am the safest and happiest person in the world. Yet, Jiang Yuxi's tears began to flow in torrents. Chengli, I failed to protect our child. The child is gone. Jiang Yusi repeatedly lamented, I'm sorry, Chengli, it is my fault. I know you cherish this child. Gu Chengli embraced her tightly. As long as you are here, we will have more children. He bent down and effortlessly lifted Jiang Yusi into his arms. Striding upstairs, completely disregarding Su Jiaming's presence, Jiang Yusi clung to Gu Chengli's neck, resembling a fragile bird, never once casting a glance at Su Jiaming, nor exhibiting any sense of provocation, for she was not Jiang Yunru. She was not a mere substitute, she was Jiang Yusi, the one truly cherished by Gu Chengli. Su Jiaming stood as a mere spectator, observing this poignant love story, watching the reunion of this pair of lovers. Even though she was supposed to be the male lead's wife, the female lead, however, was not her. Madam, the housekeeper's voice trembled. Why must your fate be so arduous? It was initially thought that with Jiang Yusi's presumed death, Mr. Ji would recognize the worth of his wife, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yunru intervened between the two. Chapter 76. This Madame Gu, I am so weary of being her. When will Madame's days of happiness finally arrive? Su Jiaming stared blankly into the darkness outside, enveloped in silence. Madam, how could you have such thoughts? Su Jiaming murmured, this Madame Gu, I am so weary of being her. Just let Jiang Yusi have it. I no longer wish to persist. My wounds are too deep. Even though Jiang Yusi had effectively stolen her love, taking away her youth, she resigned herself. It was fine to relinquish it. The love that truly belonged to her would not be taken away, but would remain by her side, accompanying her. The love that could be taken was never real love. The housekeeper grew anxious. You may not think of yourself, but you must consider young Master Qi. Madam, if Jiang Yusi successfully takes her place, do you think young Master Qi will have a good life? With the old lady's protection and Xinu's care, he will not suffer. Madam, you're being too simplistic. The housekeeper continued, Miss Jiang Yusi's previous child was lost, but what about in the future? If she has another child, that child will also bear the Gu family's bloodline, and young Master Qi's status will plummet. Su Jiaming finally grasped the gravity of the situation, awakening from her daze. Indeed, if Jiang Yusi were to bear children for Gu Chengli, how would she fare? Without a mother's support, with a father who shows favoritism and a stepmother who is antagonistic, the love from the Gu family would be diluted, and her little Qi would no longer be the unique presence he is within the Gu household. Jiang Yusi did not deign to meet her gaze, nor did she exhibit any arrogant demeanor, for Jiang Yusi needed only to stand there to prevail over her. Gu Chengli's affection and indulgence were all directed towards Jiang Yusi. Su Jiaming sank onto the sofa, as if all her strength had been drained from her body. I am the master bedroom. Jiang Yusi lay on the bed, her hand tightly grasping the hem of Gu Chengli's garment. Don't go. Stay with me. I am afraid. All right, I will stay right here. Gu Chengli nodded. You can rest easy. Chengli, you will never leave me, nor abandon me, right? Jiang Yusi still felt uneasy and asked again. I did not protect our child well. Do you blame me? I do not blame you. It is the assailant's fault. At last, Jiang Yusi revealed her first smile. Ji Chengli thought to himself that this was the smile he wished to protect. Yet, he could not fathom why, at that moment, the image of Su Jiaming's smiling face surfaced in his mind. Su Jiaming once possessed a smile 1,000 times brighter than this. Yet now, such smiles were rarely seen. Sleep now. Gu Chengli swallowed hard. Leave everything to me. I will handle it. Jiang Yusi nodded. Okay. Yusi, do you have any further impressions of the assailant? Gu Chengli inquired. For instance, was it a man or a woman? Is it someone you know? Did you catch a glimpse of their appearance? Or do they possess any distinct features? Jiang Yusi contemplated, a shiver of fear coursing through her. Ji Chengli quickly reassured her. If you're scared, do not think about it. I will investigate. Chapter 77. A touching scene that moves heaven and earth. I do not know what I did wrong. Jiang Yusi lamented, that someone would wish to take my life, stabbing me mercilessly in the abdomen, clearly intending to end both my life and that of my child. Who else knows about your pregnancy, aside from me? Jiang Yusi recalled the night she nearly perished. Su Jiaming was unaware, as it was Gu Chengli who revealed it later. She vividly remembered her despair and anguish, questioning him about her and little Qi's worth, a memory he retained clearly, and Jiang Yusi paused, shaking her head. No one else. I only told you. All right, I understand. Chengli settled at the foot of the bed, remaining there until Jiang Yusi fell into a deep sleep, her breathing steady, before he quietly departed. A faint light began to dawn on the horizon, signaling the approach of daybreak. As Su Jiameng lay sprawled on the sofa, drowsily drifting in and out of sleep, she sensed someone standing before her. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a pair of long, straight legs. Looking up further, her gaze fell into Gu Chengli's deep eyes. Chengli, Su Jiameng, half awake, climbed off the sofa. What are you doing here? Shouldn't he be with Jiang Yusi? Having narrowly escaped death, Jiang Yusi was likely shaken and needed him by her side. You seem quite unconcerned, able to sleep soundly, Gu Chengli remarked. Su Jiameng, are you truly so indifferent, or do you simply not care? She straightened her posture. It is because I feel powerless. I cannot change anything, so I can only accept the current situation. If she were to fret over every detail, lamenting endlessly, she would have long succumbed to madness. I see, I have witnessed it. I am neither blind nor deaf. Chengli bore his gaze into her. Do you not have anything to say? Su Jiameng retorted. Is there something I should say? The one I love most is Yusi. You need not reiterate that to wound my heart. Su Jiameng forced a smile. You spent 10 billion, yet can no longer crown Jiang Yusi with it. No sooner had she spoken, Gu Chengli seized her shoulders, lifting her entirely. Su Jiameng, he gazed at her. Is it not you who repeatedly professes that your most beloved man is me? You donated your bone marrow to save my life. Enduring the physical agony to give birth to Shao-Chi, how magnificent and awe-inspiring is your love. Indeed, I have moved heaven and earth, yet I cannot stir your heart. Gu Chengli's heart is harder and colder than stone. It cannot be warmed or softened. Upon hearing this, Su Jiameng smiled. So, it is because I do not weep or wail that you find it difficult to adapt. Indeed, if I were to cry, would you wipe away my tears? She inquired. If I were to throw a tantrum, would you indulge and comfort me? Gu Chengli gritted his teeth. You do not deserve such treatment. Only Jiang Yusi is entitled to that. She was envious. She was jealous. She felt an even deeper hatred, but what could she do? Jiang Yusi was the apple of Gu Chengli's eye, his most cherished possession, one she could neither touch nor speak of, let alone strike or scold. Chapter 78. Su Jiameng, you must love me. Jiang Yusi did not scold or hit her. That was considered mercy. Had it been Jiang Yunru, if Su Jiameng were to cry, throw a fit, and threaten to hang herself, Jiang Yunru would fan the flames, and Gu Chengli would surely retaliate by inflicting more pain upon her. I ask this what you call loving me? Gu Chengli's fingers gripped her shoulders, his nails nearly embedding into her flesh. Su Jiameng, it seems your professed love amounts to nothing. Su Jiameng stared at him in astonishment. What was Gu Chengli doing? He was questioning whether she still loved him. Why? It was utterly baffling. I said it is not allowed. It simply is not. Su Jiameng bit her lower lip. Gu Chengli, listen well. I do not wish to love you anymore. I am weary of loving. I have loved enough. Gu Chengli's eyes seemed to bleed with intensity as he glared at her. Su Jiameng, you must love me. You may compel me to do anything, but love you is one thing you cannot control. Su Jiameng looked at him, for her heart resides within her chest. It is under my command, not yours to manipulate. Gu Chengli felt an urge to strangle Su Jiameng. How could there be a woman like her? Previously, he had never cared for her love, had scorned it, even trampled it underfoot with reckless abandon. This turmoil lay hidden deep within him, restless and eager. Thus, he sought out Su Jiameng, insisting that she must continue to love him. To quell his own anxiety and helplessness, Gu Chengli gritted his teeth. Have you developed feelings for someone else? Lu Yunshun? Or perhaps Hu Mingxi? He shoved her away with force. Su Jiameng fell onto the carpet, her hair disheveled and clinging to her face. How dare you? Gu Chengli pointed at her. You had better comply with me, or I have countless ways to make you pay the price. She looked up at him. What kind of person are you? Forcing me to love you despite your own indifference. Love should be reciprocal. It is a mutual pursuit. You will do as I say. Su Jiameng bit her lip until it bled, merely regarding him with cold indifference. On the second floor, in the corner, barefoot Jiang Yusi hid behind the wall, witnessing the scene. Why did Gu Chengli insist that Su Jiameng continue to love him, while forbidding her heart from wavering? In an instant, Jiang Yusi felt a sense of crisis. This feeling had never before surfaced, for she knew that Gu Chengli would only love her, he would not change. But now, Jiang Yusi felt that Gu Chengli seemed to have developed feelings for Su Jiameng. Previously, he had shown no regard for her, indifferent to her plight, even accompanying Su Jiameng to the movies on the day she gave birth to Gu Xiuqi. No, Jiang Yusi absolutely could not allow Gu Chengli to change his heart. Morning, Gu Chengli stood before the car door as Jiang Yusi adjusted his shirt and tie. You can rest assured and head to work. I will wait for you at home, Jiang Yusi said. Remember to eat on time and take care of yourself. Chapter 79. Dear sister, no sentiment remains. Are you certain you do not need my company? No need, Jiang Yusi replied gently with a smile. This is your home. There is nowhere safer than here. Ji Chengli nodded. All right, if anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. Jiang Yusi rose onto her toes and kissed his lips. Gu Chengli ruffled her hair and turned to enter the car. What a sweet scene, Su Jiameng thought. She felt as if she had become the third party in this relationship, yet she was the one and only. Is there something you wish to discuss? Just as Jiang Yusi was about to speak, she glanced at the servants nearby. You all may leave. Yes, Miss Jiang. No, Su Jiameng interjected. It is better to have someone here to prevent you from injuring yourself and then shifting the blame onto me. Jiang Yusi laughed. Such clumsy tactics, I find them beneath me. You may not employ them, but Jiang Yunru has mastered them to perfection. Jiang Yusi's smile faltered entirely. Su Jiameng scrutinized the subtle expressions on her face, piecing together certain thoughts. Although Jiang Yusi repeatedly claimed ignorance of the identity of the murderer, asserting that she had not seen anything, having been covered by a sack, Su Jiameng suspected that Jiang Yusi knew more than she let on. However, perhaps, it was not yet time to reveal the truth. Your sister, Jiang Yunru, Su Jiameng intentionally mentioned her name again, is not a match for an ordinary person. Jiang Yusi staggered slightly on the day of the incident. Amidst pouring rain, when the murderer approached her, she caught a whiff of a familiar perfume. It was Jiang Yusi's favorite scent. However, Jiang Yunru had once casually asked her what fragrance she wore, remarking on its pleasantness, and had even wished to purchase some. Being sisters, Jiang Yusi simply gifted her a bottle. Jiang Yusi, being cherished and protected by Gu Chengli, felt a sense of superiority, preoccupied with dealing with Su Jiameng, her thoughts not directed towards Jiang Yunru. Yet, at the moment the sack covered her, Jiang Yusi had caught a whiff of that perfume. Only Gu Chengli could have shielded her. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Su Jiameng stated, Jiang Yusi, only when the murderer confesses and faces justice will you be truly safe. Jiang Yusi's face turned pale as she shook her head in denial. I do not know what you are talking about. I suddenly recalled something. It was when George first informed Gu Chengli that someone had spotted his whereabouts in the small village, and coincidentally, Jiang Yunru overheard this as she hid behind the door. After Gu Chengli left, she said something to me. Can you guess what it was? Jiang Yusi took several steps back. She proposed that we join forces to eliminate you. She declared that regardless of whether that person was you, they must die. Jiang Yusi collapsed onto the floor, her own sister, so utterly devoid of sentiment. Suddenly, she looked up. You intend to harm me. Chapter 80. You force me to divorce Gu Chengli, more than anyone else. I hope the murderer is caught. Chengli has promised to conduct a thorough investigation. With him around, I fear nothing, but for Gu Chengli to investigate thoroughly, you must provide clues. As she spoke, Su Jiameng shook her head. She aimed to incite conflict between the Jiang sisters. The most brilliant tactic was to remain an outsider, watching them tear each other apart without implicating herself. It was a matter of whether Jiang Yusi possessed the capability to ensure Jiang Yunru's complete defeat. Jiang Yusi, is it only I whom you can contend with? When faced with others, do you simply wither away? Su Jiameng inquired. I am rather curious. On that rainy night, you summoned me to meet. What did you intend to say? Jiang Yusi bit her lip, rising from the ground. This fragile appearance truly elicited a man's compassion. If Gu Chengli were to witness this, he would surely feel a pang of heartache. Su Jiameng self-deprecatingly tugged at the corners of her mouth. For she would not show weakness, would not act coy. bearing all burdens herself, hence Gu Chengli assumed she required no protection. She too was a woman, yet unexpectedly, before she could meet Su Jiameng, she was counterattacked. And then, I hope you will divorce, Jiang Yusi continued. Chengli does not love you. Such a marriage will only burden him, so, your true objective is to leverage the child to force me to divorce Gu Chengli? Jiang Yusi admitted, yes. The entanglement among the three of us must reach a resolution, otherwise, we shall only harm each other. To resolve matters, you wish for me to withdraw from the marriage, allowing you and Gu Chengli to thrive? Chengli and I are genuinely in love. Su Jiameng was weary of hearing the phrase genuinely in love. Who is sincere, and who is duplicitous? The heart is concealed within the body. Who can truly see it? Jiang Yusi, please understand, I am Mrs. Gu. You're pregnant. Does that mean I must divorce? Su Jiameng coldly retorted. Why not you terminate the pregnancy, sever ties with Gu Chengli, and cease to disrupt others' families? Su Jiameng, you were the one who initially shattered my love with Gu Chengli. He was meant to marry me. It was you who coerced him with your bone marrow. I could not bear to see him perish, hence you became Mrs. Gu. There was no other choice. My bone marrow was a match for Gu Chengli. Why could not your marrow show some spirit to save him? Had it done so, the position of MRS.G would undoubtedly have been yours. Jiang Yusi found herself at a loss for words. Su Jiameng was sharp-tongued, her arguments coherent and compelling, leaving her without a retort. Thus, you married Chengli solely based on your bone marrow compatibility, Jiang Yusi said. You are the true third party between us. Had it not been for you, I would have married him long ago. Su Jiameng regarded her. Listen carefully, Jiang Yusi, from the beginning to the end. Gu Chengli has never loved you. You lie. He loves the girl who carried him out of the flames. He loves the girl who spent countless sweltering afternoons with him on the mountaintop. Are you, Jiang Yusi, that girl? Are you? Yes, Jiang Yusi replied loudly. It's me. From beginning to end, I am the one who loves Gu Chengli. Chapter 81. 999 Red Roses. Above our heads, there are deities. One must speak with a clear conscience to avoid the wrath of heaven. As soon as the words left her lips, a sudden clap of thunder echoed, rolling ominously. Immediately after, the pitter-patter of raindrops began to fall. This torrential downpour arrived without warning. The sky darkened in an instant. Jiang Yusi trembled in fear, clutching her head as she shivered. Did you hear that? Su Jiameng asked. Jiang Yusi, over the years, you have taken what rightfully belongs to me, and you feel justified in doing so. Are you truly unafraid of retribution? Su Jiameng, be quiet. Stop talking. Every word I utter is the truth. You are not that girl. Everything you possess now has been stolen. Sooner or later, you will pay it back in double. The gifts bestowed by fate have already been marked with a price in the shadows. Su Jiameng turned on her heel and walked away. Are you going to get a divorce or not? Jiang Yusi pressed. I do not wish to hurt you. I only want Gu Chengli, if you withdraw willingly. I promise to treat Gu Xiuqi well and let Chengli provide you with a substantial divorce settlement, ensuring you live a life free from financial worries. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, but I am someone who enjoys going against others. I had intended to divorce, but since you want me to leave so badly, I shall not. Jiang Yusi's scream echoed. You will regret this. Su Jiameng had already walked far away. She still had to go to work. Unlike Jiang Yusi, who lived off a man, willingly playing the part of a caged canary. Besides, the decision to divorce was no longer in her hands. It was Gu Chengli who was unwilling to part ways. Su Jiameng got into her car, letting out a long breath, calming herself, and started the engine. Madam, the butler hurried over. You should take an umbrella, lest you get drenched. Thank you. Zhao Bo, the butler softly said. I will keep an eye on Jiang Yusi for you. Zhao Bo, take care of yourself. Do not let her find any leverage against you. At the architectural design company, Su Jiameng clocked in as usual, waiting for the elevator to her office. However, along the way, her colleagues were casting glances at her, whispering among themselves. Did she wear her clothes inside out, or perhaps she forgot to zip her dress? Was there something stuck in her teeth? Su Jiameng scrutinized herself from head to toe, unable to find anything amiss. Until she reached her office and pushed the door open, she was met with an enormous bouquet of 999 red roses. Director Su, the secretary said, someone delivered this bouquet early this morning. It is addressed to you. Su Jiaming picked up the card on top. Fairy, please accept my fervent and pure affection and pursuit. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the one for my dreams. Signed, Shida. It's from Hua Mingxi. Su Jiaming's head throbbed. How is it that after attending such a high-profile gala for the first time, she ended up with a suitor? This massive bouquet of roses was too heavy for her to carry. Tossing it would break Hua Mingxi's heart, but keeping it would incite Gu Qingli's wrath. After much contemplation, she had a solution. Yes, Director Su. The secretary called over 2 people to help move the bouquet away. Chapter 82. How can you not entice Hua Mingxi? She suddenly exclaimed. Who sent these flowers? She. Hua Mingxi? Su Jiaming looked at her. What do you want? Angela has a connection with me. Doesn't she? She is your half-sister. So what? Su Jiaming asked. Am I supposed to yield to her? Hua Mingxi is the young master, sought after by the Hua family through prayers and offerings. The Hua family has had 3 generations of only sons. So his status is evident. In the future, the entire Hua family will belong to him. Such a person is meant to be with Angela. Su Jiaming remained expressionless. Angela is your daughter, and I am also your offspring. If she is worthy, does that mean I am not? Su Jiaming bit her lip hard, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Her mother had so insulted her father. She was furious, but powerless. So you married into the Yin family. A truly grand family. Congratulations, Madame. And Duan Min took off her sunglasses. Meng, I am here to sincerely advise you. Do not compete with Angela for Hua Mingxi. You cannot win, nor do you have the right to compete. Su Jiaming had seen through her biological mother completely the day Su Hongming passed away. Duan Min cared only for her own wealth and glory, only for Angela. There was no place for her. Su Jiaming, even if I do not compete, Madame, please understand that Hua Mingxi does not like Angela, Su Jiaming said. They will never end up together, as long as both families push for it. They will surely marry. Then go ahead and facilitate it. What do you want from me? The door is over there, Madame, Su Jiaming said. I hope we do not meet again. She truly did not expect to hear such harsh and piercing words from her own mother in her lifetime. The bond between them had reached its end, yet Duan Min would not let her go. Speak. What do you want to do to stop enticing Hua Mingxi? Money, is it? Name your price. I do not want your money. Are you annoying, Su Jiaming? Hurry up and state your conditions. Chapter 83. A dreamlike reunion. I love you. Duan Min persisted, refusing to relent. Unable to shake her off, Su Jiaming looked up at her. Fine, I can leave Hua Mingxi. But I do not want money. Then what do you want? Lin Jin had embezzled all the assets from the Su family's accounts, infuriating her father. How could such a person roam free? But Su Jiaming was now struggling to protect herself. How could she have the strength to capture Lin Jin? Gu Chengli would not help her either. Duan Min surely despised Lin Jin. After all, Lin Jin was the mistress who had stolen her ex-husband. You can consider this. If you can bring Lin Jin to justice, I will leave Hua Mingxi, fulfilling your precious daughter Angela. Take care. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. As Su Jiaming packed her things to leave work, she looked up upon exiting the building and saw a line of words displayed on the opposite LED screen, as deep as the sea. Our reunion is like a dream. I love you. This. Soon, Su Jiaming spotted Hua Mingxi standing beneath the big screen, happily waving at her. Jiaming. Many passers-by turned their gazes towards her. Su Jiaming lowered her head, pretending that Hua Mingxi was not calling her, and hurried toward her parked car. Jiaming. Hua Mingxi crossed the street, panting as he ran closer. Why are you ignoring me? Did you see the surprise I prepared for you? At this moment, everyone knew that the woman Hua Mingxi had confessed to on the big screen was her. Young Master Hua, just call me Ashi, Hua Mingxi said. No need for such formality. Su Jiaming felt a bit helpless. There is no possibility for us. Do not waste your thoughts on me. Hua Mingxi was an exceptional individual, exuding the aura of a sunny young man. Coming from a privileged background and having never faced hardship, his eyes radiated purity, and he followed his heart in everything he did. Even if he did not end up with Angela, he would encounter even more outstanding women. Su Jiaming understood that she was a person trapped in a hellish darkness who would taint Hua Mingxi's bright disposition, but I fell for you at first sight. You fill my thoughts. Leaving no room for anyone else, Hua Mingxi declared. Jiaming, will you give me a chance? Try to accept me. I will treat you well. Fearing she would not believe him, he hurriedly professed his loyalty. I will only treat you well. The very best, Su Jiameng smiled softly. It is I who do not deserve such kindness. How can you say that about yourself? You deserve the best, Huang Mingxi insisted. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have offered a higher price to buy the crown and give it to you. Jiameng, did Gu Zong give you the crown? She had thought that the crown would be left idle. A token of Gu Chengli's yearning for Jiang Yuxi. Naturally, the crown would rest atop Jiang Yuxi's head. That crown suits you perfectly. It seems tailor-made for you. Huang Mingxi added, no worries, Jiameng. Next time I see other jewelry, I will buy it for you. Chapter 84. Choose me or him. Su Jiameng shook her head. Really, it's unnecessary. Huang Mingxi, we are from two different worlds. Yes, you are a fairy descended from the heavens, who came to earth, allowing me to meet you. Huang Mingxi laughed. Looking at his sunny, clean smile, Su Jiameng felt uplifted and could not help but smile back. She laughed, and Huang Mingxi was even happier. Exactly. Jiameng, you should smile more. Su Jiameng held no romantic feelings for Huang Mingxi. All her love and resentment were directed toward Gu Chengli. Yet, having a friend like Huang Mingxi could certainly brighten her life. If they could simply be friends, Su Jiameng would be more than willing to share her thoughts with him. However, they were both being scrutinized by others. I in the car, Chengli, is that Su Jiameng? Jiang Yuxi suddenly pointed out the window from the passenger seat. It seems she is with An. Ji Chengli turned to look. On the roadside, Su Jiameng stood face to face with Huang Mingxi, both wearing radiant smiles. How long had it been since Su Jiameng had smiled at him like that? At this moment, she presented such a smile to Huang Mingxi. It was her. Gu Chengli recognized her at a glance, stopped the car. His face was filled with fury. The driver immediately complied, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Chengli, you. Jiang Yuxi's words were left unspoken as Gu Chengli had already exited the car, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Jiang Yuxi trembled in fear. Ji Chengli had never been this rude to her before. Was his attention towards Su Jiameng now far surpassing his regard for her? Jiang Yuxi clenched her fists, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Chengli's figure. She watched as he swiftly approached Su Jiameng, grasping her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Su Jiameng had not even noticed him. Suddenly, a powerful force enveloped her, and she found herself in the warm, familiar arms. Gu Chengli, she lifted her head. You were flirting with another man behind my back, Gu Chengli declared. Su Jiameng, you truly are something. She frowned. Could you refrain from indiscriminately slandering me? Then, why is Huang Mingxi here? Gu Chengli turned his head, pointing at the large screen displaying a grand love confession advertisement. Such a sensational and romantic display. At that moment, jealousy consumed him. Huang Mingxi had genuine feelings for Su Jiameng. Over the years, Gu Chengli had ignored and coldly treated Su Jiameng, repeatedly hurting her. If Huang Mingxi intensified his pursuit, she would undoubtedly be swayed. This was something Gu Chengli could not permit. Mr. Gu, I relinquish the crown to you, but Jiameng, I will never give up, Huang Mingxi asserted. She is the girl I fell for at first sight, and I will do everything in my power to ensure she attains the utmost happiness. Gu Chengli scoffed. You? Just you? I will treat her better. 1,000 times more than you ever could. I have already claimed her, Ji Chengli stated. Young Master Hua, you arrived a step too late. In love, there are no distinctions of arrival. The choice lies in Jiameng's hands. Gu Chengli raised an eyebrow. You want her to choose, do you? Very well, Huang Mingxi, I shall ensure you lose convincingly. His fingers pressed firmly against Su Jiameng's waist. Tell him, do you choose me or him? Huang Mingxi also looked at Su Jiameng with anticipation. Chapter 85. Su Jiameng spewed all over Gu Chengli. Gu Chengli was overly confident, believing he could never lose. He was Su Jiameng's husband. They had a marriage certificate and a son, and what was Huang Mingxi? How long had he known Su Jiameng? Does my choice even matter? Su Jiameng softly inquired. Do both of you need me to provide an answer? Yes, yes. Gu Chengli and Huang Mingxi responded in unison. All right. Su Jiameng smiled. If I must choose between the two of you, I choose Huang Mingxi. In an instant, Huang Mingxi was overwhelmed with joy. Gu Chengli, however, was left in disbelief. Su Jiameng actually did not choose him. Had she truly been won over by Huang Mingxi? Had she abandoned him? Su Jiameng. Gu Chengli's temples throbbed. What are you saying? Su Jiameng seemed unafraid of offending him. her voice crisp as she asked, "Did you not hear clearly? Would you like me to repeat it?" Gu Chungli's eyes blazed red. "You dare." Hua Mingxi, radiant and considerate, was the wisest choice as a partner. "And you, Gu Chengli, what have you ever given me? Don't you have any self-awareness?" This woman not only refused to choose him, but also insulted him. "Su Jiameng, you must be tired of living." "I merely spoke my mind." Ji Chengli was both enraged and exasperated, while Hua Mingxi joyfully declared, "Jiameng, I always knew you had feelings for me." He stepped forward, forcefully pushing Gu Chengli aside, taking Su Jiameng's hands in his own. "True feelings will be reciprocated, and true love will garner true love. Jiameng, allow me to stay by your side, to care for you and bring you happiness." Gu Chengli was blinded by jealousy. His wife, his woman, was now confessing her feelings to another man right in front of him. Was he to remain passive? Su Jiameng softly said, "Hua Mingxi, if I had met you sooner, perhaps I would have been happier. Perhaps I would have known more joy, but now it's too late." The order of appearances is quite significant. Had Hua Mingxi been the one who crossed my path in my youth, I would not have suffered so much. "It's all right, Jiameng, it's still possible now," Hua Mingxi excitedly replied. "I will fight for our happiness." Before he could finish, Gu Chengli shouted, "Dream on." He raised his arms, hoisting Su Jiameng over his shoulder, and strode towards the car. Jiameng, Hua Mingxi, witnessing this, immediately chased after them. "Mr. Gu, put her down. You cannot carry a girl like this. She deserves a princess carry." Gu Chengli ignored him entirely, moving quickly. Suddenly, two towering bodyguards appeared before Hua Mingxi. "Please stop." "Young Master Hua." They blocked Hua Mingxi, allowing Gu Chengli to successfully place Su Jiameng into the car. "Ji Chengli, let me down." Su Jiameng protested, kicking and hitting him. "Can't you show some reason? I can't endure being carried like this. I am about to throw up." He pretended not to hear. "I really am going to be sick." Su Jiameng shouted once more. Finally, at the car door, Gu Chengli released her as soon as her feet touched the ground. She swayed, leaning against the car door, bent over, and began to vomit profusely. Ji Chengli just happened to be standing nearby. Chapter 86. Gu Chengli pushed Jiang Yusi aside. Gu Chengli was a man of particular cleanliness. Upon witnessing this scene, his face darkened to a deep shade of black. "Su Jiameng." In response, Su Jiameng only retched louder. Ji Chengli was utterly speechless. The driver, witnessing the spectacle, was horrified. Normally, if there was even a hint of odor or crumbs in the car, Ji would reprimand them, insisting on absolute cleanliness and fresh air. And now, his wife had vomited all over him. "Mr. Gu." The driver hurriedly offered a large pack of tissues and wet wipes. Su Jiameng hardly paid attention to it. Her appetite had been poor recently, coupled with physical discomfort and emotional turmoil affecting her sleep. Just now, being hoisted by Gu Chengli, her head upside down, feeling dizzy, she could hardly bear it. She expelled the contents of her stomach entirely. Exhausted, Su Jiameng leaned against the car door, her complexion pale. When the driver handed her tissues, she swiftly grabbed several before Gu Chengli could react, wiping her mouth. At that moment, Su Jiameng began to recover slightly. "Chengli, you got dirty." Just then, Jiang Yusi alighted from the car. "You must feel uncomfortable. Let me help you clean up." Jiang Yusi took the tissues and gently began to wipe the stains from Gu Chengli's clothing with great care and tenderness. Gu Chengli stood still, his eyes sharp as an eagle, fixated on her. "Gu is truly fortunate," Su Jiameng chuckled. "With such a lady attending to him, he need not lift a finger, unlike me, who just vomited bile and has no one to support me." Hearing her words, Gu Chengli was about to explode, but Jiang Yusi paused, turning to offer a bottle of water. "Jiameng, rinse your mouth." Su Jiameng's smile deepened. Miss Jiang is always so thoughtful. No wonder she has captured Gu Chengli's heart so profoundly. She accepted the water. "Thank you." Unappreciative, Gu Chengli coldly remarked, "If you could possess even half of Yusi's qualities, I wouldn't have turned a blind eye to your family in your time of need." His words struck at Su Jiameng's sore spot. She felt more pitiful than an orphan. However, she quickly retorted, "Gu Chengli, if you could have even half of Hua Mingxi's qualities, I wouldn't be so resentful towards you." Gu Chengli made a move to advance, but Jiang Yusi pressed down on his arm. "Chengli, don't be angry. It's not good for your health. You still need to accompany me to the hospital for a checkup. Don't waste time. They had merely passed by unintentionally, but upon seeing Su Jiameng, Gu Chengli had completely forgotten about her. Gu Chengli's heart, Su Jiameng's significance, was growing heavier. This was not a good omen. Yes, we should go, Su Jiameng said. Gu Chengli, you need not concern yourself with me so much. She turned to leave. Just a few steps in, she heard Jiang Yuxi's startled cry, Chengli, in the next moment. Su Jiameng felt a sharp pain in her shoulder as Gu Chengli's large hand clutched her shoulder, yanking her back and shoving her into the back seat. He shut the door and locked it, then took his place in the driver's seat. Jiang Yuxi stared at him in shock and confusion. Chengli, what? What are you doing? Just moments ago, Gu Chengli had pushed her away with considerable force. This was the first time he had treated her so roughly. Jiang Yuxi found it hard to accept. Chapter 87. Do you want to cheat while married? She was the woman Gu Chengli loved most. When had she ever been treated like this? Now, because of Su Jiameng, everything had changed. Are you planning to leave with Su Jiameng? Yes. There's a bit of urgency. Having said that, Gu Chengli rolled up the window and pressed the accelerator. Speeding away with Su Jiameng, Jiang Yuxi stood there in a daze, unable to believe what had just transpired. Gu Chengli had abandoned her to leave with Su Jiameng. The driver was also somewhat bewildered. Miss Jiang, it's nothing that no matter how much distress she felt inside, Jiang Yuxi maintained her noble and composed demeanor in front of others. Chengli had matters to attend to, and besides, he had arranged for the car and bodyguards. However, she clenched her fists tightly, betraying her innermost thoughts. It was all that fateful night's fault, the murderous fiend who sought her life. Otherwise, with the leverage of their child, Gu Chengli would surely have stood by her side, striving to extricate himself from Su Jiameng. And now, look at the outcome. Su Jiameng is on the verge of a resurgence. In the back seat of the car, Gu Chengli drove recklessly, causing Su Jiameng to nearly tumble from her seat. After a struggle to steady herself, she managed to sit up, feeling disoriented. Slow down, Su Jiameng exclaimed. Gu Chengli, I get carsick. What does your carsickness have to do with me? He retorted. I feel nauseous again. Gu Chengli hesitated. He had no desire for Su Jiameng to vomit in his car. Reluctantly, he reduced his speed. Where are you taking me? Su Jiameng inquired. Are you really unconcerned about Jiang Yuxi? Truly a miracle. I sense you wish to relive the experience of that little dark room in the basement. Don Tu. A chill crept up from the soles of Su Jiameng's feet. The memories of being confined for several days were too vivid. Snakes, insects, vermin, the oppressive dampness, and the absence of food had forced her to gnaw on her leather shoes to stave off hunger. Are you frightened? Gu Chengli said coldly. If you're scared, then behave. Su Jiameng grit her teeth. The car halted before the Gu residence. The butler looked on in surprise. Mr. Gu, didn't you just leave with Miss Jiang? Oh. Why is it, madam? Get lost. Gu Chengli barked, dragging Su Jiameng's hand as he ascended to the second floor. Su Jiameng struggled violently, her wrist turning red. What madness is this? Let me go. As it appeared Gu Chengli intended to pull her into the bedroom, Su Jiameng realized what was happening and clung desperately to the wall. At that moment, Gu Chengli could no longer budge her. She knew that if he were to lose his temper, he would treat her as a mere plaything, tormenting her mercilessly in bed. She was unwilling. Why are you here meddling in my affairs when you should be with Jiang Yuxi? Su Jiameng said. Are you that idle? The moment I relax my guard, you go flirting with Hu Mingxi? I didn't. She denied. Don't forget you are Mrs. Gu. Do you wish to engage in an affair while married? Su Jiameng seemed to have heard the greatest joke of all. Gu Chengli, that question ought to be directed at yourself. I am completely innocent with Hu Mingxi, yet you shamelessly dare to mention infidelity in my presence? You and Yuxi. Gu Chengli suddenly halted. He loved Jiang Yuxi, wanting to give her the best of everything, yet because of this profound love, he had refrained from touching her. Chapter 88. Gu Chengli, you double-standard dog. Gu Chengli wished to preserve the memory of that night he married Jiang Yuxi for their wedding night. Not wanting her to be the subject of gossip, their encounter had only occurred because he had been intoxicated and out of his senses. And coincidentally, Jiang Yuxi had subsequently conceived a child. What do you wish to say? Su Jiameng asked. Do you dare to claim that you and Jiang Yuxi are innocent? Where did her child come from? Did Jiang Yusi deceive you, bearing another man's seed, only to present it to you as your own? Su Jiameng. What nonsense are you spouting? You dare not speak. You are feeling guilty. Gu Qingli gripped her chin. Why should I say anything? What good is it to assure you, Su Jiameng? Remember this. Just because I can do something, it does not mean you can. Gu Qingli, she fumed. You double-standard dog. He glared at her. Do you dare insult me? And what if I do? Su Jiameng retorted. Why is it permissible for you to indulge in Jiang Yusi and Jiang Yunru while I cannot have Lu Yunxin or Hu Mingxi, having vented her frustration? She continued, you truly know how to play, don't you? You have both sisters, embracing them, reveling in a veritable paradise. I wonder what your proclivity is. Jiang Yusi and Jiang Yunru look identical. Don't you find that tiresome? Or is it that gazing upon two identical faces is more exhilarating? Or perhaps you simply have a penchant for women who appear pure and innocent. If so, could you at least change their faces? The sight makes me want to vomit. With her incisive tongue, Su Jiameng relentlessly lashed out at Gu Chengli. Yet, as her fury reached its zenith, Gu Chengli grew remarkably calm. He regarded Su Jiameng. What must I do for you to settle down and behave? She was taken aback. Was Gu Chengli resorting to soft tactics after failing with hard ones? It is not about what I should do, Gu Chengli, it is about what you desire. Must I greet you and Jiang Yusi with smiles every day? Completely indifferent to your romantic entanglements, to be deemed well-behaved and obedient, Gu Chengli merely fixated on her. State your desires plainly. I want nothing. Absolutely nothing. Su Jiameng's defiance faltered. She was determined to avenge her father. It was only a matter of time. Duan Min had promised her, and now with Gu Qingli assisting her, her chances of success were substantial. I will fulfill one of your wishes, if you comply. Gu Qingli's voice lowered. Is that acceptable? This woman had driven him to the brink of fury, yet now he found himself at a loss on how to handle her. Thus, he could only soothe her in this manner. Hoping to lessen her animosity towards him, are you toying with me? Su Jiameng said. Is deceiving entertaining for you? I am not deceiving you. I am earnest. Gu Chengli's gaze was sincere. Chapter 89. You need to clarify your boundaries with Jiang Yusi. Su Jiameng inhaled deeply. Once you discover Lin Jin's whereabouts, then we can discuss these matters. Otherwise, it's just empty words. A man's words are deceitful. She had no intention of believing easily. Are you finished? Gu Chengli's kiss suddenly descended upon her. He forcefully grasped the back of her head, refusing to let her escape, deepening the kiss as if to consume her entirely. Su Jiameng could only emit faint sounds. You. Gu. Stop. Stop. The moment she attempted to speak, it only resulted in Gu Qingli escalating his advances. Su Jiameng pounded against his chest, yet he seized her, lifting her above his head. This action compelled her to arch her back against him. Their bodies were inappropriately close, and Su Jiameng felt the undeniable change in Gu Qingli's body. Her lips, ravaged by him, were swollen and red, leaving her breathless until he finally released her. Yet his lips trailed down to her neck and collarbone. Gu Chengli, she exclaimed in shock. What on earth are you doing? This is not the time for such things. Who says these things must only occur at night? You. Su Jiameng was astounded by Gu Chengli's audacity. How could he utter such shameless words? Su Jiameng, I will not let you go. You shall not have any connection with another man. As long as she remained Mrs. Gu, she would solely belong to him. Whether it be Lu Yunxin's unrequited love or Hu Mingxi's pursuit, all would be in vain. If you do not love me, why must you bind me? Su Jiameng questioned. Gu Chengli, I am utterly disappointed in you. It was you who wished to marry me. I was merely fulfilling your desire. I regret it. Is that not permissible? Gu Chengli declared resolutely. Not permissible. Then you must clarify your boundaries with Jiang Yusi. Su Jiameng insisted. I promise I will be obedient, that I won't cause any trouble. However, Gu Chengli fell silent. After stating his piece, he turned and left, leaving Su Jiameng alone, her back against the wall. Feeling desolate and forlorn, the moment it came to leaving Jiang Yusi, he was rendered speechless, evading the topic. Jiang Yusi truly was his lifeline, and what of her? From the beginning to the end, what was Su Jiameng to him? In Gu Chengli's eyes, Jiang Yusi was the one who had saved him from the flames, while she, Su Jiameng, was merely the one who coerced him into marriage for a bone marrow donation. Yet, it was Su Jiaming who had saved him on 2 occasions. She lifted her hand, fiercely rubbing her lips, attempting to erase the lingering scent of Gu Chengli. Her lips nearly bled from the friction. She leaned against the sink, retching repeatedly. At the hospital, after completing her examination, Jiang Yuxi awaited the results in the doctor's office. The doctor perused her documents. Miss Jiang, based on these reports, your physical indicators appear to be relatively normal. Though you are slightly malnourished, doctor, is there any way to eliminate the scars on my body? Chapter 90. Your fertility has issues. The optimal treatment window has already passed. If you apply medication now, the effectiveness will be significantly diminished. Jiang Yuxi felt utterly helpless. Then what should I do? The multiple scars on her abdomen were unsightly even to her. If she were to be with Gu Chengli in the future, would seeing those scars extinguish his interest? Miss Jiang, the scars are not what you should be most concerned about. The doctor continued. Upon examination, we have found some issues with your fertility. What? Jiang Yuxi gasped. I can't have children. One of the wounds you sustained struck your uterus. Although the cut is not deep, it has caused significant damage. Therefore, the doctor left the sentence unfinished. Jiang Yuxi's complexion turned pale as she shook her head repeatedly. No. I refuse to believe it. The doctor did not state that she was completely unable to conceive, merely advising her that it would be quite challenging to have children in the future. Jiang Yuxi nearly bit her lower lip until it bled. All of this was the result of that fiend's actions. Jiang Yuxi was deeply impressed. That individual came specifically for her and the child she bore. With every strike, he aimed to take their lives. Suddenly, she rose and walked out with a cold expression. The driver awaited her at the entrance. Miss Jiang. However, Mr. Gu instructed that wherever you wish to go must be reported in advance. Jiang Yuxi took a deep breath, gradually regaining her composure. Indeed, I acted impulsively, she stated. Is it necessary for me to personally visit the Jiang family? You will assist me in a matter. Miss Jiang, please give your instructions. Go and bring Jiang Yunru here. Understood. Yet, Jiang Yunru had yet to come to see her, nor had she even made a phone call. It was evident she was feeling guilty. As for Zhang's father and mother, as long as they could cling to Gu Chengli for benefits, they wouldn't care about Jiang Yuxi at all. Upon exiting the hospital, a stranger suddenly appeared before Jiang Yuxi. Who are you? She instinctively stepped back. Feeling alarmed, there are people around. Do not act recklessly. Hello, Miss Jiang. I am lawyer Lu Yunchen. Lu Yunchen presented a business card. A lawyer? Jiang Yuxi remained cautious. What do you want from me? I wish to be your lawyer. To help you uncover the murderer and ensure they are imprisoned for life, Lu Yunchen added, and it will be free of charge. I do not know you. We are strangers. Why would you help me? Lu Yunchen smiled. I simply hope that no one is wronged and that no one escapes the punishment of the law. Jiang Yuxi scrutinized him for a moment before accepting the business card. Yunchen Law Firm. Lu Yunchen. This firm was quite renowned in Haiqing, boasting a success rate of over 99% in the cases it handled. Jiang Yuxi's mind stirred. Regarding the assassination attempt on you during the torrential rain at midnight, the repercussions are exceedingly severe, and the perpetrator is exceptionally cruel. Lu Yunchen observed her. Do you not seek vengeance? He earnestly persuaded, hoping Jiang Yuxi would grant him this opportunity and trust him. Chapter 91. Sister. You have returned. This was the only thing Lu Yunchen could do for Su Jiaming. Clearing Su Jiaming's name was not enough. The true murderer must be brought to justice. Gu Chengli was highly averse to him, and he could not meet Su Jiaming directly, as it would incite Gu Chengli's wrath. Thus, Lu Yunchen thought that even if he could not meet her, he could still strive for her benefit in her absence. This was Lu Yunchen's way of protecting her. Jiang Yuxi nodded. I will ensure the murderer is eternally powerless. Lu Yunchen extended his hand. From now on, I shall be your private lawyer. I will keep your secrets and serve you wholeheartedly. May our collaboration be fruitful. Jiang Yuxi grasped his hand. May our collaboration be fruitful. Who? My biological younger sister, Jiang Yunru. Lu Yunchen's expression momentarily froze. The most cherished one indeed struck the hardest. After a while, he regained his composure. Do you have any evidence? It is precisely because I lack evidence that I have been unable to take action against her. Jiang Yuxi's frustration grew, but I am certain it is she. Why, at that time, I detected the fragrance she wore. It was the scent I gifted her. Lu Yunchen furrowed his brow. This complicates matters. So, is there a way? Yes, Lu Yunshin replied. When will you meet her? Immediately, Lu Yunshin smiled. Then, allow me to teach you a trick. Gu's villa. Jiang Yunru sat on the sofa in the living room, her body trembling uncontrollably. She wanted to flee, but there were bodyguards stationed at the door, watching her every move. What to do? Jiang Yunru's teeth chattered. Miss Yunru, what is the matter? The butler inquired deliberately. Why do you tremble? It's cold. Could you raise the air conditioning a bit? This temperature is quite comfortable. The butler replied. Jiang Yunru swallowed hard. Despite her fear, she still retained her haughty demeanor. I command you to adjust it. Enough of this nonsense. The butler chuckled. You may adjust it yourself. I shall not accompany you. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me in such a tone? Jiang Yunru exclaimed, suddenly jumping up, nearly poking the butler in the nose. Upon seeing Jiang Yusi, Jiang Yunru's momentum instantly diminished. Jiang Yusi entered, raising her chin, exuding a proud demeanor. Indeed, Jiang Yusi coldly observed her performance. Chapter 92. Jiang Yunru's intentions. As Jiang Yunru spoke, she managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. She attempted to embrace Jiang Yusi, but was pushed away. Jiang Yusi remarked, to have a sister as concerned for me as you is indeed a fortune accrued over 8 lifetimes. We are twin sisters, connected by heart and mind. Of course, I must remember you and consider you. Jiang Yunru responded. Yet, I have heard that in recent days, you have remained by Chengli's side, usurping my position. Impossible. Jiang Yunru retorted. Sister, at this moment, you must not direct your ire at me. Instead, we must devise a plan to eliminate Su Jiameng. She leaned closer, lowering her voice. Su Jiameng is now a significant threat and must be dealt with. Otherwise, sister, your wealth and glory will one day be snatched away by her. I am willing to assist you in eliminating her. Jiang Yunru's words were as smooth as silk. Had Jiang Yusi not known of her intention to kill her and her previous plot to conspire with Su Jiameng against her, she might have been swayed. Jiang Yunru rejoiced. Yes, sister. Only by eliminating her can you become Mrs. Gu. On the second floor, Su Jiameng leaned against the railing, observing the twin sisters engaging in their faux emotional exchange. She had initially dozed off but was awakened by the noise, and upon rising, she found herself witnessing this spectacle. She decided to watch it unfold. Su Jiameng remained silent until the conversation veered toward her, at which point she cleared her throat lightly. Ahem. The conversation in the living room abruptly ceased. Jiang Yusi and Jiang Yunru turned to her simultaneously. Hello, Su Jiameng said. Have you finished? Jiang Yunru's expression faltered. You heard everything? Of course, unless I am deaf. Whether I heard it or not is irrelevant. Jiang Yunru, undeterred, declared. Su Jiameng, you possess a title, but are truly nothing. Mr. Gu will eventually belong to my sister, and he will also be my brother-in-law. If you have any sense, you will withdraw voluntarily. Now, she boldly invoked Mr. Gu's name. Su Jiameng smiled. Weren't you calling Chengli with such familiarity before? Jiang Yusi's face darkened as she cast a glance at Jiang Yunru. Jiang Yunru attempted to explain. Sister, do not listen to her nonsense. Su Jiameng rested her chin on her hand. What I say is the truth. The entire Gu villa has witnessed the scene. How the delicate and charming second Miss Jiang lay in Gu Chengli's embrace, how passionately she served him, and how she sought to offer herself repeatedly. Alas, Su Jiameng sighed, it is a pity that Gu Chengli did not choose you. Your attempts were in vain, for you are merely a substitute for Jiang Yusi. How could Gu Chengli ever be interested in a substitute? The more Su Jiameng spoke, the worse Jiang Yusi's expression became. As expected, Jiang Yunru, that wretched girl, took advantage of Jiang Yusi's absence, using her similar appearance to entice Gu Chengli. Was this not Jiang Yunru's true intention? Chapter 93. Let the sisters turn against each other. Jiang Yunru's face twisted with rage. Su Jiameng, I will tear your mouth apart. Come at me. Su Jiameng retorted, her smile vanishing, her expression turning deadly serious. Let us see if you possess such capability. She could no longer swallow her anger. Fine, just wait. Jiang Yunru rolled up her sleeves, preparing to charge forward. Yet, she had scarcely taken 2 steps when the butler promptly summoned bodyguards to block her. Miss Jiang Yunru, please refrain from causing a scene. Get out of my way, she shouted. Do you dare obstruct me? Are you mad? I will have Chengli dismiss you all. Jiang Yunru gritted her teeth. Even you lowly servants dare to oppose me. She was furious. How could Su Jiameng be so arrogant? Sister. Jiang Yunru turned to cling to Jiang Yuxi's arm. Look at how they bully me. Good sister, please help me out. Su Jiameng leisurely descended the stairs. Adopting a spectator's demeanor, you cannot deal with me. As for your sister, she still relies on Gu Chengli to exert authority over me, Su Jiameng stated. However, if I recall correctly, Jiang Yuxi. Today Gu Chengli seemed to have abandoned you and drove away with me. Am I right? Su Jiameng was equally capable of being infuriating. Wasn't it just arrogance? Yet, Su Jiameng now discerned that so-called love and marriage were but a fleeting dream. With love gone, one must still retain their dignity. The Jiang twin sisters had caused her great suffering. Jiang Yuxi had stolen her accolades and Gu Chengli, Jiang Yunru had cost her 2 toes. She meticulously remembered each grievance and vowed to make them pay tenfold one day. Ideally, she would incite the sisters to turn against each other. Su Jiameng approached Jiang Yunru, smirking mockingly, before bypassing her to confront Jiang Yuxi. What is your attitude? Jiang Yunru shouted. Su Jiameng, how dare you look down on me? From beginning to end, I have never regarded you with any respect, Jiang Yunru screamed, attempting to rush forward, yet was firmly restrained by the bodyguards, leaving her with no opportunity to stir up trouble. Observing Su Jiameng, Jiang Yuxi felt an unfamiliarity towards her. Su Jiameng seemed transformed. You are quite pitiable. Aside from Gu Chengli's protection, you are utterly devoid of accomplishments, frail and ineffectual. After all this time, you haven't even managed to identify a culprit. Su Jiameng provoked her. What, do you still wish to grant the murderer a second chance to eliminate you? What is it? The taunt continued. Can Gu Chengli truly protect you at all times, in every place? Fool. Jiang Yuxi was momentarily taken aback by the scolding, for Su Jiameng's words were indeed reasonable. Her primary focus should be on eliminating Jiang Yunru. Chapter 94. Braving fire and water for sister at that moment. Gu Chengli's voice echoed from the doorway. What are you all doing? Upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. 3 women engaged in a theatrical display. Gu Chengli strode purposefully to her side, patting her back before casting a sharp glance at Su Jiameng. What are you looking at? Su Jiameng shrugged. I haven't done anything. Gu Chengli then turned his gaze to Jiang Yunru, his brow furrowing slightly. However, Jiang Yunru had lost her significance in that moment. The chill in Jiang Yunru's heart deepened under Gu Chengli's gaze, which held no trace of the past affection. You can tell me. I will arrange it. Jiang Yuxi smiled lightly. You're immensely busy, so I do not wish to disturb you over trifles. Witnessing this exchange, Jiang Yunru felt a surge of jealousy threatening to drive her mad. What did Jiang Yuxi possess that warranted Gu Chengli's affection? Where had she faltered? She turned to Jiang Yunru, warmly grasping her hand. Good sister, let's go. Jiang Yunru, unable to decipher her thoughts, could only comply, embodying the deep bond of sisterhood until the end as they walked out together. Sister, Jiang Yunru cautioned, Su Jiameng is your greatest enemy. She must not be spared. Do not underestimate her. If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We are sisters, united in purpose. Indeed, sisters. Jiang Yuxi emphasized the words. The one I trust most is you. I would brave any peril for you, sister. No need. Jiang Yuxi replied. In the days to come, I shall remain by Chengli's side. You will have to take care of our parents. Of course, your service to G.U. reflects greatly upon the Jiang family. Our parents are proud of you. Though a fire raged within her, Jiang Yunru maintained a facade of cheerful compliance. Jiang Yuxi gradually realized that her sister was far too cunning. By the way, Jiang Yuxi announced, I have a gift for you. A gift? Jiang Yuxi produced a bottle of perfume. Jiang Yunru's complexion drained of color, nearly exclaiming in shock. This very scent was the one she had used the night she had attacked Jiang Yuxi. You adore this fragrance. I gifted you a bottle previously, yet I thought you might have used it up by now. Jiang Yuxi offered the perfume before her. Now, I present you with a new one. Sister, accept it. It is not an extravagant gift. Jiang Yunru felt an unsettling flutter in her heart, but feigned calmness as she accepted. Thank you, sister. No need for thanks. Jiang Yunru entered the car, clutching the perfume tightly. What did Jiang Yuxi mean by this? Was it a hint that she already knew the truth about that night's attack? Chapter 95. I wish to give you all of myself. Was it truly unintentional? Jiang Yunru's hands trembled as she contemplated discarding the perfume out of the window, yet fear held her back. If Jiang Yusi inquired about it one day and the perfume was no longer there, wouldn't that arouse suspicion? With no other choice, Jiang Yunru held onto it. The pink glass bottle was exquisitely crafted and substantial. Even if unused, it could serve as a decorative piece on her vanity. Jiang Yusi watched the vehicle recede into the distance. Dealing with Su Jiameng was a long-term strategy. She could not be eliminated overnight, especially since she was Gu's wife and had borne Gu Xiuqi. However, Jiang Yunru, swift action was imperative. The chip would capture the surrounding sounds. The evidence relied on this very chip. Soon, she could personally deliver Jiang Yunru to prison. For now, it was essential to avoid alerting the snake in the grass. What if Jiang Yunru, in her madness, attempted to harm her again? Tonight, Jiang Yusi had something far more significant to address. Late at night, in the study, Chengli had just concluded an international video conference when Jiang Yusi entered, carrying a glass of milk. Chengli, you must be weary, she said. Drinking milk aids sleep. Chengli accepted the glass, bringing it to his lips, but hesitated. Jiang Yusi was attentive, always considering him, showing care and concern. And Su Jiameng? She only succeeded in provoking his ire and causing him distress. Chengli, noticing he hadn't drunk, Jiang Yusi felt puzzled. Growing restless, Chengli took a couple of sips before putting it down, rubbing his temples. He patted her hand. You must be tired too. Rest early. He stood to leave. Jiang Yusi grasped his arm. Wait, Chengli. Jiang Yusi stood before him, loosening the bow at her waist, removing her outer garment. Beneath, she wore only form-fitting undergarments. Chengli's expression darkened. Yusi, what are you doing? He bent to retrieve his jacket, intending to drape it over her. However, Jiang Yusi resisted. Chengli, they say absence makes the heart grow fonder. We've been apart for so long. Don't you miss me? She stepped closer, throwing herself into his embrace, clinging to his sturdy waist. I miss you so much, Jiang Yusi murmured softly. In this life, I have but one wish. It is to accompany you until old age. You are all I have, Chengli. Chengli held the jacket, his hand hovering in the air. That night, you were gentle and enduring. That night, we even had a child. Do you remember? I do not, Chengli replied quietly. I was drunk. Jiang Yusi gazed at him with eager anticipation. We can relive that moment now. Yusi. Jiang Yusi rose onto her toes, attempting to kiss his lips, but Chengli turned his head away. Chengli, that child is gone, but we will have more children, Jiang Yusi urged. Do you want me? Please? She tried again to kiss him, pressing his hand onto her body. Chengli loved her, thus she was confident he would succumb. Moreover, Jiang Yusi had to ensure Chengli desired her, otherwise, the secret could be exposed at any moment. Chapter 96. Have I interrupted your good fortune? That night, in truth, nothing had occurred. It had all been Jiang Yusi's design. Therefore, she had not conceived a child. If successful, she and Chengli would eventually have children. If it failed, she would feign a miscarriage and pin the blame on Su Jiameng. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Yunru had attacked her, disrupting all her plans. Now, Jiang Yusi was fraught with anxiety and urgency. Yusi, Chengli averted his gaze. Put your clothes back on. No, I wish to give myself to you. She was still untouched. How could this be allowed? She needed Chengli to claim her first time. Jiang Yusi was exceedingly proactive, employing every means at her disposal, while Chengli persistently rebuffed her attempts, intent on halting her actions, just as the stalemate continued. A cold laugh echoed from the doorway of the study. So eager, are we? Starting here in the study? Su Jiameng's voice rang out. Jiang Yusi, I didn't see this coming. You appear so pure, yet in private. You are so wanton. Su Jiameng stood at the door, gripping the handle, her posture rigid. This scene had been anticipated, yet witnessing it firsthand still pierced her heart. Su Jiameng forced herself to take deep breaths to suppress the pain within. Perhaps in unseen moments, Chengli and Jiang Yusi had shared countless intimate encounters, basking in each other's warmth. He would undoubtedly treat Jiang Yusi with tenderness and affection, unlike the roughness he exhibited towards her. Su Jiameng willed herself to stop contemplating further. What are you doing here? Gu Chengli's demeanor turned cold. Leave. Am I not allowed to come? Or have I interrupted your little rendezvous? Su Jiameng retorted defiantly. If you wish to be with Jiang Yusi, so be it, but do not do it under my very nose. This house is not a place for such indulgence. There are countless hotels outside. Does it kill you to book a room? This house, is it yours to dictate? I, Su Jiameng, am your betrothed, having received the betrothal gifts and married into this family. Every servant here must address me as Mrs. Gu. I am the mistress of this household. Gu Chengli narrowed his eyes at her. Recently, Su Jiameng had grown more assertive, speaking with conviction and frequently opposing him, yet he found himself at a loss for how to handle her. Jiang Yusi leaned against him. Chengli, in truth, Su Jiameng is right. I am nameless and unrecognized, merely a woman who disrupts another's family in the eyes of others. Do not speak of yourself that way. Jiang Yusi sniffled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I have always tried not to dwell on these things, because I love you. I wish to remain by your side, regardless of the rumors, yet now it seems these have become my greatest source of pain. She desired Gu Chengli's love, but she also needed a rightful identity. It was imperative to facilitate Gu Chengli's divorce from Su Jiameng, for only then could she ascend to the position of Mrs. Gu. However, Su Jiameng has already stated. Chapter 97. What qualities does Gu Chengli possess? Jiang Yusi bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. Her pitiful demeanor, coupled with her innocent and pure expression, truly resembled a blooming white lotus. She was the genuine article, not the substitute Jiang Yunru. Merely her appearance was enough to evoke both pity and affection from Gu Chengli. Indeed, Gu Chengli's gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon Su Jiameng. Apologize. No way. Su Jiameng, are you tired of living? Don't you wish to capture Linjin and bring comfort to your father's spirit in the afterlife? Su Jiameng trembled. Yes, she was alive, and there was still a chance to avenge her father and serve the Su family. If she were to die, who would remember that there once was a Su family in Haiqing? Su Jiameng mused. Her existence was indeed exhausting, and not a moment was for herself. Previously, she lived for Guxiui. And now, she lived for the Su family. Ji Chengli, aside from threatening me, what else can you do? She gritted her teeth. I came to the study to remind you to go to the hotel. If you are short on money for a room, I will cover it for you. With that, Su Jiameng slammed the door shut. After her commotion, even if Gu Chengli had any interest, it was thoroughly spoiled. Jiang Yusi, frail and delicate, leaned into his embrace. Chengli, to you accompany me. I have other matters to attend to. But Jiang Yusi wanted to say more, but upon seeing Gu Chengli's expression, she swallowed her words. She could not afford to irritate him. It was best to leave it at that. Su Jiameng had ruined her plans, and she would remember it. Su Jiameng had already gone to bed. He strode over and flung the covers aside. What are you playing at? Are you insane? Su Jiameng retorted. Why are you here instead of accompanying your Yusi to sleep? To humiliate you. Gu Chengli tore off his tie, deftly undoing the buttons of his shirt. Su Jiameng immediately sat up. Is Jiang Yusi unable to satisfy you? To speak frankly, Gu Chengli raised one leg, kneeling on the bed, you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Su Jiameng bit her lower lip. She could not accept such provocative and insulting words. She had done nothing. Gu Chengli was clearly slandering her. Ha! She laughed. Gu Chengli, you are truly pitiful. You have never truly enjoyed a woman. I have no tricks whatsoever, yet you remain so obsessed with my body. Gu Chengli grasped her chin. Repeat that. Can't you comprehend human language? Well, truly well, Su Jiameng, you are increasingly spirited these days. He belonged to Jiang Yusi, not to her. Su Jiameng clutched the covers, turning her back to him and lying down. Gu Chengli's face darkened. Recently, Su Jiameng had often driven him to the brink of fury, yet he had no means to subdue her. This woman was becoming increasingly unruly. Slap. Gu Chengli, are you a pervert? Chapter 98. You are likely pregnant. In the morning, Su Jiameng descended the stairs, handbag in hand, ready to leave. She had no desire to dine with Gu Chengli and Jiang Yusi. It would ruin her appetite. Madam, the butler called. Why are you heading out so soon? Off to work. You don't even wish to see my face, do you? Then I shall ensure you do. Yes, Mr. Gu. The bodyguards received their orders and promptly went to apprehend Su Jiameng. However, Su Jiameng had already entered her car and cleverly locked the doors. Gripping the steering wheel, she stared at the bodyguards ahead, not blinking, and pressed the accelerator. The car shot forward at breakneck speed. Who would dare to stop her? Could a body withstand a car? It was like trying to break a stone with an egg. Chengli stood by the window, witnessing the scene, and immediately shouted, "Fool! Close the gate. Do not let her out." The security at the entrance hurriedly shut the gate, dropping the barrier. Su Jiameng abruptly swerved the steering wheel to the left, making a U-turn, the tires screeching against the ground. This was thrilling. She pressed the accelerator again, changing direction toward the rear gate. The rear gate was equipped with an automatic sensor. As her car approached, the barrier lifted. She floored the gas pedal. The car sped out in a flash. By the time the bodyguards attempted to lower the barrier, it was too late, merely brushing against the car's rear. Su Jiameng rolled down her window, giving a middle finger, and drove away triumphantly. "To try and stop her, huh? There was no such capability." Chengli's fists were clenched tightly. Su Jiameng had once again infuriated him. Jiang Yuxi silently sat at the dining table, observing his silhouette. Chengli had never cared about what Su Jiameng did before. Now, however, he was increasingly invested, allowing her every action to affect his mood. "A bunch of useless fools," Chengli shouted. "All of you will be punished. Reflect on your actions." Meanwhile, Su Jiameng was in high spirits. She even hummed a tune as she entered a well-known Chinese breakfast shop, eager to enjoy a meal. Recently, her appetite had been poor, and she had vomited several times. She wished to improve it. Outside the breakfast shop was a stall selling deep-fried dough sticks, and as Su Jiameng walked by, the greasy scent wafted toward her. Gagging, she covered her mouth and rushed to a corner to dry heave. The stall owner, noticing, said, "Little girl, congratulations, huh?" Su Jiameng was taken aback. "Congratulations? What does that mean?" "Those who cannot tolerate the smell are likely pregnant." The owner smiled at her. "You are most likely pregnant. Hurry to the hospital for a checkup." She froze. Pregnant? Impossible. After giving birth to Xiui, her body had become extremely frail. The doctor had advised her to recuperate. Furthermore, after being kicked in the abdomen while selling drinks at a bar, resulting in severe bleeding and hospitalization. The doctor had said she was almost incapable of getting pregnant. At that moment, Su Jiameng had felt hopeless. As a woman, her right to bear children had been stripped away. Suddenly, Su Jiameng turned and got into her car. She needed to go to the hospital for a checkup. She did not believe it. The obstetrics and gynecology department was bustling, and nearly all the pregnant women had their husbands accompanying them. Except for Su Jiameng, who was all alone. She had long since grown accustomed to it, as Chengli had never accompanied her when she was pregnant with Xiui. Chapter 99. It's you I'm talking about. "So what?" On the 23rd, Su Jiameng. She stood up and walked into the examination room. "You are pregnant. 6 weeks along." The doctor inquired, "Is there no family member accompanying you?" Su Jiameng shook her head. "Do you wish to keep it?" She paused. "I would like to keep it." The doctor swiftly wrote up a list. "Then go for a more detailed pregnancy examination. Return in a few days for the results." "All right." Upon exiting the hospital, Su Jiameng was in a daze. She was pregnant again. Naturally, the father of the child was Chengli. When he used her as a tool for release, he had taken no protective measures. He probably did not expect she could still conceive. Clearly, Su Jiameng's body had deteriorated to its limits. She could live for at most another 2 years. If she were to give birth to this child, her lifespan would likely shorten further. However, thinking of the lonely Xiui, Su Jiameng felt that perhaps if there were a younger sibling, it might be better. "You little wretch, what a surprise to see you here today." A loud and arrogant female voice interrupted her thoughts. "You filthy woman indeed needs to visit the hospital regularly, lest you catch some disease." Su Jiameng raised her eyes and saw Angela. Angela, wearing sunglasses and carrying a luxurious crocodile leather bag, looked radiant. "You little wretch, who are you cursing?" Su Jiameng asked. "I curse you, little wretch." "Oh." Angela was taken aback for 2 seconds, realizing something was amiss, and stomped her foot in anger. "Su Jiameng, how dare you curse me? You admitted yourself to be a little wretch. What more can I say?" She replied coldly, turning to leave. "Stop," Angela shouted. Keep your distance from my Mingxi brother. You are unworthy of him. Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. Everyone knows I will marry Mingxi brother in the future, Angela said proudly. You are merely a fleeting toy for him. You. Angela fumed. Isn't it because of you, this scheming seductress, that he is drawn to you? I am Gu Chengli's woman. Does the Gu family's power not surpass the Hu family's? You are merely seeking an escape route, Su Jiameng scoffed. Think whatever you like. She opened the car door to get in. But Angela blocked her. My mommy said that a woman like you is lowly and shameless. She will think of a way to deal with you. Su Jiameng remained expressionless. You have a mother. Does that make you special? Yes, my mommy loves me the most, Angela said triumphantly. Unlike you, an orphan and the daughter of a criminal. I really don't know how your parents taught you. Su Jiameng closed her eyes. Your parents haven't raised you very well either. All you do is spew filth, lacking any decency. For someone like you, who needs decency, you deserve to be parentless, lonely, relying on men. Before Angela could finish her sentence, a crisp slap echoed. Su Jiameng raised her hand and delivered a sharp blow. Quick and decisive. You hit me. Angela covered her face, furious. No one has ever hit me before. How dare you? Indeed, I hit you. So what? Chapter 100. So you were hiding here? Angela immediately attempted to retaliate, however. Before she could lay a finger on Su Jiameng, she was tightly seized, unable to move. Slap. Another resounding slap. A sharp slap earlier was delivered on behalf of your parents. Su Jiameng declared that this slap was indeed for her own parents. Su Jiameng had long since considered her mother to be deceased. Angela, having received slaps on both cheeks, could not retaliate and could only scream in desperation. Help! Call the police! She hit me! She actually hit me! Save me! Su Jiameng forcefully shoved her away, causing Angela to scream and tumble to the ground. How bothersome. Duan Min had poured her life's effort into raising such a creature. Su Jiameng closed the car door and pressed the accelerator, driving away in haste. That evening, in the bathroom, she immersed herself in a bath to relieve her fatigue. She required an environment of utter tranquility to contemplate the path that lay ahead and what she ought to accomplish with the less than 2 years of life that remained, to do it for Gu Xiuqi, for Shen Xinyo, and for the child within her womb. Su Jiameng reclined in the tub, picked up a glass of red wine, and took a sip at as. She soaked and drank. She gradually succumbed to sleep. The wine glass slipped from her grasp and fell into the bathtub, unnoticed by her. The crimson liquid slowly stained the entire tub. Downstairs, Gu Chengli strode into the living room, tugging at his tie. His expression icy, he perfunctorily nodded and turned to the butler, asking, "Where is she?" Without naming her, everyone understood whom he referred to. She certainly acted as if she were the mistress. Beside him, Jiang Yusi grasped his arm. "Chengli, don't concern yourself with that. You must be starving after a long day." She attempted to change the subject while leading Gu Chengli toward the dining room, disregarding Su Jiameng. However, Gu Chengli remained rooted to the spot. His voice calm yet firm. "Go summon her down for dinner. She doesn't wish to dine with him, does she?" Then Gu Chengli would insist on making her uncomfortable. She must eat, whether she likes it or not. The butler responded, "Yes, I will go at once." "Forget it," Gu Chengli interjected. "I'll go myself." He pushed Jiang Yusi's hand away and ascended the stairs. "Chengli," Jiang Yusi called out, "You, it's nothing." Jiang Yusi refrained from voicing her grievances. Before Gu Chengli, she always maintained an image of gentleness and consideration. As men tend to favor such women, she did not wish to tarnish her image. Gu Chengli entered the master bedroom, which was eerily quiet. "Su Jiameng," he called, frowning. "Where are you? Come out." Did she believe that silence would render her invisible to him? Su Jiameng had grown increasingly cunning. With a fiery temper, Gu Chengli searched through the wardrobe and the washroom. And finally, upon pushing open the bathroom door, he spotted Su Jiameng reclining in the bathtub. "So, you were hiding here," he scoffed. "Why didn't you say anything?" Chapter 101. A suicide attempt. Su Jiameng. Gu Chengli's expression darkened. "What are you trying to prove? Are you deaf or mute?" The figure in the bathtub remained motionless. Gu Chengli felt an unsettling chill and stepped closer, his pupils dilating in shock at the sight before him. The water in the tub had turned red. Su Jiameng lay there, eyes closed, her lips pale, appearing lifeless. Had she attempted suicide by slitting her wrists in the bathtub? The thought flashed through Gu Chengli's mind, sending a wave of icy terror coursing through him. Su Jiameng. In that instant, Gu Chengli cast aside all else and lifted the soaked Su Jiameng from the tub. Wake up. Open your eyes. You cannot leave me. Do you hear? I will not allow you to die. Do you think you can escape me this way? Not a chance. He grabbed a nearby towel and wrapped it around Su Jiameng, rushing out in a frenzy. The butler and Jiang Yuxi stood frozen, taken aback by the scene. Prepare the car. To the hospital. Gu Chengli's eyes were filled with urgency. Quickly, at that moment, only Su Jiameng's life and safety occupied his mind. Nothing else mattered. Mr. Gu, this is... Hurry. Jiang Yuxi stepped forward. Chengli, please calm down. I cannot calm down. Yet she is Su Jiameng. He even directly ignored Jiang Yuxi as the car sped away. Jiang Yuxi could hardly believe her eyes. Gu Chengli cradled the unconscious Su Jiameng, filled with worry and panic. This was not the first time. Gu Chengli had never shown such concern for her before. Jiang Yuxi pondered. What had gone wrong? Was her charm no longer as potent, or was it that Gu Chengli had fallen for Su Jiameng? It must be so. He had actually fallen for Su Jiameng. How could this be? At the hospital, Gu Chengli dashed through the lobby, cradling Su Jiameng. Terrified that a single second of delay might cost her life, he seized a passing doctor. Quick, save her. Huh? I said save her, Gu Chengli shouted, losing control. She cannot die. The doctor glanced at the Su Jiameng in his arms and inquired, what happened? She slit her wrists in the bathtub. Upon hearing this, the doctor appeared puzzled but promptly began his examination. Slit her wrists? He grasped Su Jiameng's hand, revealing her unblemished, delicate wrists. Where's the wound? The doctor questioned, bewildered. Gu Chengli was equally stunned, but he had clearly seen the water in the tub turn red. The doctor then checked Su Jiameng's breath. There's nothing serious. She's likely just asleep. What? Asleep? Gu Chengli was taken aback. More accurately, she is in a deep slumber. Where did you find her? In the bathtub. That explains it. Prolonged soaking can lead to weakness, and in severe cases, fainting. The doctor stated, let us take her to the infusion room. 2 bags of 4 fluid should suffice. S.O. Su Jiameng merely fainted from soaking too long. Chapter 102. One day, I will truly die in the infusion room. Su Jiameng lay quietly, while Gu Chengli stood beside her, watching the liquid drip steadily into her frail body. He had made a monumental blunder. His panic and shouting had been for naught, as this woman was merely asleep. He longed to shake Su Jiameng awake, but instead, Gu Chengli sat down beside her. Su Jiameng felt her head heavy and her eyelids weighted, expending great effort to crack her eyes open. She blinked, gazing at the pristine white ceiling. Turning her head, she spotted the 4-bottle, the hospital room, and Gu Chengli beside her. So, this is a hospital. A hospital. Su Jiameng bolted upright, causing the 4-bottle to sway violently. Fear gripped her. What are you saying? Su Jiameng was now in a state of panic. Why was she in the hospital? Did Gu Chengli find out she was pregnant today? What should she do? He would have the child terminated. Su Jiameng instinctively wanted to protect her abdomen, but dared not. Who was she trying to fool with this pretense of slitting her wrists to frighten others? Gu Chengli questioned, were you trying to make everyone worry about you? Su Jiameng, bewildered, replied, huh? Still playing innocent? I don't understand what you're saying. What wrist slitting? I was just taking a bath. All right. Gu Chengli scoffed. Your acting skills have improved remarkably. Su Jiameng, how did you manage to dye the water in the bathtub red? I didn't dye it. Still trying to argue. Did this woman intend to drive him mad? Su Jiameng's eyes darted around. And suddenly she recalled, could it be the red wine that spilled in? Gu Chengli froze. So, he had completely misinterpreted the situation. He had overreacted and made a mountain out of a molehill. Gu Chengli's face darkened. Su Jiameng realized, you thought I committed suicide. She let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he didn't discover the baby in her womb. She had almost been scared to death. Su Jiameng attempted to say something to ease the tension. I'm sorry for causing you to misunderstand. I don't know how the red wine ended up in the bathtub. Did you carry me here? Su Jiameng made to get out of bed and put on her shoes. But Gu Chengli held her down. The 4 isnt finished yet. Ji Yuchungli's cold indifference had long since become familiar to her. However, his concern always felt awkward. After a moment, Su Jiameng quietly asked, Gu Chengli, if one day I truly die and leave you, how would you feel? You won't die easily. Calamities endure for 1,000 years. Ji Yuchengli suddenly recalled something. Did you not say before that you wouldn't live long? Chapter 103. I've never seen such a foolish father. No, you said it. Gu Chengli's memory sharpened. He recalled Su Jiameng, frail and worn, crying as she told him she wouldn't live past 26. She even claimed she had squandered 30 years of her lifespan. Gu Chengli gripped her shoulders tightly. Why won't you admit it? She was at a loss for how she had uttered those words. Even as pain coursed through her body, the man before her was someone she had loved for countless years. From a youthful lad to a mature, composed, and handsome man, he had become a figure of power. Yet, the younger Gu Chengli had belonged to her. The current Gu Chengli belonged to Jiang Yuxi. No, he gritted his teeth. I have yet to torment you enough. You must not die. In the past, you wished for my demise, believing I was responsible for Jiang Yuxi's death. Yet now, I assure you, I am not. Su Jiameng remarked that your animosity towards me stems solely from my occupying the position of Mrs. Gu, which prevents you from marrying Jiang Yuxi. Thus, she articulated, I shall relinquish my claim, I will step aside, and I willingly accept the consequences. Love is but a gamble. She lost and acknowledges her defeat. You wish to bring up divorce. Gu Chengli narrowed his eyes. Are you planning to choose Liu Yunxin or Hu Mingxi? Whomever you select, you shall no longer be Gu Chengli. Do not forget, at the time of our marriage, we signed an agreement stipulating that I could never initiate divorce. Su Jiameng smiled gently. However, it does not state that I cannot. Ji Yuchengli declared emphatically. You are mistaken. That is impossible. It is clearly written in black and white. Su Jiameng recalled vividly that the agreement confined Gu Chengli from unilaterally initiating divorce, but did not prohibit her from doing so. A flicker of panic washed over her. Could it be that she truly misremembered? I have scrutinized that agreement word by word and consulted a lawyer. Gu Chengli closed the distance, lifting her chin. You intended to sever my retreat, but did not foresee that you have also cut off your own escape route. Did you? Su Jiameng found herself unable to fathom the depths of Gu Chengli's thoughts. What is it that you desire? To avoid divorce and elevate Jiang Yuxi to the position of Mrs. Gu. Just then, Shen Xinyo's voice erupted in anger. Gu Chengli, you scoundrel, you scumbag, you foolish idiot. Shen Xinyo rushed over, yanking Gu Chengli away and placing herself protectively in front of Su Jiameng. What have you done to Meng Meng? Shen Xinyo demanded loudly. She is your wife. How could you treat her this way? Are you even a man? I am not a man. How do you think Gu Xiaoqi came to be? Gu Jinghe remarked. You almost believed that Xiaoqi was not your son. Shen Xinyo retorted. I have never seen such a foolish father. Chapter 104. I can defeat you. Gu Chengli's gaze darkened. That was a result of being schemed against. It's so easy for anyone to scheme against you. Do you possess only muscle and no brains, or have you become so dulled by spending time with those Jiang sisters that you have lost your clarity? Shen Xinyo was a master of insults. Her words flew like arrows, unceasing and never repetitive. Ji Yuchenli's expression was grim. He was the exalted president of the Gu Corporation, the eldest son of the Gu family, and throughout his life, everyone had treated him with utmost respect. Xinyo, Su Jiameng interjected, tugging at her sleeve. Do not blame him this time. I am fine, unharmed. Su Jiameng was concerned that her friend's anger might provoke Gu Chengli's wrath. You need not defend him. Meng Meng, I truly do not understand what is so commendable about him that you would sacrifice so much for him, even donating your bone marrow to save him. In the end, he is nothing but a complete ingrate. Regarding past matters, Gu Chengli narrowed his eyes. Shen Xinyo, do not think that just because you are raised in the Gu family, I will not dare to take action against you. She was too pained for Su Jiameng. While she loved Gu Jinghe, her sorrow was mostly internal, and he would not harm her physically, only verbally belittling her. But Su Jiameng, that foolish girl, her heart was shattered, and her body was battered. Gu Chengli shot back. Very well. Let the matriarch know what kind of person she has raised, sleeping with Gu Jinghe, breaking the family's rules, and daring to escape. Shen Xinyo was momentarily silenced. Her fiery personality, always straightforward and bold in love and hate, found herself ensnared by Gu Jinghe in this matter. It was not that I wished to sleep with him. I too was a victim of deceit. At that moment, Gu Jinghe's voice echoed from the doorway. Do you have any evidence? Who would believe you? Upon seeing him, Shin Xinyo bit her lip hard. Gu Jinghe coldly commanded, Come here. Do not cause trouble here. Shin Xinyo remained unmoved. I will count to 3. Shin Xinyo, unable to bear it any longer, retorted, I am not your personal possession. What right do you have to command me? What right? Gu Jinghe raised an eyebrow. Because I can defeat you. Shin Xinyo gritted her teeth in anger. The difference in strength between men and women was already significant. While Gu Jinghe and Shin Xinyo trained together in the military, they were evenly matched, but ultimately, he had the advantage in sheer power. Gu Jinghe, with his muscular build, could easily lift Shin Xinyo with one hand. Under such circumstances, her skills became irrelevant. Hitting a woman, what sort of man does that make you? Shin Xinyo exclaimed, Are the men of the Gu family only capable of hitting women? I meant fighting and sparring. In other circumstances, I have not laid a finger on you. Shin Xinyo pointed at Gu Chengli. What about him? He has not hit you. Shin Xinyo, Gu Jinghe truly had a knack for changing the subject. Enough, Xinyo, I truly am fine. It was all a misunderstanding. Su Jiameng looked at her friend, apologizing for the worry she caused. You came to the hospital in the dead of night for an infusion. What sort of misunderstanding is that? Gu Chengli thought I had attempted to take my life in the bathtub, but in truth, it was merely spilled red wine. Chapter 105, Becoming Mingming's Prince Charming Shin Xinyo. Yet she still huffed. Although he bears no responsibility this time, it does not excuse his previous mistakes. He never believes he is at fault. I am always the one in the wrong. As she spoke, Su Jiameng glanced at the infusion bottle. Noting it was empty, she did not call the nurse, but instead removed the needle herself, applying a bandage to the site, and stood up. Gu Chengli cast her a glance before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Gu Jinghe grasped Shin Xinyo's wrist, forcibly pulling her beside him. As they exited the hospital, a Mercedes suddenly pulled up, coming to a halt. Jiameng. Huamingxi hurriedly exited the vehicle, striding towards her. What happened? Are you hurt? Are you bleeding? Where does it hurt? Let me blow on it. His anxious demeanor was oddly endearing, especially his insistence on blowing on her. Su Jiameng couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Huamingxi grew even more anxious. Speak to me. I am very worried. I am fine. Not hurt at all. Really? Su Jiameng nodded, twirling around in front of him. See? I am lively and well. That's wonderful. Huamingxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was terrified, fearing something might happen to you. If that were the case, I would be consumed by guilt. Jiameng, you must take good care of yourself. Su Jiameng felt her eyes welling with tears. It had been a long time since anyone had cared for her so deeply. The warmth pierced her heart. She could endure abuse and despair. But when confronted with warmth, she crumbled. Oh dear, Jiameng, why are you crying? Huamingxi became flustered. Don't cry. Don't cry. A girl's tears are precious, like pearls. His words only made Su Jiameng's tears flow even more freely. Huamingxi hurriedly tried to wipe them away, but to no avail. Jiameng, you know, you shouldn't cry so easily, only for those who are truly deserving. Thank you, Su Jiameng managed to choke out. Meanwhile, Gu Chengli's expression darkened. He pulled Su Jiameng behind him, glaring at Huamingxi with hostility. Huamingxi, are you still haunting her? Last time, Jiameng explicitly stated that before you. She chose me. Therefore, my choice will always be her. Do you think I am a pushover? Huamingxi was about to argue when Su Jiameng suddenly stood beside him, facing Gu Chengli together. Yes, I have chosen Huamingxi, she declared. Mr. Gu, you wield immense power and can dictate many things. But you cannot dictate a person's feelings. He looked at her in shock and disbelief. Before him, Su Jiameng was standing shoulder to shoulder with Huamingxi. Nearby, Shin Xinyo, ever the instigator, clapped her hands. Good. This gentleman, Hua Xiaoya, well done. I admire you, supporting you to defeat Gu Chengli and become Mingming's Prince Charming. Gu Chengli's gaze sliced through the air like a knife. Gu Jinghe swiftly covered Shin Xinyo's mouth. At such a perilous moment, she dared to stoke the flames. Was she courting death? She was determined to divorce, to distance herself from Gu Chengli, to protect her already battered heart, and also for the child within her. She longed to bring this child into the world quietly, severing ties with the Gu family, making it solely her treasure. Chapter 106. I can bring down the Hu family to achieve these goals. She must divorce Gu Chengli. Su Jiaming turned to Hu Mingxi. I am a bit hungry. Would you take me out for a late-night snack? Certainly. Hu Mingxi replied without hesitation, whatever you wish to eat. I shall take you. I will ensure Jiaming experiences all the delights the world has to offer. Hu Mingxi was overjoyed, holding her hand. Su Jiaming did not pull away. She intended to provoke Gu Chengli. Then agree to the divorce. Gu Chengli could be affectionate with Jiang Yuxi, flirting with Jiang Yunru. She, Su Jiaming, could do the same. If he could be unfaithful, she would not hesitate to reciprocate, to flaunt their affection in front of him. How delightful! Their intertwined hands pierced Gu Chengli's vision. Su Jiaming, how audacious of you, to hold hands with another man right before my eyes. This green hat not only rests upon my head, but is also being placed there in plain sight. Su Jiaming ignored him and smiled charmingly at Hu Mingxi. Are there any good restaurants you could recommend? What do you feel like eating? Something light, perhaps. Hu Mingxi pondered seriously, suggesting, how about Cantonese cuisine? It's nutritious and healthy. All right, I'll take you there now. Hu Mingxi exclaimed joyfully, taking her hand as they prepared to get into the car. However, Gu Chengli, with a long stride, forcefully yanked Su Jiaming's wrist back, separating her from Hu Mingxi. Without a hint of courtesy, he dragged her to his side. Taken aback by his brutality, Su Jiaming stumbled and fell to the ground. Ignoring her fall, Gu Chengli continued to pull her forward, her delicate skin scraping against the rough concrete surface. A sharp hiss escaped her lips as her skin broke and bled. Gu Chengli dragged her to his feet, looking down at her with a commanding air. Behave yourself, or else what? Do you wish for all of Haiqing to know that Gu Xiuqi has a shameless and unfaithful mother? Gu Chengli's words struck at Su Jiaming's vulnerabilities, reminding her of Shao Qi. What are you doing? Hu Mingxi rushed forward to help her up. Jiaming, you're hurt, as he reached out to examine her wound. Gu Chengli brushed him aside. This minor injury won't kill her. Gu, you caused this. How can you be so indifferent? Hu Mingxi shouted. She deserves nothing less. No, she deserves all the beauty this world has to offer. Gu Chengli scoffed. Let me warn you, Hu Mingxi, if you dare to covet my woman again, I can bring your Hu corporation to ruin, leaving you with no chance of recovery. I'm not afraid of you. Su Jiaming gasped in shock. She couldn't let Hu Mingxi be implicated. Young Master Hua, she gritted her teeth against the pain and stood up. Let's save this midnight snack for another day. I have other matters to attend to today. Jiaming, she earnestly replied, I will contact you again. You shouldn't stay near Gu anymore. You mentioned some agreement earlier. Are you being coerced by him? Tell me, and I will help you. Su Jiaming smiled gently. It's fine. You needn't worry. Hu Mingxi wanted to say more, but Su Jiaming interrupted. Let's go. With no choice, Hu Mingxi reluctantly got into the car. Before leaving, he handed her a tube of ointment. Remember to apply this. Don't let it leave a scar. All right. Su Jiaming clutched the ointment tightly. However, in the next moment, Gu Chengli snatched it from her hands and callously tossed it into the trash. What are you doing? Su Jiaming exclaimed. If you dare to use Hu Mingxi's ointment, I'll break your legs. Gu Chengli, you lunatic. He pressed down hard on the wound on her palm, causing sharp pain to surge through her. Su Jiaming winced, cold sweat beading on her forehead, yet she remained silent, defiantly locking eyes with Gu Chengli. The resilience in her clear gaze sent chills down his spine, for he could detect not a trace of affection. The Su Jiaming who once had him as her sole focus was gone. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang abruptly. Hello, Yuxi. Gu Chengli answered. What is it? Chengli, where are you? It's so dark. And I'm terrified. I feel like someone is outside, and the person who wants to kill me is back. Don't think like that. My wound hurts too. Is the assailant planning to stab me again? Chengli, I need you. Su Jiaming, close enough, heard everything clearly. Gu Chengli's expression gradually softened from its previous hardness. After hanging up, he reverted to his cold demeanor and strode toward the car. If I asked you to stay now. Su Jiaming watched his retreating figure. Would you stay? Gu Chengli paused and retorted. Who do you think you are? Su Jiaming nodded. All right, I understand your answer now. See, even though Gu Chengli was furious at her closeness with Hu Mingxi, a single call from Jiang Yuxi made him leave immediately. indifferent to her. In his heart, Jiang Yusi remained paramount. How much it hurt her. Su Jiameng stood, dazed, as the vehicle drove away. Meng Meng, are you all right? Shen Xinyo approached. Don't let a scoundrel upset you. It's not worth it. Su Jiameng forced a smile. I'm not angry. On the contrary, I feel very calm. This demeanor only heightened Shen Xinyo's concern, fearing she might do something reckless. Xinyo, I've suddenly seen things clearly. Su Jiameng's voice was soft. He never belonged to me. His heart never paused for even a moment for me. I should harbor no hope for him and cannot continue to love him. The death of hope was merely the beginning of liberation. Look, a single call from Jiang Yusi, and he rushes to her side, leaving me alone. He was the one who seized me from Huan Mingxi's grasp. Tears brimmed in her eyes, falling in silent cascades. No need to escape. I must completely sever ties with Gu Chengli, Su Jiameng declared, her gaze resolute. I will never love him again. Even if Gu Chengli were to discover that the little girl from years ago was her, what would it matter? The harm he inflicted upon her was far too great. In this moment, Su Jiameng felt an unparalleled clarity. It was time for her to take action. Gu's fillet. Ji Chengli pushed open the bedroom door. And Jiang Yusi immediately leaped from the bed, rushing into his embrace. Chengli, I've finally waited for you. I'm scared. Now that you're here, I feel at ease. Did you have a nightmare? Yes, I dreamt that the assailant was wielding a knife, aiming it at me. Gu Chengli gently patted her back. It's all right. You see, dreams are often the opposite of reality. I woke up and panicked when I didn't see you. Jiang Yusi looked up, her eyes filled with vulnerability. How is it at the hospital? Su Jiameng, is she dead? She'd better be dead. She slashed her wrists and bled so much. If she isn't dead, she'll at least lose half her life, he said, cradling Jiang Yusi onto the bed and tucking her in gently. You should sleep. I'll be right here. Jiang Yusi blinked, gazing at him. Chengli, do you know who the assailant is? Have you found out? Soon, Jiang Yusi added. I think I have an idea of who the assailant is. Gu Chengli's expression shifted. Really? Where did you get this clue? I received a recording. Jiang Yusi took out her phone and pressed play. Listen. The recording unmistakably featured Jiang Yunru's voice. How could anyone come back from the dead? Clearly, she's alive. I didn't miss. I made sure each stab went deep into Jiang Yusi. That wretched woman. She bled so much. The rain was almost red with her blood. She and her unborn child should both descend to hell. Only then can I stay by Chengli's side, be the pride of the Jiang family, and have a chance at becoming Mrs. Gu. The more Gu Chengli listened, the darker his expression became. Jiang Yunru's emotions grew increasingly intense. It was indeed Jiang Yunru. As for how the recording came about, Jiang Yusi knew best in her heart. She didn't understand the technicalities. She merely delivered the perfume to Jiang Yunru, while everything else was handled by lawyer Lu Yunchen. This way, no one could trace it back, keeping Jiang Yusi's image untouched. It was her. It was her. Gu Chengli's temples throbbed. She was your biological sister, sharing the same blood, and she dared to unleash such malice. Gu Chengli embraced her tightly. You see, I will ensure you get justice. Yunru is my sister. It breaks my heart. I would rather it were Su Jiameng who had done it to me. She began to weep, her tears soaking Gu Chengli's shirt. He turned and stormed out. Chengli, Jiang Yusi shouted, chasing after him, feigning an attempt to stop him while pretending to be unable to do so. Su Jiameng had become a significant threat. She needed to confront her fully. However, before that, Jiang Yunru had to be dealt with to prevent her from plotting behind the scenes. Gu Chengli got into the car, heading straight for the Jiang residence. It was already late at night, and the Jiang villa was quiet, illuminated only by streetlights. Yet, as Gu Chengli's vehicle entered, the Jiang family was thrown into complete chaos. The crystal chandelier hung high, casting a pallid light on every face. Jiang father forced a smile. Mr. Gu, what a surprise. Is there something you need? I didn't have the chance to properly host you. Indeed, Mr. Gu, you should have informed us in advance so we could prepare, Jiang mother added. You see, look at you, so careless. Ji Chengli's face darkened. Where is Jiang Yunru? He shouted. Call her down. Jiang father and mother were nearly paralyzed with fear at his outburst. Jiang Yusi signaled the butler. Go now. Yes, the butler stammered. I will fetch the second miss. Yusi, what's going on? Jiang mother asked. Why are you looking for Yunru at this hour? Jiang Yusi lowered her eyes. Mom, I can't explain right now, but you will understand shortly. Moments later, a scream erupted from upstairs. The second miss is missing. Missing? How is that possible? Gu Chengli's piercing gaze turned to Jiang mothered. I don't know. Yunru went to bed early today and hasn't gone out. At that moment, a voice from the back door suddenly rang out. Who is there? Come out. Gu Chengli's gaze darkened as he immediately rushed to the back door of the Jiang residence. There, he spotted Jiang Yunru precariously perched on the second-floor window ledge, attempting to descend via a water pipe. She was fleeing, with Gu Chengli and Jiang Yusi arriving at her home in the dead of night. She instantly deduced the gravity of the situation. They had come to capture her. She had no choice but to escape. Do you believe you still have a way out? Gu Chengli glared at Jiang Yunru. Trapped on the second floor, you murderous fiend. No, I am not, Jiang Yunru protested, realizing her escape was futile. Suddenly, a spider crawled across her hand, causing her to scream in terror. In her panic, she lost her grip and fell straight from the second floor with a resounding thud. Ah, my hand, Jiang Yunru shrieked, her right arm fractured from the fall. The bodyguards swiftly moved in to apprehend her. Zhang's mother gasped in shock. Yunru, what on earth happened? Yusi, speak up. Jiang Yusi merely turned to Gu Chengli. Jiang Yunru, suspected of murder, would be handed over to the police. Gu Chengli stated firmly, as for the sentencing, I will ensure my lawyer does everything possible to advocate for her immediate execution. Murder. Zhang's parents were aghast. Whom did she kill? I did. Jiang Yusi spoke up. Zhang's mother nearly fainted at the revelation, only to be steadied by Zhang's father. No, I didn't. Jiang Yunru continued to protest. It was Su Jiaming. Sister, how could I possibly harm you? Don't be deceived. Gu Chengli stepped forward, delivering a decisive kick. The evidence is irrefutable. What evidence? Jiang Yunru scoffed. Gu Chengli played a recording. Upon hearing the first word, her complexion paled dramatically. This was a private moment she had shared alone in her bedroom. How could it have been recorded? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. Jiang Yusi, it was you. You set me up. That bottle of perfume was not just perfume, was it? Gu Chengli waved his hand authoritatively. Take her away. Yes. The bodyguards promptly escorted Jiang Yunru away. Zhang's mother, wailing in despair, collapsed in a heap, while chaos enveloped the Jiang household. Jiang Yunru continued to flail in desperation. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't he. Sister, you've misunderstood. This is Su Jiameng's scheme to tear us apart. Don't be fooled. Jiang Yusi observed the scene. Eliminating Jiang Yunru would leave her without lingering worries. Chengli, Jiang Yusi approached him. Linking her arm with his, Jiang Yunru keeps mentioning Su Jiameng. Could this incident have something to do with her? They have no connections. How could there be any entanglement? Jiang Yunru was already being dragged away. Yet her piercing voice echoed into the night. It was Su Jiameng who killed, not me. I am innocent, sister, father, mother. Save me. I don't want to die. Did you hear that? Gu Chengli remarked coldly. She is merely lashing out in desperation. Seeing this, Jiang Yusi refrained from further comment, not wishing to provoke Gu Chengli's discontent. After all, Su Jiameng was indeed irrelevant to the matter. It's all right. In the days to come, Su Jiameng, just wait and see. She will not be my match. Jiang Yusi was filled with confidence. Gu Chengli strode away, and Jiang Yusi quickly followed. You should stay at home. Your parents need your comfort. As for Jiang Yunru, I will handle it. Chengli, I will come back to fetch you in a couple of days. The Jiang family indeed required her reassurance. Yet, at that moment, all Jiang Yusi yearned for was to be with Gu Chengli. However, his tone brooked no argument, and Jiang Yusi could only nod in acquiescence. All right. Upon entering the living room, he was taken aback to find Su Jiameng sprawled on the sofa. Was she really asleep here? Gu Chengli unconsciously slowed his pace, approaching her side. Su Jiameng was deep in slumber, faint dark circles under her eyes, with needle marks on her hand from 4 drips. However, Gu Chengli noticed a faint crescent-shaped scar along her hairline. He was momentarily startled. Fleeting memories began to crystallize in his mind. Back in his youth, overwhelmed with academic pressures and the expectations from the Gu family, the only solace he found was in running to the mountaintop, feeling the wind and climbing trees to relieve his anxiety. At the summit, there had always been a little girl, Jiang Yusi, pure and beautiful, with large, expressive eyes. Yet, suddenly, Gu Chengli recalled a time he had taught her to climb a tree. She had been clumsy and, in a misstep, had fallen, striking her hairline against a rock and bleeding profusely. Both were terrified. Just as a hardworking ant passed by, the ant had taken them to a clinic at the foot of the mountain to tend to her wound. From that day on, the scar had remained. Why did Su Jiaming possess this scar? And Jiang Yusi? Gu Chengli felt a dull ache in his head. He couldn't recall ever seeing this scar on Jiang Yusi. As if bound by an invisible force, Gu Chengli pressed his palm to his forehead and stood abruptly, leaving the room. Su Jiaming remained in a deep sleep until a phone call disturbed her. "Hello?" she answered groggily. "Who is this? Are you Su Jiaming?" "Yes, that's me." The voice on the other end continued. "This is Haicheng Central Hospital. The results from your recent prenatal checkup are ready. You can come by to collect them." Her drowsiness began to dissipate as she inquired, "Can you send them to me? I have a meeting today and no time. It's best if you come in person. The doctor has something to discuss with you." Su Jiaming replied, "All right." She sat up, hastily washed and changed, then drove to the hospital. What could the doctor possibly wish to discuss? "Hello, I'm Su Jiaming." She sat nervously in the doctor's office. "Is there something wrong with my health?" The doctor adjusted her glasses. "Your health is fine, but your baby. Su Jiaming placed her hands over her abdomen. "The fetal heartbeat is extremely weak. You need to terminate the pregnancy," the doctor stated. "It can't be sustained." "Why? Medicine is so advanced. Can't you save my child?" Su Jiaming was in disbelief. "I've had one healthy child. How could this one be in such a condition?" Su Jiaming couldn't accept this reality. At that time, she had just donated bone marrow to Gu Xiui, and he had been born healthy. But now, this child was not so fortunate. The reasons are complex and pertain to your constitution. "You are not suited for carrying another child," the doctor insisted. "It's best to terminate it and arrange for the surgery promptly." Heartbroken, Su Jiaming exited the doctor's office. She had no idea when this child had come to be. She hadn't taken good care of her health over the years. She felt like a failure as a mother. "Su Jiaming," Jiang Yusi's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Why did you come from obstetrics?" Su Jiaming's expression was one of despair and despondency as she silently gazed at Jiang Yusi. Jiang Yusi looked at her abdomen. Could it be that Su Jiaming was pregnant again? How could this woman be so fortunate? After giving birth to Gu Xiui, she had solidified her position, and now she was pregnant again. Meanwhile, Jiang Yusi had been stabbed multiple times by Jiang Yunru and had lost her ability to bear children. "How unfair. Can't I come?" Su Jiaming retorted. "Besides, you're here at obstetrics too, aren't you?" Jiang Yusi hesitated. I just feel a bit unwell and came to get some medicine." She didn't want Su Jiaming to know that she was unable to conceive. Su Jiaming forced a smile. "Is it because Gu Chengli is too vigorous and you can't handle it? Or is it that there are too many men and you've caught something? What nonsense are you spouting?" "Jiang Yusi, Gu Chengli loves you so much. Why can't you manage to make him divorce me?" Su Jiaming asked. "Please, blow some sweet nothings in his ear to get him to kick me out." All right, she truly wished to leave Haicheng for good, far, far away. Without a backward glance, Su Jiaming slowly walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Yusi felt a pang of suspicion and entered the doctor's office. A woman named Su Jiaming just came in. What was her ailment? Is she pregnant? "I'm sorry. Patient confidentiality." Jiang Yusi slipped a stack of cash across the table. The doctor immediately relented. Su Jiaming is indeed pregnant, but the fetal heartbeat is weak, and it cannot be carried to term. She must terminate the pregnancy. Oh, that was it. Jiang Yusi smiled, now understanding her disheartened demeanor. She had thought Su Jiaming might use the child to bind Gu Chengli to her again. Not a chance. The notion that a mother's worth was tied to her children, impossible. This time, Jiang Yusi had to take action. First, eliminate Jiang Yunru, then Su Jiaming. Only then could she rest easy. Leaving the hospital, Su Jiaming drove to the Gu family mansion. The matriarch was in the prayer hall, reciting scriptures, while Gu Xiui obediently sat beside her. "Madam," a servant inquired, "shall I inform her?" "No need." With the fragrant incense wafting through the air, the prayer hall was serene. Su Jiaming felt an inexplicable sense of peace. She stood quietly by the window. gazing at the statue of Guanyin. May the Buddha be merciful, who will guide her. Su Jiameng clasped her hands in prayer, silently wishing for Gu Xiui's lifelong safety and longevity. This was her sole desire as a mother, not for wealth or glory, but for peace and well-being. Half an hour later, Gu Xiuqi emerged from the Buddhist hall and immediately spotted Su Jiameng. "Mom," he exclaimed joyfully as he dashed towards her, his small frame plunging into her embrace. "Little Qi," Su Jiameng held him tightly. "Mommy is here to see you again. Happy?" Su Jiameng caressed his cheek, but as she began to speak, tears streamed down her face. I am the presence of her own flesh and blood. No facade of strength could withstand the onslaught of emotion. "Don't cry." Gu Xiuqi wiped her tears with his sleeve. "Don't cry." Though he could only utter a few words, his love for his mother had never waned. She was his angel. "All right. Mommy won't cry. I'm just so happy to see you," Su Jiameng said, her eyes reddening. "Little Qi, are you doing well at the Gu family? Aunt Xinyo plays with you, doesn't she?" "Yes. And your grandmother, is she taking care of you?" Su Jiameng felt a weight lift from her heart, yet an unbearable ache lingered within. This was her sole attachment in the mortal realm. "Little Qi, Mommy wants to tell you something important. You must remember it and never forget." Gu Xiuqi nodded earnestly. "Okay, at the Gu family, you can only trust two people," Su Jiameng said carefully, "Aunt Xinyo and your grandmother. For everyone else, no matter what they say, you must remain vigilant. Even your father, Gu Chengli." The mere mention of Gu Chengli's name filled Gu Xiuqi's eyes with fear. The shadow his father cast over him had yet to dissipate. "I am the future. When you grow up, live happily, marry the girl you like, and pursue the career you desire." Chapter 113. Those unloved are the third party. Su Jiameng felt as if she were delivering her last words. The unease within her expanded, worrying that she might not see little Qi again. Gu Xiuqi sensed her distress and clung to her, repeatedly calling, "Mommy, Mommy." Su Jiameng forced a smile, attempting to comfort him. Yet, Gu Xiuqi grew even more frightened. How could Su Jiameng not feel sorrow and heartache? A child without a mother is like a blade of grass. Perhaps giving birth to Gu Xiuqi had been a mistake from the start. For a man who did not love her, she bore children, suffering herself while also burdening the child. She could endure Gu Chengli's indifference alone, but why should little Qi have to bear it too? He was so innocent. Su Jiameng stayed at the Gu residence until dusk, assisting Gu Xiuqi with his homework, puzzles, and Lego, just as she had in the past. Gu Xiuqi visibly brightened when the time came for Su Jiameng to leave. He clung to her, reluctant to part. Stay. Mommy will come to see you again another day, all right? You must listen to your grandmother, take your medicine on time, play more with Aunt Xinyo, and talk more." Su Jiameng instructed, "If you behave well, Mommy will come often." Gu Xiuqi etched her words into his heart. As long as he was obedient, Mommy would come. However, neither mother nor son anticipated that this might be the last time they would see each other in this life. Upon returning to the Gu estate, Su Jiameng sensed something was amiss. As soon as she stepped out of the car, a bodyguard promptly took her keys and searched her. "Madam, Mr. Gu is waiting for you in the living room." Su Jiameng felt puzzled but refrained from asking further. The butler glanced at her, concern etched on his face. Could it be that her visit to the Gu family to see little Qi had angered Gu Chengli? That seemed unlikely. With a heart full of confusion, Su Jiameng entered the living room. Gu Chengli sat on the sofa like a king, his expression stern, exuding a chilling aura. Jiang Yusi sat obediently beside him. Gu Chengli immediately fixed his gaze upon her. "Su Jiameng, you are the third party between me and Chengli," he declared. "How dare you say such a thing with a straight face?" Jiang Yusi blinked innocently. "Those who are unloved are the third party." Just as Su Jiameng was about to retort, she had never lost in a verbal spar. "Enough," Gu Chengli suddenly interjected, rising to his feet. "Su Jiameng, where did you go today?" "To the Gu family residence, to accompany little Qi." "And where else?" Gu Chengli sneered. "Are you sure you haven't forgotten anything?" "Forgotten?" Upon seeing the uncontainable smile on Jiang Yusi's face, Su Jiameng remembered. She had visited the hospital and had a run-in with Jiang Yusi. Noticing the change in Su Jiameng's expression, Gu Chengli inquired, "Have you recalled? I went for a health checkup." Jiang Yusi quickly interjected, "And you?" Su Jiameng's expression shifted. Logically, Hospitals should maintain confidentiality and not disclose a patient's privacy unless Jiang Yusi bribed them. Before she could react, Gu Chengli strode up to her, gripping her neck tightly. Chapter 114. Why can't you keep him? You are pregnant with my child. Why are you hiding it from me? Su Jiaming's breath was instantly stolen, her face paling. She looked up at him, tears unconsciously streaming from the corners of her eyes. Ji Yuchengli's grip felt as if it were welded to her neck, tightening with each passing moment. If she could just die like this, perhaps, that wouldn't be so bad, Su Jiaming thought. She and the child within her could perish together in his hands. After all, they were both destined to die. The child had to be aborted, and she wouldn't live past 26. Then they would die on the same day, same month, same year. Chengli, first ascertain the facts before taking action, Jiang Yusi interjected, showing no regard for her own pregnancy. Su Jiaming fell to the ground, coughing heavily, gasping for air, her hands gripping the carpet tightly as she slowly rose. She gazed at Gu Chengli. When did you find out? A few days ago. Today I went to the hospital to collect the pregnancy test report. Gu Chengli pressed on. What did the tests reveal? Didn't you already know? Why are you asking me? Su Jiaming forced a bitter smile. Jiang Yusi must have inquired and told you. Her attitude only served to infuriate Gu Chengli further. He looked down at her from above. Since you are carrying my child, why aren't you taking care of it properly? Why is the fetal heartbeat weak and must be terminated? Gu Chengli was furious and heartbroken. Initially, he had not wanted Gu Xiuqi, yet Su Jiaming had fought fiercely to give birth to him. Now, this child, which he wanted, had no chance of survival. It had to be terminated. He could not accept this reality. The only person he could blame was Su Jiaming, and all his anger had to be vented on her. Isn't this your specialty? Using a child to bind me to secure your position as Mrs. Gu? Gu Chengli accused. Su Jiaming, you truly put on a magnificent performance. On one hand, you wish to divorce me. On the other, you are pregnant. Give birth to him. Then, Su Jiaming shot back, pointing at Jiang Yusi. She is your beloved. You spend every night with her, every day in the bridal chamber. That can't Jiang Yusi conceive, unless she has lost her ability to bear children. This statement caused Jiang Yusi's complexion to change dramatically. She was uncertain whether Su Jiaming was merely speaking nonsense or had discovered the truth. After a brief moment of panic, Jiang Yusi quickly regained her composure. Su Jiaming, I know you despise me, but there is no need to curse me, Jiang Yusi said, looking innocent and aggrieved. I certainly want to give Chengli children. We even had a child before. Su Jiaming fixed her gaze on her. Curse? Is this what one calls a curse? Jiang Yusi, I wish you to descend to the 18th level of hell, never to be reborn. Now that is a true curse. Jiang Yusi, trembling with fear, nestled closer to Gu Chengli. Chengli, this version of Su Jiaming is truly terrifying. She is but a paper tiger, incapable of truly harming you. Ji Yuchengli gently patted Jiang Yusi's shoulder, offering soothing words. His gaze fell upon Su Jiaming lying on the ground, locking onto her despairing eyes, causing his heart to clench painfully. Why, every time he wished to engage amicably with Su Jiaming, she always managed to deliver a fatal blow. Gu Chengli, my entire life has been ruined because of you, leading me to such a dire state. Su Jiaming swayed as she stood, declaring, I accept this, it is my fate. I believe from this moment onward, we are even. She would pay the price for her stubborn and foolish love in this life. Even? Gu Chengli replied, if you ensure the safety of this child, I will acquiesce. The fetal heartbeat is weak. It cannot survive. How can I ensure that? Use every means possible. Su Jiaming asked desolately. You would rather protect the child than me, would you not? Gu Chengli looked at her, his words cutting as he replied, indeed. The torment of preserving a fetus is excruciating for a pregnant woman. Merely contemplating it feels like a hellish ordeal. He recalled how many injections and medications Su Jiaming endured when giving birth to Gu Xiuqi. The sight of that thick needle piercing her abdomen was enough to make anyone weak in the knees. Yet Su Jiaming persevered. But now, she lacked the strength and energy to endure such sufferings. The desperate effort to safeguard this child would ultimately cost her life, trading an adult's life for that of a child. Why? Why? Su Jiaming murmured, you do not love me. You have never cared for me. So why must you insist that I bear this child? When Xiaoqi was with me, did you fulfill your responsibilities as a father? And now, what pretense of paternal love is this? Must we have this child? Even if I do not favor Shaoqi, he is still your child, with the blood of the Gu family coursing through his veins. The child in your womb is also my bloodline, and you, Tears slowly slipped down the corners of Su Jiaming's eyes. Indeed, she laughed, wiping her tears as she did. What am I? Nothing at all. I possess none of the Gu family's bloodline. Nor am I your beloved Gu Chengli. I am merely a burden. It would be better to be dead. You shall die. But first, ensure the safety of this child. Gu Chengli's voice was harsh. Bring them in. Bodyguards filed in. Yes, Mr. Gu. Why do you restrict my freedom? On what grounds? He replied coldly. On the grounds that you carry my child, on the second floor, in the master bedroom. With a clang, the door shut. And the sound of the lock echoed. Su Jiameng incessantly pounded on the door. Let me out. Open the door. Gu Chengli, I desire this child more than anyone. Yet, despite her voice becoming hoarse, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Her desperation and hoarse cries were met with silence. In the deep of night, Gu Chengli tugged at his tie, surrounded by scattered bottles of liquor at his feet. Stop drinking, Chengli. It's not good for your health. Jiang Yusi advised. Why must you do this to yourself? She attempted to reach for a bottle, but Gu Chengli swatted her away. Do not interfere. I worry for you. Chengli, I wish to be alone. You may leave. Jiang Yusi squatted by his feet. No, I will stay with you. I know you are upset due to Su Jiaming's pregnancy. You feel pained, distressed by the child's weak heartbeat. Thus, you wish to get drunk. Gu Chengli remained silent. When Su Jiaming gave birth to Gu Xiui, he had done nothing. Now, he wished to try to fulfill his duties as a father, yet Su Jiaming delivered him such an enormous burden. All these years of luxury and indulgence, had Su Jiaming's health not yet recovered. It is all right, Chengli. We will have children. Jiang Yusi's hand rested on his knee. Although we have lost a child, I am deeply saddened. Gu Chengli raised his head, his throat constricting. I could have had 3 children, yet only Shaoqi survives, and he suffers from autism and heart issues. The child you carry was killed by that venomous woman Jiang Yunru. Now, the one Su Jiaming bears, is most likely doomed as well. How could he not be troubled? Did Gu Chengli not deserve to have a healthy and intelligent child? Gu Chengli tilted his head back. Draining his glass in one go, Jiang Yusi could not persuade him, nor could she do anything, so she silently accompanied him. The drunken Gu Chengli was exceedingly silent, his gaze vacant yet filled with intensity. Burdened with unspoken thoughts, he did not even know whether his treatment of Su Jiaming was right or wrong. Jiang Yusi helped him to bed. Tucking him in, he slowly closed his eyes. Chengli, Jiang Yusi called several times. Gu Chengli was utterly inebriated, having succumbed to a deep slumber. Jiang Yusi straightened up, quietly exiting the room to the master bedroom door. 2 bodyguards stood rigidly on either side, on duty 24 hours a day. I wish to enter, Jiang Yusi said. Could you open the door? Apologies, Miss Jiang, but only Mr. Gu is permitted inside. Not even I? You should be aware of your standing in Chengli's heart. Jiang Yusi resorted to her previous tactic. Discreetly slipping a stack of money into their hands. I just want to take a quick look. I will not do anything, and no one will know. However, this time, she was unsuccessful. They were Gu Chengli's trusted aides. Well-trained, and would not easily waver. Jiang Yusi was met with a closed door, her frustration flaring as she was about to erupt when she saw the butler leading a doctor hurriedly upstairs, heading in her direction. For safety's sake, Jiang Yusi quickly concealed herself. She hid in the corner, observing stealthily. The butler said something, and the bodyguard opened the door, allowing the doctor to enter, followed by the butler. Afterward, they did not come out again. Jiang Yusi felt puzzled. What was the doctor there for? In any case, her lavish fortune was nearly within her grasp, merely a matter of time. Inside the master bedroom, the doctor opened his medical kit, syringes, medication. After crying herself to exhaustion, Su Jiaming had fallen asleep, now drowsily sensing someone standing by her bedside. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a long, thick needle aimed at her. Ah! Su Jiaming screamed, swiftly rolling away. Madam, the butler exclaimed, this is a doctor hired by Mr. Gu to ensure the safety of your pregnancy. Su Jiaming, still shaken, clutched her abdomen. Ensure the safety of my pregnancy. Indeed, please cooperate and do not move. The fetal heartbeat is weak. How can we ensure a healthy pregnancy? Su Jiaming protested. I was told by the doctors at the hospital that it must be terminated. I am not an ordinary doctor. The masked physician stated, wielding a syringe. Since Mr. Gu has spared no expense to invite me, I am confident in preserving this child. Su Jiaming focused her gaze. Who are you? You may call me William. William, are you a foreigner? Su Jiaming struggled to discern William's appearance, but his blue eyes betrayed his foreign heritage. This William appeared to be in his 60s. Can you truly ensure the child's safety? Su Jiaming inquired. Can you guarantee he will arrive in this world safely and healthily? Of course. The butler interjected, Madam, this is a good sign. It indicates Mr. Gu cares for you. She pressed her lips together. Zhaobo. But Gu Chengli explicitly stated that he would sacrifice my life to ensure this child's safety. One life, traded for another. What? The butler, who had previously sided with William, now panicked at, No, Madam cannot die. The child can be replaced, but if the Madam is gone, there will be no one left in this world. Su Jiaming forced a smile. Gu Chengli was truly ruthless. He intended to extract every last ounce of her utility before allowing her to perish. Zhaobo, thank you, Su Jiaming said. You are one of the few who make me feel warmth in this world. Whenever she felt despair and helplessness, thinking of those who had offered her assistance brought a flicker of warmth to her cold, wounded heart. Liu Yunchen, Xin Xinyo, Butler Zhaobo, and Hua Mingxi, they were all individuals she would remember for a lifetime. Madam, this injection cannot be administered. The butler immediately turned to William. Wait. I will consult Mr. Gu before making a decision. This, Zhaobo, do not offend Gu Chengli for my sake. Su Jiaming gazed at the long needle. In truth, I would willingly give everything to ensure this child's safety. Yet, there is a fundamental difference between volunteering and being coerced. She could willingly sacrifice herself without regret. However, she did not wish for Gu Chengli to force her to give up her life to save the child. William, doctor, Su Jiaming asked, what are the odds you can ensure this child's safety? 80%. Throughout the 10 months of pregnancy, will I need to receive injections and take medication daily? That is indeed rather harsh. Su Jiaming's hand rested on her abdomen. All right, she closed her eyes. The butler's trembling voice broke the silence. Madam, why must you sacrifice your life? You can nurture your health and have children later on, in the future. No, I have no future left. Su Jiaming is left with only the present. Each passing day is a mystery. This will be her last child. Shaoqi is too lonely. Perhaps having this sibling will provide him with a companion. Simultaneously, a thought emerged in Su Jiaming's mind. She must pave the way for Shaoqi and the child growing within her. The needle pierced Su Jiaming's abdomen. The butler could hardly bear to watch and turned his head away. Su Jiaming gritted her teeth and endured. Does it hurt? Yes, it does. Yet, the myriad pains of the body pale in comparison to the anguish of the heart. The next day, Gu Chengli awoke with a splitting headache. The discomfort of a hangover was unbearable, especially since he had been dreaming all night. He dreamt that Su Jiaming had died, and he stood in a mourning hall, cradling a wailing infant in his arms. The sensation in the dream felt so real that upon waking and realizing it was merely a dream, he let out a long sigh of relief. Chengli, you're awake? Jiang Yusi lifted her head from his embrace. You must feel awful, right? I'll go to the kitchen and get you something to sober you up. Still seeking 5 stars, my dear readers. Please click to urge updates and support with a little video, as creating is not easy. Sob sob sob. Chapter 119. My child. Born to be noble. Gu Chengli turned his head to look at Jiang Yusi, who was sleeping beside him. Memories of the previous night gradually resurfaced. He responded with a faint Jiang Yusi planted a kiss on his cheek. Chengli, just thinking about living together like this in the future, as if we are a married couple, makes me so happy. This is my greatest wish, and it has finally come true. She rolled out of bed and deliberately changed clothes before him. Gu Chengli simply pressed his fingers to his temple. Remaining indifferent, he descended the stairs. He passed by the master bedroom, where a servant stood at the door with breakfast, looking troubled. What's wrong? He inquired. Gu Chengli's expression turned stern. Does she dare to threaten me? Open the door. Yes. Gu Chengli kicked the door open and strode inside. Su Jiameng lay sideways on the bed, her hands resting behind her head. He heavily placed the breakfast on the bedside table. Planning to starve yourself? Trying to use this tactic to control me? Su Jiameng slowly raised her eyes to look at him. Yes, if you die, no amount of effort will save the baby. It will die along with you. Gu Qingli gritted his teeth. Su Jiameng, there is no mother in this world as ruthless as you. She sat up and glanced at the items on the tray. I just don't want to eat these things. This is a diet plan specially tailored for you by a nutritionist. Oh, is that so? Fine. Su Jiameng nodded. Then I'll eat. Without a point of leverage, you will only infuriate me further. You certainly know how to threaten me. Gu Chengli scoffed. But don't forget how many secrets I have on you. Su Jiameng lowered her head. Be a bit more polite to me. If you upset me, I will die along with the child. What can you do to me? Gu Chengli raised his hand as if to overturn the table. His hand hovered in the air, but upon remembering the child, he could only suppress his fury. Fine, Su Jiameng, you win this round. I truly don't understand why you insist on my child. Su Jiameng suddenly smiled at him. Jiang Yuxi can certainly give birth as well. This left Gu Chengli momentarily speechless. Indeed, why must Su Jiameng sacrifice her life to protect this child? Why? It struck at the deepest part of Gu Chengli's heart, a truth he was reluctant to face. He wanted a child with Su Jiameng. Just having Gu Xiaoqi was not enough, yet Su Jiameng provoked him, and in desperation, he had no choice but to choose to protect the child. Gu Chengli expected Su Jiameng to beg for mercy, to show weakness, but unexpectedly, she bore it all in silence, refusing to yield. Would she rather die than bow to him? She truly had spirit. If you want to give birth, then so be it. Su Jiameng's voice floated softly again. I am willing to cooperate with you to safeguard the child. Ji Chengli, I will bear the child, and you will be responsible for raising it, whether it is Xiaoqi or this child. They must live without worry. Can you do that? My child, Gu Chengli's child, is born to be noble. Su Jiameng smiled and nodded at him. All right, I will not resist, nor will I run away. Ji Chengli, grant me my freedom. You cannot keep me confined for the entirety of these months of pregnancy. He pursed his thin lips, remaining silent. Confining me is not beneficial for the child either. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengli finally relented. I can grant you your freedom, but once I discover any excessive behavior on your part, do not blame me for being unkind. Chapter 120. I invited the old lady over. When have you ever been kind to me? As she spoke, Su Jiameng stood up and lifted her garment. Look, she pointed to the clear needle mark from Dr. Williams' injection last night. Her hand continued downward. This is the scar left from the cesarean when I gave birth to Xiaoqi. And this, enough. Gu Chengli's voice turned cold. Don't try to elicit my sympathy. I am not swayed by such tactics. Su Jiameng looked at him with an unervingly calm demeanor. I simply wish to tell you that, compared to Jiang Yuxi's few scars, my wounds are far more severe. Yet, Jiang Yuxi could cling to him without restraint, could cry sweetly, could act spoiled. What about her? She could only bear it alone. This life is too bitter. If there is a next life, she wished for sweetness, but then she reconsidered. The world is filled with suffering. Perhaps it is better not to be reborn as a human. Su Jiameng let go of her garment. Covering the ugly scars, she exited the master bedroom. As she descended the stairs, she coincidentally bumped into Jiang Yuxi, who was coming up with a hangover remedy. What are you? Jiang Yuxi exclaimed in surprise. How did you come out? Did you hope I would remain locked away? Jiang Yuxi glanced at her belly, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. You are quite impressive, having one after another. Indeed, Su Jiameng nodded. Stronger than you. Don't get too proud. With this child, there will be no you. It's a choice between the two. Chengli chose the child, not you. I have given birth to 2 children for the Gu family. I have my share of toil, if not merit. Jiang Yuxi, what about you? I will have children too. Su Jiameng stepped heavily on the stairs, pausing on the step above, looking down at her. Jiang Yuxi, I solemnly tell you, I end this lifetime. You shall never bear children for Gu Chengli again. She forcefully brushed past Jiang Yuxi's shoulder and descended, just as Jiang Yuxi was about to express her anger. She caught sight of Gu Chengli's figure appearing at the top of the staircase. She pretended to stumble, spilling the steaming hangover remedy onto her hand. Ah, she cried out, so hot. Jiang Yusi looked at Gu Qingli with a wronged expression. Just treat her like a madwoman. Don't stoop to her level. Gu Chengli adjusted his tie. In the future, let the servants handle such matters. I want to take care of you. That is unnecessary. Jiang Yusi bit her lip and silently handed him the hangover remedy. Gu Chengli took a couple of sips before setting it down casually. The servants were bustling around, and Su Jiameng sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, gazing at the clock hanging on the wall. 9:30. Outside, the sound of a car arrived punctually. Who is here? Gu Chengli raised his eyes to look outside. Mr. Gu. The butler hurriedly walked in. The old lady has arrived. What? The old lady. Gu rarely ventured out of the old residence, devoting herself to vegetarianism and prayer, seldom leaving the temple unless it was a special occasion. Why would she suddenly come to the Gu villa today? I invited the old lady over. Su Jiameng's voice rang out. I said there is a very important matter that needs to be discussed, and the old lady agreed. Gu Chengli narrowed his eyes. What scheme are you up to now? Su Jiameng looked at him. You might want to hide Jiang Yusi first. The old lady despises mistresses the most. Chapter 121. Grandma, I am pregnant again. The old lady believes that women from outside are the root cause of turmoil within the household. Gu Qingli, once the old lady sees Jiang Yusi, your precious darling will be lost. Jiang Yusi, despite her attempts to mask it, could no longer contain her temper. Su Jiameng, you're clearly doing this on purpose. It's because you're the mistress that you have drawn the old lady's disdain. Jiang Yusi was about to say more when Gu Qingli interjected. You go hide in the side hall. Qingli, do you also think I should hide away? Trembling in fear, Su Jiameng mocked. You are inherently unpresentable and cannot take the stage. The butler, witnessing the scene, immediately insisted. Miss Jiang, this way please. Gu Chengli waved his hand. With no choice, Jiang Yusi had to retreat, feeling dejected, to the side hall. Just as she entered, the old lady Gu came in, leaning on her cane. Grandma, Gu Qingli called out. What brings you here today? The old lady Gu sat down in the main seat. As she turned the beads in her hand, she stated, Jiameng invited me over, saying it concerns a significant matter regarding the Gu family. About carrying on the family line and ensuring prosperity. Gu Chengli's expression darkened as he shot a glance at Su Jiameng. Su Jiameng couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. Worry gnawed at Su Jiameng. Why does Xiaoqi sweat every night? As a mother, hearing about her son's condition and knowing his worries yet being powerless to act infuriated her. She loathed her helplessness. But what could she do? Now that she struggled to protect herself, how could she keep Xiaoqi by her side? Perhaps it would be better to discuss your matters instead. Madame Gu cast a glance at her. Jiameng, your countenance appears excessively haggard. Have you not been resting well of late? Initially taken aback, Madame Gu soon beamed with joy, her aged visage illuminated with delight. Really? Another one, indeed. In the adjoining hall, Jiang Yusi crouched behind the door, her anger simmering as she overheard the exchange. Oh, what if she was pregnant? It could very well be a feeble fetus. Whether it could be preserved was still uncertain. There was still ample time. Should Su Jiameng stumble or encounter any mishap, losing the child would not be an unexpected outcome. Jiang Yusi mused. She needed to learn from her sister Jiang Yunru's ruthlessness. She could no longer rely on Gu Chengli to extricate her from every predicament. When the moment called for action, she had to be swift and decisive. Jiang Yusi clenched her fists in secret. Plotting her course of action, Madame Gu was genuinely elated, hastily instructing someone to fetch some fine ginseng from the Gu family estate's storeroom to nourish Su Jiameng, and additionally summoned personnel to care for her. This pregnancy must be nurtured well. The child should be born healthy and robust, unlike Xiaoqi. Sighing at the mention of Xiaoqi, she lamented, it was an unfortunate situation. That time, Jiameng, you had just donated your marrow and blood, and shortly thereafter became pregnant. It was miraculous that the child survived. Su Jiameng nodded, rising to kneel before Madame Gu. With a thud, she startled Madame Gu into rushing to assist her. What are you doing? Grandmother, I am utterly at my wit's end, thus I beseech you to intervene on my behalf. Su Jiameng knelt with utmost respect. You must assist me. What has transpired? Su Jiameng replied, Grandmother, my body is utterly depleted, at the brink of collapse. Now that I am with child, I shall endure and do my utmost until the day he is born. However, I have apprehensions. I am not at ease. Madame Gu regarded her. You need only focus on nurturing the fetus and your health. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. Grandmother, after the child is born, I may very well perish. My demise matters little, but what of Shao-Chi and the child within me? What shall become of their future? They're the pride of the Gu family. Then, Su Jiaming inquired, what if I die and Gu Chengli remarries and has more children? Madame Gu was momentarily speechless. Grandmother, as you are here today, I implore you to make a decision on my behalf. I have but one request. Upon my death, Gu Chengli must not marry Jiang Yusi, nor have any more children. He may only raise the 2 children I bear. If he remarries and has another child, I shall terminate this pregnancy immediately. After my death, I shall not rest in peace. A child without a mother is akin to a weed. Once Jiang Yusi becomes a stepmother, life will be exceedingly difficult for Shao-Chi. Grandmother, you understand. Madame Gu was taken aback. Did you just say that Chengli cannot marry whom? Jiang Yusi. Who is this woman? Su Jiaming pointed to the door of the adjoining hall. She is hiding in there. She was determined, for the sake of her 2 children. Today, Su Jiaming must sever Jiang Yusi's escape route and extinguish Gu Chengli's thoughts of remarriage. Only in doing so could she ensure the safety and health of her 2 children. This was the only thing Su Jiaming could do before her demise. As matters escalated, Gu Chengli realized Su Jiaming's intentions. He stepped forward, pulling her up from the ground. Well done, Su Jiaming. You have learned to scheme against me. This was forced out of me. Madame Gu trembled as she spoke. Quickly, bring that woman. What's her name? Yusi. To me. Throughout her life, Madame Gu despised the third party that disrupts families. A harmonious household leads to prosperity. And that beguiling vixen is the architect of familial discord. The servants hesitated, merely watching Gu Chengli. Hurry up. Has my command lost its weight? Madame Gu's chest rose and fell with agitation. Ji Chengli could only nod slightly in agreement. The door to the adjoining hall swung open, and Jiang Yusi appeared, panic-stricken. Don't touch me. I can walk on my own. Indeed, there is a woman. Madame Gu fumed. Quickly, bring her here. Jiang Yusi was escorted before Madame Gu. Kneel. Jiang Yusi remained unmoving, casting a pitiful and delicate glance at Gu Chengli. Gu Chengli, who wielded immense influence, now found himself obliged to comply in the presence of the elder. Madame Gu lifted her cane and brought it down harshly upon Jiang Yusi's knee. When I command you to kneel, you shall kneel. Chengli cannot save you. Ah! Jiang Yusi let out a cry, her knee buckling as she fell to the ground. Ji Chengli instinctively reached to help, but Madame Gu shot him a fierce glare. You kneel as well. Grandmother, kneel. As the elder, her word was law. Gu Chengli had no choice but to comply. Madame Gu then personally assisted Su Jiaming to her feet, settling her beside herself. You are with child. Rest well and avoid any distress. Yes, grandmother. Thus, Su Jiaming and Madame Gu sat together, while Gu Chengli and Jiang Yusi remained kneeling at her feet. It was somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, it was satisfying. Despicable man, shameless woman. Jiang Yusi glared at Su Jiaming with indignation. Feeling deeply aggrieved, Madame Gu, a woman of noble lineage, had married into the Gu family during a time when it was considered a step down. Thus she held a high status. It was due to her family's support that the Gu clan could thrive in business, amassing wealth and attaining their current standing. Before his passing, old Master Gu had established a will, bequeathing all his assets, shares, and properties to Madame Gu, granting her the authority to manage them. The descendants of the Gu family were to respect and cherish her for life. Jiang Yusi was experiencing humiliation for the first time, berated thoroughly, and her heart was heavy. Grandmother, what right do you have to address me as grandmother? Madame Gu replied coldly. You are unworthy of such a title. Jiang Yusi's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. This time, she had been outmaneuvered by Su Jiaming. Had she lost her hearing or her voice? Madame Gu inquired. Look at what you have forced Jiaming to become. Kneeling before me while pregnant. Is this how you treat her? Jiang Yusi scoffed. What is so remarkable about being pregnant? I can bear children too. The child I bear will certainly be healthier than what she produces. Even if she managed to give birth, she was reliant on contemporary medical technology, IVF, artificial insemination, Whatever it took, she had to fight for a child. Otherwise, how could she establish her footing within the Gu family? You will bear children, Madame Gu questioned. Yes, Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yuxi received a resounding slap across her face, leaving 5 distinct red marks. Jiang Yuxi stood stunned. She had never been struck before. Gu Chengli had never even raised his voice at her. Due to Gu Chengli's indulgence, she had always held sway in the Jiang family, her parents bending to her whims, and now, Madame Gu had actually slapped her. She glared at the elder, her eyes filled with resentment and fury. What are you staring at me for? Madame Gu asked. Are you not satisfied? Then endure it. Hold it in. If I wish to strike you, I shall do so. Who dares to utter a word? Chengli cannot plead on your behalf. Who do you think you are? A woman of dubious character. How did your parents raise you to produce such a shameless creature? Chengli and Jiameng are married. They have a certificate. Are you not aware? How dare you come to our home? Spit. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and Madame Gu spat at Jiang Yuxi's face. Jiang Yuxi felt as though her teeth might shatter. This old hag had the audacity to treat her this way. Such humiliation. Jiang Yuxi covered her face, seething with rage, ready to retaliate when Gu Chengli interjected. Grandmother, why are you taking your anger out on her? It was I who allowed her to stay here. Seeing Gu Chengli stand up for her, Jiang Yuxi leaned into him, feigning weakness. Chengli, I cannot endure this humiliation. I'd rather die. You can't handle a few words of reproach. You disrupt others' families yet lack the self-awareness to feel shame. Madame Gu's fierceness left Su Jiameng astounded. A woman should possess such assertiveness. Capable in both the boardroom and the kitchen, and even capable of confronting a mistress. However, Madame Gu had a formidable family backing her, and old Master Gu had cherished and respected her in life. Granting her such confidence, a woman must have a foundation and someone who cares for her to possess lifelong assurance. Listen closely. Madame Gu cleared her throat. Chengli, from this moment forth, expel this woman from our home. She is not to set foot here again. Moreover, you shall never allow Jiang Yuxi to enter the Gu household. I will be the first to oppose it, should you insist on marrying her after my death. I will haunt you in your dreams until you divorce her. I acknowledge only Su Jiameng as my daughter-in-law. The children she bears are the only legitimate heirs of the Gu family. Any offspring from other women are but bastards. I would rather terminate such pregnancies than allow them to be born. Madame Gu's words resonated with authority. She turned to Gu Chengli. Did you hear me? Grandmother. Gu Chengli pressed his lips together. Do you intend to bind me to Su Jiameng for life? Precisely. She is your wife. What if I refuse? You are utterly audacious. How dare you disregard my wishes? Depart from the Gu family and renounce the Gu surname. The elderly matriarch's stance was crystal clear. Desire to be with Jiang Yuxi? A long-lasting romance. Very well. Abandon your ties to the Gu family. And you may act as you please. The Gu surname in Haiqing symbolizes an unparalleled status, a representation of wealth and power. Su Jiameng observed the scene, as she had wished, were it not for her desperate circumstances. She would never have summoned the matriarch to intercede on her behalf. This was not for herself, but for Gu Xiuqi, for the child growing within her. Now, Su Jiameng's final concern had dissipated. It was settled. The matriarch rose, addressing Chengli, mind your actions. Do not compel me to employ family discipline against you. With that, she turned to Su Jiameng. You need only focus on nurturing your pregnancy. I shall take care of everything else. Should you suffer any grievances, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall advocate for you. Thank you, grandmother. Su Jiameng sighed as the matriarch patted her hand. Jiameng, it is we of the Gu family who owe you. The matriarch was a woman of sentiment and gratitude. Years ago, when Gu Chengli battled leukemia and was on the brink of death, it was Su Jiameng who saved him. Chapter 125. Is the pampered woman the luckiest? Even if Su Jiameng had not proposed marriage, she would have orchestrated Gu Chengli's union with such an extraordinary lady. Who could have known? This grandson was infuriating. Very well. The matriarch nodded and proceeded to leave. Casting a piercing glare at Jiang Yuxi as she passed, Jiang Yuxi, taken aback by the intensity of that gaze, could only curse silently in her heart. That old hag, half in the grave, still flaunting her authority. Upon turning, she spotted Gu Chengli standing on the steps, his gaze cold and profound. You must despise me, don't you? Su Jiameng tucked a loose strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear. Gu Chengli, you often claim that I have plotted against you in numerous ways, conspiring to marry you, to bear Shaoqi, to eliminate Jiang Yuxi, but in truth, I have done none of those things. Today, however, I shall indeed scheme just once, so you may understand what that feels like. You were so quiet and obedient this morning, allowing me to grant you freedom, all for the sake of this performance. Gu Chengli retorted with cold sarcasm. I must say, I am truly impressed. You flatter me, she replied with a smile. And Jiang Yuxi, why isn't she gone yet? Gu Chengli gritted his teeth, yet found himself unable to take action against her. I am pregnant and do not wish to see her. She disturbs my peace of mind, Su Jiameng declared. I shall give her half an hour to vacate. If not, I will call the matriarch. You are ruthless. Jiang Yuxi emerged from the doorway, standing beside Gu Chengli. She intertwined her arm with his, feigning innocence. Chengli, can you truly bear to make me leave? I wish to stay by your side forever. For the moment, it was the only recourse, but I do not wish to part from you. Jiang Yuxi threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly as she began to weep, lamenting her plight. From the day we met, I knew you were my destined partner. I will always need you, unable to live without you. During that great fire, I risked my life to save you because, to me, your life was far more precious than my own. Chengli, I understand that your marriage to Su Jiameng was out of necessity. All these years, I have not blamed you, quietly waiting for the day you would grant me a rightful place. Yet, I never imagined that after all I have given, I would end up leaving you. Jiang Yuxi's sobs grew louder, her tears soaking Gu Chengli's clothing. Su Jiameng observed with a cold gaze. When would she ever possess the pitiful acting skills of Jiang Yuxi? That would be impossible in this lifetime, perhaps in the next. Su Jiameng was strong-willed and stubborn, enduring everything with clenched teeth, unwilling to expose her wounds to others. Jiang Yuxi, in stark contrast, was utterly different. Could it be that the pampered woman truly has the best fortune? He gently patted her shoulder, whispering soothingly. That was a tenderness Su Jiameng had never experienced, yet now, she no longer desired it. It felt ironically tainted. What had been given to another, even if bestowed upon her, would only feel sullied. Chapter 126. What she loved was not Gu Chengli. In the face of the current Gu Chengli, Su Jiameng no longer felt the fervent affection of yore. Her youthful beloved had truly perished, lost in that inferno. Suddenly, Su Jiameng achieved a profound realization. What she loved was not Gu Chengli, but the boy who once roamed the mountain fields with her. You have 20 minutes left, Su Jiameng reminded. If you're late, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Jiang Yuxi shot her a fierce glare. Su Jiameng, you will regret this. Gu Chengli instructed the steward to prepare a vehicle. Suddenly recalling something, Yuxi, I have a gift to present to you. A gift, indeed. 5 minutes later, a servant approached Gu Chengli, holding a beautifully crafted box. As the box opened, an exquisite, priceless crown emerged before all. It was a crown Gu Chengli had purchased for Jiang Yuxi, costing a staggering 10 billion. Jiang Yuxi was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. Chengli, the crown is stunning. I and my youth. I promise to place the most beautiful and precious crown in the world upon your head. Do you remember this promise? A flicker of doubt crossed Jiang Yuxi's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a smile. Of course, I remember, and have eagerly awaited your fulfillment of it. In truth. That little girl was not her at all, yet over the years, Jiang Yuxi had gradually pieced together the fragments of what transpired before that disastrous fire from Gu Chengli's scattered words. There had been a little girl who had always been by Gu Chengli's side. During the fire, the girl had risked her life to rescue him. Exhausted, she had set him down to seek help. And Jiang Yuxi happened to pass by, seizing the opportunity. Upon the boy's awakening, she learned that he was the Gu family's eldest son, Gu Chengli. From that moment on, Jiang Yuxi became the cherished love of Gu Chengli's heart. Yuxi, I shall place it upon your head myself. Very well. Jiang Yuxi shyly lowered her head. Chengli, with those words, I am willing to wait for you. Chengli solemnly adorned Jiang Yuxi with the crown. The gemstones sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, dazzling and eye-catching. It was the dream of every woman, uncertain if it was the brilliance of the gems or the fleeting vision of her beloved youth. Su Jiameng felt her eyes well with tears, a single drop trailing down her cheek. These tears were not shed for Gu Chengli, but for that crown, That was a promise made to her by her youthful love. How dare it rest upon Jiang Yuxi's head? Gu Chengli gazed at the crown, memories of carefree days spent atop the mountain flooding back to him. In those moments, he had inhaled a great deal of smoke, nearly suffocating, leaving his mind damaged, with memories hazy and fragmented. Yet, he remembered that when he opened his eyes, the girl he beheld was the one he wished to marry. That girl was Jiang Yuxi. The hairline was smooth, devoid of any scars. I feel as though you no longer love me. Boo-hoo-hoo. Chapter 127. Jiang Yuxi, you are unworthy to wear it. Gu Chengli felt a twinge of doubt. Why? Did Su Jiameng bear that scar? Yuxi, Gu Chengli inquired. The year I taught you to climb trees, you were afraid of heights and accidentally fell, hitting your forehead and bleeding profusely. Why do I not see any scar now? Jiang Yuxi appeared slightly flustered. Scar? What scar, indeed? Jiang Yuxi, with a quick turn of her eyes, explained casually, I had stitches. My mother said that a girl's face is very important, so I had to apply ointment diligently. Hence, under careful care, the scar has long since faded. As she spoke, she pointed to the area Gu Chengli had been fixated on moments ago. Look, this is where you fell, right? Gu Chengli nodded, and the lingering doubt in his heart vanished completely. Su Jiameng unconsciously raised her hand to touch the crescent-shaped scar at her hairline. Ointment. At that time, when her parents divorced, no one cared for her. How could she have known to apply any medicinal cream? That scar had followed her throughout her life. Suddenly, Su Jiameng ascended the steps, confronting Jiang Yuxi and forcefully snatching the crown from her head. What are you doing? Su Jiameng raised her hand and hurled the crown to the ground. The diamonds scattered. The gems struck the rough surface, shattering as the crown rolled down the steps. Everyone gasped in shock. Jiang Yuxi, you are unworthy to wear it. Su Jiameng shouted, you are a thief, a brigand. You shamelessly seize what belongs to others and act so brazenly. She could endure anything, but she could not tolerate the betrayal of the promise made to her by her beloved, now bestowed upon Jiang Yuxi. My crown. Jiang Yuxi hurriedly dashed down the steps to retrieve it, exclaiming, Su Jiameng, what madness is this? She cradled it delicately in her hands, feeling heartbroken. This was a gift from Chengli. How could it have been so carelessly destroyed by Su Jiameng? How infuriating. Gu Chengli's expression darkened. Su Jiameng, are you seeking death? Indeed. She retorted defiantly, come and kill me. She was pregnant. How could Gu Chengli harm her? Very well, very well. Gu Chengli replied. Let us see how long you can continue to be so arrogant. My life is reduced to these final few months. Am I not entitled to be audacious and unruly? Now, no one could impose any restrictions upon her. She would do as she pleased. Gu Chengli's gaze was filled with malice. Do not forget, the day the child emerged from your womb marks your demise. Su Jiameng was currently expending every ounce of her life force to nurture the child within her. Once the child was born, she would be extinguished. Death, so what? For me, it would be a form of liberation. Su Jiameng laughed heartily, and furthermore, you will never be able to marry Jiang Yuxi, nor will she bear your children. As she laughed, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Ji Chengli, this is the grand gift I bestow upon you in the twilight of my life. Mrs. Ji, you shall forever be her alone. Jiang Yuxi was in a state of desperation. Chengli, the crown has shattered. She tenderly presented it to Gu Chengli. Look, the exquisite crown bore multiple scratches, and the central gem had developed a crack. Let us see if it can be repaired. Chapter 128. Only enough to save one life before she could finish. Su Jiameng interjected. No matter how well it is repaired, it will still bear scars. Gu Chengli, much like our past, she held her head high and walked towards the villa. Jiang Yuxi reached out to grab her, but was stopped by Gu Chengli. Do not stoop to her level. Chengli, I refuse to accept this. She deliberately destroyed it. Jiang Yuxi lamented. She is with child now. I cannot touch her. Reluctantly, Jiang Yuxi was forced to swallow her grievances and got into the car, leaving that evening. Dr. William arrived punctually. He carried a medical bag and wore a mask, his deep blue eyes reflecting an emotionless calm. Mr. Gu, William greeted. Are you here to administer the preservation injection again? Yes. It will require continuous injections for 5 months, until the fetus's condition stabilizes. Ji Chengli stood silently by the window, hands clasped behind his back. After a moment, he inquired, what if We forego the injection. Then it must be done. Ji Chengli nodded, but added, I also want her. He wished to preserve both the child and Su Jiameng. Though it was somewhat greedy, what if there was a way? One life can be saved, William replied. The nutrients within can only sustain one. Why did the doctors say Su Jiameng should terminate the pregnancy when she went to the hospital? There is no way to save both. Ji Chengli fell silent. Seeing his hesitation, William continued, Mr. Gu, even if there were a way to save both, I fear MRS. Ji does not have much time left. Ji Chengli spun around abruptly. What are you saying? Are you not aware? William expressed surprise. Mrs. Gu's complexion is pallid, her aura darkened. These are signs that her time is limited. At most, she has 2 years left, and it could be the day she gives birth. It sounded truly cruel. The day the child is born could also be the day of the mother's death. How would this child face the truth about their birthday? It is said that a child's birthday is a mother's day of suffering, yet for Su Jiameng and her child, it would not merely be a day of suffering, but also a day of mourning. Are you certain? Gu Chengli exclaimed, staring intensely at William. I asked she truly, at the end of her life? Yes, no, it cannot be. Gu Chengli shouted. I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving me. This must be false. You are lying. She donated her bone marrow. She gave birth to Gu Xiuqi. She lost a toe. Gu Chengli could not dare to think further. Suddenly, he rushed towards the master bedroom, crashing into numerous objects without concern. Su Jiameng, how could you have fallen to such a brink of death? As Gu Chengli burst through the door, Su Jiameng was quietly seated by the window, painting. She exuded tranquility and grace. As an architectural designer, her skill in painting was commendable, grounded in solid sketching techniques. Chapter 129. I am dying. Are you happy? What is the matter? Why are you in such a frenzy? Su Jiameng glanced at him, putting away her drawing board. I have been in the bedroom all day and have done nothing. Ji Chengli gazed at her, his steps heavy as he approached her one deliberate stride at a time. She regarded him with an unsettling calmness, devoid of love or hatred. Su Jiameng had internalized everything, concealing her emotions. Why did you not tell me? Why? Gu Chengli grasped her shoulders, demanding, what have you been hiding from me? I do not understand. What are you talking about? You are dying. Gu Chengli bellowed. William said that even if you were not pregnant, you would not live long. Su Jiameng blinked. Her tone was so nonchalant. Yet Gu Chengli could not maintain his composure, his eyes bloodshot. Are you aware of your lifespan? Do you understand your health condition? Yes. Then why? He disregarded her previous statements. He also did not care for her well-being. A person unloved is indeed wretched. No matter how great the turmoil presented before him, he would not extend his concern, merely subjecting himself to humiliation. After their marriage, when Su Jiameng burned her hand while cooking and showed him her wound, she was met with his indifference. From that moment on, she habitually concealed all her joys and sorrows. You once said, yes, Gu Chengli suddenly recalled, you did say that. Then why feign concern now? Gu Chengli's tall figure stood rooted, his handsome features marred by despair. Ultimately, Su Jiameng was doomed, and he was only now awakening to this reality. Rest assured, there will be no loss to you. I die, and you are pleased, right? Su Jiameng smiled at him, adding, before I perish, I can still bear you another child. Ji Chengli, you stand to gain. After saying this, she turned to the door. Dr. William, you have arrived. Come in. Su Jiameng expertly lay back on the bed, lifting her garment to reveal her abdomen, which already bore several faint puncture marks. By the time the child was born, how many countless needle marks would cover this belly? Dr. William set down his medical bag and began preparing the medication. The sight of the long needle still instilled fear in Su Jiameng. Thus, she closed her eyes, hoping for a swift process to lessen the pain. The cold cotton swab soaked in iodine brushed against her belly. The next moment, the needle would pierce through. However, Su Jiameng suddenly heard a loud bang. She quickly opened her eyes. Gu Chengli had forcefully pushed Dr. William aside and kicked over the medical bag, his eyes ablaze with fury. Do not administer the injection, he shouted. Get out. William, get out. William, incredulous, scrambled to his feet. Gu, I do not want this child. I do not want it, Gu Chengli declared. I want Su Jiaming to live. I want the child's life to sustain hers, not the other way around, do you understand? If that cannot be done, just leave, get someone else. Chapter 130. Meng Meng, I regret it. Su Jiaming furrowed her brow. Sitting up in bed, Ji Chengli, what madness are you displaying now? What are you pretending for? She said, the child is one you wanted to keep, one life exchanged for another. This was your decision. I no longer want it. I want you to live, huh? This statement, which should have sounded heartfelt, only struck Su Jiaming as jarring. He took her hand, attempting to lead her away. Su Jiaming remained seated on the bed, immovable, her eyes brimmed with sarcasm. Are you done throwing your tantrum? Gu Chengli was about to forcibly pull her up, but then realized her frail state. He crouched down, softening his tone. Meng Meng, please listen to me. Be good. Do not gamble your life in anger. All right, Su Jiaming's heart trembled. He called her Meng Meng. It had been an eternity since she had heard such an intimate term from his lips. Ji Chengli had always bared his teeth, addressing her formally, calling her a wretched woman. A vixen? Was this a dream? Such surreal happenings only occur in dreams. Gu Chengli, Su Jiaming began slowly. None of this world has ever been under your control. His pupils dilated. If you want the child, you must have me to sustain your life. If you wish for me to live, I must terminate the pregnancy. Do you believe it is all so simple? The news of Su Jiaming's impending death overwhelmed Gu Chengli. He had never known that her life was drawing to a close. Exhausted and dimmed, he was frightened. Su Jiaming shook her head. No, that is not it, Ji Chengli. The reality is that I am undoubtedly doomed. With no escape, even a celestial being could not save me. At the brink of life, heaven has gifted me this child, and so I must give birth. In truth, my decision is also one of self-sacrifice. To ensure the child's survival, for I am destined to not live long, while the child has an entire lifetime ahead. Let the child live in my stead, to witness the splendor of this world. To bear children is merely to continue and transmit life, is it not? Somehow, Su Jiaming's eyes moistened, watching Gu Chengli's figure blur before her. She did not wish to cry, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably. Let William administer the injection, Su Jiaming said. It is not a matter of whether I or the child can survive. Rather, since I am already beyond saving, I might as well exhaust every effort to ensure the child's survival. Gu Chengli, do you understand? She did not intend to reveal these truths to Gu Chengli, yet unexpectedly, he seemed to know of her limited time. Then she would tell him everything, and the months of pregnancy. She had hoped for one last moment of tranquility. No. Disregarding the corners of Gu Chengli's eyes, a tear fell. Meng Meng, how could you die? How could your body be so frail to this extent? Yet you never told me. The tormenting mode for Gu is now activated. I seek 5 stars and gifts. Chapter 131. Use your death to punish me. A person like me, unloved, even in death, would no one care. Su Jiaming lay down again, closing her eyes, letting her tears flow freely. She truly did not want Gu Chengli to know. She only wished to safely give birth to this child and quietly leave this world. This was the last semblance of dignity she could offer to herself and Gu Chengli. For that spirited young man, now that Gu Chengli has come to know, let him share the pain with her. Perhaps it was acceptable. Her suffering would allow him to feel a fraction of it. Why must only she endure pain? He should also experience it. Madam Gu, are you ready? William prepared the medication again, standing by the bedside, raising the syringe in his hand. Yes, very well. William's hand was steady, like an emotionless machine administering an injection. Gu Chengli stood nearby, watching as the liquid in the syringe was slowly pushed into Su Jiaming's body. This injection saved the child's life, yet demanded Su Jiaming's own. Mr. Gu, madam, it's done. I will take my leave now. William withdrew the needle, stating, I will return tomorrow. After the injection, the pain was intense, her limbs convulsing as if relentlessly beaten. Thus, Su Jiaming could only lie still until the pain subsided. This time, Gu Chengli remained by her side. You do not even grant me the chance to regret. Gu Chengli gazed at her. I often say you are cruel, Meng Meng. Not only are you harsh to others, but even more so to yourself. I do not wish for you to exchange your life for mine, yet you deny me this option. Have you forgotten how this child was conceived? Su Jiaming murmured. It was because you took no precautions. Gu Chengli's fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. However, without the child, you too will not survive long. Indeed, are you using your death to punish me? Su Jiameng smiled. You once said, if I die, you would not shed a single tear for me, and would even celebrate with firecrackers and drums. Gu Chengli's throat became tight, and he could no longer utter a word. He lowered his head, resting his forehead against the back of her hand. The pain intensified, and Su Jiameng could only grit her teeth, enduring the wave of agony. The pain caused cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Her back drenched. I end her days, she heard Gu Chengli say. Meng Meng, in your final moments, I will accompany you, never leaving your side. Su Jiameng thought this must be a figment of her imagination. She soon fell into a deep slumber. At the Jiang family villa, I will stay for a few days. Afterward, Chengli will come to fetch me. Jiang father's expression was filled with confusion. Really? Yes. Jiang Yusi straightened her back, refusing to allow anyone to question her. I am the one who holds a special place in Chengli heart. Although Jiang father and mother wished to protect Jiang Yunru, their hearts were torn. Now, all hopes for a bright future lay solely on Jiang Yusi. Jiang Yunru deserves her fate. If not for her, I would have already been Madame Gu. She ruined the path I had paved. Chapter 132. Let us not meet again. Jiang Yusi gritted her teeth. That wretched woman. I cannot stand her. She stormed upstairs, slamming her door shut. Cast out, outwitted by Su Jiameng. Even her crown had fallen. How could Jiang Yusi not be furious? She angrily smashed things in her room. And after venting her frustrations, she picked up her phone and dialed the number for Gu's residence. It was Butler Zhao who answered. Hello, who is this? It's me, Jiang Yusi said. Why is there no answer when I call Chengli? Miss Jiang, the gentleman is currently with the madam and cannot take your call. What? Chengli is with that wretched woman. Jiang Yusi was even angrier. Tell him to come down and take the call. Jiang Yusi commanded unhappily. Just say it's me calling. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, but I cannot relay that message. What, you? She was about to explode, but held back. Butler, once I become Madame Gu, you will benefit greatly. Hello? Beep. Jiang Yusi, furious, threw her phone. She had only been gone for a day. Yet Su Jiameng had already gained such favor. If this continues, what will become of her? Jiang Yusi clutched her phone, repeatedly dialing Gu Chengli's number. Finally, in the early hours, Gu Chengli's call came through. Hello, Chengli. Jiang Yusi immediately answered. Why didn't you answer my calls? I was so worried. Gu Chengli's voice was hoarse. What's the matter? Nothing. I just missed you. I am scared sleeping alone. The Jiang residence is very safe. You are overthinking it, Gu Chengli said. Just stay there and be at ease. Chengli, how long must I wait for you to come and fetch me? There was a long silence on the other end. Jiang Yusi's heart sank slowly. He is hesitating. What on earth happened today? What? Chengli, this. If there's anything, you can find George or the butler. I have no time. I need to be with Meng Meng. Meng Meng. Such an affectionate way to call her. Is she threatening you with the child? Jiang Yusi asked. You are left with no choice but to stay by her side to prevent her from harming the child? Gu Chengli's voice was weary. Do not ask me anymore. Chengli, only one can survive between the child and Su Jiameng. Before she could finish, the call was already disconnected. Gu Chengli was so impatient with her. For the first time, Gu Chengli was so indifferent towards her. Jiang Yusi felt a strong sense of crisis. She suddenly understood why Jiang Yunru said to use all her strength against Su Jiameng. For this woman was indeed quite formidable. Chapter 133. These 10 years, I loved the wrong person. What should I do? What should I do? She cannot sit idly by. If Su Jiameng turns the tide in these few months, giving birth to the child and surviving, she would be left with no hope. At Gu's residence, Su Jiameng sat at the dining table, slowly eating breakfast. She had no appetite and felt nauseous. Yet for the sake of the child, she forced herself to eat, striving to swallow. Eating was necessary to ensure nutrition. Gu Chengli watched her in this state, his heart aching, yet he could do nothing. Halfway through, Su Jiameng could no longer bear it and bent over the trash can, vomiting. Everything she had managed to eat came back up. Meng Meng. Gu Chengli hurried over, gently patting her back if it's uncomfortable. Don't eat, just rest first. Su Jiameng waved her hand. The pregnancy nausea was too intense, leaving her feeling unwell. When she was pregnant with Xiao Qi, she hadn't felt this bad, she self-deprecatingly remarked. It's the second child, yet why is the nausea worse than the first? Su Jiameng's complexion turned pale, her hands trembling involuntarily. She wiped her mouth and inadvertently glanced at the date. Could it be that Gu Jinghe and Xiaya are about to hold their engagement ceremony? She asked. Yes, you will attend, right? Gu Chengli nodded. Yes, I will go. You stay at home and rest. Nurture the baby. I want to go. Su Jiameng said, because Xian you will surely attend. If she is there, I would be all alone, without even a close friend by my side. How lonely that would be. Su Jiameng had experienced such pain. Thus, she wished to spare her friend from suffering as much as possible. Having endured the rain, she wished to hold an umbrella for others. Unfortunately, her body could no longer withstand it. You, Su Jiameng smiled. She and you are like oil and water, always arguing and clashing upon meeting. How can you care for her? Moreover, you, such a straightforward man, besides being attentive to Jiang Yuxi, would you speak gently to anyone else? Gu Chengli fell silent. After a long while, he said, my feelings for Yuxi are quite special. 10 years ago, that was my lowest point. She accompanied me for a long time at the mountain's peak. Later, she saved me. Me. She is very important. Su Jiameng's eyelashes trembled. That little girl was not Jiang Yuxi. That was her, Su Jiameng. If Gu Chengli were to know that he had loved the wrong person for these 10 years, what expression would he have? Should she tell him, to let him regret it too late, to prevent Jiang Yuxi from gaining anything? Would that grant her peace after her death? As Su Jiameng pondered, a smile unconsciously crept onto her face. Seeing her smile, Gu Chengli interpreted it as her mocking him. Yuxi is the woman I must be responsible for in this lifetime. However, Ming, you are also very special. Hearing these words, Su Jiameng felt the nausea she'd suppressed earlier rise again. She wanted to vomit. There are many things I do not know and cannot understand. Gu Chengli looked at her. But from now on, I can learn, start anew, begin again. Unfortunately, these words fell on Su Jiameng's ears without causing a ripple. Her heart had become a still pond. Chapter 134. Late feelings are lighter than grass. Facing his heartfelt words, she chose to ignore him. Gu Chengli felt a fire of anger within him. It was difficult for him to express his feelings, yet she did not care. However, he could only endure. Ming, you cannot go. There will be many people at the venue, and the wedding process will be long. You cannot withstand it. Then let Xian you not go either. Su Jiameng gazed at him. Or perhaps, you could send Shen Xinyo abroad, keeping her far away from Gu Jinghe. That is impossible. Shen Xinyo is the abandoned daughter cherished by the old lady Gu, and she is of the same generation as Gu Chengli. Thus she is considered a part of the Gu family. Therefore, how could Shen Xinyo not attend the engagement ceremony of Gu Jinghe and Xiaya? Witnessing her beloved person getting engaged, making vows, and smiling at the guests is utterly heart-wrenching. I know it is impossible. So I can only go to, Su Jiameng said. Let me hold on a little longer, or perhaps, let William give me a shot of an analgesic for pregnant women to make my condition that day a bit more normal. Gu Chengli pressed his lips together. After pondering for a few seconds, he said, if you insist. Su Jiameng thought he was conceding, agreeing to her wishes. But unexpectedly, Gu Chengli stated, I will discuss it with the Gu family and postpone the engagement date. What? Su Jiameng looked at him in shock. Postpone? The engagement between Gu Jinghe and Xiaya was specifically arranged by the old lady Gu. On the surface, Xiaya is a refined young lady from a prestigious family, while Gu Jinghe is the second young master of the Gu family, a position of great honor. This is a match made in heaven. How could it simply be postponed? Once you recover and can attend, meet the guests, we will select an auspicious day for Gu Jinghe and Xiaya's engagement ceremony. Gu Chengli said, I will take care of it. You need not worry. Su Jiameng was still very surprised. Is this even possible? However, before she could finish, Gu Chengli interrupted her. You will get better. Do you believe that miracles exist in this world? Yes. Su Jiameng shook her head. No, they do not. However, Gu Chengli seemed resolute, unyielding. When I say it will be postponed, it shall be postponed. Attending the engagement ceremony is not solely for your comfort towards Shinshino, but also to introduce you to everyone, Gu Chengli stated. Xiaya, as the future sister-in-law, will certainly offer you tea. At that moment, Gu Chengli intends to introduce Su Jiaming to all, declaring, "This is my wife. She is also Gu Xiaoyi's mother." This way, whether it is Lu Yunxin or Hu Mingxi, who would dare to contend with him for a wife? So, you wish to publicly acknowledge my identity. Su Jiaming finally understood his intentions. Gu Chengli, some things, left unaddressed in the past, are indeed late to confront now. Not late. When I was healthy and deeply in love with you, you disregarded my existence, never cared for my well-being, Su Jiaming said. Now, why feign such concern at the moment of my impending demise? For whom? Late-arriving affection is more trivial than grass. Gu Chengli wanted to say something more, but Su Jiaming stood up. I am tired. I will go rest. He watched her weary figure, gripping the chopsticks tightly. Ultimately, he tilted his head back, closing his eyes, his throat bobbing. Confronting the death of a single person is so piercingly painful. Gu Chengli had never imagined that Su Jiaming would truly die. Chapter 135. Wishing for a safe and smooth life. All wishes fulfilled, he still hoped, always longing, that she could remain by his side for a long, long time. During her leisure, she would sit by the window, painting for hours on end, unblinking, seemingly unaware of fatigue. Yet, such days could not last long. After painting for 2 hours, her eyes grew dry, and Su Jiaming closed them for a moment's rest before picking up her phone. She sent a message to Lu Yunxin. In the future, it seems we will find it difficult to meet again. Senior, knowing you has been the greatest fortune of my life. Thank you for defending me and seeking evidence during my imprisonment. Over the years, you have sacrificed so much, yet I have nothing to repay you. Senior, just consider me dead. Forget me. Forget that someone named Su Jiaming ever existed in this world. Do not seek out Gu Chengli. Do not approach him. Live your life well. Your future is bright, full of promise. You could have a magnificent career, yet because of me, you are being suppressed by Gu Chengli. I am sorry. I can offer you no assistance. Only burden you. May your remaining life be safe and smooth, and all your wishes fulfilled. After sending the message, Su Jiaming blocked Lu Yunxin. She stared at her phone, increasingly feeling as if it were a farewell letter. Yet, had she not been nearing death herself? Throughout her life, Su Jiaming had endured much suffering, with only a few close friends. Besides Lu Yunxin, there was also Hu Mingxi. She was grateful that in the twilight of her life, she could still encounter a bright and cheerful boy like Hu Mingxi. Hu Mingxi bore a resemblance to Gu Chengli of yesteryears. Perhaps this was heaven's way of compensating her for her suffering by allowing her to meet Hu Mingxi. Filling the void in her heart, Hu Mingxi was indeed a radiant young man. It is such a pity that I do not have his contact information, and we will likely never meet again. Su Jiaming sighed softly, wishing he would marry a virtuous and kind-hearted girl. Angela is not suitable for him. She raised her eyes to look out the window. I miss Xiaoqi so much. However, in my current state, I would surely frighten him if I went to see him. Never mind. He will be just fine. I need not worry. The drawing board fell to the ground with a clatter, startling Su Jiaming, who bent down to pick it up. The paper was filled with the most precious moments from within her heart. In her final moments, she wished to preserve this beauty through her art, leaving it behind in the world. A notification chimed on her phone. Su Jiaming was puzzled. She had already blocked Lu Yunxin. How could there still be a message? Upon opening it, she saw it was from Shinshino. Meng, what happened? Why did Gu Chengli come to the old residence and tell Grandma that he wants to postpone the engagement of Gu Jinghe and Xiaya? Gu Chengli truly keeps his word. At this moment, he is already in the Gu family discussing it. He was born into privilege, obtaining whatever he desires with ease, never knowing what it is to face defeat. She is unhappy, yet she hopes that Xinyo can find happiness. At the Gu family's old residence, Gu Chengli stood with a serious expression while the old lady Gu turned the beads of her prayer beads. Postpone? Why? It is not an appropriate time. Meng is pregnant, experiencing significant pregnancy reactions. Her health is poor, and she cannot attend. Then she can rest at home. Not attending is not an issue. No. Gu Chengli immediately rejected that notion without a second thought. She must attend. I want to use this occasion to introduce her identity to everyone. She is my wife, Gu Chengli. Gu Jinghe frowned. Brother, if you wish to announce sister-in-law's identity, it need not be at my engagement ceremony. I still hope for it to proceed as scheduled. Shen Xinyo suddenly let out a cold laugh. He turned to look at her. What? Do you have an opinion? Xiaya will not run away. She has longed to marry you. What is the harm in waiting a little longer? Shen Xinyo stated. Besides, not being engaged is fine too. After some time, we can just get married directly. Heaven knows how she uttered those words. Each word pierced the heart, yet she had to speak them. Jiyu Jinghe also laughed coldly. You are the one who least wants me to be with Xiaya, aren't you? You think too much. Second brother, Shen Xinyo deliberately called him that. I would be delighted for you to have a son soon and enjoy a harmonious life together. The greatest difference between Shen Xinyo and Su Jiaming is that she will raise her defenses fiercely. She is wounded deeply, and she intends for her thorns to prick the other as well. If she suffers, then the other must suffer alongside her. No one is allowed to live comfortably. Shen Xinyo absolutely refuses to be wronged, not allowing herself to silently endure. Thus, she and Gu Jinghe are always at odds, exchanging barbs, wounding each other with words. In contrast, Su Jiameng loved too humbly. You two, always bickering upon meeting, a pair of happy adversaries. The old lady Gu remarked, Xinyo, now that your elder brothers are settling their major life events, it is only you left for me to worry about. The old lady Gu was unaware of the situation between Gu Jinghe and Shen Xinyo. She was affectionate towards Xinyo. Grandma, I am not in a hurry, Shen Xinyo said. Even if I never marry in my lifetime, I want to stay by your side. Silly girl, the old lady Gu chuckled. Rest assured, I will definitely find you a handsome young gentleman, allowing you to make a grand entrance as you marry out of the Gu family. She had originally intended to refuse, but upon noticing Gu Jinghe beside her, she promptly replied, Great, thank you, Grandma. Gu Jinghe's expression darkened. Just now, she had said it was fine not to marry, yet look at her now, the old lady Gu remarked. Now you appear to be itching to marry at once. You truly are a whimsical one. I fear once you have a husband, you will no longer say such things. Shen Xinyo smiled sweetly. Meanwhile, Gu Jinghe leaned closer to her ear. Marriage? Is that not acceptable? She raised an eyebrow in response. What if your future husband learns that you are a woman who would drug your own second brother, climb into bed, and take pictures to remember the moment? What would his reaction be? Would he still love you? Shen Xinyo's complexion changed abruptly. Not forget, Jiyu Jinghe said. Shen Xinyo, you will forever be a withered flower. Such venomous words. Ha! She clenched her palm tightly, retorting without holding back. Do you think you are so clean? Aren't you just a scoundrel who has been in bed with me? Shen Xinyo, what of it? Do you believe that only women possess chastity, while men do not? In the 21st century, men and women are equal. Gu Jinghe sneered. But Xiaya does not care about these matters. She loves me. Chapter 137. Shaoqi, are you hurt? The old lady Gu observed the two whispering to each other, curiously asking, what are you two discussing? Nothing. Shen Xinyo forced a smile. Grandma, second brother was asking me about which guests to invite. These matters are all managed by the butler. You need not worry. You two have been bickering since childhood, yet as you've grown, your bond has somehow diminished. Each time you meet, there's an air of distance, as if words elude you. I ask this not the essence of life, to welcome someone's arrival, only to accept their departure. In the end, all that remains is oneself. You both have shared the trials of military life. Your feelings are different. Lady Gu set down her teacup and gazed at Gu Chengli. You and Jiameng have also experienced the thin line between life and death together. You wish to bestow upon her a rightful title, one that would be recognized by the esteemed families of Haiqing. That is indeed a thoughtful gesture. How about this, Chengli? Let us hold the child's birth celebration and Jinghe's engagement together after Jiameng gives birth. What do you think of this idea? A double celebration would certainly be a joyous occasion. Lady Gu was quite pleased with this arrangement. The Gu family could revel in the festivities. Gu Chengli nodded, saying, I will abide by grandmother's wishes. Excellent. Jinghe, do you have any objections? Shen Xinyo turned her head, feigning indifference as she looked out at the scenery. His words were deliberately directed towards Shen Xinyo. The depth of emotion, the passing of days and nights. What a beautiful and moving love story. Then it's settled. Lady Gu proclaimed decisively. Yet, Gu Chengli bore no signs of joy. After sitting for a while, he rose to leave. Su Jiameng was still at home. It had been a while since he had seen her. And he found himself beginning to miss her. Was she all right alone? Did she feel lonely? Was she in distress? Could she eat? The driver respectfully opened the car door, and just as Gu Chengli was about to enter, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a small, slender figure in the corner. Ji Yuxioqi. A wave of guilt surged within Gu Chengli. How could he have been so careless? Over the years, he had offered far too little care to Xiaoqi. After all, the child was innocent. No matter how much he had loathed Su Jiameng in the past, he should not have subjected Xiaoqi to cold indifference, neglecting him and refusing to hold him, leading to the boy's early onset of isolation. Xiaoqi, Ji Yuchengli turned. I see you. He attempted to approach Gu Xiaoqi, but after just a few steps, Gu Xiaoqi turned and fled. Xiaoqi. The more Gu Chengli chased, the faster Gu Xiaoqi ran, as if fleeing for his life. In his haste, Gu Xiaoqi stumbled and fell, scraping his palm. Xiaoqi. Gu Chengli hurried over, bending down to help him up. I'm your father. Why'd you run away when you see me? Gu Xiaoqi's face was a mask of shock and fear, his eyes filled with trepidation, shrinking back. I won't hurt you. Gu Chengli reassured him. Don't be afraid. Xiaoqi, you're hurt. He noticed the blood seeping from Gu Xiaoqi's palm. Yet, Gu Xiaoqi seemed unconcerned, hiding his hand behind his back, desperately trying to conceal the wound from him. Gu Chengli watched the scene, his throat tightening. He found himself at a loss for words. His son, the heir of the Gu family, a favored child of fortune, was hurt yet only wished to hide away, not crying or making a fuss. Quietly, he would retreat and lick his wounds alone. Ji Yuchengli gently grasped his wrist. I'll take you to bandage it. Otherwise, it will hurt. Is that all right? Gu Xiaoqi shook his head. I'm your father. Do you not trust me? Gu Xiaoqi still shook his head. After a moment, Gu Chengli could only say, if you don't tend to your wound, when your mother finds out, she will be sad and heartbroken. Mother. At last, Gu Xiaoqi spoke. Yes, mother will be distressed. All right. Only then did Gu Xiaoqi agree. Ji Yuchengli breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to pick him up. Gu Xiaoqi did not struggle, and thus he held him as he fetched the medical kit. A child with autism is quiet, not speaking, his gaze evasive. When Gu Chengli first learned of Gu Xiaoqi's condition, he felt disgusted. How could a man suffer from such a condition? Yet now, he felt guilt. If he had fulfilled his duties as a father, none of this would have transpired. Watching Gu Chengli crouched before him, tending to his wounds, a fleeting smile crossed Gu Xiaoqi's eyes. Does it hurt? Gu Chengli gently dabbed with the antiseptic. Ji Yuxioqi shook his head. No. After tending to the wound, Gu Chengli tossed the cotton swab into the trash. In the brief moment he turned around, Gu Xiaoqi jumped off the chair and scampered away. He stood there, feeling a deep sense of sorrow for a long time. His son still feared him, was not close to him. Just as Gu Chengli was about to leave, the sound of footsteps echoed again. This time, however, Gu Xiaoqi held a drawing in his hand. A drawing. For you? Ji Yuxioqi ran a bit hastily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. For me? Yes. Only then did Gu Chengli extend his hand to accept it. The watercolor sketch depicted a family of 3, father, mother, and child, holding hands. Beside them were the words younger brother and younger sister. Behind them lay a vibrant grassland under the sun, teeming with life. As he gazed at it, a tear fell onto the paper. Ji Yuchengli raised his hand to gently wipe away the moisture from his eyes. Is this me? Gu Chengli pointed at the tall figure. I asked this mother, and this you, along with the younger brother or sister in your belly. Is that correct? Yes. Gu Chengli's voice was hoarse. Xiaoqi is truly wonderful. Gu Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Father is praising him. He actually praised him. He hopped with joy, uttering a single word. Love, love, father and mother love you. No father and mother love you and the younger brother or sister? Gu Xiaoqi still shook his head. No. Ji Yuchengli pondered for a moment and said, Father loves everyone in the family. No. An idea struck Gu Chengli, and he said, Father loves mother. Yes. Gu Xiaoqi clapped his hands with delight. Father loves mother. This is Gu Xiaoqi's wish. Gu Chengli solemnly tucked the drawing away. Xiaoqi, Father will cherish mother well, and will also love you. 6 months later, I and the Gu family's villa. All the servants moved about cautiously. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a storm were brewing. The butler led Dr. William upstairs to the master bedroom. Doctor, the butler asked quietly, what is the condition of the madam? How serious is it? The fetus has fully developed and has been gestating for 7 months. Although it meets the criteria for a scheduled cesarean, for the sake of the child's health, it can remain in the womb a little longer. The womb is the best sanctuary for the fetus. No incubator, no matter how expensive, can replicate the environment within the mother. Therefore, William decided to take the risk and allow Su Jiaming to carry the pregnancy for 1 more month. A fetus born at over 8 months, if well cared for, can be as healthy and normal as any other child. If we decide to induce labor now, it is not the optimal choice for the fetus. Therefore, we should avoid premature delivery if possible, correct? Yes. William nodded as he pushed open the bedroom door. Su Jiaming reclined against the headboard, her hands gently resting on her belly. Her expression tender. Ji Chengli sat beside her. Softly speaking, his demeanor gentle. Upon seeing William, Su Jiaming looked up and offered a light smile. For several months now, she had met with William daily. They had become old friends. However, upon seeing William, Gu Chengli's brow furrowed. He did not wish to see William. He felt as if William were the harbinger of death for Su Jiaming. Madam Gu, are you feeling unwell? William inquired. Can you endure it if I can just hold on? It will soon be over. Once dead, everything will cease. Su Jiaming's complexion was exceedingly pale, her once rosy lips devoid of color, her hair dry, her limbs frail, yet her belly was extraordinarily large, because nearly all her nutrients had been devoted to the child within. Anyone who beheld Su Jiaming would feel one overwhelming impression. This was a woman on the brink of death. She could not sleep at night. Ji Chengli spoke, no matter how she lay. Her belly would ache. She could only sit up, leaning against the bed to sleep, waking frequently throughout the night. He felt heartache, yet was powerless, only able to keep her company. His sole desire was to spend more time with Su Jiaming. Yet to Su Jiaming, Gu Chengli's actions felt like surveillance, a watchful eye. He merely wished to ensure the safety of the child, with not a shred of concern for her. Having witnessed Gu Chengli's many instances of coldness and cruelty, Su Jiaming had lost faith that he would show her even a modicum of tenderness. Upon hearing her words, Gu Chengli was greatly displeased. The child as well, but what about Su Jiaming? This life was being nurtured at the cost of Su Jiaming's own. How could the nutrients extracted from the mother's body not lead to health issues? Be quiet. He shot a cold glance at William. William shrugged, lowering his head to diligently prepare the medication. Su Jiaming, however, remained calm, stroking her round belly. As long as he is safe, then all my sacrifices are worthwhile. Meng, Gu Chengli asked, you need not sacrifice yourself like this. I need you more than the child. I am not sacrificing myself for you. Do not flatter yourself, Gu Chengli. She was doing it all for the child. At this juncture, her death was a foregone conclusion, yet she found solace in the thought that her child would be healthy. Let the child live on in her stead. Mrs. Gu, it's time for the injection, William announced, holding up the syringe. From today onwards, the dosage will be doubled. Please bear with it. The effects will last longer than before. But it will also be more painful. Understood. Ji Chengli could no longer bear to watch and turned his head away. Su Jiaming appeared haggard, yet there was an extraordinary brightness in her eyes. Maternal love is profound. In that moment, she seemed to radiate light. After the injection, William departed swiftly. Su Jiaming pressed a cotton swab against the injection site and suddenly recalled something. Gu Chengli, have you decided on a name for the child? He turned his head, but his gaze was fixated on her swollen belly, marred by numerous needle marks, a sight almost too tragic to behold. Seeing this, Su Jiaming quickly pulled down her clothing to cover it. Unwilling for him to see further, I'm asking you about the child's name, she insisted. Have you not considered it at all? She bit her lip, feeling a twinge of sadness. Ji Chengli's indifference to her was now inconsequential. But what about this child? The child she had fought for with her very life. Did he truly care so little? Su Jiaming felt a surge of energy. This small excitement was enough to suppress the pain coursing through her body. What will the name be? She asked, eager to know. For a girl, it shall be Gu Xiaoyang. For a boy, Gu Xiaoxing. Xiaoyang, Xiaoxing. Su Jiameng slowly smiled. Such beautiful names. She continuously murmured these two names. Meanwhile, Gu Chengli's eyes began to redden. Suddenly, Su Jiameng realized something and lifted her head sharply. Xiaoyang, blood nourishes. Xiaoxing, reviving life. The homophony, all foretells that this child's life was purchased with her own. Gu Chengli and Su Jiameng's gazes locked. Is it beautiful? He asked. Meng Meng, do you now fully comprehend the meaning behind this name? Hearing it once brings forth a wave of sorrow. The same scenery, viewed through different eyes, yields distinct interpretations. Names are no different. Xiaoyang, it evokes images of a splendid, prosperous world adorned with pristine snow and rippling clouds. How magnificent! Gu Chengli yearned to grasp her hand, yet Su Jiameng evaded him. She desired no intimate contact with him. Meng Meng, you're punishing me. Gu Chengli's voice trembled. Your demise will haunt me for a lifetime. If you truly feel remorseful for me, Gu Chengli, then treat our two children well. He shouted in response. What good are the children? You're gone. How many times must I repeat this? I have little time left to live, so let the children carry on in my stead. But it was William the first summoned. I was the one who asked him to extend the child's life. Chapter 141. I only want you. Every time Gu Chengli thought of this, his heart was shattered. Su Jiameng had no idea that she could still use her life to prolong the fetus's existence. She believed termination was her only option. That was what the doctors at the hospital had told her. Yet, Gu Chengli had opened a new possibility. She was willing. After all, she was a dying woman. With nothing left to lose, she hoped the child would one day have a stable life of his own. Whether it be Gu Xiaoyang or Gu Xiaoxing, Gu Xiaoqi would make a wonderful older brother. What use are these thoughts, anyway? Regret is the most futile thing in the world. Su Jiameng closed her eyes. Waves of pain surged through her, while the little one within her kept squirming and kicking. Meng Meng, can you be quiet? She pleaded. Just let me have a moment of peace. With Gu Chengli beside her, her mind was only filled with turmoil. The man she had loved her entire life, whom she had poured everything into, was, in truth, never worth it. Gu Chengli fell silent, quietly remaining by her side. He watched her weary brows, her pallid face, her sunken cheeks. Once, when Su Jiameng donned her wedding gown to marry him, she had been so radiant, so luminous. He had extinguished the light in her eyes with his own hands. The baby was moving. As the pain began to subside, Su Jiameng spoke softly. Do you want to feel? Although she did not wish to see him or be with him. He was, after all, the father of her child. After her death, let the floodwaters rise, but the child would have to live with Gu Chengli for many years to come. No, Gu Chengli rejected her. Why? Su Jiameng was taken aback. Propping herself up on her arms, sitting up. You dislike Xiao Qi, believing I am using him to secure my position as Mrs. Gu, to restrain your steps. This child, you must protect. Meng Meng, he replied hoarsely, his life has absorbed your blood, drawing from the last of your vitality. Tell me, how am I to love this child? He is your flesh and blood. I do not want him. I want nothing. Gu Chengli shouted. I only want you. Su Jiameng regarded him with an expression she had never worn before. It seemed she had never truly understood this man. He was both love and hate, life and death, all the joys and sorrows. The partings and reunions of her life were bestowed upon her by him. Just then, a cacophony erupted from downstairs. Make way, open your dog eyes and see who I am. I demand to enter. I must see Chengli. Who dares to stop me? Do you not want your jobs anymore? The uproar caused Gu Chengli's brows to furrow deeply. Shortly after, the butler knocked on the door and announced loudly, Mr. Gu, Miss Jiang has arrived. Jiang Yusi, what does she want? Gu Chengli rose to head outside. Understood. He opened the door, and the butler continued, Miss Jiang is making a scene, insisting on seeing you. We could not stop her. And we're unsure if she has disturbed Madame's rest. What did she say? Nothing. She insists on seeing you before she will speak. Gu Chengli nodded. However, Su Jiameng suddenly interjected, I want to see Jiang Yusi as well. Gu Chengli paused. What? Chapter 142. Meng Meng is weak, cannot withstand your ruckus. What does she intend to stir up? I must know, Su Jiameng declared. I cannot allow her to cause trouble, not a single mishap. Why had she suddenly come to the Gu residence making such a commotion? An instinct told Su Jiameng that Jiang Yusi must be up to no good. She could not sit idly by. Your health. Gu Chengli's words were left unfinished as Su Jiameng had already descended from the bed, unsteadily standing. She took a step forward, but before she could take 2 steps, her body felt weightless. Gu Chengli swiftly scooped her up in his arms. Ah, Su Jiameng gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Ji Chengli held her securely, slowly carrying her out. In her recollection, it seemed, Gu Chengli had never given her a princess carry before. This was the first time. Su Jiameng felt a moment of dazed realization. To what pitiful extent had she loved him that even a simple embrace had eluded her? Yet now, she was indifferent. No longer coveting it, and Gu Chengli had granted her this. When a woman reaches a state of clarity, she no longer cares for the man, but rather focuses on the child. Su Jiameng was in such a state now. In the living room, Jiang Yusi watched from the bottom of the stairs, observing Gu Chengli carefully carrying Su Jiameng down step by step. Su Jiameng's belly was quite pronounced, indicating that the fetus was developing remarkably well. This woman was indeed fortunate. Despite carrying a feeble heartbeat, she had managed to hold on until today. Nevertheless, Su Jiameng's days were numbered. After all, how could she monopolize all the good fortune? Mrs. Gu is truly delicate. Jiang Yusi remarked, unable to resist. She cannot even stand on her own 2 feet, insisting on being carried. Is this what they call a mother's privilege? Su Jiameng shot her a cold glance. Her face was so pale. It seemed that Ms. Yu had endured quite a bit during her pregnancy. Gu Chengli frowned slightly. Yusi, what do you mean by your insinuations? I meant nothing. Jiang Yusi feigned innocence. Chengli, it's been 6 months since we last met, and you greet me with this attitude, but I missed you so much. Don't you miss me? Jiang Yusi stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his sturdy waist. Resting her head against his chest. 6 months. Chengli, time drags on. I long for you, yet you do not answer my calls. I feel utterly helpless. She must be feeling displeased. After a moment's thought, Gu Chengli pushed Jiang Yusi away. Do you have something to say? His tone was cold, akin to discussing business. Jiang Yusi looked up at him, her heart racing at the unfamiliarity of Gu Chengli after 6 months apart. Chengli, she pouted, don't you miss me? Your most beloved person is me. If you've come only to say this, then you may leave. Meng is weak and cannot withstand the commotion. Jiang Yusi has come to deliver her head. The babies can comment, urge updates, and support with short videos. Chapter 143. A corneal transplant is needed. As he spoke, Gu Chengli raised his eyes to the butler. Show her out. No, Chengli, I have something very important to tell you today. Jiang Yusi exclaimed urgently, but upon seeing you, I only want to express my longing. How could you be so indifferent? Gu Chengli maintained his usual indifferent demeanor. It seemed he did not care, nor was he concerned. Simply wanting her to leave quickly, Jiang Yusi silently gritted her teeth. Su Jiameng sat on the sofa, coldly watching Jiang Yusi's performance. Feeling somewhat bored and uninterested, Su Jiameng remarked, after all these years. Jiang Yusi, are your tricks still the same? Can't you bring a hint of novelty? Can we not progress with the times? Jiang Yusi ignored her comments and instead pulled a medical diagnosis from her pocket. Chengli, for the past 6 months, you have been by Su Jiameng's side, caring for her and awaiting the birth of her child, while I have been drowning in tears. Su Jiameng couldn't help but chuckle. Drowning in tears? That's quite bold of you to say. Ji Chengli, somewhat perplexed, asked, Yusi, why are you crying? I am deeply saddened, yet I have no outlet for my emotions, forced to hide in my room and weep day after day. Crying daily, month after month, until yesterday, when I suddenly realized I could see less clearly, prompting a visit to the hospital for an examination. Jiang Yusi held up the diagnosis. The results indicate that due to my prolonged weeping, my eyes have sustained damage. Moving forward, I am at risk of blindness. Ji Chengli was taken aback. Blindness? Yes, I will become a blind person, unable to see the world or you. Jiang Yusi continued, tears streaming down her face. Chengli, what should I do? If I become blind, how can I remain by your side? How can I ever be worthy of you? Gu Chengli took the diagnosis and examined it closely. I asked there a possibility of treatment. There is hope for treatment, but it requires luck. Luck? What do you mean? Jiang Yusi explained. The doctor said that my condition necessitates a corneal transplant for healing. However, corneas are precious and rare, only available through donations from the deceased. Only then do I have a chance of recovery. Cornea, donation. Upon hearing this, Su Jiameng finally grasped the true nature of Jiang Yusi's intentions. Jiang Yusi, perhaps inadvertently, cast a glance towards Su Jiameng. Chengli pressed his lips together. Chengli, I am just an ordinary person. I lack the means to find a cornea, and I have no connections. What should I do? Shall I simply wait to become blind? Engulfed in darkness, I will have George reach out and do my utmost to find one. Jiang Yusi bit her lip. Actually, Chengli, I know of a suitable cornea. Where? I will have George handle it. I will pay any price. Jiang Yusi pointed directly at Su Jiameng, far away in the heavens. Yet close at hand, she sought Su Jiameng's cornea. Chapter 144. If you are blind, so be it. After all, Su Jiameng is already on the brink of death. Donating her cornea to save my sight is only natural. Chengli trembled. Yusi, what are you saying? Chengli, once Su Jiameng gives birth, she will die anyway. Since she doesn't have long to live, why not use her cornea to restore my sight? Jiang Yusi tugged at his sleeve. I am certain you do not wish for me to become blind, do you? You want Su Jiameng's cornea to be donated to you. Indeed, and I want it now. Jiang Yusi was truly domineering. Not only did she demand Su Jiameng's cornea, but she couldn't even wait until her death, insisting on it at this very moment. Such audacity. Where did she find such confidence? Was it Chengli who granted her this boldness? Su Jiameng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You see, I told you something would happen if you came today. I never expected your malicious intentions would exceed my imagination. It turned out she was after her cornea. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. After your death, you can donate many organs to help others, Jiang Yusi earnestly proposed. Consider it a good deed, accumulating blessings for your 2 children. Su Jiameng gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand and approached Jiang Yusi. Will you watch me die without helping? Do you want to see me blind? If you are blind, you are blind. What does it matter to me? Jiang Yusi sniffled, looking innocently and pitifully at Chengli. What should I do? Chengli, you must help me. She had no intention of arguing with Su Jiameng. She knew Su Jiameng would never agree. Thus, let Chengli make the decision. He would surely side with her. Jiang Yusi was determined to have Su Jiameng's cornea. Chengli remained silent for a long moment, his fingers loosening as the diagnosis slipped softly to the ground. Chengli, Meng does not wish to give it. He said no one can force her. Jiang Yusi was utterly bewildered. Then, I will become blind. She looked at Chengli. Can you bear that? This is unavoidable. Let us see if there are suitable corneas available in Haiqing. What if there are none? What if we cannot find one? Chengli pressed his lips together. Yusi, even if you go blind, I will still take responsibility for you. After all, you saved my life. No, that's unacceptable. I cannot bear it. Jiang Yusi completely broke down. She had come to Gu's residence, full of confidence, intent on acquiring Su Jiameng's cornea. Yet, the outcome was contrary to her expectations. She had been met with a cold shoulder. Chengli had actually rejected her. This was not the Chengli she knew. I do not wish to go blind. I want to protect my eyes. Jiang Yusi cried bitterly. Had I known, I should have perished in the flames when I saved you. Dying in the fire would be better than becoming blind today. You have changed. Chengli, you would never have treated me this way before. Even for minor injuries, you would be concerned. Yet now, as I face blindness, you remain indifferent. Why? How can you treat me like this? Does our many years of affection pale in comparison to the 2 children Su Jiameng bore for you? Chapter 145. Are you threatening me? Jiang Yusi rushed forward, grasping his sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. Su Jiameng is on the brink of death. Her cornea can save my sight. Are you truly going to refuse to help me? In the past, Jiang Yusi often employed this tactic. Her pitiful demeanor and tearful expression would invariably soften Chengli's heart. She believed this instance would be no exception. All along, she had occupied the most profound corner of Chengli's heart. Irreplaceable, unshakable, Chengli gazed at her, gently caressing her eyes. I have said, Yusi, if you go blind, I will care for you for a lifetime. But I do not want to go blind. All I need is Su Jiameng's cornea to maintain my vision. Jiang Yuxi was forcing Gu Chengli into a position where he must choose. Chengli. Su Jiaming is unwilling. There is nothing I can do. It is her possession, and she has the right to decide. Tears streamed down Jiang Yuxi's face. So you have grown indifferent to me. Chengli, you have changed. In these past 6 months, you have ceased to love me. Time? Gratitude? Jiang Yuxi questioned. What about love? Where is that love? Just as Gu Chengli was about to respond, Jiang Yuxi bit her lip. If you do not love me, if you disregard my eyesight, Chengli, let us sever ties. She threw down the gauntlet. She was gambling, betting that Gu Chengli would relent. Yuxi, what are you saying? Gu Chengli furrowed his brow tightly. Are you threatening me? I simply did not expect that human hearts could be so cold, that it could take mere months for everything to change. Jiang Yuxi gazed at him dreamily. I did not die in the fire, yet here in your indifference, I lose my sight and become blind. Faced with her words, Gu Chengli felt only disgust. He detested being coerced. Now, Jiang Yuxi was forcing his hand, leveraging Su Jiaming's cornea against him. It is not that I do not care for you. I have said I will do everything possible to find a cornea for you. Gu Chengli's expression hardened. Why do you insist on Su Jiaming's? What if I simply want Su Jiaming's? Jiang Yuxi's words shifted Gu Chengli's gaze towards her, transforming it into something unfamiliar. Jiang Yuxi realized she had misspoken. Gu Chengli instantly understood that Jiang Yuxi was being unreasonable. She was targeting Su Jiaming. She wanted Su Jiaming's cornea, not genuinely caring about the absence of a cornea. Chengli, I spoke without thinking. Jiang Yuxi hurriedly retracted, explaining, your attitude has left me disheartened, and in a fit of anger I said that. Please do not take it to heart. Gu Chengli pressed his lips tightly together, stepping back a half step. Seeing this, Jiang Yuxi immediately advanced half a step. I simply did not anticipate that the once obedient you, who would fulfill any request, would now argue with me over something as trivial as a cornea. I am sorry, Jiang Yuxi said. Chengli, I was wrong. Trivial cornea? Gu Chengli articulated each word carefully. Su Jiaming is not dead yet. Have you thought about her cornea, her vision? What about her eyes? Have you considered that? Jiang Yuxi retorted. After all, she is on the verge of death. Gu Chengli forcefully pushed her away. Be quiet. Jiang Yuxi was taken aback. He was scolding her. He had never scolded her before. I truly did not expect this. Jiang Yuxi, you have become so malicious. Gu Chengli grit his teeth, veins throbbing at his temples, only considering your own interests, never for others. At this point, Jiang Yuxi suddenly realized, oh no, she had been too hasty. The impatient approach she took, forcing herself upon him, only served to provoke Gu Chengli's disdain and aversion. Jiang Yuxi instantly regretted her actions. How could she have been so impulsive? If only she had waited a little longer. Just a bit more. Wait until Su Jiaming gives birth. Wait until Su Jiaming takes her last breath. Then subtly inform Gu Chengli of her eye ailment, that she requires a cornea transplant. Jiang Yuxi should have been more methodical. Yet, over the past 6 months, she had been unable to see Gu Chengli. Her calls went unanswered, and her anxiety overwhelmed her, leading her to desperately grasp for any semblance of security to soothe herself. She wished for Gu Chengli to agree without hesitation, and then immediately proceed to procure Su Jiaming's cornea, so she could finally feel at ease. However, the outcome was contrary to her desires. I spoke in anger. Chengli, I was wrong. I apologize. Jiang Yuxi hurriedly expressed her remorse. I'm sorry. I was lightheaded and acted impulsively. Please don't take it to heart. Gu Chengli remained unmoved, his indifference growing colder by the moment, gradually crystallizing into a sharp frost. Jiang Yuxi's heart sank. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly turned and knelt before Su Jiaming. I apologize for my previous words, Jiang Yuxi stated. I am terrified of losing my sight, of becoming blind, which made me irritable and led to my thoughtless remarks. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I do not want your cornea. If I must be blind, then so be it. If I can find another cornea, that would be even better. Mrs. Gu, hope you can forgive me. Jiang Yuxi began to bow repeatedly, to fully commit to her act. She was willing to humble herself, all for future wealth and glory. Su Jiaming regarded her with a detached gaze, her eyes betraying no hint of emotion. After a moment, she smiled. You realize you've been too aggressive and have begun to perform, apologizing to me out of necessity. Jiang Yuxi, you are indeed quite clever. Unfortunately, I, a dying person, am not so naive. Even if you apologize now and mend your relationship with Gu Chengli, your wolfish ambitions will remain unchanged. To put it kindly, one's nature is hard to alter. To be blunt, you, like a dog, will never cease to eat excrement. Jiang Yuxi shook her head. No, I will no longer covet your cornea. I truly recognize my mistakes. Your words are more melodious than a song. Su Jiameng placed a hand on her belly. Because I still draw breath, you must bow to me. Once I close my eyes and my breath ceases, you will surely return to covet my cornea. Su Jiameng saw through Jiang Yuxi's petty schemes with clarity. Before I die, I will sign an organ donation agreement, bequeathing all that can be of use from my body to those in need. However, I will expressly stipulate that none shall be donated to you. Jiang Yuxi glared at her in hatred, yet daunted by Gu Chengli's presence behind her, she refrained from voicing her rebuttal. Furthermore, Jiang Yuxi, I have a grand gift for you. Su Jiameng slowly rose. Do you want it? Guess what this grand gift is, and it will be revealed tomorrow. Remember to support with a little encouragement after watching this short video. Chapter 147. What was stolen must be returned. She would never allow Jiang Yuxi to succeed. Even if it meant feeding her cornea to the dogs, she would not relent. Mrs. Gu, what are you planning? Su Jiameng asked. You claim you carried Gu Chengli out of the fire, nearly losing your life in the process. Well then, allow me to verify whether you truly did this back then. Jiang Yuxi's pupils constricted. Of course, it was relevant, since you have so boldly presented yourself. Do not blame me for being impolite. Su Jiameng's eyes sparkled brightly. Initially, she merely intended to peacefully spend her last days, giving birth to her child, fulfilling her life's wish, and quietly passing away. After all, Jiang Yuxi could never marry into the Gu family or bear their children. The path was severed. However, it now seemed that Su Jiameng thought she must trample Jiang Yuxi underfoot, tear away her hypocritical facade, and suppress her until she could rise no more. Otherwise, Jiang Yuxi would undoubtedly return for revenge. This absolutely could not be allowed. Jiang Yuxi must be completely stripped of power. Otherwise, with Su Jiameng gone and Jiang Yuxi still alive, how could a dead person contend with a living one? Gu Chengli was unreliable. Thus, she would personally eliminate this lingering threat. Originally, I wished to offer you a dignified farewell, Su Jiameng declared. Jiang Yuxi, you brought this upon yourself, daring to covet my cornea. Very well, I shall grant you nothing, leaving you with nothing. Jiang Yuxi shook her head repeatedly. What nonsense are you spouting? I cannot comprehend. Su Jiameng fixed her gaze upon her. Jiang Yuxi, the things you have stolen must be returned. Stolen? Jiang Yuxi was initially bewildered, but soon understood. What Su Jiameng referred to was the debt of gratitude from that fire, the moments spent on the mountaintop. Indeed, it was she who had taken them, but how could Su Jiameng possibly know? Even Gu Chengli, the party involved, believed it was Jiang Yuxi. All of Jiang Yuxi's strength seemed to be abruptly drained as she collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. I had considered letting you off the hook, allowing you to be with Gu Chengli, to live together. After all, you two together would serve as a remedy for the people, preventing further harm to others. What a perfect match, Su Jiameng chuckled, but you insisted on seeking your own demise. I shall oblige. Did she truly believe that Su Jiameng was a soft persimmon, easily kneaded and manipulated? Many things she simply chose not to contest. Now, with her last breath, she would fight and calculate, to battle to the end, to strike a decisive blow. Su Jiameng stepped forward towards Gu Chengli. After just 2 steps, however, Jiang Yuxi grasped her foot. No. Please, don't go. Clarify your words. Isn't it clear enough? Su Jiameng raised an eyebrow. How long will you continue to deceive yourself? Jiang the thief. Jiang Yuxi was well aware, yet unwilling to confront the truth, denying. I am not a thief. The love you stole, the wealth you coveted, everything you have taken, I demand you return it all. Jiang Yuxi was utterly flustered. Why did Su Jiameng know that the little girl was not hers? Gu Chengli believed it. Did Su Jiameng possess some evidence? Chapter 148. Trust me just this once. Gu Chengli didn't know. Su Jiameng was nearing death, with little time left. How could she be allowed to ruin her own good fortune? Su Jiameng kicked her away. Jiang Yuxi attempted to grasp her again, only to be shoved aside by Gu Chengli. She is pregnant. Do you wish to trip her? Gu Chengli exclaimed. If anything happens to the child, I will not spare you. Chengli, how can you treat me this way? Yet at that moment, nothing Jiang Yusi said mattered. He seemed to comprehend, yet dared not believe. He gripped Su Jiaming's shoulders, his eyes filled with panic and shock. Meng Meng. What did you mean by that? Why, can I not understand? Su Jiaming smiled gently at him. It's all right, soon you will understand. Ji Chengli stared at her, feeling as if his insides were being twisted in pain. A metallic sweetness welling in his throat. He dared not delve deeper into his thoughts, fearing the confrontation with some unspeakable, bloody truth. Gu Chengli, I want you to know that all these years, you have loved the wrong person. Su Jiaming stated, Jiang Yusi has never been the one in your heart. Is that so? Come, I will take you to a place. Ji Chengli's throat moved. Where? To that high mountaintop, when Su Jiaming spoke of this place. A peculiar softness illuminated her face. On the mountaintop, wildflowers bloomed in profusion, swaying gently in the breeze, the air perfumed with a faint floral scent. She closed her eyes, as if she could see her youthful beloved once more. How wonderful it was. Back then, everything was as it was meant to be. When two people first met, they were sincere and kind. How different it is now. Ji Chengli trembled all over. Meng Meng, you. The scene she described was the very one he yearned for day and night. Come, Su Jiaming urged, let us revisit that place. After the fire, she had never returned. A single blaze seemed to have consumed everything. Yet after the fire, with the spring breeze of the following year, life began anew. Life is everlasting. The mountain remained the same, the people unchanged, yet hearts were no longer the fervent, genuine ones of yesteryear. Ji Chengli's legs felt as if they were laden with lead, refusing to budge. He pressed his lips tightly together. A tumult of emotions surged within him, rendering him unable to accept or process it. Do you not wish to know the truth? Su Jiaming inquired, or do you believe I am deceiving you? Gu Chengli opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He merely gazed at her, his eyes misting over. Observing Gu Chengli's stunned silence, Su Jiaming shrugged. Very well, it seems I must do something to make you believe me. She turned to Jiang Yusi. You claim it was you who, from the fire, risked your life to carry Gu Chengli to safety, allowing him to escape. Then let me ask you, Su Jiaming began, her voice light yet incisive. How did that fire actually ignite? Chapter 149. It was I who saved you. Ji Chengli's piercing gaze fixed upon Jiang Yusi. Such a simple question. It required no time for contemplation. Jiang Yusi opened her mouth. Panic-stricken, she had no idea how the fire had started. If she could fabricate some excuse to bluff her way through, what if she succeeded? But if she failed, it would be disastrous. In the fleeting seconds of hesitation and contemplation that enveloped Jiang Yusi, Gu Chengli's gaze gradually morphed into one of ruthlessness and icy detachment. I, of course, am aware. Then speak. Jiang Yusi's eyes darted, her teeth clenched in resolve. She had to take the plunge. With her response, a glimmer of hope for a collision of truths remained. The fire is, Jiang Yusi swallowed hard. It was ignited because someone was smoking and tossed their cigarette butt into a pile of straw. And then, the wind blew. Yet, the words that followed eluded Jiang Yusi's lips. For she could clearly see Gu Chengli's eyes turning alien, inch by inch. Smoking, igniting a fire. Gu Chengli gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples. Jiang Yusi, I offer you one more chance. Think carefully. Gu Chengli could not fathom it. The Jiang Yusi he believed in did not even know how that fire, which nearly claimed his life, had ignited. This is impossible. The faith he harbored within crumbled in an instant. I will think. Jiang Yusi grasped Gu Chengli's sleeve with desperation. Chengli, I cannot remember. It has been too long, too vague. At that moment, I was solely focused on saving you. I truly did not care about anything else. She was still engaged in a final, desperate struggle. But it was futile. How could you not remember? Gu Chengli inquired. After the inferno, my memories suffered some damage, yet I distinctly recall how that fire ignited. Jiang Yusi bore no injuries. How could she forget? He remembered everything. At that moment, Su Jiaming's voice broke through. That fire, Gu Chengli, was ignited by your own hand. He froze, rooted to the spot, as if petrified. He felt a surge of trepidation. You were quite mischievous back then. Always seeking to tease me. That day, I was in a foul mood and ignored you. Out of boredom, you ran off to the straw pile, and somehow, you set it ablaze. You were trapped in the flames. Calling out for help, I rushed in and saved you. That time, your hair was completely scorched. As she spoke, Su Jiaming laughed, yet tears streamed down her face. She had mentioned the events atop the mountain to Gu Chengli numerous times, but he had never taken her seriously, believing it was merely Jiang Yuxi's tale. Truth. How could Jiang Yuxi ever share such things with her? Moreover, Jiang Yuxi was completely oblivious. Chapter 150. Over the past decade, he mistook the person. Ji Yuchengli slowly turned, as if his body were no longer his own, beyond his control. He gazed at her with an entirely new expression. It was you, he asked. It has always been you. Gu Chengli's Adam's apple bobbed. It was her, not Jiang Yuxi. Over the past decade, he had mistaken the person. All his sacrifices had become a farcical jest, but Jiang Yuxi suddenly cried out, "No, Chengli, do not be deceived by her." Yet it was too late. The die had been cast. Nothing Jiang Yuxi said mattered anymore. Still, she clung to a desperate hope. Chengli, when you escaped the fire and opened your eyes, the person you saw was me. It was me. Do you not remember? If I had not saved you, how could you have seen me? I am your savior. For all these years, we have shared such love. Chengli, do not listen to Su Jiaming's nonsense. Trust me, do not believe her. Su Jiaming looked on with disdain and scorn. For all these years, Jiang Yuxi had relied on such sentiments to maintain a place in Gu Chengli's heart. Today, she had finally exposed Jiang Yuxi's hypocritical facade. Why did Gu Chengli see you upon awakening? Do you not possess any self-awareness? Su Jiaming asked. When I called you a thief earlier, did you not comprehend its meaning? Enough of this, Su Jiaming. Silence yourself. Jiang Yuxi covered her ears, unwilling to hear more. She had never anticipated that her visit to Gu's estate, intending to compel Su Jiaming to donate her cornea, would result in her own downfall. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have endured a little longer, waiting until the final month, until Su Jiaming was on her last breath, to make her appearance. Now it is over. All is lost. At that time, I carried Gu Chengli out of the inferno, but my strength was limited, and I could only place him by the roadside, then hurried off to seek help. Su Jiaming recounted. Little did I know, in that brief interval of my departure, Jiang Yuxi, you appeared and seized such a substantial opportunity. Some things, once stolen, are destined to be returned. Moreover, you have monopolized them for 10 years. Jiang Yuxi, your greed has led to your downfall. Those who yearn for more often end up with nothing. A futile endeavor. Su Jiaming's life had been fraught with challenges. Her parents divorced. Her father remarried. Her mother also wed anew, leaving her to navigate life in a narrow chasm, utterly arduous. Finally, she encountered Gu Chengli. Had it not been for Jiang Yuxi's sudden emergence, she would have basked in Gu Chengli's protection, finding a refuge that shielded her from all storms. Alas, fate is a cruel mistress. Familial bonds shattered, dreams of love lay in ruins. From beginning to end, Su Jiaming was merely a solitary, pitiful figure. After finally having a child, her own flesh and blood, she found herself unable to protect them, having to send them to the side of old Madame Jiud. In the end, she remained utterly alone. I refuse to listen. You speak nonsense. Jiang Yuxi pressed her ears tightly. Su Jiaming, you are the thief. No, you are the bandit who has stolen everything from me. Gazing at her, Su Jiaming felt as though she were observing a clown. Chapter 151. Returning to this place was enough. Jiang Yuxi, during those fleeting minutes atop the mountain, you saved Gu Chengli, trading it for 10 years of luxury and genuine affection. For you, it was quite a bargain. With that, Su Jiaming raised her eyes to Gu Chengli. Are we leaving? She stood there, backlit, quietly. One must harbor a belief within, a belief that sustains them. With great difficulty, he took a step forward, moving closer to her. Meng. He uttered her name, but the words faded. He gazed at her, slowly lifting his hand, yearning to touch her, yet hesitating. His hand trembled in the air for what felt like an eternity before it ultimately fell. Hanging limply at his side, Su Jiaming turned and walked away. Supporting her abdomen, she descended the steps with the aid of a maid and entered the car. Ji Yuchengli followed suit. The confined space of the back seat held them in silence. While the driver drove cautiously, Su Jiameng peered out the window. The scenery outside grew increasingly familiar yet somewhat alien. After all, it had been a decade. She had once believed that meeting Gu Chengli marked the end of her unfortunate childhood. Yet, she had not anticipated that it would herald the beginning of her nightmarish life. The vehicle wound its way along the mountain road until, finally, Gu Chengli spoke. "Stop the car." The driver promptly pulled over. "Mr. Gu, madam, do you need me?" "No need," Gu Chengli interrupted. "Wait here." "Yes, sir." He circled the front of the car and assisted Su Jiameng as she exited. Su Jiameng did not meet his gaze, her eyes fixed ahead. Lightly laughing, everything has changed, yet this mountaintop retains its memory's visage. She forged ahead, with Gu Chengli by her side. The two walked farther and higher, gradually disappearing from the car's view. The mountaintop. The pinnacle. Su Jiameng gazed at the distant peaks, feeling the cool breeze of nature, her face adorned with a tranquility and serenity she had not experienced in ages. "Back then, I was still quite young. And I relished coming here alone, sitting quietly, confiding my heart's secrets to the mountains, the gentle breeze, the leaves, the grass, and the setting sun." She chuckled. "In hindsight, what worries could I have had at that age? Only that my father scolded me again, or that my stepmother hit me, and I had no one to confide in. Growing older, I realized that the matters I once deemed significant were, in fact, trivial." Su Jiameng turned her head to look at Gu Chengli. "What about you? Do you remember why you liked coming here back then?" Gu Chengli's voice was hoarse. "Did I not tell you?" "No," she shook her head. "Every time I asked, you would scold me and say that if I married you, then you would tell me that." As she spoke, Su Jiameng's lips curled into a smile. Eventually, she achieved her wish and married him. Yet, his heart remained inaccessible to her. "Oh, that was it. I once pondered why you no longer recognized me. Jiang Yusi and I looked quite different as children. Did we not?" Chapter 152. I truly deserve this. Meng Meng. All the fragmented daily occurrences had faded from his memory. This had afforded Jiang Yusi an opportunity. Perhaps this was fate's design. Su Jiameng bent down and plucked a blade of foxtail grass. "We are destined to be apart. To force a union would only yield endless suffering. Previously, this pain was mine to bear. Now, in the future," Su Jiameng envisioned, "it would be Gu Chengli who would endure it. You should truly experience how I have lived these past 10 years. Su Jiameng turned her gaze to him. "Gu Chengli, you shall endure the heart-wrenching, soul-crushing pain that I have faced." He closed his eyes. "I am already in pain." "Meng Meng, not enough," she replied. "This is merely the beginning." Gu Chengli's chest rose and fell rapidly. After a while, he managed to steady his breath, suppressing the overwhelming convulsions within, and reopened his eyes. The sky was nearing dusk. The sun slowly descended, casting a golden glow that enveloped the two of them in shadows. The sun sets behind the western mountains. Each day, the sun rises anew, yet Su Jiameng will no longer awaken each morning. "Meng Meng, that year was a particularly challenging time for me." Gu Chengli remarked that Gu Jinghe had been sent by my parents to the military for training, and Shen Xinyo accompanied him. The Gu family placed all their hopes upon me. At that time, the pressure was immense. I had to excel in my studies and meet the standards of various extracurricular programs. "So, you would take advantage of your leisure time to escape to the mountaintop to unwind." "Would you?" "Yes," Su Jiameng replied, "and thus, our paths crossed." Gu Chengli turned to her, a veil of mist clouding his eyes. When she looked closely, she noticed a glimmer of tears forming within them, with a mere blink. Crystalline droplets would cascade down. Su Jiameng picked up a tuft of foxtail grass and gently brushed it against his neck and cheek. She had always enjoyed doing this. Gu Chengli, sensitive to tickling, would grasp her hand and retaliate, leading them both into a playful chase filled with laughter and joy. Adults would say that those who are ticklish will fear their wives. "Gu Chengli, you will fear your wife in the future." "I certainly will not. You are lying. If you were my wife, I could pretend to be afraid of you, but in truth, I would be the one in control." Memories flooded back, but now, both of them had grown up. Gu Chengli could no longer restrain himself and pulled her tightly into his embrace. "I'm sorry, Meng Meng," he choked out. "I missed you for 10 years, a full decade." His arms seemed to want to meld her into his very essence. United as one, never to part again. I am truly despicable, Meng Meng. What am I to do? How can I make amends? 10 years? You have been by my side for 10 years, and I have continuously overlooked you. Su Jiaming tilted her head, resting her chin gently upon his shoulder. This was not her first experience of Gu Chengli-'s embrace. However, in the past, it had always felt so cold and unfeeling. In this moment, she finally sensed a flicker of warmth, yet it was too late. You do not remember me. You left Jiang Yuxi behind, Su Jiaming said. Gu Chengli, over the years, it has always been you who has let me down. Chapter 153. Those who say sorry have all betrayed me. Yes, I was gravely mistaken, egregiously so. I have explained. I told you that the little girl on the mountaintop was me, yet you did not believe me. Gu Chengli, filled with regret, lamented his own arrogance, which had led to such a grievous error. Su Jiaming murmured, I have said it several times, yet each time you refused to believe me. It hurt deeply. But when my heart began to heal, I mustered the courage to explain myself once more. This cycle repeated itself, each time yielding only your derision and scorn. I became disheartened, Gu Chengli, and I no longer wished to speak. I will consider my youth to have perished in the flames. The Gu Chengli before her now was Jiang Yuxi's Gu Chengli. He buried his face in her neck, trembling all over. Su Jiaming felt a chill. It was Gu Chengli's tears falling upon her skin. Today, I shall mention this for the last time. After we leave here, Gu Chengli, let us forget it all. No. Gu Chengli shook his head. How could I forget? How could I dare to forget? Those who remember shall only suffer. Su Jiaming stated. Look, you have forgotten me, and with Jiang Yuxi by your side, how joyful you are, and what of me? Gu Chengli, for these 10 years, I have strived to approach you. Even if you have forgotten me, I have steadfastly held on to the promise you made to me. You once vowed to marry me. Su Jiaming gently pushed him away, gazing into his eyes. Gu Chengli, I have come to you. I have walked to your side. I married you. I have not broken my word. I have fulfilled it. Yet no one ever told me that a promise kept by only one person could be so unbearably arduous. For him, she traversed mountains and crossed valleys, braving thorns and brambles, only to stand before him. What had she gained? A body full of scars. Had I known it would come to this, why would I have ventured forth in the first place? All along, she had held on to the hope that marrying him would mark the beginning of a life filled with happiness. Yet, it turned out to be the onset of a lifetime of misfortune. The man before her was no longer the person he once was. The corners of Gu Chengli's eyes reddened. They say that a man seldom sheds tears unless he is truly heartbroken. Now, no matter how many tears Gu Chengli cried, they would be in vain. But he did not. He continued to push her farther away. By the time she too had distanced herself, he wished to chase after her. Such a wonderful scenario is not how it works. Once missed, it is forever lost. Meng Meng, you remain where you are. I shall walk the remaining path. I am coming to you. Gu Chengli gazed at her with deep affection. Grant me one more chance. Just once. In contrast to his anguish and shock, Su Jiaming remained calm throughout. It was not that she lacked a heart, nor was she cold and unfeeling. Rather, she had already tasted all the bitterness and sweetness life had to offer. I have given you countless opportunities, Gu Chengli, yet you have failed to seize even one. I am sorry, Meng Meng. I am so sorry. Do not utter those 3 words to me. I hold no fondness for them. She gently shook her head. Those who say sorry to me have ultimately betrayed me. My father, Su Hongming, said sorry before passing away. Now, you, Gu Chengli, utter the same apology. Chapter 154. What use is it to shed tears for me for the first time? Do not leave me, Meng Meng. Gu Chengli's voice cracked. I cannot be without you. I have missed you for 10 years, and I do not wish to learn the truth only to find you departing from me. And it is not a parting in life. It is a farewell in death. Between heaven and earth, life and death lie separated. This is the greatest punishment for Gu Chengli. This is the first time I have seen you cry. Su Jiaming raised her hand, brushing it against the corner of his eye. It is also the first time you have shed tears for me, Meng Meng, so my death could elicit even a single tear from you. Gu Chengli's heart felt as if it were being sliced, the pain causing him to convulse, unable to utter a single word. No matter how much I say, it is all wrong. Su Jiaming gently wiped away his tears. Gu Chengli, in this lifetime, I have saved you twice. Even if you do not remember me, Mistaking me for Jiang Yusi, I still used my very marrow to cure your leukemia. Why have you been so cruel to me? Why? I was so delighted to give birth to Gu Xiuqi for you. We have a child now. We have become parents. Yet I never expected that the child I bore with all my strength would only make you loathe me more. You know, after donating marrow and blood, I discovered I was pregnant, and the doctor advised me to terminate the pregnancy to recuperate my health. Did you not? Gu Chengli shook his head. I was unaware of this. Because you have never cared for me. How could you have cared? Su Jiaming replied. Yet I still insisted on giving birth to Gu Xiuqi, sacrificing 30 years of my life. He was taken aback. After giving birth to Xiaoqi, your health, indeed. Su Jiaming nodded. In retrospect, I should not have given birth to Xiaoqi. I was already a pitiful soul, struggling to survive. Why must I drag my child down with me? Yet at that time, I still held on to a glimmer of hope. I foolishly believed that at least this child would carry on the Gu family lineage, that I was preserving Gu Chengli's blood. Looking back now, I realize how naive I was. Gu Chengli slowly lowered his gaze to her large belly. Ji Xiuqi was born from her sacrifice of 30 years of life. This child drained her very essence. And what had he done? I am truly despicable. Gu Chengli gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by guilt. Meng, I have done so many inhumane things to you, witnessing the man she once loved deeply, now before her. Weeping and filled with remorse, Su Jiameng could not articulate her feelings. Was it satisfying? Pleasurable? No, it was merely acceptance. I and love, there are no winners. Both she and Gu Chengli had lost, utterly. Completely defeated. It is all right, it is all in the past. Su Jiameng sighed deeply, gazing at the sun gradually setting over the mountaintop. I end this lifetime. Gu Chengli, I have never owed you anything. It is you who owes me. What he owes her shall never be repaid. For there is no opportunity to repay it. Meng, what I owe you, grant me a chance to make amends, will you? How will you make amends? She inquired. Can you extend my life, if it were possible? I would be willing. No, Gu Chengli, if you truly feel remorse, then treat our 2 children kindly. They will take my place and live well. He shook his head repeatedly. No one can replace you. In truth, I do not regret it, Su Jiameng stated. I have done nothing wrong. The mistake lies in my unidirectional pursuit. Please give 5 stars to support the updates with short videos. Anyone fond of the pairing of Gu Jinghe and Shen Xinyo? Chapter 155. Let us not meet again. To love is to journey together in mutual pursuit. Unilateral affection is destined to bear no fruit, merely a solitary bloom, self-admiring and self-pitying. Alas, she had loved the youthful Gu Chengli so deeply. Loved him to the point of forsaking everything. He was her salvation, a rainbow appearing in her life after her parents' divorce. Su Jiaming desperately sought to grasp that rainbow, only to ultimately realize that what she had clutched was merely her own obsession. She rested her hand on her belly and seated herself upon a dry haystack. Look, the sun is about to set. She pointed. Gu Chengli, stay with me to watch the sunset. He moved heavily, sitting beside her. A middle-aged woman donned in a straw hat passed by. She gazed at Su Jiaming's pronounced belly, mistaking her for a fellow villager, and greeted her. You must be about to give birth. Hey, congratulations. Suddenly, she recognized her. Oh, it's you. Auntie remembers you. My, how you've grown in the blink of an eye. Is that so? Auntie, where have you seen me before? Right here. I was standing by the roadside. Wearing a simple smile. It must have been nearly 10 years ago. You were so small and thin back then, often playing and frolicking with a little boy. Su Jiaming's smile became even sweeter. Auntie, you remember. Your memory is truly remarkable. Of course I do. I've never seen such a lovely and radiant girl like you. So how could I forget? You look just as you did back then. Only more beautiful now. I recognized you at once. As she spoke, Auntie added, and that boy was quite the handsome lad as well. Gu Chengli listened. Each word felt like a mockery aimed at him. After 10 years apart, Auntie could still recognize Su Jiameng. What about him? He had mistaken Jiang Yusi for 10 years, pouring all his love and devotion into her. Auntie, is it him? Su Jiameng cheerfully pointed at Gu Chengli. Auntie chuckled, clapping her hands. Yes, it's you too. Su Jiaming's smile gradually froze. She gently leaned her head against Gu Chengli's shoulder. I haven't been back here in 10 years. Su Jiaming asked. Do you know why? Gu Chengli, draping his arm around her shoulder, shook his head. Sadly, everything has changed. Gu Chengli held her close, drawing her into his embrace. They nestled together on the straw, watching the sun sink lower in the sky. It was quiet, serene. For Su Jiameng, this was a rare and beautiful moment in her life, perhaps her last precious instant. The sunset's glow enveloped them. The gentle breeze seemed to whisper of the childhood sweethearts from a decade ago. Ollie, she suddenly called him. Gu Chengli's heart was pierced once more. He replied, if there is a next life, let us not meet again, shall we? No. Gu Chengli replied firmly. If there is a next life, let me find you. You just need to stand still, do nothing, and I will rush to you. But meeting you is too painful. I am so exhausted from loving. I will love you. Su Jiameng nestled against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart, which harmonized beautifully with his words. I will love you. No. Su Jiameng shook her head. I no longer wish to love. When I reincarnate, I will certainly ask Mengpa for several bowls of soup. To drink and forget you, completely, utterly. Dream. How can you be so heartless? Heartless? She weakly smiled. Compared to your cruelty, I am but a mere shadow. Do not punish me like this. Dream. How can you give me not even a single chance? As her voice dwindled, Su Jiameng's eyes flickered between half-closed and open. Gu Chengli swallowed hard. After a long pause, he simply said, Dream. The sun is about to set. Yes, she replied. This day must come to an end. The last rays of light dipped below the horizon. Su Jiameng closed her eyes. She felt so weary, so pained. After all this turmoil, her body could no longer endure. She was merely holding on by sheer willpower. Why was living so exhausting for her? If only there were a next life. She wished to be carefree and joyful, but silence enveloped her. Gu Chengli called out once more, Dream. A wave of panic surged through him in an instant. He gently moved, and Su Jiameng's hand, resting on his sleeve, slowly fell away. This scene pierced Gu Chengli's heart. Dream. Gu Chengli felt as if a gaping hole had been torn in his heart. With the cold wind rushing in, he had lost the one he loved most dearly. He would spend his life engulfed in pain and self-reproached. Su Jiameng lay quietly in his arms, her eyes closed. Yet a faint smile graced her lips. At least in her life of suffering, in this moment, she felt joy. She seemed to see her youthful companion again, atop the mountains, in the fields, during this gentle evening breeze. 10 years were but an instant. Gu Chengli grasped her hand tightly, raising his head and letting out a heart-wrenching scream. 3 days later, at the hospital, Gu Chengli stood outside the ward, barely clinging to life. Under the diligent care of the doctors, she awoke and was in good condition. However, Su Jiameng refused to see him. She had declared, in the final moments of my life, I do not wish to see him. If it were the old Gu Chengli, he would have barged in without a second thought, but the current Gu Chengli was timid, too afraid to intrude. Yet, he did not wait long. Su Jiameng remained resolute in her decision not to see him. Her demeanor unwaveringly firm, just as he had once been towards her. Does she truly hate me so? George dared not speak further, only saying, when I brought fruit, I noticed the lady's condition has improved significantly. You can rest easy. Gu Chengli felt a slight relief. She is well. That is good. Mr. Gu, shall we wait a bit longer? Gu Chengli replied, I still wish to see her. George could only accompany his boss in humble anticipation. Passers-by, patients, and nurses alike were intrigued by this impeccably dressed, handsome man who stood motionless. Shinshino approached briskly, carrying a thermos of food. She glanced at Gu Chengli. Oh, Mr. Gu, back again as the ever-persistent guard. George's face paled in fright. Who dared to mock Mr. G like that? But Gu Chengli merely stated, you go in and keep her company. Yes, and also bring her food. Shinshino shook the thermos in her hand. But you mustn't go in. Since you've been absent these past few days, Dream has been doing much better. Your bad luck is best kept away from her. Can she not see me just once? Just once. Gu Chengli's humility reached its peak. Absolutely not. Shinshino rolled her eyes. Stay away from her. Gu Chengli pressed his lips together. Silent. Shinshino entered the ward. deliberately slamming the door shut behind her, nearly slamming it in Gu Chengli's face. Gu Chengli remained steadfastly waiting at the door, saying nothing, as they had been friends for so many years. No need for pleasantries. Come, I brought you something delicious to help you regain your strength. Shen Xinyo arranged the dishes one by one. You've clearly looked much better these past few days. Indeed, she continued, staying away from scoundrels makes one healthy. Su Jiaming merely smiled. After being hospitalized, she chose not to see Gu Chengli. In her final moments, she desired solitude. When Su Jiaming looked in the mirror that morning, she noticed her rosy complexion and thought, perhaps this is a fleeting glimpse of vitality. Her time was running short. It's all your favorites, nutritious and healthy, Shen Xinyo said, handing her chopsticks. Make sure to finish everything. No wasting. Su Jiaming nodded. If you eat well, my little one will grow up healthy and strong. Shen Xinyo gently patted her belly. Little Chi wants to come too, but with so many germs in the hospital, I fear he might catch something. I want to see Little Chi. I took photos. Look, Shen Xinyo flipped through the pictures, showing Gu Xiuqi doing homework, playing with Lego, watching cartoons, and even playing games with the psychologist. Each photo revealed that Gu Xiuqi was indeed thriving. Su Jiameng let out a sigh of relief. I can rest easy now. Xinyo, in the future, I'll leave Little Chi in your care. Su Jiameng smiled. Shen Xinyo was unaware of her impending fate and chose not to divulge it. There was no need for everyone to wallow in the sorrow of her nearing death. In fact, Shen Xinyo believed that after this pregnancy, Su Jiaming's life would improve, especially considering Gu Chengli's visible transformation. My dream must have finally emerged from the darkness. Yu Chengli remained outside. Shen Xinyo remarked, what is he doing here, pretending to be a good person? Dream. During these past 6 months of your pregnancy, you've been living at the Gu residence. Did something happen? Nothing? Just ordinary days? Really? Shen Xinyo seemed puzzled. Su Jiameng sipped her soup. Xinyo, actually, I have burdened you. Why say that all of a sudden? Just thinking about it makes me angry. However, Shen Xinyo added, Grandma is still in Haiqing, and you are here. I can't escape for long. They were Shen Xinyo's soft spot. One could evade for a moment, but not forever. It was merely a matter of time. Not love Gu Jinghe. Xinyo. Su Jiameng gazed at her. The men of the Gu family are truly not to be trifled with. They will only leave you with scars and lead you to ruin. Having tasted betrayal herself, she could not bear to see her best friend follow in her footsteps. How could I still love him? Shen Xinyo replied nonchalantly, You're overthinking it. Su Jiameng longed to embrace her. With the old lady around, she would be just fine. Su Jiameng expressed, at that time, choose a man who treats you well, respects you, and loves you, and live a blissful life. Such words, even in her eternal rest, would bring her peace. Shen Xinyo curled her lip. Why do you sound like you're delivering a last wish? She retrieved an envelope from beneath her pillow. Xinyo, keep this safe for me. What is it? Just hold on to it for now. Don't open it. Wait until after I give birth, then you can look. Su Jiameng instructed. All right, sure. Shen Xinyo readily agreed, tucking it into her bag. After lingering for over an hour, Shen Xinyo finally departed the hospital room. I'll come back tomorrow. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Ming, you're so easy to please. Shen Xinyo sighed, reflecting on how such a wonderful girl had strived step by step to be by Gu Chengli's side, donating bone marrow, giving birth, preparing meals, yet receiving nothing but endless indifference in return. Chapter 159. He fell in love with her twice. Both were unfortunate souls in love, appearing glamorous with distinguished identities, yet truly, only they knew their own warmth and coldness. They embraced each other, seeking warmth, sharing the hidden secrets of their hearts. Yet, Su Jiameng and Shen Xinyo understood one another. You are also my fortune, Shen Xinyo said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her. We will both become better people. Shen Xinyo turned away. Xinyo, Su Jiameng's voice resonated. When you find it hard to let go of Gu Jinghe, think about how he let go of you. Shen Xinyo nodded, her heart constricting in pain. Indeed, how had Gu Jinghe let her go? Why was it so difficult for her to do the same? She carried the thermos out, finding Gu Chengli still there. You really have patience. Shen Xinyo remarked, if you had just a fraction of this back when Meng Meng was pregnant with Xiaoqi, things would be different now. In a child's world, both father and mother hold equal importance. Maternal love can never truly compensate for the absence of paternal love. Do you think it helps? Gu Chengli asked softly. A broken plate, even if reassembled, will still bear cracks. A wounded heart, even if mended, will still bear scars. I understand now, Shen Xinyo replied. The stubborn little girl and the prideful little boy will inevitably miss their chance. Gu Chengli smirked ironically. You know all too well. I know everything. Shen Xinyo walked away. Gu Chengli slowly moved, resting his forehead against the door of the hospital room. Meng Meng, I finally included you in my future, only to realize you no longer have a future. Su Jiameng leaned against the hospital bed. Hearing the faint magnetic tone from the doorway, Ji Yuqingli was speaking. I know you can hear me, Meng Meng. In fact, during these years of marriage, I have developed feelings for you, but I mistook Jiang Yuzi. I couldn't allow myself to forget the little girl on the mountaintop. I didn't want to let her down. Only now do I realize that all along, the one I loved was you. He loved that little girl. He had also loved Su Jiameng. It turned out that these two were one and the same. In different circumstances, he fell in love with her twice. Su Jiameng blinked, touching her cheek, her hands damp. Why was she crying? It was too late. Everything was too late. Let me in, to see you, to accompany you, please, Gu Chengli asked. Otherwise, we may never meet again. He was more aware than anyone of her countdown to death. Su Jiameng still refused to let him in. Inside the hospital room, she pressed her mouth shut, stifling her sobs. Su Jiameng picked up a sketch pad and pencil, continuing to draw. The physical pain was eclipsed by the ache in her heart. At the hospital entrance, Shen Xinyo walked slowly, her spirits low, until someone tapped her shoulder. Lawyer Lu, it's me, Lu Yunshin replied. Is Jiameng in this hospital? Yes. What's wrong with her? Lu Yunshin asked, worry etched on his face. I haven't seen her in over half a year. Shen Xinyo hesitated. She understood Lu Yunshin's feelings, but also recognized that he and Su Jiameng had no future together. Chapter 160. Seeking justice for Jiameng. Jiameng is doing well right now. You don't need to worry, Shen Xinyo reassured. I just saw her. How could she be fine? Lu Yunshin sighed. The messages she sent me felt like her last words. Shen Xinyo felt a sense of foreboding. When Meng Meng spoke to her, she also had that feeling, as if she were arranging her affairs. It's remarkable that she has held on until today. There's so little I can do for her. No, Lawyer Lu, you've helped Meng Meng a lot, but I am not her savior, Lu Yunshin said with a self-deprecating smile. I lack the ability to contend with Gu Chengli. You have never given up on her. Shen Xinyo insisted. You defended her, ensuring her acquittal. You uncovered the murderer and imprisoned Jiang Yunru. You have consistently acted in silence. Lu Yunshin nodded. Since you've seen her and she's okay, I can rest easy. Shen Xinyo smiled. If anything comes up, just ask me. You don't know? Shen Xinyo said in surprise. Meng Meng is pregnant. What? She's almost due, and the baby is healthy. However, the doctor said to prepare for a cesarean at any time. As Meng Meng's body is quite weak, Lu Yunshin stepped back, his body swaying. How could she be in such a condition and still be pregnant? It turned out that during these silent months, she was nurturing a child. How deeply did she love Gu Chengli? Why would she choose to become pregnant again? Shouldn't she terminate it? Did she not want to live anymore? Lu Yunshin recalled her pale face after donating her bone marrow and conceiving Gu Xiaoqi. He couldn't bear to think further and rushed toward the hospital. Lawyer Lu, Shen Xinyo hurried to stop him. Let me through. I need to see Jiameng. How could she be so foolish? She is digging her own grave. Shen Xinyo desperately held him back. No, you can't go now. Gu Chengli is right outside the room. How could Lu Yunshin and Gu Chengli be allowed to meet? Gu Chengli was a madman. Who knows what inhumane acts he might commit? Lawyer Lu must not come to harm. What if he is? He is a beast, Lu Yunshin shouted. Today, I'll risk my life to teach him a lesson. Calm down. Although Shen Xinyo had some training, she could not withstand Lu Yunshin's furious charge. Just then, Gu Chengli's figure appeared in the hospital hallway, walking towards them. Lawyer Lu, let us go, quickly. Shen Xinyo pulled him hard. Don't let him see you. I don't care. I must seek justice for Jiaming today. Lu Yunshin pushed Shin Xinyo aside, rushing toward the hospital. Shin Xinyo stumbled back, falling to the ground, just as Gu Chengli stepped out of the hospital doors. Lu Yunshin, he spotted him immediately. Narrowing his eyes, Shin Xinyo thought, oh no, she had failed to stop him. Something bad was about to happen. Ignoring the cut on her palm, she pushed herself up to stand. Chapter 161. Yora Executioner. A pair of hands reached out just in time to help her up. Shin Xinyo looked up in astonishment, only to see a face she did not wish to see. Where did the usual fierceness go? Gu Jinghe asked. In front of me, you were fierce like a warrior, yet now, a mere gentle push, and you fall? Shin Xinyo gritted her teeth, brushing off Gu Jinghe's helping hand. What is it to you? She snapped. Are you here to play the role of the good guy? Gu Jinghe scoffed. A dog biting Lu Dongbin. You're the dog, a real dog. Shin Xinyo swiftly stood up, brushing off her hands, dismissing his assistance. After all, who would be in a good mood when kindness is met with ingratitude? I can stand up by myself. I have hands and feet. I'm neither broken nor disabled. Shin Xinyo declared. Gu Jinghe, keep your distance. I find you filthy, he seethed. What did you say? I said you are filthy. Shin Xinyo turned on her heel, striding toward Lu Yunshin. She positioned herself in front of him. Facing Gu Chengli, I'll persuade him to leave. Don't act rashly. It was evident to any observer that the atmosphere between Gu Chengli and Lu Yunshin was tense, on the brink of eruption. You are helping Lu Yunshin? Gu Chengli squinted. Shin Xinyo, even though your surname is Shin, you are still half a member of the Gu family. The Gu family, aside from Grandma, are all wretches. Gu Chengli and Gu Jinghe shouted simultaneously. Say that again. I will say it again. You all are wretches. Shin Xinyo was unafraid, knowing she had the elderly matriarch's protection. These two scoundrels wouldn't dare touch her. However, Lu Yunshin's safety was uncertain. Let us go, quickly. Shin Xinyo tilted her head slightly, lowering her voice. I'll hold them off. You retreat. To her surprise, Lu Yunshin, filled with rage, was determined to confront Gu Chengli. I want leave. Miss Shin, thank you for your assistance. He pointed at Gu Chengli. Today, I will teach this scoundrel a lesson. Teach me a lesson. Gu Chengli laughed coldly. You may not even have the qualifications. To call you a scoundrel is an insult to scoundrels. Lu Yunshin forcefully pushed Shin Xinyo aside, exclaiming, Step aside. Do not risk getting hurt. Lu Liu. Gu Jinghe. Shin Xinyo attempted to advance, but Gu Jinghe swiftly seized her arm, saying, Can't you see that they are about to fight? Why are you trying to get closer? It is precisely because they are about to fight that I must intervene. Who do you think you are? A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Shin Xinyo struggled relentlessly, stating, My affairs are none of your concern. Yet, Gu Jinghe firmly gripped her wrist, shielding her behind him. Lu Yunshin charged toward Gu Chengli, a long-simmering fury poised to be unleashed upon him. You are the one who deserves to endure pain and torment, Lu Yunshin declared. You have betrayed a girl who saw only you in her eyes, destroying her innocence and hope. Gu Chengli, you are a butcher. He landed a heavy punch on Gu Chengli's face, sending him reeling. Gu Chengli's face twisted to one side, his hair falling over his forehead as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Meeting Lu Yunshin's gaze with a cold, murderous glare, this punch was avenged for Jiaming. Lu Yunshin roared, You owe her far too much to ever repay in this lifetime. Chapter 162. You are biasing the scale. Gu Chengli nodded. Fine. Considering you are her senior, I will let this punch slide. Do you think this is enough? Gu Chengli, none of your actions are those of a decent person. Lu Yunshin swung his fist again. But this time, he missed. Gu Chengli, accustomed to being above others, would not permit anyone to continue striking him. He grasped Lu Yunshin's wrist, saying, Still want to fight, you should be the one to be hit. Gu Chengli scoffed, Then let us see who is stronger. Swiftly, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Fists and kicks flew as Lu Yunshin's face soon bore the marks of battle, bruised and battered. Yet, Gu Chengli was not faring much better. However, he practiced taekwondo and had some self-defense techniques, while Lu Yunshin, relying solely on his wrath, was no match for Gu Chengli. After a few exchanges, Lu Yunshin found himself at a disadvantage. Gu Chengli's blows landed with brutal force, leaving Lu Yunshin struggling to rise. Nevertheless, Lu Yunchen gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a word of surrender. Instead, he defiantly shouted, "Gu Chengli, if you have the guts, kill me. If I can accompany Jia Meng on the road to the underworld, it would be a great fortune in life. Perhaps, when drinking Meng Po's soup on the Naiha Bridge, she might still remember me in her next life." "Is that so?" A sinister glint flashed in Gu Chengli's eyes. "Then I shall kill you now. Let you take the lead." Witnessing the scene, Shen Xinyo felt utterly helpless. "Ji Yu Jinghe, meddler, do you think you can stop me because you know your brother can win?" Shen Xinyo shouted, "You are clearly biased. If my brother is going to win, isn't that a given?" Gu Jinghe continued to block her. "I am preventing you from getting involved to protect you. If you rush in now, it would be tantamount to sending yourself to death." Gu Jinghe stated, "When men fight, it is not uncommon for bystanders to get hurt. That has nothing to do with you. Stop fighting. Enough." Shen Xinyo cried. "Gu Chengli, do you want Meng Meng to hate you even more?" Unable to intervene directly, Shen Xinyo invoked Su Jiameng's name in desperation. It proved effective. Yes, Su Jiameng had always held Lu Yunchen in high regard. If she learned that he was being beaten, she would undoubtedly be upset. He did not wish to see her unhappy point one punch after another, one kick after another, seizing the moment when Gu Jinghe was distracted. Shen Xinyo swiftly broke free from his grasp and rushed over, calling out, "Lawyer Lu." She intended to intervene. However, as Gu Jinghe had predicted, her presence would only skew the outcome. Shen Xinyo stood in front of Gu Chengli, attempting to restrain him, limiting his movements, while Lu Yunchen relentlessly pummeled him, leaving him defenseless. "Shen Xinyo." Gu Chengli glared at her. "Stop. What if Meng Meng suddenly agrees to see you, and you end up going to meet her looking like this?" Gu Chengli's words struck a chord, causing Gu Chengli to momentarily falter. Chapter 163, "You're just a pitiful person." Another punch from Lu Yunchen struck Gu Chengli squarely on his prominent nose. Sensing that Gu Chengli had taken enough punishment, Shen Xinyo turned, shouting, "Lawyer Lu, run, hurry." Lu Yunchen was not faring much better either. Fighting would only lead to mutual destruction. He wiped the blood from his face, glaring at Gu Chengli. "Remember this. What you owe Meng Meng can never be repaid in this lifetime. Did you know how much she suffered when you threw her into prison?" Gu Chengli was at a loss for words. "If it weren't for my protection and my advocacy, awakening her will to survive, she would have truly confessed." "All right." Gu Chengli nodded. "Considering what you have done for her, I won't hold it against you." Lu Yunchen, the farther you stay away from her, the better. Do not appear before me again, or I will not hesitate to kill you. Go ahead and try. I am not afraid of you. You may seem to wield immense power, but in truth, you are merely a pitiful person." Lu Yunchen straightened his back, unyielding. Gu Chengli glared at him with malice, suddenly smirking. "To still appear before me, you must possess quite a bit of skill." "Lu Yunchen, do you know Hua Mingxi, the young master of the Hua family?" "Indeed," Gu Chengli replied. "He has more connections and backing than you. But do you know why he hasn't stepped in to support Su Jiameng?" A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Yunchen's face. The upper echelons of Haiqing society were tightly knit. Although Lu Yunchen was merely a lawyer, he was among the top tier, earning a handsome income and wielding significant influence in the legal field. Many wealthy clients paid him exorbitant fees to handle their cases. He had heard of this Hua Mingxi, who was said to have fallen for Su Jiameng at first sight. Rumors circulated that Hua Mingxi had clashed with Gu Chengli at a jewelry auction gala over a 10 billion crown. It was said that he had rejected a childhood sweetheart to be with Su Jiameng. These whispers had been rampant in Haiqing. Yet, for the past 6 months, Hua Mingxi had not been seen at all. Could it be that something had happened to him? Lu Yunchen fixed his gaze on Gu Chengli. "Have you done something to Hua Mingxi? I lack the capability to take action against him." Gu Chengli retorted coldly. "It's merely that the Hua family doesn't want him to offend me, so they have him under surveillance, restricted in his movements." "I see. No wonder Hua Mingxi hasn't reappeared. He is being watched by the Hua family, stripped of his freedom." The Gu family's influence in Haiqing was unrivaled. How could Hua's father allow his son to oppose Gu Chengli and court death? The safest course of action would be for Hua Mingxi to marry Angela, forming a powerful alliance. "Lu Yunchen, I possess countless ways to ensure your utter ruin," Gu Chengli declared, "but out of consideration for Meng Meng, I have yet to take action against you. Otherwise, do you truly think you are beyond my reach? That would be an egregious miscalculation on your part." Lu Yunchen chuckled in response. "As I already stated, Gu Chengli, you are nothing more than a pitiful person. Feel pity for me. You should focus on saving yourself first. No matter how much power you possess, standing alone at the pinnacle of the pyramid. What does it matter? In the end, you will have nothing, only emptiness surrounding you. Chapter 164. You seem like Gu Chengli's lapdog Gu Chengli. What accompanies you is boundless loneliness and emptiness. You possess power, yet lack true affection. How tragic it is. You seem to have it all, yet no one to share it with. High places are cold and desolate, leaving you utterly alone. With that, Lu Yunshin turned and strode away. Gu Chengli remained rooted in place for a long time. In truth, he had already reached the state, elevated above the masses yet feeling so empty. It appeared as though he had everything, yet he had truly gained nothing. He had lost the girl who once gazed at him with adoration. Gu Chengli could not see the road ahead, for no one awaited him. Brother, Gu Jinghe handed over a tissue. You should tend to your wounds. I am fine. Gu Chengli waved him off. But your injuries? I want to die from them. Yes, Mr. Gu. The car slowly drove away. Why do you look so much like Gu Chengli's lapdog? Shen Xinyo mocked, offering tissues with good intentions. Yet your dear brother did not appreciate it. I merely speak the truth. During his university years, Gu Chengli excelled in finance, unmatched in brilliance. His intelligence and decisive demeanor made him formidable. Yet, in the realm of emotions, Gu Chengli was a complete failure. In contrast, Gu Jinghe had been sent to the military for training due to his mischievousness, tempering his impetuous nature. Is your brother someone you admire? What of it? Shen Xinyo retorted, he is indeed a fool. He is being led around by Jiang Yusi, manipulated at her whim. I feel embarrassed for him. Gu Jinghe glared at her. You better watch your mouth. Otherwise, even Grandma won't be able to protect you one day. What? Does Gu Chengli want to silence me? Shen Xinyo shot back. I can still call him a fool in his face. You, fool, fool, fool. Gu Jinghe, incensed, reached out to cover her mouth, but Shen Xinyo nimbly evaded his grasp. Apart from your greater strength, you truly fall short of me in every other aspect. Shen Xinyo regarded him. In terms of intelligence, you're inferior to Gu Chengli. As for emotional intelligence, you are simply not as despicable as he is. However, I believe that in the future, who is more despicable remains to be seen. She added reassuringly, rest assured, I shall treat Xiaoya well. Shen Xinyo's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly brightened again. It would be best if that were the case, second brother. She raised her chin with pride, intending to leave. Yet, after just 2 steps, her pace hesitated. Oh, second brother, your fiancé has arrived, Shen Xinyo remarked. Should I call you second sister-in-law to acclimate myself to the address? Xiaoya. Gu Jinghe turned to look. Dressed in a delicate pink dress, with waist-length hair framing her slender waist and sporting pointed high heels, Xiaoya appeared from afar as the epitome of a gentle and graceful lady. Exuding an air of elegance. Fair, slender, youthful, precisely the type that men favor. And then, there was Shen Xinyo. Having spent years in a military camp, she lacked the delicate femininity of a typical girl. Instead, she radiated a commanding presence. Chapter 165. So you want to marry me. In terms of attire, Shen Xinyo favored comfort and ease of movement, favoring loose clothing that allowed her to be agile. She bore no semblance of the expected feminine charm. Both Shen Xinyo and Su Jiameng were once renowned beauties in Haiqing. One was like a fish sinking in water, the other like a flower eclipsed by the moon. Alas, beauty often meets misfortune. Coupled with the fact that they encountered the 2 brothers of the Gu family, even the most stunning appearances would be in vain if they did not meet a worthy man to cherish and adore them. Jinghe, Xiaoya beamed upon seeing him, dashing to his side and wrapping her arms around his waist. I'm glad I didn't arrive late. You're still here. What brings you to the hospital? I came to see my sister-in-law. Xiaoya replied softly, having brought some prenatal supplements and toys for the baby. Your sister-in-law is currently unable to receive visitors. You needn't have brought these. Then does that mean Gu Jinghe interjected, taking the items from her, hand them to me. I'll pass them to my brother. Xiaoya looked somewhat disappointed. It's more meaningful to give them in person, do not fret. Your intentions will be understood by my brother and sister-in-law. I am eagerly anticipating the arrival of my sister-in-law's child, Xiaoya cooed, gazing at him affectionately. Once that happens, we can finally hold our engagement banquet. It's been delayed for so long. I can hardly wait. Ji Yujinghe raised an eyebrow. So you're eager to marry me? I should have married you long ago. The two were engrossed in their intimate exchange. Oblivious to Shen Xinyo, who had to bear witness to the scene, Ji Yujinghe was not typically like this, but with Shen Xinyo present, he felt compelled to be even more affectionate, ensuring she took note. Shen Xinyo wished to leave, yet her feet felt as if they were anchored to the spot. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to move when Xiaya called out to her, "Xinyo," with no choice. She raised a smile and faced them. What is it? It's been a while, Miss Xia," she replied, deliberately addressing Gu Jinghe as second brother to provoke him, yet the title second sister-in-law remained unutterable. "I also bought you a gift," Xiaya said, "but we haven't met until now, so I didn't have the chance to give it to you. Fortunately, you are here today. There's no need for such formality. Thank you. We'll all be family from now on." Xiaya handed her a gift bag filled with goodies. "You will like it." There seemed to be an underlying message in her words. Shen Xinyo accepted it without much thought. In truth, she felt conflicted around Xiaya. She loved Gu Jinghe, yet Xiaya was the legitimate fiancée. Hailing from a prestigious family with a pleasant demeanor and no malice, Xiaya had done nothing wrong. Yet inadvertently inserted herself between Shen Xinyo and Gu Jinghe. Shen Xinyo was torn between being cordial to Xiaya or maintaining her distance. Being kind would only hurt her, while being cold felt unjust. Ultimately, it was a matter of the emotional entanglement between herself and Gu Jinghe. Xiaya was blameless. Xiaya intimately linked her arm with Gu Jinghe's. "Shall we go eat together? We have time now." "All right," Gu Jinghe agreed. "I haven't accompanied you in a long time. That's fine. I understand you've been busy. With my sister-in-law pregnant and my brother needing care, there are many matters at Gu Corporation that require your attention." Xiaya was exceedingly considerate, her words laced with concern. Quality Shen Xinyo could never emulate or learn. Chapter 166. Xiaya's gift is. She would never speak to Gu Jinghe in such gentle tones or act coyly. Perhaps this was the reason for her defeat against Xiaya. "I'll take my leave," Shen Xinyo said. "Farewell." Xiaya invited, "Would you care to join us for a meal?" "No, I have other matters to attend to." "What could possibly be more important?" Gu Jinghe queried. "Xiaya is being so warm and inviting. Why refuse without a second thought?" Shen Xinyo instinctively wanted to retort. What concern was it of his? What was so special about the meal? Did she want to watch him and Xiaya be affectionate? "Jinghe, how can you speak to Xinyo that way?" Xiaya placed her hand on his chest, gently massaging it. "Don't be so cold and hard. Be a little kinder, as you would with me." Then she smiled. "Xinyo, don't take it to heart. He's just a straightforward guy who understands nothing." Shen Xinyo forced a smile. "It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it over the years. I must be off." With that, she nearly fled the scene. I in the presence of the graceful, demure, and gentle Xiaya. Shen Xinyo felt utterly unworthy of being called a woman, and no wonder Gu Jinghe had been so smitten with Xiaya, quickly falling in love and getting engaged under the auspices of both families. Such a woman would naturally evoke admiration and tenderness from men. Looking at herself, Shen Xinyo bit her lip. Should she change for this? Should she learn from Xiaya? But upon reflection, she felt confused and diminished. Why should she alter her character to suit Gu Jinghe's preferences? Whom he favored had no bearing on her. She vowed never to change her essence for a man. She was herself. Shen Xinyo was exactly as she was. Unable to adopt the delicate and fragile demeanor, she gazed at Shen Xinyo's retreating figure. Gu Jinghe let out a low scoff. He knew she wouldn't join them for a meal. Witnessing Xiaya must have pained her. "It should hurt, Shen Xinyo. This is what you deserve." Yet, while Gu Jinghe focused solely on Shen Xinyo, he overlooked the glint in Xiaya's eyes, self-satisfied, assured, and possessing. Once Shen Xinyo boarded a taxi, she felt a slight sense of relief. She lowered her head to examine the gift bag she held. What had Xiaya bought for her? She hadn't paid attention earlier, but now, with a moment to spare, she wanted to unwrap it and see. Xiaya had claimed she would like it as she peeled back layer after layer of wrapping. A photograph came into view, leaving Shen Xinyo completely stunned. In the photo, Xiaya leaned against Gu Jinghe's chest. The two of them entwined on a large bed, flashing peace signs at the camera. Shinshino instantly recalled the time she had covertly taken a photo of herself and Gu Jinghe in a similar intimate pose. What did Xiaoya mean by this? Beneath the photo lay a set of nightwear. However, the nightwear was old and clearly worn before. Xiaoya's gift was an old set of pajamas and an intimate photo. Sweat began to bead in Shinshino's palms. She sensed that Xiaoya knew everything. At the Gu family estate, Gu Chengli entered the living room with an injured expression, his demeanor darkened. "Ah, Chengli, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" Jiang Yusi inquired. Upon seeing him, Jiang Yusi immediately rose and approached him. "Does it hurt? Let me apply some medicine." Jiang Yusi's words were cut short as Gu Chengli swatted her hand away. "Don't touch me." His aura radiated rage. Jiang Yusi looked at him, timid and helpless. The once devoted Gu Chengli, who prioritized her in everything, had vanished completely, never to return. Gu Chengli sank into the sofa, his expression sullen, remaining silent. The butler cautiously suggested, "Sir, may I call the family doctor to treat your wounds?" "Get lost." At that moment, Gu Chengli resembled a lion poised to unleash its fury, and no one should dare approach him. The butler, frightened, quickly replied, "Why yes." As the butler departed, he gestured for Jiang Yusi to leave as well. "You, stay." Gu Chengli suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Jiang Yusi. She understood that he still harbored feelings for her. Jiang Yusi knelt before him, resting her hands on his knees, gazing up at him. "Chengli, have you suffered some injustice outside? Did this injury involve Su Jiaming?" "Yes, she truly has no appreciation for what's good for her. Allowing you to be hurt so badly." Jiang Yusi gritted her teeth, her heart aching at the sight of him. "When did you last endure such humiliation?" He exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Anyone who approached would be met with misfortune. Jiang Yusi, trembling, felt as if she were treading on thin ice, uncertain of what awaited her next, perhaps an unending punishment or maybe a flicker of hope. After all, Gu Chengli had yet to deal with her. "Chengli, do not go to the hospital anymore. With your esteemed and lofty status, how can you endure the indignities at Su Jiaming's place daily?" Jiang Yusi remarked, "I have never seen you so gravely injured. It pains my heart." Gu Chengli's gaze shifted slightly, fixating intently on Jiang Yusi. His eyes were unfathomable, concealing his thoughts. Jiang Yusi's heart skipped a beat. She had never encountered such a version of Gu Chengli and was unsure how to respond, resorting to attempts at comfort, just as she had in the past. Yet, Gu Chengli was no longer the person she once knew. It was merely a fight. Gu Chengli dismissed the matter lightly, asserting that such injuries were trivial, and the injuries sustained by the opponent were likely no less severe. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Lu Yunshin had taken several blows and was likely gravely injured. It still needed attention. He could not face others in such a state. Jiang Yusi expressed her concern. "Do not be angry with yourself. You must seek treatment for your wounds. You seem to care for me." He replied, "Chengli, I will always be the one who cares for you the most. As for Su Jiaming, she is truly unworthy and undeserving." Gu Chengli reached out, lifting her chin. "Is that so?" Upon sensing his willingness to touch her, Jiang Yusi felt a surge of confidence. After 10 years of acquaintance, he must still harbor some fondness for their shared history. Gu Chengli smirked. "Continue." Jiang Yusi felt a glimmer of hope. Chapter 168. "Did you think I would hesitate to punish you?" She grew more animated. "Chengli, over the past decade, we have been deeply in love and coexisted harmoniously. Yes, I impersonated Su Jiaming and deceived you into believing I was the little girl who spent many dull days with you on the mountaintop, the one who rescued you from the flames." Jiang Yusi gazed at him with a mixture of grievance and vulnerability. Gu Chengli leaned back against the sofa, casually lowering his head. "I am listening to your explanation. Go on. An opportunity had arisen." Jiang Yusi knelt at his feet, shifting closer. "Chengli, when you opened your eyes after the accident, you immediately recognized me as the one in your heart. I was young and confused at the time, and thus I let the misunderstanding persist. Although Su Jiaming is the true girl in your heart, the one who saved you, I have also done much for you. Over these 10 years, I have devoted my entire life to you. You said you could not marry me, and I willingly became the woman behind you, enduring the whispers and stares of others." As she spoke, Jiang Yusi squeezed out a couple of tears, her most effective tactic. Gu Chengli could hardly bear her tears. However, this time, Jiang Yuxi's ultimate move fell flat. Gu Qingli smirked. Are you done? Jiang Yuxi looked at him with hope, pleading for his forgiveness, for she had no retreat. Only the possibility of clinging to Gu Qingli. Jiang Yunru had been imprisoned, sending her own sister to jail. Now she was the sole daughter of the Jiang family, bearing the weight of their legacy. If Gu Qingli were to cast her aside, Jiang Yuxi would lose everything. Little did she know, the next moment, Gu Qingli raised his foot and kicked her in the chest. At this juncture, facing death, she still had the audacity to utter such words. Gu Qingli looked down upon her. Jiang Yuxi, you have stolen Su Jiaming's achievements for 10 years, and now you wish to turn the tables? Dream on. Jiang Yuxi fell to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from her chest, yet she disregarded it, scrambling back to his feet. Chengli, indeed, this was Jiang Yuxi's thought process. She believed that, even if she had deceived him by impersonating Su Jiaming, the affection they had shared over the years should count for something. Little did she anticipate, she was merely overthinking. She was too naive. Listen well, Jiang Yuxi, I have yet to determine how to punish you to quell my resentment. Because of you, I have lost 10 years with Meng Meng. I have done countless wrongs to her. No, Chengli. For days, Jiang Yuxi had remained in the Gu residence. Chapter 169. Do you not recall any fondness? She could not leave, her movements restricted, yet her basic needs were still met, akin to house arrest. She thought that Gu Chengli was merely angry and would eventually forgive her once his temper cooled. Little did she realize, he was contemplating how to make her life a living hell, ensuring she would have no place to rest. Jiang Yuxi cried out, Chengli, do you truly not recall any feelings between us? We have no feelings between us. You have stolen everything from Su Jiaming. 10 years. We have been together for a decade. Yes, you have stolen a full decade. Jiang Yuxi clutched at his pants. You cannot treat me like this. Chengli, I have been by your side for all these years. I may have contributed little, but I have endured much. You have enjoyed all the luxuries that were never rightfully yours. What face do you have to claim you have suffered? Even raising a dog for 10 years would foster some affection. Chengli, will you truly go to such lengths to eradicate me? Gu Chengli regarded her with cold eyes. Jiang Yuxi, do you not yet comprehend the enormity of your sins? It was you who, upon escaping from the fire, opened your eyes and declared that I was your one true love. Jiang Yuxi cried out, it was you who held my hand and vowed to care for me for a lifetime. You said it with your own mouth. I was mistaken about you, yet you never denied it, because I love you too. Chengli, love, Gu Qingli sneered. Jiang Yuxi, a woman who ingratiates herself with those in power loves only herself and material wealth. The one who truly loves me is Su Jiaming, whom you impersonated. She bore the weight of sacrifice, donating marrow to save me, even risking her life to give birth to our child. She endeavored to be the perfect wife and mother. That is love, pure, unblemished, and without flaw. But now, you have exhausted the love Su Jiaming had for me. Her heart has perished. How I regret not cherishing her in the past. Gu Qingli suddenly stood, his emotions surging. Pointing a finger at Jiang Yuxi, the veins on his forehead pulsing, he was engulfed in fury, but simultaneously, profound sorrow. He had been deceived by this woman for a decade, missing out on all the precious things in life. Jiang Yuxi wept loudly, her head tilted back, tears streaming as she gazed at him. She had witnessed countless occasions when Gu Chengli treated Su Jiaming with indifference, yet now, he turned that same expression upon her. Jiang Yuxi cried uncontrollably. He was blaming her. How absurd, men. So, Gu Chengli, do you believe that all your current misfortunes are due to me? Did I cause all this? Jiang Yuxi asked. Is that true? Yes, it is all your fault. Jiang Yuxi, amidst her tears, broke into a chilling laugh. So it's all my fault, is it? Gu Chengli, do you lack the courage to accept responsibility? Chapter 170. You do not deserve love. Gu Chengli shouted. Is it not you? Yes, I admit I was wrong. I should not have impersonated Su Jiaming or stolen her achievements. I, Jiang Yuxi, acknowledge that. However, think carefully, is my error truly so heinous? Jiang Yuxi pushed herself up from the ground. Standing, Gu Chengli, you are a coward. You now dare to shift all the blame onto me while refusing to shoulder any responsibility. Ha ha ha. No wonder Su Jiaming looks down on you. You have hurt her so deeply. Yet you lack the courage to admit your mistakes. Jiang Yuxi's words struck Gu Chengli sharply. What did you say? His eyes widened with rage. Jiang Yusi, are you insulting me? Gu Chengli, had become a coward in Jiang Yusi's eyes. Yes, I am insulting you. Jiang Yusi realized that she had no hope of redemption. Despite all she had said, Gu Chengli remained unmoved. She saw in him the same resoluteness he had once directed towards Su Jiameng. Men can turn their backs faster than they can turn a page. Gu Chengli had no feelings left for her. Previously, Jiang Yusi understood that her special treatment had stemmed from the life-saving debt he owed her. Now, the halo of gratitude had faded, and she was worth less than rags in Gu Chengli's eyes. You wish to die. Gu Chengli suddenly raised his hand, gripping her neck. Jiang Yusi, you are the root cause of all this chaos. You mistook me for someone else. You were the one who treated me kindly. It is all you're doing. How dare you blame me? Gu Chengli's grip tightened suddenly. Strangle me then. Jiang Yusi looked at him, recalling how he had treated Su Jiameng, and now he was doing the same to her. Gu Chengli, did you ever love me? The one I love has never been you. It is Su Jiameng. Then do you love Su Jiameng? How have you shown your love for her? Jiang Yusi pressed. By nearly causing her death, she is dying. Even the greatest deity cannot save her. Gu Chengli's heart twisted in pain. Jiang Yusi's words struck him like a resounding slap. In truth, Gu Chengli, you do not love me, nor do you love Su Jiameng. The one you love most is yourself. You are a thoroughly selfish creature. Everything revolves around your own interests. A person like you does not deserve love. Gu Chengli roared in fury. Be quiet, be quiet. He turned away, flinging Jiang Yusi aside, sweeping everything within reach to the ground. The vase toppled, shattering into pieces. The coffee table overturned, leaving the entire living room in disarray. Jiang Yusi, terrified, curled up in the corner, holding her knees. She has come to understand the trials that Su Jiameng has endured over the years. Gu Chengli's furious roar is not something an ordinary person could withstand. Once the objects around them lay shattered, Jiang Yusi finally rose to her feet and approached Gu Chengli. I merely spoke the truth, however harsh and unacceptable it may be, correct? But Gu Chengli, face the reality. Su Jiameng has been wounded by you, and she will no longer wait for you in the same place. It is you who has taken everything from her. Jiang Yusi smiled. Gu Chengli, what have I done in these 10 years? You promised to love me for a lifetime. You brought me to the Gu family estate. You treated me kindly. I never compelled you to mistreat Su Jiameng. Chapter 171. By what right do you blame me? Gu Chengli trembled all over. Jiang Yusi continued, it was you who believed she had killed me, casting her into prison and subjecting her to countless humiliations. It was you who resented her for giving birth to Gu Xiuqi, for coercing you with her marrow, forcing you to marry her. It is also you who caused Gu Xiuqi to suffer from autism. You have been cold and heartless towards her. You have shattered her heart. Gu Chengli, none of this has anything to do with me, has it? I did not commit these acts, did I? Even disregarding the time I saved you from the fire, when I claimed that merit for myself. Later on, Su Jiameng used her own marrow to cure your leukemia. This too was an act of kindness. Why then do you not treat her with care? Thus, by what right do you blame me? Each word, each sentence, meticulously enumerated Gu Chengli's transgressions. If Su Jiameng were to hear our quarrel, she would likely find it amusing. How could you blame me? Is it I, Jiang Yusi, who holds your hand and compels you to treat Su Jiameng in such a manner? If you wish to be with me, must you truly torment Su Jiameng? At most, you could simply choose not to love her. Oh, by the way, Jiang Yusi suddenly recalled, I did not cut off Su Jiameng's toes. Did I? Nor was it due to my actions, was it? The more she spoke, the paler Gu Chengli's complexion became. He found himself rendered speechless, unable to refute her. Just how many despicable acts had he committed? At this juncture, he owed Su Jiameng. He felt guilt, he felt remorse, yet he had not truly recognized where he had gone wrong. Instead, he continued to blame me. Jiang Yusi lamented, I have become your punching bag. Gu Chengli's eyes were bloodshot as he fixed his gaze upon her. Are you finished? Not yet, Jiang Yusi replied, meeting his gaze. Chengli, after saying all this, I merely wish to convey one message. What is it? We are cut from the same cloth. Gu Chengli's pupils constricted. You are selfish, unfeeling, indifferent, with a temperament that is violent and obsessive, and I am hypocritical and indulgent. How well we suit each other. Jiang Yusi raised her hand. gently caressing the chiseled contours of his profile. Two wrongdoers should be together, should they not? Chengli seized her wrist tightly, his grip so forceful it felt as though her bones might shatter. He could not accept the notion that he and Jiang Yuxi were of the same milk. For the past decade, Chengli, we have gotten along quite well, have we not? Jiang Yuxi suggested. Let it continue this way. Just consider me that little girl on the mountaintop. After all, Su Jiaming is on the verge of death. When one passes away, all is lost. Who will remember her then? But you have me. I will devote myself entirely to you. Chengli could no longer bear to listen and forcefully pushed her away. Jiang Yuxi, how did I never realize before that you are so eloquent? You turn death into life and black into white. Chengli's lips twisted into a cruel smile. What a remarkable skill you possess. I am merely speaking the truth. He was now fully awake. He must deal with Jiang Yuxi and find ways to extend Su Jiaming's life. Praying for the safe arrival of their child into this world. This is what Chengli ought to be doing, at the very least. I truly love you. After 10 years of companionship, does that count for nothing? Chapter 172. A grand gift awaits you. It seems I have kept you around, allowing you to harbor a glimmer of hope. Jiang Yuxi's face turned pale. What do you intend to do, originally? He had planned to settle accounts with her once things were stable for Mengmeng, allowing her to enjoy her final days of comfort. Chengli ground his teeth. It now appeared entirely unnecessary. This woman, Jiang Yuxi, must pay for her actions. She could not be allowed to remain so at ease. No, Chengli, you have not dealt with me. It must be that you still hold some affection for the past. Jiang Yuxi attempted to plead for mercy, only to be kicked aside by Chengli. Chengli, after all I have said, are you not the least bit moved? You are courting your own demise. Jiang Yuxi trembled violently. Without Su Jiaming, you still have me. If you seek to eradicate me, there will be no one left by your side. Keeping you around for 10 years has been the greatest mistake of my life. How could I possibly keep you now? She had stolen Su Jiaming's merits, deceived his heart. How detestable. Now she brazenly proclaims her love for him? This is not love, true love. He had failed to cherish. Chengli, I realize my mistakes now. I truly understand. For the sake of all the years I have spent with you, being attentive and caring, get lost. Chengli turned away mercilessly. Someone, throw her into the basement. Chengli commanded. You will go there and reflect on your actions. There is a grand gift awaiting you, and I will settle the score with you in detail. The bodyguards forcibly took Jiang Yuxi away. Her days of comfort had come to a definitive end. Her cries and pleas fell upon deaf ears for Chengli. He harbored nothing but hatred. Endless hatred. Chengli despised Jiang Yuxi, but he loathed himself even more. Though Jiang Yuxi was on the brink of death, she had spoken some truths that pierced through to the bloody realities he dared not face. His cruelty towards Su Jiaming was a result of his own obstinacy. Exiting the villa, standing under the sunlight, Chengli felt a chill that coursed through him. The most futile regret now weighed heavily upon him. If only he could turn back time, yet it was all in vain. Chengli trembled as he took out his phone, dialing a number. Is she all right? He asked hoarsely. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu has been painting all morning. Lost 2 bottles of fluid, and had her lunch on time without being picky. Her appetite is quite good, the head nurse reported. This moment, she is pregnant and wishes to go out for a stroll to breathe in some fresh air. She is so weak, how can she walk? Rest assured, a caregiver is pushing her wheelchair alongside. If Mrs. Gu becomes tired, she can sit. Chengli lowered his gaze. What has she been painting? He recalled that Su Jiaming had often taken her easel to paint for hours on end lately. Very well, let her be, Chengli replied. Continue to look after her. Since Su Jiaming did not see him, he had no choice but to bribe the head nurse to keep a closer watch on her. He yearned to know every detail of her life, even just to hear about her, would bring him comfort. At the very least, she was still here, she was still vibrant. Chapter 173, praying for her safety at the temple. What he desired was a living, breathing Su Jiaming, not a cold corpse lying alone in a graveyard, devoid of any news. Chengli opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. The butler inquired, Mr. Gu, you don't seem well. Do you require a driver? No need. He started the car and drove out of the Gu estate, heading towards the temple. This was the most prosperous temple in Haicheng. Renowned for its efficacy in fulfilling wishes, Ji Chengli was a man of material beliefs, relying on himself rather than fate. Yet this time, he found himself utterly at a loss. Perhaps, praying to the Buddha might alleviate the pain within his heart. Even a fleeting moment of comfort would suffice. The scent of sandalwood wafted through the temple, the trees were lush and green, and people came and went. Before the Buddha statues, Gu Chengli knelt devoutly. Lifting high the incense in his hands, I beseech for my wife Su Jiaming, may she be safe, joyful, and live long. If I must exchange something, I wish it to be my own life with his life. May I secure her survival. Ji Chengli knelt before every statue in the temple with utmost sincerity. He, who had never believed in such things, was now left with no other recourse. He could only implore the heavens. That day, those who came to the temple to light incense would witness a strikingly handsome man with deep-set eyes, clad in a sharply tailored suit, repeatedly prostrating before the Buddha statues, raising 3 sticks of incense in prayer. The fabric of his expensive trousers wore thin at the knees, but he paid it no mind. What matter could compel him to kneel in such a manner, without a hint of complaint? Perhaps, only a lifelong loved. In the end, Gu Chengli met with the temple abbot. I wish to personally donate to the temple's repairs, Gu Chengli stated, in exchange for my wife's safety. The abbot, with a kind expression and hands clasped together, bowed deeply. Amit Ba, thank you for your benevolence. May I inquire what has befallen your wife? She is about to give birth. However, the risks are great. She may die. I wish to pray for her safe passage through this ordeal. Gu Chengli left, feeling desolate. No one knew he had come to the temple to pray for Su Jiaming. He secretly sought blessings for her safety, while the world remained oblivious. The Bodhisattva knew. At the hospital, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Jiaming stood quietly, gazing at the last rays of sunlight as they descended the mountains. She recalled the day she sat with Gu Chengli upon a haystack, watching the sunset. For that moment, she had waited 10 years, enduring a decade of torment. Exhausted from standing, Su Jiaming settled back into her wheelchair, gently caressing her abdomen. She had once believed that after returning to the mountaintop that fateful day, her greatest wish in life had been fulfilled, leaving her with no regrets about the world. I never imagined I could awaken again, she murmured to herself. I end that fleeting moment of closing her eyes. Su Jiaming envisioned herself departing for another blissful realm. Ji Chengli would take her to the hospital, perform a cesarean section, and extract the child. Then, everything would come to an end, unexpectedly. She had been feeling increasingly well these past few days. Su Jiaming smiled, radiating a gentle glow, warm and serene. This was the essence of maternal love, the most magnificent and selfless emotion in the world. Chapter 174. Her moon comes running towards her. Her life felt like a countdown. Each moment a finger counted. She nodded and smiled. As the caregiver pushed the wheelchair around a corner, Su Jiaming suddenly caught sight of a figure standing before her, clad in impeccably tailored trousers and spotless shoes. With hands resting at his sides, Su Jiaming's gaze slowly ascended, finally resting upon Gu Chengli's face. She regarded him with a calm demeanor. Meng. Gu Chengli's voice trembled, betraying an uncontainable emotion. Indeed, her complexion had regained some color, but she had grown even thinner. Her limbs were delicate, yet her abdomen appeared unusually large, a striking imbalance. Su Jiaming was aware of this, so she draped a scarf over her belly to avert the curious stares of passers-by. Though she was unwell, her child was thriving. Did I not say I did not wish to see you? Su Jiaming softly remarked. Why do you still appear before me? Not even for a single glance. Can you truly bear it? And what if I do see you? Gu Chengli gradually knelt beside her wheelchair, one knee touching the ground. I ask this how you choose to punish me? It was she who traversed mountains and rivers to reach Gu Chengli's side, driven by the love residing deep within her heart. Now, love existed, yet she lacked the anticipation and courage she once held. It's quite all right. We have run out of words to share. Meng. Gu Chengli cautiously explained. I simply wish to see you. Ji Chengli, I have stumbled and fallen hardest for you in this lifetime, crashing against this wall of yours until I am bloodied and bruised. I have taken the time to rise and stand for a while, watching you approach. Now, I must leave. She turned away, even as he rushed toward her. Ji Chengli had once been her moon, a celestial body she longed to chase, only to find it a mere illusion. Now, as her moon approached her, she no longer desired it. Su Jiaming rotated her wheelchair, slowly moving forward. No, do not be so heartless. Gu Chengli grasped the wheelchair, abruptly halting her. The two tugged at each other. One wanting to depart, the other wishing to stay. The caregiver could only watch from a distance, too timid to intervene. Onlookers were puzzled, questioning why such a handsome gentleman would display such affection for a woman of seemingly ordinary appearance. They could see Gu Chengli's polished attire, yet they were oblivious to the fact that Su Jiameng had once been the belle of Haicheng. Tomorrow, the baby will be born. The great anguish begins. Chapter 175. We shall never meet again. She inhaled deeply. Ji Chengli, those who cling to the past have no place to rest in death. If my demise could ensure your peace and happiness, I would willingly embrace it. Her vision blurred, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Jiameng blinked desperately, fearing the tears would spill. If you are so eager to know why I do not wish to see you. Very well, I shall tell you. The anguish pierced her heart, yet she managed to lift a smile as she gazed at him. Their eyes met. I am love. The one who loves the most deeply is destined to be humble. As one nears death, memories of the past flood the mind, blossoming and bearing fruit, all because of love. To behold you is to see the reflection of my former self within you. Su Jiameng sighed. A humble, diminutive shadow deeply in love. He bore the weight of his own pain with great restraint. So be it. Gu Chengli point one by one. Su Jiameng pried his fingers apart. We shall never meet again. Tears cascaded down, landing upon Gu Chengli's hand. Her figure slowly faded away. He stood transfixed, watching her silhouette vanish from his sight, even though she knew he was gazing at her. Su Jiameng gently caressed her belly. Baby, the sharp pain in her heart demanded a diversion to alleviate it, otherwise it was too overwhelming, making it difficult for her to breathe. Why had no one ever told her that loving someone could be so excruciating? So heart-wrenching, baby. Though mommy cannot accompany you as you grow, you have a father who will love you dearly. He will compensate for the love your brother lacked. You also have a brother, though he may not speak much. He loves you deeply. Moreover, you have a grandmother and your godmother, Xinyo. See, even without mommy, there are still so many who love you dearly. This was a ritual Su Jiameng engaged in daily, during her leisure. She would speak to her child. Today was no exception. However, a sudden pain radiated from her abdomen. Initially, Su Jiameng paid it no mind, as she had endured far more intense discomfort during her pregnancy. But this time, the pain showed no signs of abating. It grew increasingly violent. Only then did Su Jiameng realize she was about to give birth. She was going to deliver, with a sudden grip on the caregiver's hand. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Quick, call the doctor. I think I am going to give birth. The caregiver, alarmed, immediately sprang into action. What? Giving birth? All right, I will hurry. In an instant, chaos ensued. Ji Chengli had been observing from a distance, and upon noticing the caregiver's distressed expression, he rushed forward. Mr. Gu, the caregiver exclaimed, quick, find a doctor. Madam is going to give birth. Chapter 176. To hear her call his name again, his pupils constricted. At that moment, it had finally arrived. The caregiver assumed his dazed state was due to overwhelming joy and hurriedly urged, Mr. Gu, hurry. Madam cannot hold on much longer. This isn't your first time becoming a father, is it? But Gu Chengli was not joyful. He was terrified. The birth of the child meant Su Jiameng's death. Gu Chengli felt ice coursing through his veins, freezing him to the core, until Su Jiameng's faint voice broke through. Child, hurry. Amidst the chaos, Gu Chengli found himself lost, his mind foggy. The nurse wheeled in the gurney, and he lifted Su Jiameng onto it. Child. Su Jiameng's complexion was ashen, yet she gritted her teeth, saying, Gu Chengli, child, you must take good care of him. I will. You need not worry. What you owe me, I do not need you to repay. I hope you can repay the two children. All right, Meng. I promise you anything with Gu Chengli's promise. A flicker of a smile graced Su Jiameng's face. Ollie. Upon hearing this name, he began to tremble uncontrollably at Ollie. Please, give the child everything I cannot. Throughout her life, Su Jiameng had pursued Gu Qingli's love. Eventually, she attained it, but now she no longer desired it. The doctor and nurses wore grave expressions, for the condition of the pregnant woman was exceedingly complicated. Gu Qingli wished to say something, but the opportunity slipped away, just as he prepared to speak. He found himself standing at the operating room door, barred from entry. Su Jiameng was inside, giving birth. Who could have known that this encounter would truly be their last? When the operating room door swung open, a nurse emerged cradling a new life, while Su Jiameng forever closed her eyes. No, no. Gu Chengli slammed his fist against the wall. He yearned to hear her call his name once more, but he would never have that chance again. Suddenly, the operating room door opened. Jiu Chengli froze, bewildered at the speed of it all. Could it be that the word death flickered through his mind, and he dared not contemplate further. Are you a family member of Su Jiameng? The doctor inquired. Yes, I am her husband. The doctor hesitated, then asked, are there any other family members of Su Jiameng present at the hospital? Gu Chengli urgently pressed. What has happened to her? The doctor seemed hesitant to speak. The pregnant woman is in a precarious state. If only the husband is present, it is far from sufficient. Ideally, there should be immediate family members of the mother present to avoid any disputes later. A critical illness notice, the doctor continued, requires a family member's signature. But you are the only one here. It is quite improper. Generally, men care more for the child than the mother. It is the maternal family who truly empathizes with the mother. After a long pause, Gu Chengli hoarsely replied, she has no parents. The doctor was taken aback, then revealed a look of pity. I see. What a tragic fate. With such a large belly, the child is healthy, but the mother is not long for this world. Gu Chengli understood that Su Jiameng was utterly alone. Her father had passed away, and at that time, Gu Chengli had the means to save him, yet he did not intervene. Chapter 177. Why did giving birth suddenly lead to a critical condition? He had watched as Su Hongming was imprisoned, and one could say that Gu Chengli was also partially responsible. Reflecting on the past, he realized just how cruel he had been to Su Jiameng. Cruel enough that he felt devoid of humanity. No wonder she refused to see him or forgive him. On that afternoon atop the mountain, Su Jiameng did not yearn to meet Gu Chengli, but rather the young lad from a decade past. In Su Jiameng's heart, Gu Chengli held no significance at all, and what of Su Jiameng's mother? Wait, Duan Min is still around. Moreover, she is right here in Haiqing. She is Su Jiameng's biological mother. Her mother is indeed present. She has merely remarried. Gu Chengli inquired, should I call her over? Of course. In such circumstances, family must be present. Gu Chengli's expression grew solemn. Very well. I shall notify her at once. The doctor handed him the critical condition notice and turned to enter the operating room. Yes, Mr. Gu. George immediately sprang into action, not daring to delay. Before long, Gu Jinghe and Shen Xinyo hurriedly arrived. Shen Xinyo, breathless from running, exclaimed, How could it suddenly be time for delivery? Isn't it too early? It's a preterm birth, came the reply. Will Mingming be all right? Shen Xinyo asked anxiously, did you anger her? Causing her to have a miscarriage? What? Shen Xinyo gasped. What does that mean? It's just a childbirth. She has been well cared for in the hospital. How could it suddenly turn critical? Enraged, Shen Xinyo snatched the notice and tore it to shreds, throwing it back at him. If anything happens to Meng Meng, Gu Chengli, I will hold you accountable. Gu Jinghe struggled to restrain Shen Xinyo, pulling her behind him. Brother, he said. Grandmother heard that sister-in-law was about to give birth and sent Xinyo and me here. She is already in the temple, praying for sister-in-law and the child, for their safety. Praying. Gu Chengli recalled the talisman in his pocket, one he had procured for Su Jiameng. At this moment, that small charm became his sole source of hope. Meng Meng has suffered enough. She has nothing as she waits outside the operating room. Just us, Shen Xinyo lamented. She has endured so much hardship. It's time she enjoyed some blessings. She still has her biological mother. Shen Xinyo paused. Mingming's mother? Isn't there no news of her? She will come. The critical condition notice requires both her and my signature, Gu Chengli stated. Mingming has only her direct relative left. Now is not the time to cry. An hour later, a middle-aged woman's sharp voice echoed from the end of the corridor. I want to go. Let go of me. Don't touch me. I don't know any Su Jiameng. I have no idea. I am the wife of the chairman of Angshi Real Estate. Who do you think you are? Angela's voice soon followed. Mom, who are these people? Why did they drag you to the hospital without explanation? I don't know. They are bad people. They want to harm me. Angela, call someone to rescue me. Chapter 178. You're Mr. Gu, but you cannot hit people at will. No. Deny? So this was a ploy to sever ties. Is this truly a biological mother? How shameless. Indeed. Gu Chengli coldly smirked. A lover? Angela chimed in. Exactly, Mr. Gu. This is your private matter. We have no right to interfere. But I must say, a woman like Su Jiameng, so fickle, should not linger by your side, especially if she reaches for Mingxi's affection. You'd be wise to sever ties with her sooner rather than later. Gu Chengli remained silent, but cast a glance at George, who immediately understood the directive. A slap. George strode before Angela, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Ah, Angela clutched her face. You. How dare you hit me? I, Angela of the Yin family, have never been struck by anyone in my life. Thus, the slap left Angela momentarily stunned. George seized her wrist. Miss Angela, Mr. Gu's orders are not to be defied. Mr. Gu. Angela seethed. Why did you hit me? Just because you are Mr. Gu does not give you the right to strike me. You spoke first with your tongue. What did I say? Gu Chengli's gaze turned icy. Su Jiameng is not someone you can defame. It was only then that Angela realized she had insulted Su Jiameng. Thus, Gu Chengli's assistant retaliated. But I did not speak incorrectly, Angela protested, her face still covered in indignation. For a lover, Mr. Gu, is it worth it to offend me and the Yin family completely? What is Angshi Real Estate to me? At that moment, Gu Chengli cared for nothing else. Eye on his eyes, only Su Jiameng in the operating room mattered. Who stands in my way shall perish. Duan Min, filled with concern, remarked, Oh dear, your face has turned red. Mr. Gu, let us speak civilly. Why resort to violence? She understood that Gu Chengli wielded immense power in Haiqing and was not to be trifled with. Furthermore, given Gu Chengli's evident favoritism towards Su Jiameng, a more amicable approach would be prudent to avoid calamity. It seems this Mr. Gu is quite attentive to Su Jiameng. What a surprise. Yes, Angela, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. A child. Is it Mr. Gus? What an impressive feat. In such affluent circles, expectations for offspring are exceedingly high. They would not allow a woman to bear children so casually. Chapter 179. That is Mrs. Gu, Su Jiameng. However, Angela quickly regained her composure. What of it? Now, because of childbirth, her life hangs by a thread. She may bear the child, but who will raise it? Her fortune is insufficient. Sign. Gu Chengli barked. No more delays. Duan Min jolted, hastily grasping a pen, but suddenly hesitated. Should she sign? As Su Jiameng's mother? No, she did not wish for the Yin family to discover she had another daughter. Gu Chengli's cold gaze bore into her. Say that again? Angela mocked. The critical condition notice must be signed by direct relatives. Mr. Gu, you are merely Su Jiameng's benefactor and have no such authority. Duan Min's hand trembled. Su Jiameng's only direct relative was her. At that moment, Angela also realized something. Mom, Angela queried, what relation do you have to Su Jiameng? Duan Min immediately denied. Nothing at all. I have no connection with her. Duan Min is Su Jiameng's biological mother. How could there exist such a mother in this world? You must sign. Shin Xinyo rushed forward. Meng Meng, in her quest to become a mother, disregarded her own safety, such greatness, and you, as her mother, possess not a shred of empathy. Truly despicable. Duan Min's gaze flickered, avoiding confrontation. What? Angela exclaimed. Mom, you are also Su Jiameng's mother. The weight of this revelation overwhelmed Angela, who could hardly process it. Mr. Gu, she angrily confronted. Do not sow discord between me and Angela. For your lover Su Jiameng, it is not worth it. Lover Su Jiameng. Gu Chengli enunciated each word with precision. Listen well, that is Mrs. Gu, Su Jiameng. She is my wife. Both Duan Min and Angela stood in shock. Mouths agape. What? Su Jiameng is actually Gu Chengli's wife. The legendary Mrs. Gu, elusive and enigmatic, was not merely a lover. The head nurse hurried over. Have you signed the critical condition notice? The mother's condition is deteriorating rapidly. The blood bank's resources are nearly exhausted. It is highly likely we will not be able to save her. My blood type matches hers, Chengli declared immediately. Draw my blood and transfuse it to her. Currently, it is not a matter of blood. The issue lies deeper. The blood given to the mother equals a complete blood transfusion 3 times over. No amount of blood can save her life. The situation is dire. Chengli form trembled violently. Chapter 180. I can only choose the child. Shinshino's complexion drained of color. Why is childbirth so perilous? Shinshino queried. Mengmeng made it through the last pregnancy. Despite the dangers, she was fine afterward. Only Chengli understood the reasons behind it. He opened his mouth but could not produce a sound. Nurse, Mengmeng 1T die. Right. Shinshino clutched the doctor's coat tightly. She has endured so much hardship throughout her life. I do not want her to die. She cannot die. The doctors would indeed exert every effort, but if all else fails, there is nothing we can do. It is regrettable. Shinshino stood momentarily stunned, then suddenly asked, is it true that we can only save either the mother or the child? If so, we must save the mother. Absolutely. She turned back to Chengli. As her husband, you must make a decision. Tell the doctors, tell the nurses, you want the mother's life, not the child's. You want her to live well. Speak now, Shinshino cried out to him. Her voice filled with desperation. At this moment, nothing was more precious than Su Jiameng's survival. Chengli closed his eyes. If you dare choose to save the child, I will fight you, Shinshino warned. I will die with you. We'll perish together. It is not that I do not choose her, but rather, I can only choose the child. I cannot save her. I do not believe you. You are lying to me. Shinshino surged forward, but Gu Jinghe held her back tightly. Calm down. Listen to what the doctors say. The doctors were preoccupied, battling against time on the operating table. The head nurse urged, quickly, the critical condition notice must be signed. Shinshino despaired. Is it certain that Mengmeng must die? The implication was clear. There was still time to fight for her. Duan Min was paralyzed with fear, her legs trembling. She had not anticipated the situation could escalate to such a critical state. Although she was unwilling to acknowledge it, Su Jiameng was indeed her daughter, yet she could not bear the thought of Su Jiameng perishing. Trembling, she gripped the pen and shakily signed her name. Her hand quaking. Upon completing the final stroke, Chengli swiftly seized the document and decisively affixed his signature. The head nurse took it and hurriedly turned to leave. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Everyone wore a grave expression. A palpable air of death lingered both inside and outside the operating room. Even the previously vocal Angela fell silent, consumed by her thoughts. Su Jiameng was not only her half-sister, but also Gu's wife. Such revelations were too shocking for Angela to grasp in that moment. Duan Min stared blankly, on the verge of tears, yet unable to shed a single drop. When sorrow reaches a certain threshold, one finds themselves in such a state. On the operating table, Su Jiameng retained a flicker of consciousness. I lack the strength, she murmured. Doctor, I know, I may not survive. Time is short. Please, do not concern yourselves with me. Everything must prioritize the child. Chapter 181. Not giving up on any life as long as there remains the slightest chance. The doctors would exert every effort to battle against death. Save the child. Su Jiameng's face contorted in pain. It is imperative that the baby be born healthy. I can die. It matters not. I cannot bear the child. I lack the strength. Doctor, proceed with a cesarean. Su Jiameng forced the words through clenched teeth. Perform a cesarean section. The doctor's hands trembled slightly. That moment, a cesarean meant a complete abandonment of Su Jiameng. How much more could she endure? The baby was too large, and she was too frail. It could not be delivered. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead. There is no choice but to proceed. Do not worry about me. If they delayed further, the child might also be in peril. The doctors exchanged glances. They were professionals. Naturally, they understood better than Su Jiameng what needed to be done. However, they could not afford to abandon any life. Currently, they could afford to buy time for the child, focusing first on rescuing Su Jiameng, prolonging her life as much as possible. Afterward, they would attend to the baby. Do not speak anymore. The lead surgeon interjected. We know what to do. Before the procedure, we consulted your husband. He stated that your well-being is paramount. Su Jiameng gently tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. Ji Chengli, it is too late, far too late. Inside the operating room, the doctors worked tirelessly against the clock. Outside, everyone awaited anxiously. They feared the news yet yearned for it at the same time. Night fell, then dawned. A whole night passed. Gu Qingli appeared as though he had aged a decade, his face haggard, his eyes never leaving the door of the operating room. He awaited the moment it would open, hoping to see the nurse emerge with the child, saying, "Congratulations, mother and child are safe." Yet, he also dreaded the possibility that, when the door opened, the doctor would say, "I am sorry, we did all we could. The only thing left to do now was wait." Suddenly, a phone rang. Ji Chengli answered. "Hello?" The voice of Butler Zhao came through. "Mr. Gu, someone from the Jiang family has arrived, claiming they wish to see Jiang Yuzi. Such trivial matters need not be reported. However, the Jiang parents were threatening to take their own lives." The butler continued, "I certainly do not wish to disturb you at this time. They insist that if they do not see Jiang Yuzi today, they will perish at the entrance of Gu's residence." The butler was at a loss. He knew well that Mr. Ji was at the hospital, with his wife in labor, teetering on the brink of life and death. The Jiang parents truly knew how to choose their moments. Gu Chengli felt a surge of frustration at such a time. They came to complicate matters. He initially thought to say if they wished to die, they could do as they pleased, but then he reconsidered. No, this was his second child. There could be no bloodshed at birth. He must pray for the child, accumulate virtue. Gu Chengli was indifferent, as his hands were stained, and he cared little for retribution, but for the sake of his two children and Su Jiameng, he could not be apathetic. Gu Chengli forcibly suppressed his anger. Let them meet. Send someone to keep watch. No mistakes are to be allowed. He was Gu Chengli's trusted confidant, and with Su Jiameng having shown him kindness, he was naturally loyal. Chapter 182. Gu Chengli would not dare to take my life after hanging up. Gu Chengli leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes for a brief respite. Everyone was exhausted. Yet they awaited a message. Perhaps it would be good, or perhaps bad. At this moment, in Gu's residence, the butler emerged from a side door. Mr. Ji has made an exception, allowing you to see Jiang Yuzi. However, exercise caution in your words and actions. Be mindful of what you say and do, or else you will invite disaster, and no one will be able to save your Jiang family. Jiang father and mother nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes, thank you. Your great kindness will be remembered. The butler summoned 4 bodyguards to escort Jiang father and mother to the basement. For the past few days, Jiang Yuzi had been confined there. It was dark and damp. It was said, Su Jiameng had once been locked in here for several days without food or water, reduced to gnawing on her shoes. Jiang Yuzi had no idea how Su Jiameng had survived. At least now, she had food and drink, yet her mind was on the verge of collapse. Gu Chengli had no intention of ending her life all at once. He wished to torment her gradually. Upon hearing the sound of the lock turning, Jiang Yuzi scrambled to her feet, eagerly peering at the entrance. This basement was dark and damp, devoid of sunlight. She was nearly driven to madness. Finally, the door swung open, light flooding in, and Jiang Yuzi saw several silhouettes stepping into the light. Dad, Mom. Upon recognizing who they were, her heart leapt with joy. You've come. Are you here to save me? Jiang father and mother hurried over. Yuzi. Wait. The butler interjected. You two cannot get too close, lest you plot something sinister. Step back. 2 meters, Jiang Yuzi pleaded. Butler, consider our past relationship. Before she could finish, the butler interrupted. I have no relationship with you. You looked down upon me from your lofty position, repeatedly suppressing me. Now that you're in dire straits, you wish to curry favor? Not a chance. Who is human, and who is a dog? I am well aware. Only Madame Gu has shown me kindness. Your appearance has stolen her love, her riches. A woman like you deserves to descend into the depths of hell. You. Jiang Yuzi gritted her teeth. Fine. You are formidable. The butler scoffed disdainfully, positioning himself squarely between Jiang Yuzi and her parents. This way, he could clearly observe every word and gesture exchanged among them. Yuzi. Jiang mother wept, her eyes red. How could you have fallen to such depths? Did you have a quarrel with Mr. Gu? Did you have a conflict? Dad, Mom? I did not wish to end up in this situation. Things did not unfold as I had envisioned, and I feel utterly hopeless. What now? What can we do for you? Jiang father inquired. Tell us, and we shall do it. Jiang Yusi shook her head. There is nothing to be done. The extent of Gu Chengli's hatred for Su Jiameng was immense. And now he harbors an even greater loathing for me, Jiang Yusi. No, it is 1,000 times worse. The wrath of Gu Chengli is something the Jiang family cannot withstand. Jiang father's face turned ashen. What? Is there truly no way out? Must we simply await our deaths? I will not die, Jiang Yusi declared. I have left myself an escape route. Gu Chengli would not dare to take my life. Chapter 183. Leaving myself a path of retreat. The butler was taken aback. Jiang father and mother exchanged glances. Where did Jiang Yusi find her confidence? What trump card did she possess that had yet to be revealed? Why would Gu Chengli refrain from harming her? What escape route had she secured? Is Su Jiameng about to give birth? Jiang Yusi asked. Mom, Dad, have you been able to gather any information regarding this? Jiang mother nodded. We have been unable to ascertain the exact date of delivery. Jiang Yusi laughed. The moment the child is born, Su Jiameng will surely die. You speak nonsense, the butler immediately admonished. Madam has always been virtuous. Heaven will protect her. Wait and see. The day the child is born will be the day of Su Jiameng's demise. Jiang Yusi's expression twisted as she spoke. She had spent 10 years by Gu Chengli's side, enjoying his every favor and tenderness, yet she understood. A man's affection is fleeting, unreliable. Ultimately, one must grow independent and strong. Sigh, Jiang father lamented. You should not have acted on impulse, sending Yunro to prison, leaving her with no chance for redemption. Otherwise, she is your biological sister. Together you could have dealt with. Su Jiameng, Dad, she seeks my life. How could I possibly tolerate her? But she is your sister. I fear she would stab me in the back at the most critical moment. I cannot spare her, Jiang mother said. You see, we are unable to assist you now. It seems you must rely solely on yourself. Do not worry, Jiang Yusi replied with a confident smile. The butler regarded her with suspicion. What gives you such confidence that Mr. Gu will not move against you, that he cannot harm you? Even the entire Jiang family would be insignificant in his eyes. To eliminate you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Ha 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 ha. Butler, wait until the day Su Jiameng gives birth, and you will understand. The more I ponder, the more disconcerting it becomes. The butler, filled with trepidation, dared not allow Zhang's parents to linger any longer. Hurry. Hurry. Time is of the essence. Depart at once. We still wish to speak with our daughter. No, leave. At this moment, she is nothing short of a complete madwoman. The door was shut once more, and with it, the light from outside was extinguished. Yet, Jiang Yusi threw her head back in laughter, tears streaming down her face. Ji Chengli, oh Gu Chengli, you will never fathom the escape route I have devised for myself. Do not blame my ruthlessness. You alone are to blame for your callousness towards me. A decade of companionship, my finest years, yet you disregard every ounce of sentiment and turn your back on me without hesitation. If it must be so, then I have no choice but to meticulously plot your downfall to secure my own survival. Zhang's parents were expelled from the Gu estate. The butler's heart was heavy with unease, sensing that Jiang Yusi was speaking madness, yet he also harbored concerns for Su Jiameng's safety. He wished to inquire, but feared Gu Chengli's wrath. May the hospital deliver good news. May mother and child be safe. He prayed fervently within himself. Chapter 184. It's a girl everyone awaited anxiously, hoping for a resolution. The Gu family mansion. The matriarch had already made several calls to inquire about the situation. Yet still, there was no word. No news is the best news. Shinshino sat on the cold bench, the air conditioning set low, her lips tinged with purple, her hands icy, yet she remained oblivious. She lacked the energy to berate Gu Chengli. He lowered his head, stray locks of hair falling over his brow, and the stubble on his chin was particularly pronounced. Outside the operating room, a heavy gloom hung in the air. Inside, however, tension reigned. The atmosphere was grave. Su Jiameng lay unconscious, her breaths shallow. Her life was hanging by a thread. A cesarean section was imperative. The lead surgeon declared, "We must surrender the mother, for the sake of the child. Delaying further could jeopardize the baby's life." Preparations for the cesarean commenced. Delivering the baby seemed far simpler than rescuing Su Jiameng. The doctors and nurses executed their tasks with practiced ease. Meanwhile, the monitors indicated that Su Jiameng's life force still flickered. Perhaps she clung to the last vestiges of her strength, yearning to see her child. This was a mother's final wish. The cesarean proceeded, the child extracted, and the abdomen sutured. Everything unfolded with meticulous order. It's a girl. The lead surgeon revealed the first smile he had worn in ages. Having heard the mother already had a son, how wonderful. Now she had a daughter as well. However, a nearby female doctor remarked, "What is there to celebrate? She has sacrificed her life to bear 2 children, all for that man outside. Was it worth it?" Perhaps the mother thought it was worth it. The tiny infant, her skin wrinkled and eyes still shut, had entered the world. Then, a piercing cry resonated, heralding new life. A vibrant little girl had been born. This resounding wail caused Su Jiameng's fingers to twitch ever so slightly. Her eyelids felt heavy, but the sound persisted in her ears. Su Jiameng understood clearly. That was her child. She longed to open her eyes, even if just for a fleeting glance, to fulfill her life's wish, leaving no regrets. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her body immobile. Yet she beheld the swaddled infant. She parted her lips, but no sound emerged. "It's a girl," the female doctor whispered in her ear, informing her that the baby weighed 6 pounds and 8 ounces, was healthy, and though a preemie, required no incubator. Normal care would suffice. After a moment, the doctor's voice trembled. "You are truly magnificent." Su Jiameng blinked, a smile gradually gracing her lips. "We will continue to save you." The doctor urged, "Hold on, don't give up. Fight alongside us. Living is so precious, do you understand? Soon, we will administer an expensive but effective foreign medication that may prolong your life." Su Jiameng listened quietly, her gaze fixed on the nurse with the infant. How she wished to hold her, but that opportunity had slipped away forever. She would never embrace her daughter in this lifetime. My little princess. You have a brother, a father, a grandmother, and Aunt Xinyo. They will love you dearly. So, do not be too sorrowful without a mother. I will watch over you from above. Chapter 185. An intruder in the form of a strange nurse? The lead surgeon approached, holding a syringe filled with the special medication. One injection cost 300,000. Su Jiameng continued to gaze longingly at the infant in the distance. That was her, Gu Xiuyang. Xiuyang. Su Jiameng wished to inscribe this name upon her heart, never to forget. This was her daughter. Throughout her life, she had endured hardship and faced numerous obstacles, never having felt cherished or favored. She hoped her daughter would shine brightly throughout her life. One day, when Gu Xiuyang grew up and met her own suitor, she must seize the moment and ensure fate would not play tricks again. A smile spread wider across Su Jiameng's face. It seemed she had no regrets in this life. Before her demise, she had settled her affairs, paving the way for her children's future. Death, without regret, Su Jiameng thought. Perhaps she was about to meet her beloved once more. Her beloved, who perished in that great fire. The man she had risked her life to rescue from the flames was merely Gu Chengli, not her beloved. Now, she could finally reunite with him. She would be the happiest girl alive, adorned with a grass-woven ring and a promise of eternal companionship. Su Jiameng gazed at Gu Xiuyang slowly, gradually wishing to close her eyes. The female doctor appeared to sense her waning desire to live and urgently whispered in her ear, "No, do not sleep. Keep your eyes open. You are receiving this special medication. Hold on. If you do not wish to live, no medicine can save you." At that moment, a nurse nearby cradled Gu Xiuyang. Their eyes met, yet in that instant, Su Jiameng realized something was amiss. This nurse, she had never seen her before. To ensure Gu Xiuyang's safety, Gu Chengli had spared no expense in hiring the finest obstetric team in Haicheng. From the lead surgeon to the nurses, all were the best. She had met each one and conversed with them multiple times. Yet, even through the mask, Su Jiameng discerned that this female nurse was not from that team. Had a stranger infiltrated their ranks? Su Jiameng could not utter a sound, helplessly watching as the nurse walked away. The longing in her eyes rekindled a flicker of her will to survive. Her child, Gu Xiuyang, must not come to harm. Outside, Those waiting finally saw the operating room door swing open. The nurse emerged, cradling the swaddled infant. "Congratulations, congratulations, it's a precious girl, healthy and plump." Everyone surged forward. Encircling her, Chengli looked down at the child before him. It was a girl. Thus, she was named Gu Xiuyang, a name he had personally chosen. But how could he love this child? How would he express his love? For the rest of his days, whenever he looked upon Gu Xiuyang, he would be reminded that this was the child born of Su Jiaming sacrificed. It was a sin he had committed. Gu Chengli reached out, wishing to touch Gu Xiuyang's face, but hesitated midair. "I am a father once more." His tone revealed no trace of joy. Chapter 186. Quickly, save my child. Then, Gu Chengli looked toward the operating room. What about her? How is Meng Meng? When will she come out? Will I be able to see her? Will I see her awake? Will I get a final chance to meet her? Or will I be met with the sight of a body covered by a white sheet? Gu Chengli dared not contemplate further. With Gu Xiuyang's arrival, everyone rejoiced, yet greater concern loomed over Su Jiaming's fate. Shen Xinyo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently caressed Gu Xiuyang's small face, such a pitiful child. The nurse remarked, "Family members, after viewing the child, I must take her to the incubator, ASAP. She will need to stay there for a few days." Gu Chengli's thoughts were entirely consumed by Su Jiaming. And he absent-mindedly nodded, his gaze still fixed on the operating room. Shen Xinyo said, "I will accompany you. Family members cannot enter," the nurse replied. "If you go, you can only wait outside." Shen Xinyo paused. The nurse offered an apologetic smile before turning and leaving with Gu Xiuyang. Thus, the throng outside remained oblivious to any irregularities, allowing the nurse to easily carry Gu Xiuyang away without a single soul following. Shen Xinyo attempted to pursue, but was restrained by Gu Jinghe. "The nurse has said it's pointless to go." "But wait for your sister-in-law to come out," Gu Jinghe asserted. "What if you go to Gu Xiuyang and miss your last chance to see her? You would regret it for a lifetime." His words held merit. Indeed, Gu Jinghe meant well. Given Su Jiaming's precarious state, he understood the bond between Shen Xinyo and her friend and wished for her to remain there. The nurse hurriedly made her exit, her footsteps swift, soon disappearing at the end of the corridor. And one took note. At that moment, several shouts erupted from within the operating room. "What are you doing? Stop! Are you out of your mind?" Gu Chengli clenched his fists, nearly charging in. What was happening? Meng Meng, his Meng Meng, on the operating table. After receiving a miraculous drug, Su Jiaming's strength had recovered just a little, yet it was merely a desperate prolongation of her existence, clinging to the last vestiges of life. It would not last long, at most 3 hours. However, at this moment, Su Jiaming astonishingly removed the tubes from her body and the various instruments, struggling to rise from the operating table. She had already stepped into the gates of death. Just moments ago, she had undergone a cesarean section and given birth. From where did Su Jiaming find such courage and indomitable willpower? Yet, for the sake of her child, she disregarded everything. This was a mother's final wish. "Child, Xiuyang." Su Jiaming clutched her abdomen, laboriously making her way outside, pleading for someone to save her child. "Please, lie down. The baby is safe. There is a nurse attending to her." "Nurse? No, that's not one of ours." Su Jiaming's voice was faint and weak, barely audible to the nearby doctor. The doctor shouted, "You must lie down. We have all been here all night to save your life, and you treat it so carelessly." Su Jiaming blinked, tears streaming down her face. "I want my child." Chapter 187. The nurse took away Xiuyang. She shook off the doctor's hand, quickening her pace, suppressing the intense pain radiating from her insides, and dashed out of the operating room. The doctors exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening to Su Jiaming? Gu Chengli had been anxiously waiting outside the operating room, but upon seeing Su Jiaming, he looked at her in panic. Meng Meng. He never expected to see her again, but he was even more unprepared for the pitiful state she was in. She resembled a ghost, her complexion ashen, bloodstains still lingering on her body, her once prominent belly now deflated and shrunken, making her appear emaciated. Yet, her eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Xiuyang, our daughter." Gu Chengli, quickly. "Gu Xiuyang, save her." "What did you say?" I can't hear you, child. Su Jiameng leaned against the doorframe, her body hunched, her voice barely a whisper. Gu Qingli bent down, pressing his ear close to her lips. Meng Meng, please repeat that. What did you say? Xiuyang, I want Gu Xiuyang. Su Jiameng bit down hard on her lower lip, trying to alleviate the immense pain within her body. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, her fingertips turned white from clenching so tightly, her nails digging into the doorframe, nearly breaking. Yet, no one could comprehend her meaning. Despair washed over Su Jiameng on her face. It was impossible to discern whether it was tears or sweat. She wished to express herself clearly, but alas, they could not understand. There was no time to waste. Gu Xiuyang was so small, so innocent, and if she fell into the hands of the wicked, then the child for whom Su Jiameng had sacrificed her own life would simply vanish. An unimaginable cruelty. No, Xiuyang. She, Su Jiameng trembled, whispering, She's gone. Nurse. At that moment, bright red blood began to flow slowly down Su Jiameng's leg. Meng Meng, you're bleeding, Gu Chengli exclaimed in shock. She shook her head repeatedly, indifferent to her own condition. Yet, Su Jiameng clung desperately to the doorframe, unwilling to move. Meng Meng, Shen Xinyo rushed over, squatting beside her, anxiously gazing at her. Tell me, I might understand your meaning. Hope ignited in Su Jiameng's eyes. Xinyo, Xiuyang was taken away. Yes, I saw it. Shen Xinyo nodded. The nurse said Xiuyang needs to be taken to an incubator because she was born premature. No, she doesn't need to go to an incubator. Xiuyang is perfectly healthy. Shen Xinyo immediately understood. She glanced quickly at Gu Qingli. This is bad. What's wrong? That nurse is not from the hospital. Gu Xiuyang does not need to stay in an incubator, Shen Xinyu exclaimed. The nurse took Xiuyang away. At this, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. Even the doctors were shocked. This is not possible. Since the nurse entered the operating room, she had infiltrated. Su Jiameng gritted her teeth and said, Quickly investigate, pursue. Who is behind the nurse's actions? What fate awaits Xiuyang? Dear readers, may this new month be filled with joy. Please encourage updates, watch the short videos, and support this book with gifts. Chapter 188. I want to see Xiuyang. Her Xiuyang. How could she face such a cruel fate right after birth? Su Jiameng shoved everyone aside and stumbled forward. Xiuyang, don't be afraid. Mommy is coming to save you. Mommy is here. Gu Chengli immediately pursued. Meng Meng, go find Xiuyang. Hurry. Su Jiameng closed her eyes, bracing herself against the wall, inching forward. I cannot let anything happen to her. She is my life, the child I traded my life for. All right. Gu Qingli nodded. I will find her. I will send people to search immediately. Gu Jinghe added. I will seal off the hospital right away. The nurse left from this direction. Shen Xinyo recalled vividly. I remember it clearly. At that time, I even thought about following her. The more she spoke, the more regretful she felt. If I had followed her then, this wouldn't have happened. Shen Xinyo possessed some skills and could fight. That nurse should not have been her match, but now, it was too late. Su Jiameng gritted her teeth and roared. Hurry and find her. Go. Why must she endure such torment even at the brink of death? What grievance could not be directed at her? Her child was innocent. Gu Chengli cast a reluctant glance at her before sprinting off to intercept the nurse. Gu Jinghe followed closely behind to assist him. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyo remained behind to care for Su Jiameng. Meng Meng, you. Shen Xinyo managed a few words, her voice choking. You must take care of yourself, all right? If you rush off the operating table like this, you could die. I can no longer live. Stop saying such foolish things. Xinyo, Su Jiameng insisted. Even if I die, you must live well. Now, I must go find Gu Xiuyang. She had promised Xiaoqi that she would give him a brother or sister. Now, a sister had arrived, and Xiaoqi was a big brother. How could she go back on her word? In the future, although she could not accompany Xiaoqi, she could ensure Xiuyang grew up alongside him. The two siblings supporting each other, providing a semblance of reliance. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Su Jiameng gritted her teeth and, relying on her formidable willpower, continued to move forward. Su Jiameng would not listen, pressing on. The trail she left behind was marked by droplets of blood, forming a line. The doctors, still in their surgical garb, stood at the entrance of the operating room. Watching Su Jiaming's retreating figure, she not only could not survive, but truly wished not to live. She only hoped that it was not too late. The nurse had not gone far. She was still within the hospital. Shinshino wept inconsolably. Do not torment yourself like this, Meng Meng. You must live. Chapter 189. Who wants to harm my daughter? Do you hear me? You must live. Without you, what will I do? What about Shaoqi? I am so sorry, she mewed. Su Jiaming's vision blurred, each step becoming exceedingly arduous. Yet she pressed on. She needed to see her child. This was her last chance. Fate. Why did it always play such cruel tricks on her? However, as Su Jiaming continued to walk, nearly half an hour passed before she finally reached the stairwell. Ji Yuchengli. Su Jiaming raised her eyes to him, whereas Xiuyang, his hands were emptied, no infant in sight. I will find her, Gu Chengli assured her. Gu Jinghe has already mobilized personnel to seal off all major exits. Any suspicious individuals carrying a baby will be stopped immediately. Please wait patiently for news. Ran away. The nurse. She ran away with Xiuyang, Su Jiaming muttered, repeating it over and over. She could barely stand, her hand gripping the stair railing shaking violently. Ji Yuchengli watched the scene. His heart shattering. Su Jiaming's face was ashen. This was clearly premeditated, aimed solely at abducting Gu Xiuyang. The nurse had infiltrated the operating room just as she was about to give birth, waiting to take Xiuyang away as soon as she was born. Then leaving the hospital, perhaps to kill her directly, perhaps to abandon her or sell her off. Regardless of the possibility, merely contemplating it made Su Jiaming feel as if she might faint from the pain. Her daughter, who should have been the cherished little princess of the Gu family, full of joy and innocence, instead faced such a drastic upheaval from the moment she was born. It was her fault for not protecting her daughter. Trust me, leave it to me, Gu Chengli said. No matter the cost, I will find Xiuyang. What if, by the time you find her, Xiuyang is dead? Gu Chengli's eyes turned crimson. After a long moment, he trembled. No, that's impossible. Su Jiaming tilted her head back and began to cry loudly. That moment, only a desperate wail could release her pent-up emotions. She was disheveled, covered in blood, yet Gu Chengli cared not, pulling her into his embrace. Meng Meng, I will investigate, I will find her. He continuously reassured her. I will uncover who took Xiuyang, and I will ensure they pay dearly, leaving them with no place to hide. The nurse was part of your medical team. How could a stranger infiltrate? She cried. Why? Gu Chengli, why? Su Jiaming wept until her tears seemed nearly exhausted. Who is it that wishes to harm my daughter? Who harbors such deep-seated animosity toward me? Who is it? She murmured. If only the wrath were directed at me instead. I could endure anything. Xiuyang knows nothing. Gu Chengli held her tightly, as though he sought to meld her into his very being. His mind raced. And ultimately, only one name surfaced within his thoughts. Jiang Yusi. That moment, Su Jiaming also spoke up. Is it Jiang Yusi? Is it her? Chapter 190. Jiang Yusi has arrived. Only Jiang Yusi would harbor such hatred towards Su Jiaming's daughter. Gu Chengli lowered his gaze to meet hers. Yes, Jiang Yusi. Quickly, I must see her. Su Jiaming clutched Gu Chengli's sleeve. Take me to her, right now. Meng Meng, your health. Do not concern yourself with me. I want Xiuyang. Su Jiaming gritted her teeth. I must see Jiang Yusi. The doctor hurriedly administered and life ebbed away, moment by moment. Su Jiaming was uncertain how much longer she could endure, her eyelids fluttering, her body swaying as if she could collapse at any moment. Never to rise again. Ji Yuchengli sat beside her, allowing her to lean against his shoulder, holding her hand. Meng Meng, just a little longer, he urged. She will arrive soon. She responded weakly. She had to hold on until Jiang Yusi arrived. Only then could she succumb. For the sake of her Xiuyang, Ji Yuchengli bent down and gently kissed her forehead, so tenderly. As if walking on thin ice, he was filled with trepidation. Su Jiaming was clinging to life solely through her determination to see Jiang Yusi. Gu Chengli pondered. What happens after meeting Jiang Yusi? What if that resolve dissipates? Would Meng Meng then cease to fight? Would she forever close her eyes? never to gaze upon him again. Shen Xinyo stood outside the hospital room, hesitant to enter, facing the wall alone, her shoulders shaking as she wept, her voice hoarse, yet she dared not make a sound, biting down hard on her own hand. She could not bear to witness Mingming's current state. It turned out that a dying person could appear so gray, so powerless, devoid of color. Taking a deep breath, Shen Xinyo wiped her tears. This was not the time for weeping. Tears would not resolve anything. She needed to find Gu Jinghe. Mingming's greatest concern was Gu Xiuyang. Remaining by Gu Jinghe's side would allow her to keep abreast of the latest developments. Hopefully, Gu Jinghe would locate a nurse soon. As Shen Xinyo turned, she heard hurried footsteps approaching. The elevator doors opened, and Jiang Yuxi's figure appeared in her line of sight. Two bodyguards escorted her, her hands bound behind her back, yet a triumphant smile adorned her face. Shen Xinyo, Jiang Yuxi even leisurely greeted her. "What is this? Your eyes are puffy from crying. Su Jiameng has died. Stop spouting nonsense. So she is not dead yet, but she must be on her last breath." Jiang Yuxi chuckled. "I have finally awaited this day." Shen Xinyo could no longer contain her rage and stepped forward, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Jiang Yuxi. The sharp sound echoed, and 5 crimson imprints quickly appeared on Jiang Yuxi's cheek. "Speak another word, and I will mar your face," Shen Xinyo warned. Jiang Yuxi, having been struck to the side, sneered. "What if I take a few hits? I have not spoken falsely. Su Jiameng was already on the brink of death. I knew it from the moment she became pregnant. Gu Chengli knows as well." Shen Xinyo froze. "What did you say? It seems you were unaware." "What do you mean?" Shen Xinyo demanded. "Jiang Yuxi, clarify your words." Chapter 191. Before I die, I wish to ask you one thing. You and Su Jiameng are such close friends, and she never disclosed this to you. It appears she is truly self-sacrificing. Shen Xinyo gripped Jiang Yuxi's shoulders tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. "What do you know? Speak." When Su Jiameng first became pregnant, she was informed that the fetus's heartbeat was weak and that it should be terminated. However, Gu Chengli insisted on keeping the child, hiring foreign doctors to provide daily injections for Su Jiameng. Shen Xinyo's eyes widened in disbelief. The doctors had clearly stated that only one could be saved, the child or the mother. Choosing the child would deplete the mother's nutrients. When the child was born, the mother would exhaust all her vitality and perish. Jiang Yuxi laughed maniacally. This matter had been kept hidden all along. Shen Xinyo's ears buzzed. It was then she realized that Su Jiameng's frequent remarks, akin to deathbed confessions, were indeed farewell words. "Gu Chengli, you beast," Shen Xinyo shouted. "Is having Shaoqi not enough for you? After Shaoqi was born, you failed to fulfill your responsibilities as a father. Now, you hypocritically seek another child." Furious, she attempted to storm into the hospital room, but was blocked by the bodyguards. "To choose a child over the mother, how could you make such a decision? Beast, dog of a man, Meng, why are you so foolish? Why do you not consider your own well-being? Your life is far more precious." Shen Xinyo's anger succumbed to sorrow, and she began to weep. Her dearest friend, her closest confidant, the one she cherished most in this life, was on the verge of leaving her forever. After this, whom could she confide in? In this vast world, was there anyone left whom she could trust unconditionally? Shen Xinyo cried, while Jiang Yuxi laughed. Their sounds intermingled, creating an utterly haunting melody. Inside, Su Jiameng rested quietly in Gu Chengli's embrace. She heard Shen Xinyo's cries from outside and let out a long sigh. In the end, Xinyo has learned the truth. What should I do now? Originally, she had not intended for Shen Xinyo to discover the reality. She wanted her to believe that Su Jiameng had died due to excessive bleeding during childbirth, thinking it would ease her heart a little. Yet, after so long, she could not keep it hidden. All was in vain. "Jiyu Chengli," Su Jiameng weakly spoke. "Before I die, I wish to ask you one thing." "All right, tell me, I will agree to anything." He held her, his face awash with sorrow. "Take good care of Xinyo. As if she were your own sister." Su Jiameng implored. "Do not target her. Do not allow Gu Jinghe to harm her again. Seek a good marriage for her. If she desires solitude, provide her with the utmost security, so she may live without worry. I ask that all right? All right, I promise you. However, I have one condition." She spoke softly. "Why?" Do you always have to make demands? Can you not simply agree to me? I want you to hold on. Do not close your eyes. Gu Chengli's voice was hoarse. Just a little longer. Live a bit longer. Please do not sleep, all right? I have already hired the world's top medical team to treat you. They're on their way. Arriving tonight. Chapter 192. Your daughter is my talisman for survival. Su Jiameng slowly shook her head. It's too late. Everything is too late. The door creaked open, and Jiang Yuxi was ushered in. Upon seeing her, a flicker of desperation ignited in Su Jiameng's dim eyes. She rose from Gu Chengli's embrace, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yuxi, teeth gritted. Where is my child? Where is my daughter? Jiang Yuxi replied with a smirk. You dare to ask about the spawn you birthed? I have been locked away in the basement of the Gu estate, completely unaware of anything. It must be you. Su Jiameng glared at her in fury. It can only be you. You secretly bribed the nurse. Sneaking into the operating room when I was about to give birth and took my child away, Jiang Yuxi. Su Jiameng trembled with rage, attempting to rise and confront her, to grasp her by the throat. But she lacked the strength. Why? Su Jiameng trembled and asked, You target me. Why must you harm my daughter? She is but an infant. How innocent she is. Because I must protect myself. Your daughter is my life-saving talisman. Where have you taken her? Where is the nurse? Jiang Yuxi. Do not harm my Gu Xiuyang. Tears streamed down Su Jiameng's face as she pleaded. Witnessing her in such despair brought Jiang Yuxi immense satisfaction. Su Jiameng. How the tables have turned. When you exposed my identity and stripped me of everything, how arrogant and lofty you were. That was a grievance between you and me. Why involve my daughter? You are on the verge of death. What purpose would it serve to target you? Release my daughter. Jiang Yuxi beamed with pride. When I learned of your pregnancy, I had already devised my escape plan, with Gu Xiuqi in your arms. Firmly seated as Mrs. Gu, how could I allow you to bear another? Thus, I bribed the nurse. When you entered the operating room, I had my nurse replace the original one by administering a laxative in her tea, causing her to feel unwell and unable to enter the operating room. Then, my nurse took her place seamlessly. The entire process was incredibly smooth, with no risk involved. Su Jiameng, I put in considerable effort to deal with you. Upon hearing this, deep despair filled Su Jiameng's eyes. A metallic taste surged in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the pristine sheets, the fabric, and also marking Gu Chengli's hand. Meng Meng, his pupils dilated, fixating on her. Su Jiameng's lips were stained with blood, yet her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yuxi. She had sunk to the depths of humility. Please, Jiang Yuxi, spare my daughter. I will grant you anything you desire. I implore you. Gu Xiuyang is my lifeline. If I release her, Gu Chengli will ensure my demise. No, I assure you, if you let Xiuyang go, Gu Chengli will not harm you. Chapter 193. What must be done to release Gu Xiuyang? You are on the brink of death. What value does your assurance hold? Su Jiameng inhaled sharply, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. She pushed Gu Chengli aside, gritting her teeth as she attempted to rise from the bed. But her strength faltered, causing her to collapse to the floor. However, Su Jiameng quickly regained her footing, her knees scraping against the ground as she crawled toward Jiang Yuxi. She clutched the hem of Jiang Yuxi's garment. I bow to you. I kneel before you. I beg you, spare my daughter. Do not take her life. She is but a child. I want her to live. I beseech you. At that moment, Jiang Yuxi reveled in Su Jiameng's degradation. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you wish for Gu Xiuyang to survive? Yes, yes. Instruct the nurse to refrain from harming her. Grant her a chance at life. Rest assured, Gu Xiuyang shall not perish. After all, if she dies, I lose my leverage, and Gu Chengli will promptly orchestrate my end. Thus, your Gu Xiuyang will thrive. Where is she? Where? As she spoke, Jiang Yuxi turned to Gu Chengli. If you dare to lay a finger on me, on the Jiang family, I shall torment your daughter Gu Xiuyang. For every ounce of pain you inflict upon me, I shall return tenfold upon Gu Xiuyang. Veins bulged on Gu Chengli's forehead as he erupted in fury. Jiang Yuxi, how dare you threaten me? If you had been amiable towards me, willing to remain by my side, would I ever resort to such inhumane actions? Jiang Yuxi replied, I have no choice. Self-preservation is paramount. I refuse to meet my end. Do you truly think I cannot harm you? Gu Chengli's fists clenched, his fury boiling over, wishing to extinguish Jiang Yuxi's life at that moment. This woman possessed a heart as venomous as a serpent. Utterly ruthless, Jiang Yusi laughed with delight. On the road to the underworld, I will have the Gu family's bloodline as company. I hardly suffer a loss. Listen closely. Gu Chengli and Su Jiameng, as long as I breathe. Gu Shuiyang shall live. If I perish, so shall Gu Shuiyang. Her life is not in my hands, but in yours. Gu Chengli's expression darkened, like a storm brewing. He had never been so cornered, so threatened. The once gentle and considerate Jiang Yusi now appeared utterly loathsome. He rushed forward, poised to strike. Go ahead. Jiang Yusi showed no fear. You strike me once, and soon, Gu Shuiyang will endure 2 blows. Whatever you do to me, Gu Shuiyang will suffer the same fate. This was Jiang Yusi's escape route. Using Gu Shuiyang to safeguard herself and the Jiang family, what good would it do to strike Jiang Yusi? Gu Shuiyang would also bear the brunt. This tactic was indeed vicious and cruel. What must I do to secure Gu Shuiyang's release? Gu Chengli suppressed his rage. State your terms. I have no conditions. I simply wish to live. Release Gu Shuiyang, and I will not harm you. Jiang Yusi was exceedingly cautious. Utterly unconvinced. That is impossible. Once I relinquish Gu Shuiyang, I lose my bargaining chip, and you will undoubtedly dispose of me. I am not so foolish. Chapter 194. Gu Chengli, I despise you. Meanwhile, Su Jiameng was weeping to the point of hoarseness. Her daughter, having been born, was now separated from her parents, lost and adrift. It was all her fault for failing to protect Gu Shuiyang. Where have you hidden Gu Shuiyang? Where? Su Jiameng pressed her forehead to the floor. Kneeling before Jiang Yusi, I beg you, treat her kindly. Allow her to live a little better, to be happy and carefree. Do not sell her to traffickers. I plead with you. Her voice cracked as she implored Jiang Yusi to ensure her daughter's well-being. I will do anything you ask, I promise, as long as you treat Gu Shuiyang with kindness. Jiang Yusi looked down at her. Is that so? You will comply with any request I make? Yes, yes. Please do not mistreat Shuiyang. Let her grow up safely. Very well. Jiang Yusi replied. Su Jiameng, you may die at once. I assure you, I will ensure Gu Shuiyang grows up safely. All right. Without hesitation, Su Jiameng consented. My life is yours. She struggled to rise, but was caught in Gu Chengli's embrace. Meng Meng, he gazed at her in alarm. You cannot do anything foolish. I have but a short time left. I am nearing death. No, there is still hope for you. I will spare no effort to prolong your life. Do not abandon yourself. Su Jiameng shook her head. Gu Chengli, you have ruined my life. I accept that it was my choice to love you. To suffer for that love. I deserve this. But our daughter, Shuiyang, has endured all this from the moment of her birth, and it is your doing. Meng Meng, it is you who has enabled Jiang Yusi. You have condemned Gu Shuiyang. I despise you. Gu Chengli, I despise you. He stared at her in shock. Su Jiameng expressed her hatred. I am the past. He had harmed her so deeply, committed so many wrongs, yet she had never openly declared her disdain. Now, she spoke with gritted teeth, without hesitation. You provided Jiang Yusi with the chance to commit her malice. Upon finishing, Su Jiameng was overcome with rage. Coughing up blood, she raised her hand and carelessly wiped it away. My daughter should have been a cherished little princess, the jewel of the Gu family. Yet now, she is lost in an unknown corner. Is she being mistreated? Is she forced to undertake household chores at an early age? Will she drop out of school? The more she contemplated, the more unbearable the pain became. All her efforts had been in vain. She was heartbroken, and, even more so, filled with guilt. I will find our daughter. Gu Chengli vowed, I will utilize all the resources and connections of the Gu family to locate Shuiyang. Su Jiameng shook her head. If it were that simple, would Jiang Yusi be so arrogant? It is my fault. It is all my fault. Do not do anything foolish. Gu Chengli observed the desolation in her eyes, filled with concern. Ji Shuiyang was already in peril. He could not afford to lose Su Jiameng. We will find her. Jiang Yusi fanned the flames nearby. What is it, Su Jiameng? Do you no longer wish to live? You claim you would do anything for Gu Shuiyang, yet when it comes to action, you hesitate. Chapter 195. I beg you, do not jump at as long as you keep your word and do not harm Shuiyang. What is my life worth? Su Jiameng bit down hard, her teeth piercing her skin, causing blood to flow. Suddenly, she pushed Gu Chengli away, turning to leap onto the windowsill with all her might. Meng Meng, Gu Chengli felt his heart leap into his throat, veins bulged in his neck as he watched the scene unfold. His heartbeat racing with fear, Su Jiameng stood at the window, the fierce wind billowing her clothes, her hair flying wildly, sticking to her cheeks. She resembled a leaf, about to fall back to the earth. What are you doing? Gu Chengli stepped forward. Get down. No, do not come closer. Could Jiang Yuxi's words be trusted? Gu Chengli shouted. Why are you so reckless? Regardless of whether I can trust her, I have no other option. I must choose to sacrifice myself to protect Gu Xiuyang. Su Jiameng murmured. After all, my life is nearing its end. Ji Yuchengli shook his head repeatedly. Meng, listen to me. Do not act impulsively, come down. Su Jiameng shook her head. Ji Yuchengli attempted to step forward, to pull her down, but she instinctively stepped back, her heels hovering over the edge. If you come closer, I will jump even faster, Su Jiameng said. Gu Chengli, just stay where you are. Do not move. Do you intend to jump from this lofty height before my eyes? I have no choice. Gu Chengli, there are choices, Meng. We still have many options. Su Jiameng shook her head. Gu Chengli. From the moment I gave birth to Gu Xiuqi, I knew the one to grow old with you would not be me. Ji Yuchengli gradually bent his body. Then, with a sudden movement, he knelt down with a thud. Why must he witness this heartbreaking scene of the woman he loved most preparing to leap? I beg you, Meng, come down. Please, I cannot come down. Gu Chengli. Do not care for Gu Xiuyang. I do not mind. I want you. Gu Chengli uttered, as long as you are alive, do not impose such punishment upon me. Su Jiameng's body trembled incessantly. She possessed little strength left. Chapter 196. I desire you to witness my leap. Gu Chengli, before I take the plunge, there are a few words I wish to convey to you. Consider them my last words. His eyes, filled with crimson despair, locked onto hers. Su Jiameng glanced back, revealing the towering buildings behind her. Suspended in midair, exposing the bustling traffic below, people appeared insignificant, akin to ants, teeming yet trivial, rendering life itself so inconsequential. With a single leap, everything would come to an end. My greatest aspiration in life was to marry you. To hold your hand and grow old together. My love for you is overwhelming. Thus, I became your Mrs. Gu, offering my very marrow as the price. Upon conceiving Gu Xiui, I was aware of the pros and cons. Yet I chose to give birth, yearning for our child, even at the cost of sacrificing 30 years of my life. In truth, my existence has been immensely painful. Living a few decades less may indeed be a blessing, allowing me to escape this mortal realm sooner. Yet, my only regret is the diminished time I have spent with you. How many 30-year spans can I truly claim? Su Jiameng chuckled softly. Isn't it laughable? At the moment of my death, my thoughts remain solely on you. My heart and eyes are filled with you. I live for you. I would die for you. I would bear your children. How foolish I am. If there is a next life, I shall not be so foolish. I will live for myself, be wiser and a touch more selfish. Above all, I shall never fall in love with you again. I will forget you. Gu Chengli, I will ask Mengpa for several bowls of her broth, drinking it all clean, so that in the next life, our paths shall never cross again. He gazed up at her, humbly kneeling, veins on the back of his hands protruding. His eyes were filled with despair. Come down. Do not jump, Meng, please. Su Jiameng simply looked at him. Gu Chengli, I still wish to ask, have you ever loved me? Meng, I have only ever loved you. From the very beginning, it was you I cherished. I will treat Jiang Yuxi well. I merely mistook her for you. Gu Chengli explained. Had I known you were the little girl from back then, I would have devoted everything to you. Thus, you do not love an individual, but rather the beauty of that moment upon the mountaintop. That beauty is you, Meng. She smiled, her laughter turning into tears, gradually obscuring Gu Chengli's visage. She could only dimly perceive his trembling figure. It turned out he too could feel fear so profound it rendered him shivering. You have hurt me deeply, leaving me with countless psychological scars. Su Jiameng stated. I never anticipated that one day, Gu Chengli, I too could make you experience the pain I once endured. Ji Yuchengli was on the brink of prostrating himself. You may do as you wish. Even take my life. Just do not jump, please. Su Jiameng blinked. I wish for you to witness my leap. I want this scene forever etched in your mind. an indelible nightmare for your entire life. Gu Chengli, I will use my death to become your eternal nightmare. In the years that follow, Gu Chengli will remain engulfed in the sorrow of her demise, unable to escape. Perhaps this way, I can reside in his heart forever. Which is a form of completeness in itself. It is also a punishment. The suffering Su Jiameng has endured, she has returned to him doubly, causing him greater pain, deeper anguish. I end my final moments. I contemplated forgiving you. However, I find myself incapable of such selflessness. Su Jiameng said, gazing at her severed toe. How could I possibly forgive you, when I recall the harm you inflicted upon me? Chapter 197. Gu Chengli, farewell forever. Gu Chengli extended his hand, yearning to touch her, yet a distance of 2 meters separated them. This 2-meter gap would forever remain his life's regret. When you have moments of solitude, glance back upon this as a means to remember me. Ji Chengli. Su Jiameng's voice softened, her tone ethereal. Farewell. Ignoring Gu Chengli's heart-wrenching gaze, Su Jiameng turned, unhesitatingly leaping into the abyss. Gu Chengli lunged forward, half of his body hanging out of the window, reaching out in a desperate grasp. His palm met only emptiness, devoid of anything, just a gust of wind, and the fleeting sensation of her garment brushing against his hand. So close, just a fraction away. And he could have caught her, yet in life, oftentimes, this slight distance translates into a chasm as vast as the galaxy. Ji Chengli's eyes widened in agony, fixated on her figure receding into the distance. She fell, plummeting, her hair danced in the air. He watched helplessly. Following a resounding thud, Su Jiameng's body met the ground. She lay there, motionless, blood rapidly saturating the earth, spreading like a vivid crimson flower. Meng Meng. Gu Chengli's throat became utterly hoarse. Below, screams erupted, panic ensued. Someone jumped. Call the police. How terrifying. Gu Chengli stood in shock. In an instant, all expressions vanished, leaving only the specter of the one he would never see again, his Meng Meng. Her final words were a farewell. Never to meet again. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yusi threw her head back in laughter. Su Jiameng. Oh Su Jiameng. Now you are truly gone forever. You have vanished from my sight for eternity. Do you hate me? Do you resent me? Jiang Yusi taunted. Gu Chengli, do not forget, when you had Dr. William administer the preservation injection to her, you knew she would perish. Even if she hadn't jumped today, she would have met her end tomorrow. I merely expedited her journey to meet the King of Hell, so she might be reborn into a better life. Gu Chengli's fists clenched tightly. Go ahead, strike me if you wish. Jiang Yusi was unafraid. Come, hit me here, you beat me half to death, and I'll ensure Gu Xiaoyang suffers the same fate. Gu Chengli glared at her, his gaze ferocious enough to devour her whole. Jiang Yusi, are you not afraid? That Ming Ming's vengeful spirit will haunt you day and night, denying you peace. Jiang Yusi hesitated slightly, a chill creeping into her heart. Ji Chengli gritted his teeth. Jiang Yusi, I truly wish to die alongside you. To perish together. Very well. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Shen Xinyo rushed in. Meng Meng. I caught the nurse. However, Shen Xinyo scanned the room, but could not find Su Jiameng. Where is Meng Meng? She asked, bewildered, her mind blanked. Hadn't she always been in the hospital? Where could she be? Shen Xinyo had remained outside the hospital all along, never leaving. Just moments ago, Gu Jinghe had called, stating they had apprehended the fleeing nurse. Chapter 198. There is a little baby here. She immediately wished to share this good news with Su Jiameng. Where is she? Gu Chengli, speak. Where is Meng Meng? Shen Xinyo asked stiffly, her voice mechanical. Where has she hidden herself? She. Gu Chengli's voice choked, unable to articulate. A breeze swept through the window, leaving Shen Xinyo's hands and feet icy cold. Who opened the window? Meng Meng just gave birth. She cannot be exposed to the wind. Shen Xinyo said, moving to close it, yet her hand faltered, lacking strength. Su Jiameng jumped from here. Shen Xinyo slowly lowered her gaze, peering down. Blood. Meng Meng. Shen Xinyo cried out in despair. Gu Chengli turned and rushed outside. At the elevator, he encountered Gu Jinghe, who was hastily approaching. Elder brother, we caught the nurse. She didn't escape far. What about Xiaoyang? Where is my daughter? I haven't seen her. The nurse has already transferred her away. Gu Chengli cursed vehemently. Damn it, everyone has wronged her. Below, Gu Chengli strode forward, parting the crowd gathered to gawk. The sight of a body that had leapt from such a height was grotesque, bloody and brutal, yet Gu Chengli felt no fear, nor did he care. He slowly moved towards Su Jiameng, kneeling in the pool of blood. He showed no repulsion, embracing her tightly, his bloodied hands gently caressing her face. Even though her visage had become unrecognizable, the surrounding onlookers regarded Gu Chengli with expressions of madness, bewildered by the actions of such a well-dressed man. That woman, her brains are spilling out. I beg you. Do not jump, yet you still did. Your hatred for me, your disdain. Tears streamed down Gu Chengli's face. You leave me with not even a complete corpse. Why must you punish yourself for my mistakes? Where do you wish to rest eternally? Gu Chengli inquired. On the mountaintop, perhaps, with trees and hills, where you can watch the sunrise and sunset. You would enjoy it. I will accompany you. I will always be by your side. He lowered his head, kissing Su Jiameng's forehead, lifting her horizontally and walking forward in a daze. But after just a few steps, darkness enveloped his vision. His legs buckled, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground. Yet he held tightly onto Su Jiameng. Muttering that final sentence, Gu Chengli succumbed to unconsciousness. In Haiqing, in a small village on the outskirts, an elderly man stepped out of his yard. Upon opening the door, he spotted something lying on the ground. Adjusting his reading glasses, he leaned in for a closer look. Oh dear, the woman in the yard exclaimed. Why are you so startled, old lady? Come quick and take a look. The old man said, There is a little baby here. What? A baby? Indeed. It looks like it has just been born. The old woman hurriedly picked up the little girl and glanced around. Who left her here? Chapter 199. Unwilling to bury her. Fortunately, her sharp eyes prevented her from stepping on the child. Who abandoned her here? Alas, what a sin it is to forsake such a lovely child. How heartless can parents be? As she spoke, the old woman noticed. It was a girl, and just by her appearance, one could tell she was quite delicate. The old man suggested, Why don't we adopt her? After all, we have no companions. In their youth, the elderly couple had been teachers in the village, and they had a son who tragically passed away from illness a few years back. Now, both were retired, living off their pensions, without any worries for food or clothing. Since she has been left at our doorstep, we might as well take her in. The old woman smiled. We will raise her well. The old man nodded in agreement. Yes. We longed for children, dreamed of them, yet found it impossible. Some people give birth but do not care for their offspring. Alas, what a sin it is. The old man added, If she stays with us, we will take good care of her. He reached out to gently touch the girl's cheek. At that moment, the infant slowly awakened, her eyes fluttering open, gazing curiously at the toot. Old lady, give her a name. The old man said, What shall we call her? The girl, with her tender, fair skin, shall be named Shua Shua. That sounds lovely, the old man approved. Shua Shua, I am your grandfather, ha ha ha. Thus, a new member was added to the household of the elderly couple. 2 days later, at Gu's villa, a thunderstorm raged outside, lightning illuminating the room momentarily. Ji Yuchengli sat at the foot of the bed, staring at the lifeless body of Su Jiameng. He had hired someone to clean her, stitch her up, and cover her with a white cloth. Yet, he was unwilling to bury her. Outside the door, Gu Jinghe's voice rang out. Brother, let sister-in-law rest in peace. Keeping her here will only lead to decay and foulness. Brother, you must pull yourself together and search for Xiuyang instead of wallowing in despair. Shen Xinyo stood beside Gu Jinghe, her eyes swollen like peaches. Su Jiameng was gone. She had been outside the hospital room and hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye. No matter what Gu Jinghe said, there was only silence within, an eerie stillness. Ji Yuchengli remained by Su Jiameng's corpse, refusing to leave or see anyone. Shen Xinyo gritted her teeth and kicked the door. What are you pretending to be so sentimental for? What kind of unwavering love is this? Meng Meng is dead. What you need to do is give her a proper burial so she can rest in peace, not keep her corpse beside you. This is not what Meng Meng wanted. Her greatest wish was to leave you. She did not love you. Even in death, you let her go. You said you would bury her in the place where you first met. Open the door, Gu Chengli. Shen Xinyo pounded and kicked at the door. It was futile. Since awakening, Gu Chengli had only allowed people to prepare Su Jiaming's remains without admitting anyone else. Second young master. Miss Shin, the butler approached. These are the belongings collected from the hospital, all belonging to Madame. Shin Xinyo inquired. What is this? Clothes and daily necessities were packed into boxes, awaiting cremation after the burial. These are Madame's sketches. During her pregnancy, Meng Meng had indeed been painting, though it was unclear what she had created. Shin Xinyo reached for the sketches when the door suddenly swung open. Ji Chengli appeared, looking haggard and worn. How could you bear to leave? Shin Xinyo's words were cut short as Gu Chengli snatched the sketches from the butler's hands, slamming the door shut once again. Damn it, Gu Chengli, Shin Xinyo cursed. You are nothing but a coward, a weakling. The butler silently wiped away a tear. Miss Shin, what are we to do? Prolonging this without a burial is not a solution. Should we arrange the funeral? Look for a burial site, erect a tombstone, prepare everything for the burial. Gu Jinghe declared. I will find a way to persuade my brother to agree to the burial. Shen Xinyo asked, what can you do? Hurry up and make it happen. Why are you hiding your plans? Standing here like a fool, guarding the door? I am still considering. There will be a solution. Shen Xinyo scoffed. Butler, I will go with you. I want to handle Mingming's final affairs. I hope she can have a better life in her next incarnation. Let us brainstorm together. Gu Jinghe sighed. If this continues, the Gu family will notice. When grandma comes personally. Shin Xinyo's eyes instantly reddened. To lose a child before a parent is a profound sorrow. Grandma loved and protected Meng Meng, her granddaughter-in-law. But alas, Meng Meng was unfortunate, lacking that blessing. I worry more for Xiaoqi. Shin Xinyo sniffed. If he finds out he no longer has a mother, with his introversion and heart condition, will he manage to cope? Sighed. Gu Xiaoqi is pitiful. Ji Xiuyang is even more so. She is still missing. Shin Xinyo and the butler departed to arrange the funeral, while Gu Jinghe turned, heading towards the toolshed. He must pry open the door. He cannot allow his brother to remain inside any longer. Inside the room, Gu Chengli flipped through the sketches one by one. They were all drawn by Su Jiaming, images he had seen many times before, of her sitting by the window, propped up with an easel. Painting for an entire afternoon. She would not let anyone see her work. Whenever someone tried to sneak a peek, she would cover it up. Now, Gu Chengli could clearly see what she had drawn, scenes from the mountain peak. She was an architectural designer with a knack for simple sketches, pouring her emotions into them, making them come alive. There were illustrations of them running freely in the fields after a wheat harvest, weaving grass rings and exchanging them. And then, the blazing fire, the moment she carried him out. Ji Chengli was oblivious to the emotions that drove Su Jiaming to express her memories through her art. She said it was her final legacy left for him. Su Jiaming was slowly torturing him, slicing away at his heart with her pen as if it were a knife. Tears dripped onto the paper, slowly spreading. Meng Meng, Meng Meng. Gu Chengli repeatedly called her name. You hate me this much, punishing me like this, with death, ensuring I can never have you again. You left me nothing else. Chapter 201. You still have Xiaoqi. And you must find Xuyang. The paper fluttered down gently, reminiscent of that day. Su Jiaming's delicate body, so small and insignificant in the air, caught in the wind. The day Su Jiaming died, the wind howled. And for the following 2 days, the weather was exceptionally harsh, lightning and thunder, torrential rain. For many, it was merely a day of unpleasant weather. For Gu Chengli, it meant the loss of his one true love. The wind howled, the rain poured down, scattering him and her, leaving behind an abundance of regrets and an unresolved sorrow. There was her Xuyang, who had vanished without a trace. Ji Chengli's unresolved sorrow stemmed from finally finding that little girl from years ago, only for her to jump from a towering height before his eyes. He rose, organizing the sketches and placing them beneath the pillow, retrieving a crown from the drawer. The crown's jewels bore several noticeable cracks, diminishing its value. You broke the crown. You despised it back then. Ji Chengli murmured to himself. It was because Jiang Yusi wore it, wasn't it? You thought it was dirty. Then, I shall not place it upon your head. Meng Meng, in the future, I will buy every crown exhibited and auctioned around the world for you. All right, this one shall be discarded. It is unworthy of you. I will procure something better and more beautiful. Without a flicker of hesitation, Gu Chengli tossed the crown into the trash. He returned to sit beside the bed, holding Su Jiaming's cold, lifeless hand against his cheek. Meng Meng, I will stay with you like this. Always by your side, all right? We shall never part again. Ji Yu Chengli gazed at the white cloth. He lacked the courage to lift it and glimpse Su Jiaming's face. How much she must have despised this life. This shattered body that refused to leave behind a whole form. Suddenly, the sound of a lock being pried open echoed at the door. With a few clicks, it swung open. Ji Yu Jinghe burst in. What are you doing? You will frighten her. Gu Chengli reprimanded sternly. Get out, brother. It has been 2 days. You have confined yourself with sister-in-law's body, refusing to eat or drink, seeing no one. Do you think this holds any meaning? Will it bring sister-in-law back to life? I want to stay with her. After death, one must return to the earth. Gu Jinghe insisted. You are imprisoning sister-in-law here, refusing to bury her. Do you wish to prevent her from reincarnating? Gu Chengli's eyes were filled with desolation. Let sister-in-law rest in peace, brother. You still have Shao Qi, and you must search for Shuiyong. Ji Yu Jinghe approached him, stating, From childhood to now, you have always been my role model. My elder brother in learning, I cannot bear to see you in such a state of despair. Ji Yu Chengli was a paragon of excellence, maintaining the top position from elementary school through university, often leading by a significant margin. Later, he chose a major in finance, managing the company and propelling the Gu Group to new heights, far ahead of its competitors, with a market value in the hundreds of billions, establishing it as the leader in Haiqing. Yet now, Gu Chengli appeared desolate, his complexion haggard, devoid of any trace of the Gu Group's president. Brother, I know you are deeply saddened, unable to accept the loss of your sister-in-law. However, you're shouldering too many responsibilities alone. There are still many matters requiring your attention. Chapter 202, A dignified burial. The time to mourn for Gu Chengli was limited. After a prolonged silence, he confessed, at the moment Dream jumped, I reached out to grasp her, but my hands met only emptiness. Only the corner of her garment brushed against my palm. What was my feeling at that moment? My sister-in-law had made her decision. No one could stop her. Ji Yu Jinghe's expression changed drastically. Brother, how could you harbor such thoughts? I owe her this life. I can only die alongside her. I watched her body fall like leaves, believing that I could only accompany her with a leap into the depths. Yet I did not do so. It was not that Gu Chengli was unwilling to die, but rather, he thought of Gu Xiuqi and Gu Shuiyong. He had a son and a daughter, yet these children would forever be deprived of their mother. Must they also lose their father? Even in death, he resolved to wait until the Gu Group stabilized, until the Gu family's lineage flourished, until Gu Xiuqi's autism improved and his heart condition was treated, until Gu Shuiyong was found. He must also wait for Gu Jinghe to marry and have children. Too many worldly matters weighed heavily on Gu Chengli's heart. I cannot die yet, he asserted. To recklessly follow Dream into the afterlife would invite her resentment. A faint smile graced his lips. I do not wish for her to be disappointed in me. Therefore, I will complete my obligations before joining her. Dream, please wait for me just a little longer. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, or at worst, 10 years. I wonder if we will meet again on the bridge of helplessness. Brother, Gu Jinghe was at a loss for words. Let me accompany her for 2 more days, Gu Chengli requested. After that, we will arrange her funeral and lay her to rest. Very well, Gu Jinghe nodded. Then, Xin Xinyo and I will take care of the arrangements. We will ensure my sister-in-law is laid to rest with dignity. Ji Yu Chengli slowly bent down, resting his forehead in the palm of Su Jiameng. Indeed, Ji Yu Jinghe turned and exited, gently closing the door to at this moment. It was best not to disturb his brother and sister in Dashla. Ji Yu Chengli maintained that position, sinking into a deep slumber, where he dreamt in his dream. Su Jiameng was radiant, her complexion rosy, her hair lustrous and full, every smile and gesture imbued with a unique charm. She was beautiful. When she married Gu Chengli, she was a renowned beauty in Haiqing, with numerous talent scouts eager to sign her for the entertainment industry, yet she declined them all. She only wished to bear children for her beloved and be a devoted wife. Dream. It had been ages since Gu Chengli had seen her like this. She was so vibrant, her eyes sparkling, her smile crescent-shaped. This image of Su Jiameng belonged to the early days of their marriage. Later, as she became pregnant, her hair fell out, her complexion dulled, her beauty diminished gradually. Gu Chengli, which shade of lipstick do you think is more flattering? This one or that? Should I wear a dress or trousers? What shoes should I pair with them? Gu Chengli stepped closer. You look beautiful in anything. He gazed at her dreamily. Had he cherished her from the very beginning, Su Jiameng would have remained this radiant. He had destroyed her with his own hands. Really? Don't lie to me. I would never deceive you. Chapter 203. A Night of Silver Hair. Su Jiameng examined her reflection in the mirror once more. Deciding to keep it simple in a long dress, she joyfully headed towards the wardrobe. Gu Chengli grasped her arm. Dream. Don't go. I'm merely changing my clothes. No, I don't want you to leave me, but I must. Su Jiameng blinked. This is our last meeting, Dream. I want to look beautiful as I transition to the next life. She smiled, brushing aside his hand, hoping to find happiness in the next life, wishing not to encounter him again. By the way, Gu Chengli, when you bury me, lay me to rest on the mountaintop. Su Jiameng's figure gradually faded. Dream. Gu Chengli reached out in an attempt to grasp her. Farewell, Gu Chengli, Su Jiameng said once more. She no longer wanted him, completely abandoning him. Gu Chengli hurried after her, but as he took a step, his body jolted, awakening him from the dream. It was merely a dream. Gu Chengli managed a bitter smile. Very well, I will lay you to rest as you wish, he said, but in the next life. If you wish not to encounter me, I will seek to make amends for you. Dream, will you allow it? In the next life. Should you hurt me, I will accept it willingly. Dream, do not abandon me. 2 more days passed. Finally, Gu Chengli took the initiative to step out of his room. However, everyone was astonished to see his hair completely white, a night of silver hair. Brother, Gu Jinghe stared at him in shock. Your hair, you. Shen Xinyo pointed, because of Dream's death, your hair turned completely white. After a brief pause, Shen Xinyo scoffed. It's too late for regrets now that she's gone. If only you had shown a fraction of this devotion. A millionth of this love while Dream was still alive. She wouldn't have met such a tragic fate. Reflecting on the suffering Su Jiameng endured in life, Shen Xinyo felt that Gu Chengli was utterly unworthy of forgiveness. He deserved to atone. He should repent. If Dream were still alive, Gu Chengli's lips curled into a bitter smile. If only there were so many ifs. His hair was as white as snow, yet his handsome features bore little change. Now tinged with a hint of melancholy and sorrow, he appeared even more composed than before, for he had lost his one true love, separated by realms, life and death eternally parted. Gu Chengli did not deny it. You are correct. This is my sin. Had he supported her decision to terminate the pregnancy from the start, she might not have succumbed so soon. At the very least, she could have lived a few more years. Allowing him to love her properly for a few more years, to repent for a few more years, to make amends for a few more years. Now, he could not even grant her a single opportunity. Jiang Yusi says whatever she likes, and you believe her, Gu Jinghe interjected, unable to remain silent. Brother intended to terminate Gu Xiuyang, but it was my sister-in-law who refused. You're talking nonsense. You. Gu Jinghe gritted his teeth, deciding it was not the time to argue with her. Indeed, initially, brother had not foreseen the severity of the situation, and Jiang Yusi had been sowing discord. Chapter 204. She must be buried tomorrow. Jiang Yusi stirs trouble. And you believe her? Is he lacking in judgment? Brother is in a rage. In a fit of anger, he decided to keep the child. But why did Dream continue to be pregnant until she gave birth to Gu Xiuyang? Because, Gu Chengli replied calmly, she knew her time was short. Therefore, she wished to use her final moments to bring Gu Xiuyang into the world. Shen Xinyo's eyes widened in disbelief. Why had she never known this? She covered her mouth to stifle her cries. That foolish Dream. Even in her final moments, she had thought of her. How are the funeral preparations coming along? Gu Chengli shifted the topic. I need to visit the site personally. Everything is in order. Tomorrow, my sister-in-law's funeral can proceed smoothly. She loved wildflowers, he mused, lowering his gaze. The wildflowers, resilient and blooming year after year, never failed to appear. Gu Jinghe immediately nodded. All right, I will send someone to the mountain to gather them and create a bouquet. There's no need. I will go gather them myself. Su Jiameng's body, Shen Xinyo inquired. It will be placed in the coffin, right? As she spoke, she moved to enter the room. Ji Chengli reached out to stop her. I will carry her in tomorrow. You pervert, leaving Dream's body untouched for 4 days without burial, and you won't let anyone near her. Struggling to contain her frustration, Shen Xinyo feared he might lose his mind again and abandon the burial altogether. Thus she refrained from saying, "Fine, I'll go see her. That should be permissible, right?" Gu Chengli still blocked her path. "You will see her tomorrow. You won't do anything to Dream's body, will you?" Shen Xinyo questioned suspiciously. "What could I do?" Gu Chengli laughed bitterly. "I selfishly wish to keep her by my side a little longer, even if just for a minute. And no matter what, she must be buried tomorrow. Yes, that room is filled with our memories. I do not wish for anyone else to disturb it." Shen Xinyo, I apologized. Ji Chengli actually apologized. Shen Xinyo was taken aback. Was this truly the Gu Chengli she knew? Clearly, Dream's death had deeply affected him. For 4 days and nights, Gu Chengli had kept vigil by Su Jiameng's body, only to realize that joyful memories were nearly non-existent, leaving only pain and suffering. 10 years had passed, and yet nothing remained. And their married life. She had never looked back, even for a day. Ji Chengli took a step forward, and after 2 strides, he suddenly recalled something. Did Mingming leave anything for you all before her passing? Gu Jingna shook his head. His relationship with this elder sister-in-law had always been tenuous, with little interaction between them. "Ah," Shen Xinyo exclaimed in surprise. Ji Chengli's gaze swiftly turned towards her. "Did Mingming leave something for you?" It made sense. Shen Xinyo was Su Jiaming's sole confidant, with whom she shared everything. Ji Chengli only possessed those paintings. Shen Xinyo paused momentarily. "It's nothing significant." Chapter 205. The Last Letter Ones Speak. Whenever anything concerning Su Jiaming arose, Gu Chengli's emotions would become fervent. "What is it? Give it to me. It is not a tangible item." "What is it then?" "An envelope." Shen Xinyo stated that when Mingming gave it to her, she instructed her not to open it until after the birth of her child. I agreed to that. Now, she comprehended that after the birth of the child corresponded to Su Jiameng's demise. Thus, she was to wait until Mingming had passed away before she could unveil the contents of the envelope. The envelope. Gu Chengli stood there, momentarily dazed. Shen Xinyo retrieved it from her bag. "Here it is." She hurriedly tore it open, revealing a line of text. "Xinyo, please deliver this to Gu Chengli." Ji Chengli also laid eyes upon it. He reached out, seizing it, his gaze locked onto the familiar handwriting. His heart aching profoundly. Tears brimmed in Shen Xinyo's eyes. She knew everything, had accounted for all, facing her death with such tranquility. How could she evoke such heartache? Gu Chengli's hand trembled slightly. And then, with utmost care, he placed the envelope into the inner pocket of his suit, pressing it firmly, drawing it closer to his heart. After completing this act, Gu Chengli turned to leave. He could no longer remain in despair. He had to attend to Mingming's posthumous affairs. In life, she had not tasted the honor of being Mrs. Gu. In death, he would ensure she was laid to rest with grandeur. Ji Chengli entered the driver's seat and drove towards the mountaintop. The road was familiar, the scenery well known. As Gu Chengli approached the mountain, he inadvertently cast a glance at the faux rock beside him. This artificial stone had stood there all along, muddy and unremarkable. However, due to the recent winds and rains, it had been washed clean, revealing the inscription upon it. The Mountain of Severed Affections. This mountain is called the Mountain of Severed Affections. Thus, from the very beginning, his encounter with Su Jiaming at the summit was fated to conclude in severance, severed emotions, severed hearts. Ji Chengli drove to the mountaintop, gazing at the vast expanse of wildflowers, bending down to begin picking them. One by one, in no time, he had gathered an ample bouquet. The wildflowers were fresh and vibrant, yet resilient. The elements only served to enhance their bloom. Amidst this floral sea, Gu Chengli sat down slowly, clutching a bouquet that was nearly too cumbersome to hold. Surrounding him were Su Jiaming's favorite flowers, as if he were accompanying her. Mingming. He seemed to murmur her name softly. Ji Chengli produced the envelope. Slowly, he opened it, extracting the letter, unfurling it to reveal Su Jiameng's elegant handwriting before his eyes. To Gu Chengli. This was a letter she had intended for him, yet entrusted it to Shen Xinyo first. She held such a lack of faith in him. Ji Chengli meticulously read each word. Yu Chengli, by the time you open this letter, my broken body shall have been deeply interred in the earth, or reduced to ashes, contained within a small box, regardless of which, neither is a manner I would preferred. I was meant to behold a complete body, a complete soul. It is you who cruelly severed my toes, denying me the ability to dance forevermore. It is you who betrayed my love, leaving my soul in perpetual desolation. Xinyo often inquires of me, Meng Meng, why do you seem to harbor no resentment towards Gu Qingli despite his cruelty? Since knowing you, the meanings of love and hate have lost their original significance.